Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel or more fun videos. Chapter 92. Why are you looking for Molau? Netero asked with a delicate expression when he heard the voice on the phone in the office of the president of the Hunter Association headquarters. No, it's not really looking for him, it's mainly looking for his apprentice to take Kulu. On the side of Kukulu Mountain, Fischer explained lightly. Fischer wants to know how much his Nanchi value is now, and wants to develop an N that can detect the cultivation level of Nanchi. He should be the best at this aspect, so Fischer is going to find this guy. Learn from. After all, this guy seems to be the only Nan in Hunter x Hunter who has digitized Nanchi. If you succeed in learning from him, you can save yourself a lot of time. Okay, I'll send you Molau's phone number, and you can find him yourself. Netero was a little surprised, but still sent Molau's phone number to Fischer. Hello, this is Molau, who is 09. After dialing the number Netero sent him, a rough and steady voice came from inside. Mr. Mo, I was introduced by Netero. My name is Fischer. If you need anything, please. Fischer said flatly, straight to the point. Old man. I didn't expect the old man to be so familiar with the Zoldyck family, that he would recommend me to you. The official meeting place was a small city by the sea, and Molau's location was in a small restaurant. After seeing Fischer, Molau was obviously very surprised. To be precise, I approached Netero and asked him for your contact information. Fischer smiled and explained. Well, it's all the same. I heard from the old man that you want to find my apprentice to take the cool kill. Molau waved his hand casually, very casually, as if he didn't care about the identity of the Fischer Zoldyck family at all. Well, I'd like to develop an N that can probe and materialize thoughts into numbers. Your disciple took Kulu's Nan in the sky and didn't know that it was related to this aspect, so I wanted to talk to him. Of course, it's not free, I'll give you a reward. Fischer nodded slightly and said. The reward is unnecessary. Since the old man treats you very well, you should be different from the rest of the Zoldyck family. I will trust you. However, let's talk about that guy Kulu. If you want him to help you, then you must find him. He is now in this city, hiding in a certain corner. It's up to you to find him. Seeing Fischer being so frank, Molau was also a little surprised, and then told him. Hide and seek, I'm pretty good at it. Hearing this, Fischer said with a faint smile. The next moment, the terrifying thoughts erupted instantly and spread out in all directions. Feeling the terrifying thoughts on Fischer from the front, Molau stood on the spot in a daze, with a drop of cold sweat involuntarily breaking out on his face, staring at Fischer blankly, without saying a word. Mr. Molau, then I will excuse you first. Fischer stood up, said goodbye politely, and then left the small restaurant. It wasn't until Fischer left here that Molau came back to his senses. At this moment, Molau broke out in a lot of cold sweat. What a terrifying thought energy! At the same time, in a residential house more than 1,000 meters away, Molau's apprentice, Na Kolyuan, was leaning against a window at this moment, trembling all over, and his face was covered in sweat. In fact, he already knew about Fischer's request for help from Molau, and he didn't refuse for the sake of his master Netero. But he set such a condition for Fischer, that is to find him by playing hide and seek in this city, and he will only help if he is found. But unexpectedly, such a terrifying existence would appear in this city. This breath, just sensing it made him dare not take any action. Master should have sensed it too. Nikolu thought in horror. However, at the next moment, Nikolun felt his eyes go dark, and then a not-so-tall figure appeared in his sight. At this moment, the air holes in Na Kulun's body were enlarged to the extreme, but even so, the air in Na Kulun's body was very calm, no, it was silence. The chi in Na Kulu's body became silent, Na Kulu's heart was very clear, he didn't dare to do anything, so even the chi in his body followed the owner's heart and quieted down. Yo, Nikulin, I'm here to find you. Seeing Nicolo in front of him, Fischer greeted lightly and put away his breath. Are you all right? After greeting, Fischer blinked at the sweaty Nikulin, a little dazed. What's wrong with this guy? Why did he show such a frightened expression? Hey! Hearing Fischer's words, 287 was taken aback by Kulu. Ha! I didn't expect that it was a terrifying powerhouse like you who asked me for help. It's really my honor. Standing in front of Fischer, he said seriously with a cool look. At this time, he had withdrawn from the state of panic, and after knowing that the owner of the terrifying aura was Fischer, the person who came to him for help, Nicolo was no longer afraid. Instead, respect for the strong. Don't do that. This time I came to ask you to help develop Nin. You are so respectful, so I don't know what to do. Fischer waved his hand and said helplessly. Don't worry, I will definitely help you develop Nin with all my strength, Your Excellency Fischer. Hearing this, Nicolo patted his chest and promised firmly. For Nicolon, it is a great honor to befriend Fischer, a terrifying existence that scares him to the point of losing his will to fight just by his breath. Now that Fischer wants to help himself, he will naturally spare no effort to help. Then I'll leave it to you. Fischer nodded, asking in a polite tone. Chapter 93. Perhaps in Nicolo's view, it is an honor for him to be able to help a powerhouse of Fischer's level. So when Fischer asked to know his experience in developing the world, this guy almost shared everything, revealing his own whimsy and experience in developing this ability. And Fischer's ability to accept and learn is also very strong, so in just 1 month, Fischer successfully developed the Nin he wanted. Looking at the mobile phone in Fischer's hand and the value displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, Nikulin couldn't help swallowing. 102,0001. 1.02 million thoughts, this is the result of Fischer's test just now. More than 1 million. My mind energy is only 20,000 to 30,000, and my master Molau is less than 100,000. But the young man beside him has 1 million thoughts. Even Chairman Netero doesn't have such a scary value. Fischer Zoldyck, just with this chi value, he has already ranked among the top 5 Nin masters. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to jointly develop a Nin with this level of Nin practitioners. What a great honor! Thanks, take the cool kill. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me as long as you don't violate my rules. Fischer put away the embodied Nin detection phone in his hand, and thanked Na Kulu next to him. During this month, it can be said that Nicolo has devoted 12% of his energy to help himself develop this Nin. Fischer is not an ungrateful person, so he directly gave Nikulin a favor. Nicolo naturally knew how terrifying the value of a favor at Fischer's level was. Hearing this, he quickly waved his hand. No, it's my honor to develop Nin together with you, Your Excellency Fischer. Na Kulu hurriedly waved his hand, indicating that he could not take this favor. However, Fischer would not waste his saliva on this matter with Nikulin, and directly settled down domineeringly. That's it, you can come to me when you need help. Immediately, Shell waved his hand and left here. As for Nikulin, he froze in place, watching Fischer's gradually receding figure, staring at him motionlessly. It was not until a long time later that Na Kulu realized it. The next moment, Na Kulu was ecstatic in his heart. This level of favor. I'm going to send it, the ecstatic Nicolo roared up to the sky. On the other side, Fischer had already boarded the Zoldyck family's car arranged earlier and headed to the airport. Is my thought value already so huge? According to the original book, it is estimated that Na Kulu's thoughts on Yuppie are huge, and it is estimated to be 700,000 or 800,000, and it will be close to 1 million. My current mind energy should already be stronger than Yuppie's. The 3 guards have almost the same Nian Chi cultivation, even if there is a gap, it is not very big. I just don't know how much Netero's thoughts are worth. Although this guy said that he was no match for Neferpitou, he almost knocked Neferpitou out of Dong Guochuo with a random palm. And according to Netero, yes, but enough to do that. It can't be ruled out that the upper limit of his cultivation for hundreds of years is higher than that of Neferpitou, but the potential for not reaching the peak is at least 6 to 700,000 or even 7 to 8 million. Well, I'll just test it out next time I see it. Looking at the constantly flashing scenery outside the window, Fischer's thoughts continued to diverge. Speaking of which, what is the value of this butler's mind energy? Fischer suddenly thought, and then he showed his mind energy detection mobile phone and started to check on the driver butler. 24,003. Father, what did you call me back for? Ilmi asked Silva expressionlessly in a hall in the castle of the Zoldyck family in Kukulu Mountain. It's not me, it's Fischer who asked me to call you back. Silva replied in a joint. Hey, that Fischer guy. It's really a surprise, it's the first time he used this kind of authority. Does it mean that you are ready to take over the family? IL fans were surprised by Silva's answer. It's fine if that's the case. Fischer doesn't want to accept the family right now, saying he's too young. Silva shook his head and sighed, regretting. Kruk, Galu, Fischer, did you say when you'll be here? Kikyo asked to Kruk and Galu who were standing not far away. Yeah, Fischer notified us an hour ago, but didn't tell us when to arrive. Kruk shook his head. Except for Maha, Kilua, and Fischer, everyone else in the family is here, including Gale and Kruk. Kilua and Fischer were outside, and because Maha didn't want to come over, Fischer couldn't move. Then, do you know what Fischer meant by asking us to gather? Gino also spoke at this time, and asked the two of them. I know that. When we explored a secret realm with Fischer before, Fischer got a seed in it, which is the tree species of vitality tree. After more than a month of cultivation and growth, this seed has already borne fruit. This kind of fruit can enhance a person's energy. Fischer must have brought you here to distribute vitality fruit to you. Kruk nodded, and then stood up and explained. As soon as this explanation came out, everyone present was stunned, with incredulous expressions on their faces. This is the first time they have heard of the existence of a fruit that can improve mind energy. They know the value of this kind of thing as soon as they hear it. Where is the fruit of the vitality tree now? Take it out. Yermi asked Kruk with excitement on his paralyzed face. The energy in his body began to surge, as if Kruk wanted to do it without taking out the vitality fruit. Ilmi, shut up. Seeing Yemai's appearance, Gino frowned and shouted. Only then did Yemai regain her composure, but judging from her trembling appearance, she felt that her heart was not at peace. Immediately, Gino escaped the cell phone from his clothes and called Fischer. However, the phone rang from outside the door. Hey? Grandpa, what are you calling me for? Fischer, who had just returned from his room and brought the fruit Kruk picked this month, asked suspiciously. Is the matter about the vitality fruit true? Gino asked seriously. Oh, you heard what Kruk and the others said. It's true, today I gave you the fruits of the vitality tree, that's why I called you here. Hearing this, Fischer smiled slightly, and then said gently. I have 30 in my hand now, and you have 2 for each of you. However, before that, let me detect how strong your mind energy is. Fischer took the box containing the vitality fruit out of the system space, and then materialized the mind energy detector phone, faintly said. Chapter 94. Spirit value? What do you mean? Silva asked. Everyone present frowned upon hearing Fischer's words. This is the NAN I developed, which can detect the strength of a person's mind. I want to see how much a vitality fruit can enhance a person's thought energy, so before you eat the vitality fruit, I will check it out, and I will also check it after you eat it. Fischer raised his Nian Qi detection cell phone, explained. If the effect of the vitality fruit is very strong, then Fischer does not mind eating one every month. If the effect of the vitality fruit is not strong, then Fischer feels that he should not waste it. The speed of my own cultivation is already very fast. If the effect of the vitality fruit is not strong, I will give my share to others to use. Great-grandfather Maha, Grandpa Gino, Father Silva, Mother Kikyo, elder brother Ilmi, second child Miji, myself, fourth child Kilua, and also Kalito. There are 10 people in the family, and each person takes 2 pills a month. Then the remaining 10 Fischers plan to give Crook and their 4 direct butlers 2 each. In this way, there will be 28 people. As for the remaining 2 Fischers, they are going to save them. In the future, if there are more members directly under the housekeeper, they will be given to that person. So that's how it is. I understand. Then let me test it. Everyone in 010 understood after hearing what was said. Silva continued to speak and asked himself. Father, let me do it. Elder brother Yermi also stood up. Now he can't wait to see how much this vitality fruit can enhance his mind energy. Okay, don't argue, it will be fine soon. Regarding this, Fischer was a little speechless. There is no need to argue about this kind of thing, as long as one hand touches the person who wants to detect with one's own thought energy detection, then it can be detected very quickly. Then hurry up. Yermi urged with a blank expression. The others also nodded, indicating that they hadn't seen each other. Soon, Fischer contacted the people present one by one, and found out the intensity of their thoughts. Grandpa Gino 493,000. Dad Silva 400362. Brother Il Fans 260,000. Mother Kikyo 300230. 6th Kalito 83033. Crook 280,000. Guy Lu 300,122. 2nd DK minimum 12,369. Grandpa Gino has the highest level of Nian Qi, which is close to 500,000, and his second child, Miji, who likes to stay at home, has the lowest Nian Qi, only over 10,000. Ajbi, as for the 2 guys, Crook and Guy Lu, it seems that because of the rewards from the system, the strength of the thoughts of the 2 guys who were originally not as good as IL Fans actually surpassed IL Fans. Hey, my thought value is actually only 260,000. Grandpa, Dad, how much do you have? IL Fans looked at the Nian Qi value table printed out by Fischer's Nian Qi detection mobile phone in his hand, and was a little surprised, then looked at his grandfather Gino and his father Silva and asked. 490,000. 400,000 replied Grandpa Gino and Dad Silva respectively. I see. It seems that I'm still far behind. Yermi nodded, not surprised. Immediately, Yer Fans looked at Fischer and asked curiously, Fischer, what is the strength of your mind? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Fischer. Obviously, everyone present is very concerned about this matter. Me. My Nian Qi value is more than twice that of Grandpa. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Fischer replied calmly without panicking. As soon as this answer came out, everyone's hearts suddenly set off a stormy sea. Especially Grandpa Gino, Dad Silva, and Brother Il Fans. The 3 of them all guessed about the intensity of Fischer's energy, but they didn't expect the intensity of Fischer's air conditioning to be so terrifying. Ah, Fischer, Mommy's baby, you really didn't let Mom down. After being dazed for a moment, Mom Kikyo was the first to react, rushed over excitedly, hugged Fischer in her arms, shouted excitedly. Mom, let me go. Fischer struggled helplessly and shouted. Hey, it's true that the blue is better than the blue. Grandpa Gino was deeply moved. He is Fischer's Nen mentor, he taught Fischer how to practice Nen, and he watched Fischer grow. But I didn't expect Fischer's strength improvement to be so terrifying. Before, it was just a tie with Silva, but a few months later, Fischer's mind energy actually surpassed his own, and reached twice his level. Old. Although it's inappropriate to say that at my age, Dad, you are indeed right. I feel that I am already old and can't keep up with the speed of young people. Silva followed suit. Grandpa, Dad, don't generalize, this kid is a monster, he can't represent us young people. Yermi retorted. He really didn't want to be compared with the monster Fischer. Obviously I am several years older than Fischer, but since Fischer was 8 years old, I have been crushed by Fischer in all aspects. He is really too difficult. Okay, let's not talk about this, you all eat a vitality fruit first, and then test it to see how much energy the vitality fruit can improve. Fischer shook his head funny and said. But he muttered inwardly. What do you compare me to? I have cheats, how about you? Everyone nodded, without any delay, they took their portion of fruit from Fischer's hand and began to eat it. However, as soon as he bit it, everyone's expressions became unified, as rich as they could be. Knowing Fischer's analysis of micro-expressions, it's sour. Moreover, the half-facial and facial paralyzed faces of Grandpa Gino, Dad Silva, and Brother Il fans can all have this kind of reaction, and the acidity can be imagined. However, although it was sour, everyone still ate a vitality fruit. After eating all of it, Fischer's Yuan clearly sensed that the thoughts on everyone's body had suddenly increased a bit. Although not much, it is indeed enhanced. It seems that the cultivation was successful, but I don't know the effect. Looking at it, Fischer muttered and began to detect again. 2000, each vitality fruit can enhance the value of 2000. 2 per person per month, which means 4000 air conditioning value. The effect is not bad. Although it's not as good as the increase in mind energy gained from my monthly practice, it's much higher than the mind energy gained from Grandpa Gino's monthly practice. Sure enough, after perceiving the enhanced mind energy in their bodies, a gleam of light flashed in everyone's eyes. Fischer, make a condition. How can I give me the remaining fruits? Yermi asked excitedly with dilated pupils. No, 2 for each person, this is my rule. Fischer shook his head and rejected Yermi, then took out a vitality fruit, and directly bit into it. The next moment, Shell's face was also extremely wonderful. The effect is good, and you can't just give up this benefit. Chapter 95. In the dark secret room, Fischer slowly opened his eyes, and then materialized the Nian Qi detection mobile phone to detect his own Nian Qi value. 105-0032. It has been a month since the last time the vitality fruit was distributed to Dad and the others. During this month, Fischer has been practicing with all his strength. After eating 2 vitality fruits, Fischer's Nian Qi value was 1,025,000, and the strength of Nian Qi value reached this level in the past 1 month. That is to say, with Fischer's ability to increase by 10 times, Fischer in the state of full strength cultivation can increase the value of mind energy by about 25,000 in 10 months. It can increase about 300,000 a year. Of course, this is the speed of cultivation that Fischer can only achieve when he does nothing and tries his best to increase his potential capacity. Naturally, it is impossible for Fischer to do this. The development of various trivial matters and various abilities and moves will take up half to half of Fischer's time. That is to say, in 1 year, Fischer can only increase the energy value of about 150,000 under normal circumstances. However, this is only mind energy cultivation. Counting the increase of mind energy when entitlement is increased, Fischer thinks that it should be able to increase plus 200,000 in 10 years. Of course, this is the case when Inhui is promoted. Just like when Fischer was upgraded in the One Piece world, Fischer felt that his Nian Qi value had skyrocketed. According to Fischer's valuation of the mind energy in his body, the value of mind energy in his body has skyrocketed by at least 200,000 during that upgrade. Let's not count the benefits for the time being, and count the vitality fruit. I can raise 200,000 a year. After all, I can eat 2 garden breaths every month. Tick, tick, Tick. When Fischer was thinking about how much his mind energy could increase in a year, the mobile phone beside him lit up, and then a strange ringtone rang. Croak. What does this guy want from me? Fischer murmured to himself suspiciously while looking at the display, and then connected the phone. Hey, Fischer, hurry up and take care of your BD brother. If you come to disturb my research next time, I will do it. Crook's roar came from one side as soon as the phone was connected. It made Fischer unconsciously keep the phone away from his ears. After listening to Crook's words, black lines immediately dropped on Fischer's forehead. Damn brother, I ran to get the idea of the vitality tree again. That's the character of the old man Ilmi. When you encounter something good, you want to hold it in your own hands. In the original book, this is the case after knowing Killua's specialness to Aluka, and want to control Killua, so as to master the infinite talk of Naga. Now as soon as the vitality tree appeared, this guy had the idea of the vitality tree. If it wasn't for the vitality tree being guarded by Guy Lu and Kruk in turn, they wouldn't even know it was transplanted to that secret base by this guy. It's not a problem to continue like this. Fischer scratched his forehead, feeling a little helpless. Why don't you force this guy, Ilmi, to make a vow not to go near the vitality tree? No, they are relatives anyway, so they can't be treated so harshly. Forget it, let Crook and the others do it. Thinking of this, Fischer gave orders directly to Crook. Crook, next time this guy wants to get the idea of the vitality tree, you can call Galo together, push him to the ground and beat him to death, just give him a breath. I'll treat him then. Fischer ordered lightly. Fischer is very clear about his own healing ability, even if he has only one breath left, he can still save him. Moreover, even if it is dead, Fischer can bring it back. After all, I have already obtained the recognition of my natural teeth. The ability of Tianchenja Heavenly Blade is already usable like Mingdao Wanuepo. As for this guy who is a fan of Year, if he doesn't give this guy a special lesson, this guy won't stop. I asked Crook to study how to divide the vitality tree and plant more airless trees. 0. If IL fans continue to make trouble like this, what should I do if something goes wrong? That's what you said. Next time this guy comes over, I'll ask Guy Lu to beat him up with me. Crook on the other side was very excited when he heard this sentence, and reminded him loudly. As if afraid of Fischer taking back his words, he hung up the phone. Ilmi, you're really going to cause me trouble, UPK, how can I take over Zoldyck if I don't teach you a lesson? Looking at the hung-up phone, Fischer sighed heavily. Afterwards, Shell got up and left the secret room. It's time to give the vitality fruit to Killua, Kurapika, and Menchi. You can't favor one another. Muttering to himself, Fischer walked out of the secret room. Speaking of these three guys, Wart stayed in the sky circle with Gon during this time and did not leave. And Kurapika has been staying in Yokiksen city. As for Menchi, this guy has plunged headlong into the depths of the wetlands since the last time he left Kukolo Mountain. According to her, there are many gourmet thieves in the depths of the Wetmali wetland. As long as she visits that place, she must be the top hunter in the world after she comes out. But even so, the guy's connection with Fischer has never been broken. I will call Fischer every few days to report his safety, and will send text messages when I can't get through. The last time Fischer left the world of Hunter x Hunter to go to the world of One Piece for more than a month, this guy sent Fischer as many as 15 messages, all reporting his whereabouts. Although she doesn't know how her strength has improved, Fischer knows that this guy has already found dozens of dreamy delicacies. It is estimated that the gourmet cells have been raised to a certain level, and the strength improvement should be very objective. Let's go to Menchi first, I haven't seen her for so long, I miss her a lot. Muttering to himself, Fischer embarked on a journey to the wetland of Shimali. Chapter 96. Here we are, Master Fischer. A black car stopped outside the wetland, and the butler in a black suit and sunglasses said respectfully. Ah, you can go back, wait for my call. Fischer nodded and ordered, and then got out of the car. Yes, Master Fischer. The butler replied, and then drove away from here. The last time I came here was half a year ago. I don't know where that guy Menchi is now. Looking at the wetlands shrouded in smoke, Fischer murmured to himself. The next moment, Fischer turned into a bolt of lightning and soared into the sky, and was submerged in the smoke in an instant. At the same time, in the Wetmali wetlands, this guy Menchi is sitting in front of a bonfire and eating. A huge piece of barbecue was roasting on the bonfire, and a large pile of huge animal bones was piled up not far away from it. One can imagine how big Menchi's meal is. 887. And around, in the smoky darkness, one after another hidden monsters stared at this side with burning eyes, but they didn't dare to take a step forward. Many monsters even showed timidity in their eyes when they looked at Menchi. Obviously, these monsters were all beaten by Menchi, and they were even frightened. Fischer would be very surprised if he was here. You must know that he and his grandfather Genio also killed a lot of monsters when they came here, and they didn't make these monsters timid. But Menchi did it. In fact, Fischer was quite surprised. Fischer, who descended from the sky, immediately noticed the many monsters around here, and noticed the timid emotions of these monsters. You're doing well here. I never made these guys so scared when I came here before. Fischer said unexpectedly. Startled by Fischer's sudden appearance, Menchi choked directly, scratching his neck desperately, trying to swallow the food in his throat. Fischer. Although she was a little speechless at Menchi's appearance, Fischer still helped her, using the healing system to smooth her breath and let him swallow the food in his throat. Hey, don't be afraid. The most you come here is to find them to fight and improve the favor, right? I came here to be a big eater. Menchi proudly raised the huge leg flesh in his hand, and said with a smile. Fischer. Well, it's really scary. It doesn't matter if you die, but after you die, your body will be gnawed by the enemy, which makes these monsters very scared. However, it's not scary to think about it. In nature, this kind of situation is very common. Or maybe it's because this enemy is a human. By the way, Fischer, you came just in time. I just found a very valuable plant. Come with me then. At this moment, Menchi suddenly remembered something, and said with a serious expression. Baby. Well, baby, it's a kiwi tree. Although I don't know what effect it has, I can feel that the kiwi fruit grown on that tree is of great help to the human body. My gourmet cells are eager for that kind of peach. However, the kiwi fruit on that kiwi fruit tree is not yet ripe, and we need to wait another 2 days. Besides, there are 2 forces guarding there. Since you are here, please help me when the time comes. Menchi nodded and explained. Influence. Fischer naturally agreed to Menchi's request. The monkey in the 12 earthly branches, that guy brought a few men to wait there, specially waiting for the fruit on the kiwi tree to ripen. Besides, I also found several species of special macaques in the Wetmali wetlands staring at the tree. If I'm alone, it's a little troublesome to occupy that tree. You are here, and we will work together to snatch that tree down. Menchi continued talking, his eyes began to shine, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Started drooling. Hearing this, Fischer knew that the guy who authored Menchi wanted to monopolize that tree, really greedy. However, Fischer did not refuse. Since Menchi wants to monopolize it, then monopolize it. Moreover, something that can make gourmet cells crave for it is definitely not a simple thing. That's right. Suddenly, Fischer remembered something, took out 4 vitality fruits from the system space, and threw them to Menchi. Seeing this, Menchi quickly waved one hand, took the box containing the vitality fruit, and asked in doubt, "What is this?" "Good stuff, eat it quickly," Fischer said with a smile. "Hey? Good thing, yes, I can feel it. However, why do my gourmet cells seem to dislike the things in it? Menjian's expression was very strange. She could feel that the box Fischer gave her contained things that were beneficial to her, but the gourmet cells in her body disliked it very much. This is very contradictory. However, since it was given to him by Fischer, Menchi naturally wouldn't doubt it. After opening the box, he took out one of the fruits and bit it down. The next moment, Menchi became a master of Peking opera, and his expression changed kaleidoscopic people. Fischer, what did you give me? Afterwards, Menchi's roar resounded throughout the forest, startling countless birds and beasts. Haha, I said it was a good thing. Looking at Menchi who kept rubbing his cheeks, Fischer laughed gloatingly. He was also like this before, the strong sour taste of the vitality fruit is really unbearable. Hearing this, Menchi gave him a hard look. She sort of knew why her body felt that the vitality fruit was good for her, but her gourmet cells disliked it. The gourmet cell likes to taste food the most. The vitality fruit is so sour, and it is purely sour. How could the gourmet cell like it? Okay, I won't laugh anymore, let me test your Niankai cultivation for you first. Nankai cultivation base. Well, Nianqi cultivation base, stretch out your hand. Fischer materialized the detector, said gently. 386,930. Hey, your strength has improved really fast, and your Niankai cultivation level is 3.6, so it's so strong. Looking at the value displayed on the detector, Fischer was a little surprised. This value has almost caught up with Dad Silva. This guy Menchi is a latecomer. Aptitude is the worst among members of Fischer's faction, but the speed of improvement is the fastest. When he first joined his own faction, this fellow Menchi's Nianqi cultivation base was close to 100,000, no more. Unexpectedly, in the past 6 months, Menchi's Nianqi has become so strong. However, if you think about it carefully, with the gourmet cells and the grace of God, this wetland with dreamy food and many monsters is like a fish in water for Menchi, and it is normal to have this kind of strength improvement. Menchi, has your favor been upgraded? Ah, you said favor, my favor has reached 4.3, hurry up. Quick. Chapter 97. It's really this guy. Standing in a hidden place 1,000 meters away, Fischer used Netaro's viewing method to look at a huge kiwi tree 1,000 meters away, and said calmly. Ah, this guy seems to have known that there is such a special kiwi tree here, so he guarded it half a month ago. Every time those special kiwis come over, they are repelled by them. Menchi nodded, and then described what happened here. Speaking of the special macaque in Menchi's mouth. This stuff is really interesting. If it wasn't for what Grandpa Gino said, Fischer wouldn't know that there are animals as wonderful as those in One Piece world in this world. The scientific name is the existence of special macaques, and you can regard them as special soldiers among macaques. It was born after a country sent more than a dozen special soldiers who had cultivated cold ability to enter here decades ago. The macaques that can exist in the depths of the Wetmali wetland are naturally impossible to be ordinary macaques. These special macaques were originally just powerful and very smart macaques. After meeting these special soldiers who were dispatched in 2009, I learned Nen from these soldiers, and also imitated the various habits of these special soldiers, and trained myself as a special soldier among macaques. It is almost exactly the same behavior as the group of baboons on the island where Hawkeye is located in One Piece. This guy belongs to Byangde. Do you want to kill him right here? Sayu Fischer murmured looking at the 12 earthly branches lying leisurely under the kiwi tree. And at the moment when Fischer's words came out, 1,000 meters away, Sayu under the kiwi tree suddenly shuddered involuntarily, and the whole person instantly became vigilant. The 3 companions he brought were puzzled when they saw Sayu's appearance. What's wrong with you, boss? One of the Nen people asked. Go. Get out of here immediately. Sayu looked around in panic and gave orders to the 3 subordinates, then carefully left the kiwi tree and entered the mist. Seeing this, the three subordinates looked at each other, and they all saw the doubts among each other. However, since the boss gave such an order, they could only keep up and leave here quickly. On Fischer's side, Menchi, who was also watching Sayu's movements with a gaze, put down his hands speechlessly. This guy is so cautious. You just said a word. Even if he sensed your murderous intentions towards him, you don't have to leave just like that. Regarding Sayu's choice, Menchi couldn't complain. This, it should be called Kungzin. Fischer also had a strange expression on his face. Through the observation just now, Fischer can clearly see that the reason why Sayu uses this kind of movement completely is because his own sentence never reached his ears, it's just completely irrelevant words. What is it from the heart? It's called counseling, it's called a dog. Menchi spat and said unceremoniously and contemptuously. You decide. Hey? Those special macaques came out. Suddenly, Fischer found that after Sayu and others left, a group of macaques wearing tattered special equipment ran out of the dark and climbed up the huge kiwi tree in twos and twos. One by one stood beside the ripe kiwi, drooling and waiting. It really did appear. Since that's the case, let's go there too, otherwise it won't be worth the loss if we get eaten by these monkeys. Menchi also saw it, and then shouted, and then his body flashed turned into a pea and bounced out. Compared to this, what I'm thinking now is whether to kill Sayu, Byangda's undercover agent. However, it doesn't seem like this guy has anything to do with me being an undercover agent for Byangda. Forget it. Looking at Menchi's disappearing figure, Fischer muttered to himself, and glanced at the place where Sayu left while speaking. Immediately, Fischer followed Menchi's pace and rushed towards the huge kiwi tree. And as Fischer spoke again, Sayu, who had already retreated, was rushing towards the periphery of Chimera wetland, trembling again, his whole body was extremely cold, thousands of cold air shot straight from the solace of his feet to the sky. The next moment, Sayu completely gave up on the way of rushing, and directly sprinted towards the Wetmali wetland at the fastest speed. He was completely frightened by the panic that surged in his heart twice, and he broke out in cold sweat while running. Ma Dan, which scary guy is here, and he is specifically targeting me? Which monster did I provoke? Naturally, Fischer doesn't know that the thought that arises in his heart by accident will be perceived by Sayu scaring Sayu into such a picture. Even if they knew, they would probably laugh and applaud. As for Fischer, when Fischer came over, Menchi had already killed several special kiwis and occupied the kiwi fruit tree. It's really stingy for such a big tree to bear so few fruits. Holding a dozen kiwi fruits, Menchi glanced at the huge kiwi fruit tree, and his words were full of contempt. Fischer! Fischer, here you go, try it, I don't know what effect it has. Menchi threw a kiwi fruit to Fischer and picked up a kiwi himself. Fischer reached out to take it, and then directly bit down on it, making the kiwi fruit 3 or 2 times. As soon as he finished eating, Fischer felt a warm current spreading through his body, nourishing his body. This is... Fischer was a little surprised. Fischer could feel that as the warm current continuously entered his body seemed to become stronger. So that's it, this thing is to increase physical strength. Menchi also sensed the effect of kiwi, excitedly said. Transplant this thing to Kukula Mountain. Fischer nodded and directly made a decision. Let Crook study it and see if it can be mass-produced. The effect of kiwi fruit strengthening the body is not very obvious, but it is still there. It's just that the number is too small, but if this number is increased, then this thing will be very terrifying. And it just so happens that Crook is an expert in studying these strange plants. Let her study how to increase production, and it will be of great help to the Zoldyck family and herself. I think so too, but, Crook, you chicken of the 12 earthly branches. Menchi nodded, agreeing, but the next moment, she was attracted by the Crook that Fischer said. Well, Crook and Guy Lu, both of them are like you now, they are my direct housekeepers, you can communicate with each other. Fischer nodded and explained. Really, that's great. I used to admire them both very much. It's decided, I'll go back to Kukulu Mountain too. Menchi was very excited when he heard that Crook and Gale, 2 of the 12 earthly branches, had become his colleagues. You want to go back? That's just right, I'll leave this thing to you to get it back. I'm going somewhere else. Give it to me. Chapter 98. Speaking of which, I don't know if Killua and Gon are now the hosts. However, according to Gon's character, he is probably thinking about how to return Hisoka's punch. Standing in the huge square in front of the Sky Arena, Fischer looked at the huge towering building and murmured inwardly. Immediately, Fischer stepped out and walked towards the gate of the arena. When Fischer entered the Sky Arena, Gon and Hisoka were fighting fiercely in an arena on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. In the auditorium, many spectators are constantly bursting into shouts and enthusiasm. Gon, this guy has really mastered Lao Gao's teachings. However, this level can't beat that guy Hisoka. This guy didn't use his full strength from the beginning. Although the battle between the two looks intense, it's Hisoka who is throwing water. This guy is really a pervert. In the auditorium, Killua leaned on his chin, watching the battle below, thinking silently in his heart. Especially after seeing the red scar on Hisoka's face, Killua couldn't help complaining. As a killer, Killua's combat experience and eyesight are much better than Gon's, so he can tell that Hisoka was beaten in the face by Gon because Hisoka voluntarily was beaten. Because of this, Killua thinks Hisoka is perverted. After all, who wouldn't deliberately get beaten up if he wasn't a pervert? Moreover, the back and forth between the two on the court was also done on purpose by Hisoka. That guy seems to be very keen on playing like this. No, he is cultivating the target he wants to fight, turning the green apple in his mouth into a ripe apple. It really is the perverted Hisoka. At this moment, a voice rang in Killua's ear, making Killua tremble all over. Brother! Killua immediately recognized the owner of the voice, and couldn't help shouting out the message. Hey, long time no see, Killua! Fischer, who just arrived here, waved his hand and greeted casually. After saying hello, Fischer reached out and pressed Killua's head, rubbing it vigorously. Hey, brother, I'm not a kid anymore. Killua suddenly turned from embarrassment into anger when Fischer rubbed his head, and said loudly. Yeah, you're not a kid anymore. Fischer nodded while looking at the detector in his hand. Hey, it's more than 20,000. Sure enough, your talent is really terrifying. Looking at the value of Killua displayed on the detection phone, Fischer was deeply moved. Killua has only been practicing Nen for more than 5 months, but his potential energy has already reached this value. Although it is only 20,000, it is already the level that most of the gentlemen can only reach in their lifetime. For example, those companions of Kurapika in the original work probably couldn't reach this level in terms of the strength of their thoughts. These ninjas are referred to as rookies among rookies. And Killua can be regarded as out of the rookie level. Hey? 23,015? What is this? Annoyed, Killua noticed the detector in Fischer's hand, looked over it curiously, and was immediately puzzled when he saw the number on it. The strength of your thoughts. It took a few months to reach this level, Killua, your talent is truly terrifying. Fischer explained aloud. Hey, it's really interesting to realize the strength of mind energy into numbers. Killua immediately became interested when he heard that, and directly snatched the detector from Fischer's hand. Brother! Fischer didn't care about this, but rubbed his chin and thought about it. If you are so strong in 5 months, then you can practice for 50,000 a year. Killua's talent should be about the same as Gon's, and it's no wonder that Gon was able to crush Neferpitou after forced growth in the original book. The strength of Neferpitou's energy should not be much different from that of Yuppie. If the value of mind energy increases by 50,000 a year, it will be 1 million in 20 years. With the strength of the enhancer's thought energy and a potential energy of 1 million, its displayed energy will be very scary, and in addition to the special nature of its guessing boxing game, it can burst out more than the displayed energy. At the very least, it can burst out with hundreds of thousands of manifestations, and it seems normal for the most powerful attack to blow Neferpitou dry with a single punch. Glancing at Killua, who was studying the detection of mobile phones, Fischer was slightly envious. Talented people can really do whatever they want. No, it should be said that the protagonist can do whatever he wants. Shaking his head, Fischer dispelled the envy in his heart. I have the ability to multiply by 10 times, and I am not weaker than these two guys, or even much stronger. Taking a step forward, Fischer left Killua's side and walked towards the player tunnel, where there was a special guy. I remember you were the guy who fought against Hisoka a few months ago. What's your business with me? Leaning against the wall and watching the perverted Hisoka's play, Maki noticed Fischer's arrival and was a little puzzled. Well, it's nothing serious, Fischer said lightly, but the next moment his figure disappeared. This immediately made Maki tremble all over, and his whole body entered a state of alert. However, in the next moment, Maki was stunned, not daring to move. Because Fischer didn't know when he had already appeared behind her, pressing a hand on her body. Maki can feel that once he makes a move, he will face death. This was her first feeling after she realized that Fischer was holding her shoulder. This feeling terrified her. This is her physical instinct. Well, 150,000, as a member of Phantom Troop, you are really good. At this time, Maki heard Fischer's voice, and his heart trembled. The identity was exposed, and Maki knew that his identity was exposed. But she still didn't dare to make a move. This guy Hisoka doesn't want to play anymore. At this time, Fischer's voice came again. Hearing this voice, Maki looked over habitually. Sure enough, this guy Hisoka had given up playing, gone away from the ring, and was looking this way. Buzz. The next moment, Maki felt a terrifying aura erupting from behind her, instantly making Maki feel as if she was in an abyss, and the whole person kept trembling. Wang Hao. And below, Hisoka, who was looking at this side excitedly, also died down at this time, and his face twitched wildly. This guy will really kill me. Forget it, don't tease this guy anymore, I want to live for a while longer. Hisoka, who was originally excited when he noticed Fischer's appearance, didn't dare to have such thoughts at all. Because he knew it was Fischer's warning. Brother, what a terrifying air. Brother Fischer's anger is terrifying. Which monster is this? It makes people dare not have any resistance at all. How can the Sky Arena attract such a level of existence? Not only Hisoka was scared, but some of the Nin who came to watch the battle in the arena at this time were all falling into panic. The eyes one by one looking at this side were full of fear. Regarding this, Fischer didn't care at all, hooked Killua's side, and Fischer left here. Chapter 99. Brother, your Nian Chi is too terrifying. Fischer shouted in shock from Killua in the room on the floor of the Sky Arena. He wanted to shout this sentence from the auditorium of the arena just now. Yet, Gon on the side also nodded like a chicken chasing rice, his eyes full of admiration. Work hard, with the potential of the two of you, sooner or later you will be able to cultivate Nian Chi to the level as strong as mine. Fischer encouraged with a light smile. Ah, I will. Killua nodded firmly. He has now made Fischer his target. Well, as the first goal, surpass my brother. However, this goal is peaches for Killua. The Killua ghost cannot surpass Fischer in his life. After hearing Killua's words, Gon on the side quickly said, I will definitely work hard. This guy seems to have become Fischer's little fanboy. Fischer doesn't care much, though. I came here this time to find you, Killua. Here, this is the vitality fruit. After eating it, you can increase your mind energy. As for how you want to use it, you can decide for yourself. Fischer said while taking out the vitality fruit share belonging to Killua from the system space. With Killua's personality, it is estimated that he will not eat alone, and will definitely share it with Gon, and Fischer is too lazy to care about it. I guess I can't handle it. Hey, there is such a thing, thank you old brother 107. Killua was surprised when he heard Fischer's words, but then he understood the meaning of Fischer's words, and thanked him quickly. Killua is very clear that his elder brother doesn't have a good sense of Gon, so he will never give such good things to Gon. And with his own personality, he won't enjoy this kind of thing alone. Just now Fischer's exhortation has been specifically explained, and he doesn't care how he uses it. In other words, my elder brother allowed himself to distribute the vitality fruit to Gon. This is very contradictory, but it makes him very grateful. Hey, Gon, thank you brother quickly. After thanking Gon, looking at Gon who was still dumbfounded and unresponsive, Killua suddenly twitched his eyes and slapped Gon on the head, reminding him. Although Gon didn't know why Killua slapped himself on the head, but he knew that Killua wouldn't do it for nothing, so he followed what Killua said and quickly bowed to thank him. Thank you, brother Fischer. In the future, report your location to Wutong every month, and I will ask Wutong to give you 2 vitality fruits every month. Well, that's it, you guys go back. Fischer glanced at the bowing Gon, sighed slightly, then waved his hand casually, and drove away directly. Sure enough, Fischer still doesn't like Gon, a stunned young man. Is there anything else? That's really great, thank you brother. Then let's go, brother. Killua was a little surprised, and then said with a smile, and then impatiently took Gon's hand and left here. This guy distributed his share to Gon, which is equivalent to giving up more than 1,000 thoughts per month. However, this guy's talent is stronger than the rest of the family, and he probably won't lag behind the rest of the family. Sitting on the sofa, Fischer thought silently. The vitality fruit has the best effect only when it bears fruit for the first time, and each fruit can increase the mind energy value by 2,000. After that, there are only more than 1,000 to 2,000. Killua, why did you ask me to thank brother Fischer just now? In the corridor, Gon asked in confusion. Idiot, brother, if you say that, you have already allowed me to give you this thing. My brother said that this thing can improve the cultivation of mind energy. Killua glared at him, and then explained. Gon, this guy doesn't know how to grow his brain. Sometimes it's very witty, but sometimes it's a bit dull and can't turn its head. When my brother said that, he already knew that his character would do this, and he allowed it. That is to say, the elder brother handed over the vitality fruit to Gon through his own hands. In this case, shouldn't Gon be thankful? Didn't brother Fischer give you this? Sure enough, Gon didn't expect this at all. Phew, Gon, sometimes I really want to pry open your head and see how your head grows. If you get something good, will you, share it with me? Killua said after taking a deep breath. Of course. Gon nodded without hesitation. Yes, so I am the same. In this case, I have obtained such a good thing, do you want to share it with you? And my brother has always been very bad at your senses, so according to my previous attitude, I will never allow me to give you the vitality fruit. And my brother just said those words, what do you think they mean? The former said with a bit of hatred. It means brother Fischer gave me the vitality fruit through your hand. Gon's mind was spinning fast at this moment, and he figured it out all at once. That's it, so you said you should thank brother. Killua nodded in satisfaction, looking at Gon with a childish look. In this case, I really want to thank brother Fischer. Gon also came to his senses, scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and said. Yeah, let's go back and taste the vitality fruit my brother gave me. Killua nodded and said. Fischer naturally didn't know that what he said would be made up by Killua's brain. Fischer just doesn't want to be bothered with this kind of thing, doesn't want to interfere with Killua's character development. If you know, you will definitely be dumbfounded. The two quickly returned to the room. By the way, the two of them asked for a double room specially from the management staff of the Sky Arena. As soon as they returned to the room, the two couldn't wait to taste the vitality fruit. Then, very sour. Although it was very sour, the two of them still ate the vitality fruit. Soon, the two of them felt the changes in the mind energy in their bodies. It's amazing, one vitality fruit is worth 10 days of cultivation. After feeling the changes in the mind energy in the body, the two opened their eyes, and a flash of light flashed. Killua said excitedly. Yeah, that's amazing. Gon also nodded excitedly. My brother will ask Wu Tong to send us 2 vitality fruits every month from now on, that is to say, we can gain 10 more days of cultivation effect every month. Killua remembered what Fischer said before driving away. In other words, it got even more exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. Killua, your brother is so kind. Gon nodded, and then said enviously. Killua's elder brother has always been thinking about Killua, and will send Killua as soon as he has any good things. If only I had such a brother. Hey, you are envious. Killua said proudly. However, Killua felt a little regretful immediately. I really don't know why my brother hates you so much, otherwise you could be my brother's younger brother. Killua sighed. After saying this, Gon fell silent. Even though Fischer had said the reason why he hated himself before, he was still at a loss and didn't know. Chapter 100. Hisoka, who is that guy? In the dimly lit room, Maki crossed his arms and asked Hisoka without looking up, with a frightened expression on his face. She was taken aback by Fischer's anger just now. Although Fischer's aura was not mixed with any evil aura, the pure aura made her feel like she was in an abyss, and she didn't dare to have a little bit of resistance. Fischer Zoldyck, a member of the Zoldyck family. Hisoka looked at Maki with a smile, and replied with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. For Maki's current situation, Hisoka is very satisfied. Hey, I can't be the only one who is scared. Now seeing Maki being frightened by Fischer like this, Hisoka's inner balance is much more balanced. Zoldyck. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this family? Maki heard this, and his pupils constricted suddenly. Of course, she knew about the Zoldyck family. Several years ago, another member of their phantom troop was assassinated by Silva, the patriarch of the Zoldyck family. At that time, the head of the regiment deliberately found Silva Zoldyck for revenge, but she didn't know the result. However, since then, the head of the group has given orders, and the matter has been exposed. I didn't expect that the person who fought against the department last time was actually from the Zoldyck family, and he was so terrifying, but his aura made him dare not make any moves. Thinking of this, Maki's heart suddenly sank, and at the same time he was a little grateful. Ah, yes, I am glad. Fortunately, the team leader didn't decide to fight the Zoldyck family at the beginning. Instead, he fought with the Zoldyck family's patriarch in a fighting way, and then revealed it. If that feud continues to this day, then Phantom Troop is definitely at stake. In the face of such a terrifying enemy, it is probably useless for the members of the entire brigade to go together. This matter must be reported to the head of the group. Thinking of this, Maki immediately got up and said goodbye to Hisoka. Hisoka, I'm leaving, remember not to be late. This guy Machi was quite frightened. 11. However, it's no wonder that I was also scared. How did this little monster cultivate? The aura has become so terrifying. However, with such a terrifying aura, his strength has definitely improved greatly, and I really want to fight him. But forget it. After Maki left, Hisoka laughed lightly, murmured in a low voice, and halfway through the murmur, Hisoka's expression became excited and perverted, but the next moment, Hisoka looked like half of the eggplant was wilted down. Although I am a perverted combat killer, this kind of purely suicidal behavior is still not advisable. I'd better focus on Crollo and Gon. Shaking his head, Hisoka got up and went into the bathroom to show off his figure. It seems that because of Fischer's arrival, Killua wanted to show his progress in front of Fischer, so he ran to make an appointment for a quick battle that could be fought at any time. The kind that started fighting the next day. I have to say, Killua is really a genius. This guy has developed super speed in this time period. The speed is fast, but the power is a bit unsatisfactory. Moreover, all kinds of nin skills have been used freely, and they have become proficient. The enemy on the opposite side was completely fooled by Killua, and Killua especially showed off his various cold ability skills under Fischer's gaze. It is estimated that in a year or two, this guy will be able to fully rank among the nin masters. Facing his brother's great progress, Fischer is naturally very pleased. However, it's still a little immature now, and it's still a little powerless to face those famous nin people. Just in case, give this guy a mark. Looking at Killua fighting below, Fischer commented to himself. Although Fischer wanted to leave after watching Killua's fight, but under Killua's special plea, he stayed and gave some advice to the two of them. Clean up. After that, he left the Sky Arena contentedly and went to Yukiksen City. 0. Ask for flowers. This trip, Fischer's purpose is to give Menchi, Killua, and Kurapika 3 people with energy fruit. The work of Menchi and Killua is done and only Kurapika is left. I don't know how this kid is doing in Yukiksen City. Although there are reports, they are not reported as frequently as Menchi, and Kurapika does not report too many work matters. Speaking of which, this Yukiksen City is also a 3-way zone. Gangsters are everywhere, prosperous and corrupt. It's exactly the same as a certain city in the previous life, but it's no wonder. After all, the prototype is that city. Sitting in the car, Fischer looked out the window at the bustling steel forest, and said silently. 0. Soon, Fischer's car arrived at a luxurious hotel. This was arranged with the butler who came out this time. Master Kurapika has been notified. Master Kurapika said that he will be here on time at 9 o'clock tonight, Master Fischer. In the luxurious suite, the butler bowed slightly and reported to Fischer. Ah, it's hard work, you go down. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the unchanging scenery outside the window, Shell said. Yes, this subordinate retreats. The steward replied, and then retreated. Sure enough, I still prefer quiet places. This kind of steel forest is not suitable for me. Looking at the traffic flow outside the window, Fischer's face remained unchanged, but he felt a little tired inside. Just simply don't like this place. Compared with the steel forest, Fischer prefers the secluded forest. Shaking his head, Fischer left the floor-to-ceiling windows, sat on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes, and started his daily practice. Time passed quietly in the continuous rotation of the hour hand on the wall, and the night came quietly. At a certain moment, Fischer opened his eyes and looked towards the door. Come in. I'm sorry, Lord Fischer. The door was opened, and Kurapika, who hadn't seen him for a long time, came to Fischer and said with a smile. Long time no see, Kurapika, it seems that you haven't abandoned your practice knife. Chapter 101. How does it feel to be here? Looking at Kurapika, whose mental outlook has changed a lot, Fischer asked gently. Ah, good, I made the right choice this time. Although it's only been 2 months, I have already collected the eyes of a pair of people from the Nasra family. Based on the current situation, I have the confidence to recover the eyes of the tribe. Kurapika said with a smile. Ah, that's good. Extend your hand and let me see how strong your thoughts are now. Fischer nodded slightly, then materialized a detection phone and said to Kurapika. Thinking strength. Although puzzled, Kurapika stretched out his hand. 393,200. What is this? Looking at the detector in Fischer's hand, Kurapika asked like everyone else. The 613 detector for the strength of thought can detect the strength of your thought. Hey, it seems that you haven't improved your mind energy much recently. Looking at the numbers on the value, Fischer replied. So that's it, is this the strength of my thoughts? However, what you said is quite right. Recently, I have been practicing various skills, so I put aside the improvement of Nian Qi for the time being. Karapika was a little surprised, then nodded and said truthfully. That's right, your current shortcoming is indeed using skills. Fischer is also very clear why Karapika did this. Because of the restriction oath, Karapika's Nian Qi cultivation has reached the sky in one step, but there are still many deficiencies in the use of skills. In this case, it is indeed necessary to put the practice of using skills on the agenda. Otherwise, even if you have a strong mind, without the assistance of proficient skills, you will be handicapped when fighting. So I temporarily put aside the improvement of mind energy and focused on using skills. It's just that my fighting talent is good. Karapika nodded and said softly. By the way, Fischer, what are you doing here? It was Mr. Fischer just now, but now it's Fischer. Fischer was a little speechless. It's not in your character that you like others to call you an adult, isn't it? So that's what I call it. As for just now, there are other housekeepers here, so I naturally have to follow my housekeeping rules and address you as an adult. Karapika explained with a smile. Well, it's up to you. 11. This time I came here to give you this. In the future, you will report the location to Wutong every month, and I will ask Wutong to send it to you. Fischer didn't care about it, reached out and took out the vitality fruit, threw it over, and then ordered. This is... Karapika looked at the box in his hand with some doubts. That's the vitality fruit, which can enhance the mind energy, you'll know it after you eat it. Vital energy fruit. Could it be the fruit of the vitality tree? I have read the relevant literature, and it is said that this plant has been extinct for hundreds of years. Is it true that Karapika has read a lot of books, is knowledgeable, and knows a lot of secrets? After hearing Fischer say immediately after the title of Yuan Qi fruit came to mind. You know, even Grandpa Gino didn't know the existence of vitality fruit. And, the same goes for great-grandfather Maha. That's what old man Netero knows. Eat it quickly, I let others cultivate this thing, it can increase your thoughts. Fischer nodded, and then urged, with anticipation in his eyes. Seeing this, Karapika didn't think there was anything wrong, opened the box, took out one of the fruits, and bit it. Then, the world-famous painting was born. Ha 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 ha, it's so pretty, hee hee, posting this on the website of the Hunter Association will definitely make a lot of money. Looking at the picture on the phone, Fischer gloated and thought badly. I saw that there was a photo of Karapika's face distorted to the extreme on Fischer's mobile phone at this time, which was deliberately done by Fischer. I didn't think of this a few times before, but this time I just thought of it, so Fischer did it. Give it to me quickly. Karapika, who was covering her mouth and reluctantly trying to swallow the vitality fruit, heard Fischer's words, and rushed over directly regardless of the sour feeling in her mouth. The room suddenly became chaotic. Really, when did you become so naughty, Fischer? After successfully getting Fischer to delete the photos in the phone, Karapika complained to Fischer with still a bit of shame on his expression. Well, it's just to make you happy. Fischer said with a smile. This joke is too much. Karapika's eyes twitched, still very upset. Immediately, Karapika remembered something, and asked Fischer, by the way, Fischer, since you're here, can I ask you something? What about Phantom Troop? You told me not to interfere. Fischer blinked and said. No, it's not this, Phantom Troop, I'll take it all by myself. I want to ask you to do something else. Karapika shook her head, denying. Tell me, what's the matter? Fischer heard the words and said. You know Bartra, the world's richest man, Fischer. After pretending to cough, Karapika said seriously. Batra. You want me to treat his little girlfriend, and then use Batra to expand the way to find the red eye. Hearing this name, Fischer's mind was full of thoughts, and he immediately figured out that Karapika asked himself this time. The goal of. As expected of Fischer, I knew right away what I wanted to do. I heard from Killua that you have a very powerful healing ability, so I thought of asking you to help treat Batra's lover. Karapika nodded and said with a smile. You're not borrowing my strength. Fischer glanced at Karapika and said contemptuously. No, I'm using your power, not the power of the entire Zoldyck family. After all, Fischer, you haven't taken over the Zoldyck family yet, and asking for your help doesn't count as involving the entire Zoldyck family. Karapika shook his head and said firmly. 3.1 False reasoning. However, yes, I promise you to go. I think that guy is quite pleasing to the eye, and I don't mind making a move. Fischer gave Karapika another look of contempt, and then agreed. Batra, the world's richest man, Fischer knew about it both in his previous life and in this life, and he also admired this guy's infatuation. And, thank you for being somewhat interested in Greedy Island. It's really helpful, thank you so much, Fischer. Seeing that Fischer agreed, Karapika was slightly relieved, and then thanked him sincerely. You're welcome, I just happened to be looking for that guy too. I want to see how this guy Kim made the Island of Greed. Last time in the Secret Realm, Buletin Song seems to have said that Jinsnan is from the field. This ability should be inextricably related to the production of the Island of Greed. It's good to go and see. Chapter 102. I now fully understand why so many people want to be a hunter and get a hunter license. We are two unknown people, just showed our hunter license, and Bartra, a rich man, agreed to meet us. Sitting in the black car, Fischer said with a smile to Karapika beside him. Karapika works as a bodyguard in the Nasra family, and his reputation is not obvious. Fischer, as the young patriarch of the Zoldyck family, has no information from the outside world. However, this was the case, just showing the hunter license, Batra agreed to meet them, and the influence of the hunter license could be seen. Well, it's a very normal thing, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people who would rush for a card. Karapika said with a smile. Soon, the two entered a huge manor under the leadership of the black-clothed bodyguards. The car stopped in front of a huge and extremely luxurious villa. You two, please follow me. As soon as the car stopped, a man in black came over, opened the door, and said respectfully. Lead the way. Karapika said as the Fischers got out of the car. Led by the bodyguards in black, Fischer and Karapika 09 entered the villa. After passing through the spacious and gorgeous corridor, the two of Shell came to a hall. 2, please come inside. After saying respectfully to the two, the bodyguard opened the door. Fischer and Karapika didn't procrastinate and walked in. Welcome, Mr. Fischer, Mr. Karapika. What caught their eyes was an old man with grey hair and a benevolent face. This old man is none other than Batra, a rich man who is as rich as a country. At this time, the wealthy man had already stood up from the sofa, walking towards Fischer and Karapika with a joyful smile on his face. Behind him are several bodyguards in black, and a man in a suit with pointed ears. When Karapika contacted him, he said that he has the ability to heal his lover. It was a piece of information that made him very excited. Even if it might be fake, he still has to try it. As long as he can heal his lover, even if it is fake news, he will not let it go. It is better to believe in what is there than to believe in what is not. What's more, the Karapika who contacted him is a professional hunter with a hunter license, and he can't be indecisive. It's so scary. I dare not show any hostility towards them just by looking at them. Behind Batra, the professional hunter Jwezahula, who was specially invited by Batra to crack the Island of Greed, was looking at them in shock. Fischer and Karapika both. From the moment Fischer and Karapika entered, Jwezahula had already used condensation. At the first glance, Zhuezahula saw the incomparably tough air conditioning wrapped around the two of them. That's the terrifying thought energy after thousands of tempers, and it's impossible for non-masters to do this kind of thing. He hasn't cultivated his thoughts to this level yet. And, not just this. The first time he saw the two of them, he felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. That is not killing intent, but the instinct of facing someone stronger than oneself. My instinct told me that the two people in front of me were very dangerous and should not be enemies. Hey, Bartra, it's really hard to see you. Facing Bartra's enthusiasm, Fischer said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Bartra's face froze immediately. Because he felt that Fischer's words were ironic. Okay, stop talking nonsense and take me to see your little lover. After treating your little lover well, let's talk about my conditions. Looking at Bartra's froze face, Fischer didn't care, and went straight to the point, straight to the goal. When Karapika contacted Batra before, he communicated with Batra. As long as he can treat Obata's little lover, Batra will accept it as long as it is not unbearable. This is why Batra is so enthusiastic about Fischer and others. After all, without diamonds, without porcelain work, without 2s and 3s, I dare not go to Liangshan. Since Fischer and Karapika raised such a condition with him, they must be very confident. Fischer is not afraid of Bartra's regret later. Ah, good, good, this way please. Batra heard the words, and didn't care about other things, said quickly, and then walked quickly, leading the way for Fischer and Karapika. Fischer and Karapika slowly followed. Neither of them was in a hurry. This time, although the two came to the door on their own initiative, they were not the ones asking for help, but Batra, so they naturally wouldn't get flustered in a hurry. Zhuezahula and other bodyguards also hurriedly followed. Soon, everyone came to a room. Both of you, please come inside. Batra opened the door and greeted the two of them. N. Fischer responded lightly, and then stepped into it. The room is large, but the layout is not gorgeous, but very simple. Once you enter the room, you will be greeted by a very pleasant scent of flowers. In the center of the room, on a huge bed, a pale young woman was lying there quietly, like a sleeping beauty. On both sides of the bed, 2 rows of maids are standing respectfully. You two, please be sure to cure Elisa. Batra said nervously. After contacting Karapika, he deliberately brought his lover Elisa back from the hospital. Well, it was your infatuation that moved me, otherwise I really wouldn't have come here. The old man Netero is the only one who can afford me. Fischer glanced at the nervous Batra, said lightly, and then walked towards the big bed in the center of the room. Not everyone can please him. It is he who chooses the client, not the client who chooses him. The only one who can move him is Netero. Netero. Fischer's words stunned everyone present and shocked them. The people present were not simple people, so they could immediately recognize who Fischer was referring to as Netero. It's the president of the Hunter Society, Isaac Netero, not a 990 man with the same name. For a moment, several people were stunned in place. Is the person in front of them in existence of this level? Let's go, Master Fischer takes action, then the matter will definitely be successful. Looking at the few people who were stunned, Karapika said gently, and then walked over. But at this time, Bartra and Zhuezahula realized it and hurriedly followed. My lord, I'm begging you. Batra came to the bed and stood beside Fischer, lowering her body very low, begging in a low voice. Fischer didn't respond, but slowly stretched out his hand and held it in Sleeping Beauty's hand. The emerald green light instantly enveloped Sleeping Beauty's whole body, even Batra, an ordinary person, could see it clearly. This is the formed form of Nan, as long as the Nan is willing, ordinary people can also see it. Just like Hwashi Dolang in the Sky Arena, even ordinary people can see Transmuter's avatar. Seeing this emerald green light, Batra was extremely excited. However, in less than 2 seconds, Fischer cancelled none, which made Bartra, who was expecting it, stupid. However, the next moment, Bartra noticed that the eyelids of his lover Elisa, who had been silent for a long time, began to move and twitch slightly. Ah! Then, under Bartra's expectant eyes, the lover who had been asleep for several years slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 103. After spending half a day in the lobby of Batra's villa and drinking 2 pots of black tea, Fischer and Karapika finally waited for Batra's arrival. Sorry for keeping the 2 benefactors waiting for so long. Batra sincerely apologized to Fischer and Karapika as soon as he came over. Because of the reunion after a long absence with his little lover, he completely forgot the existence of Fischer and Karapika. It wasn't until the bodyguard couldn't stand it anymore and reminded Batra that Batra remembered this and hurried over. It's okay, it's better to say that your rare temperament makes me feel good about you. Fischer said lightly, and didn't care about the fact that the 2 of them were left alone for a long time. Karapika beside him also nodded gently, expressing that he didn't care. Bartra was relieved and let go of the worries in his heart. After all, he is his own benefactor, and Bartra is really worried that Fischer will be angry. He is not an ungrateful person. Then, Mr. Fischer, if you have any requirements, please follow me. Batra came to the opposite side of Fischer and said seriously. On the way here, Chwezahula had already reminded him. This time, Fischer and Karapika who came to cure his lover were very difficult, so he must not be in a hurry. He is also very aware of this, so he treats Fischer and Karapika very politely and seriously. Then I said, I need a game console for Greedy Island. At the same time, I know that your purpose of clearing the island of greed is to get the breath of the archangel to heal your little lover. Now I've cured her, but I don't want you to stop buying the Greedy Island. I need you to continue to follow your plan and hire Nan to clear the game. That's fine. Fischer nodded and said bluntly. I see, I understand, I will follow your instructions. Batra heard the words, without the slightest hesitation, he agreed directly. This cost is just a drop in the bucket for him. From the very beginning, he decided to go bankrupt to cure his lover Elisa. Now the cost of Fischer's request is only an insignificant bit of property compared to his net worth, and he doesn't care at all. Okay, if someone named Kilua and Gon come to you at that time and say they want to help you pass the game, you can just let them enter the game. Fischer nodded and continued. Are Kilua and Gon right? I see. Batra remembers their names and nods to show that he has remembered. Well, the next thing is about Karapika, you talk to Karapika. Fischer nodded again, then got up and left here. The next thing about the red eye is for Karapika to talk to Batra himself, he is not interested in this matter. Ah, yes. Chwezahula, please go to the game room, sir, and let him choose a game software. Batra got up quickly, and begged Chwezahula behind him. I see, Your Excellency Bartra. Chwezahula responded quickly, and then quickly followed Fischer's pace, leading the way for Fischer. The 2 quickly left the hall. So, Karapika, let's talk. Karapika, what is it that you want to ask me for? As long as I can do it, I will never be stingy. For Karapika, Batra did not have the extremely respectful attitude when he treated Fischer, but he was also very gentle and respectful. After all, Karapika took the initiative to contact him to treat him with the existence of his lover. Ah, yes, Mr. Bartra. Actually, I have something to ask you, I think. In the hall, Karapika and Batra began to discuss the red eye issue. On the other side, under the guidance of Juzijwala, Fischer came to Batra's game room where game consoles are specially placed. Master Fischer, you came at just the right time. Your Excellency Bartra just collected a new game software some time ago, otherwise your request would really not be fulfilled. Holding a game software, Chwezahula came to Fischer and respectfully said to Fischer. Yeah, then I'm really lucky. Master Fischer, let me come down and explain to you how to enter the Island of Greed and what you need to pay attention to inside. Ju Ziai Ju La asked Ying. Ah, there's no need for that, I know this game better than you guys. Fischer shook his head, took the game software from Jueza Hula directly and said. Afterwards, Fischer entered the game neatly while being stunned. Well, does Master Fischer know this game so well? Looking at the memory card inserted in the game software, Juezwilla asked with a grin. At this time, Fischer has successfully entered the initial hut of Greed Island. This is a very sci-fi hut. The whole hut is composed of game codes unique to the world of Hunter x Hunter. In the middle is a floating workbench. Behind the workbench sits a man with a sci-fi feel cute white-haired girl in a hat. The cute girl spoke directly after seeing Fischer. Welcome to the world of GI. You are Lord Fischer Zoldyck, right? Next we will explain this game, do you want to continue listening? Yi Tan, one of the producers of Greed Island, Mode Hao, is carrying out her own explanation task with a paralyzed face. Ah, no need, I'm not here to play the game, just to see what kind of game Jin that BD made, so I don't need you to explain. Fischer waved his hand casually, rejecting Ethan's offer a program that explains itself. After finishing speaking, Fischer walked towards the stairs in front of the floating workbench, and walked down under the speechless gaze of Sister Yitan. X. Can that BD? Is someone here to find fault? Do you want to inform Liza? Or ask Jin to wipe his directly? After Fischer completely disappeared from sight, Sister Yitan opened her mouth and said blankly. This kind of thought appeared immediately. Obviously, Sister Yitan also knew how strong her companion's ability to cause trouble was. Chapter 104. Really, the Island of Greed is circled by Jinsnan. This thing is completely competing with this world for territory. It's the same as the secret realm formed by Lemuel's afterlife. It's no wonder that Jin was able to pull Lemuel's remaining power to seal Buletin Song so many years before I appeared. Standing on the spacious prairie, Fischer looked up at the sky, using concentrate to observe the sky, read lightly. Although Buletin Song cooperated on purpose with the broken divinity taken from Lemuel's remnant soul, Xie has a very clear understanding of this world. Fischer dares to say that in the human kingdom, no one knows this world better than him, except for that old tycoon of Busan. As soon as he entered here, Fischer saw the huge Nan network above the sky. This vast network of Nan covers the skies over the Isle of Greed and rules the land. This is just the most basic force. Besides, there are many different forces connected with this force and vassalized on this network. If you want to say it, Jin's power is the emperor, and those Nan who are connected to Jin's power in 99 city are ministers. Fischer knows that these powers are the Nan of Jin's companions who made the Isle of Greed together. In addition, these connections on the Nan network in the sky also belong to Jin's own power. In this case, other people can't see it at all. Fischer is sure that if Jin himself did not take the initiative to reveal this Nan network, even the old man Netero would not be able to detect it. That is, Fischer, with the blessing of broken divinity, saw this network. Without the blessing of broken divinity, Fischer himself can't see it, so it's very safe. Is this what Busan said before, the Nan domain? I don't know what ability Jin's Nan domain has. Rubbing his chin, Fischer muttered to himself. Boom! There was a roaring roar, and a golden light rushed down from the sky. Hey, these guys finally took action. Seeing the falling light, Fischer smiled, Jack, and said. From the moment he got down, Fischer felt a sense of surveillance coming from all directions. However, Fischer didn't expect these guys to be so calm. It took me half an hour to observe the Nan network in the sky before someone came over. You are new to the game, right? The player said as soon as he landed. Hey, I remember this guy is the one who attacked Killua in the original book. Caught me. Then let's get rid of it. Fischer muttered in a low voice, looking at the guy who said a word and then started flipping through the card collection book, as if wanting to check his own information. On this wide grassland, Fischer didn't deliberately whisper, so this sentence was heard by the man with dreadlocks on the opposite side. Hearing Fischer's words, the man immediately wanted to laugh wildly. However, the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Laughed at him because he was out of breath. In an instant, Fischer appeared behind this guy, and directly took off the guy's head. Because the speed is too fast, this guy is still interesting. Looking at his own headless corpse in front of him, this guy opened his mouth, but finally he didn't say his last words, his eyes dimmed. At this moment, the surveillance eyes that had been on Fischer from the very beginning disappeared completely at this moment. Obviously, seeing the scene in front of them, these players knew that Fischer was not someone to be messed with, and they didn't dare to have any evil intentions. The speed that makes the enemy even have no chance to react, and the existence of the opportunity to not even use the card is not something they can provoke. Moreover, the scene just now let the watchers know that Fischer is a decisive person to kill. They didn't dare to bet that once Fischer was a murderer, they might be killed by him as soon as he appeared in front of him, just like that unlucky guy just now. Phew, it's much easier. You have to have someone to scare the chickens and monkeys, otherwise these guys won't stop. Feeling that the surveillance eyes around him disappeared, Fischer said calmly without changing his face. Immediately, Fischer put his hands in his pockets, and walked slowly towards one of the directions where he had surveillance eyes before. Take your time, there are still 2 months before the auction on September 1st, enough for me to understand the domain of Greed Island. On the other side, in an active volcano with extremely harsh environment, Jin was holding a huge piece of barbecue at the crater and boldly grilling the barbecue. On the side, a monster with a huge slit in its thigh was looking at him angrily. What are you looking at? What happened if I ate a piece of your meat? It will grow back in a few days. Seeing the monster staring at him angrily, the BD Jin stared back fiercely and growled loudly. Woo! The monster was also angry, and regardless of the sense of crisis that Jin gave him, he opened his bloody mouth and bit it. The result is naturally conceivable. This monster directly entered the active volcano, almost made this active volcano erupt. Really, how stingy, don't I just eat a piece of your meat, why should I be so angry? However, Jin, the BD, muttered after throwing the monster into the volcano, complaining about the monster. If this monster hears it, it will definitely be possessed by Zhuliang. I've never seen such a brazen person. Time passed quietly. Half an hour passed, and Jin's barbecue was finally completed. However, just as Jin opened his mouth wide to bite down, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. Well, Aiden. This guy hasn't contacted me for several years, why did he call all of a sudden? Looking at the contacts on the phone, Jin was a little puzzled, but he still connected. Moxie, Yi Tan, why did you contact me? While biting the barbecue, Jin asked indistinctly. The next moment, the roasted meat in Jing Cao sprayed out and roared furiously. What did you say? Chapter 105. The people here are real people. Definitely Kim got it from somewhere else, or he's a native of this island. 17. However, how did Jin make these guys cooperate so much? No. These guys seem to have no memory of Greedy Island at all. It seems that the memory has been erased and instilled with new memories. It's a crime. Would you like to talk to that old man Netero? If Netero knows, maybe he will be arrested. Hey, that picture is a bit beautiful. Thinking of the battle between the two top 5 ninjas, Fischer felt a little excited. Just do it, go out now, and explain the things here to Netero. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Fischer made a decisive decision to leave the island of Greed and go out to call Netero. However, before Fischer could act, the familiar roar came into Fischer's ears again. BD, you think I'm going to commit a crime? As soon as the light fell to the ground, Jin, who hadn't seen him for a long time, rushed towards Fischer, grabbed Fischer by the collar, and roared loudly. Why are you here? When Jin appeared, Fischer was also very dazed, staring blankly at the man with a stubble and a slovenly appearance. This is the domain I created, isn't it normal for me to come here? Jin loosened Fischer's collar, glared fiercely at Fischer, and shouted unhappily. Is it really your domain? How do you explain these guys? Most of these people are normal people, only a few NPCs are non-products. How do you explain their strangeness? Fischer looked as expected, and then asked Xingshi. You're a killer, why bother with this? Jin Buquan said bitterly. Of course I don't need to worry about this, but it's definitely very interesting to make trouble for you BD, hehe. Speak quickly, or I will go out now and tell Netero what happened here. Kui urged with a proud face. TCH, do you think old Netero doesn't know anything about this place? Old man Netero already knew about the things here, and he also allowed the existence of this special place called Greed Island. The people who were transferred here are all a group of hard-working people. They are residents of small countries all over the world that have been devastated by wars and have suffered all kinds of trauma. I am communicating with them, and only after obtaining their consent can I change their memories, so that they feel that they are residents here and live on this small island without any worries. Jin slightly sighed, and then explained, looking at the surrounding crowd is also full of pity. Hey, that's how it is. I said, how can such an inhumane thing like memory modification be allowed? It's okay if the person concerned agrees. After hearing Jin's explanation, Fischer suddenly realized. Okay, let's talk about your business. What are you doing here? I created this island of greed to improve the strength of some rookies. You are so strong, why do you still come here? Jin gave Fischer a contemptuous look, and then asked seriously. Indeed, this place is indeed a good place for cultivation. It says it's for rookies, but it's actually for your son. Fischer replied with a look of disdain. Well, that's about it. Okay, don't change the subject, tell me, what are you doing here? Jin shrugged, without denying it, and continued to ask. I'll talk about that later, let me see how strong you are. Hey? Are you going to fight me? Let the horse come here. No, I don't want to fight with you, I just want to see your potential strength. Fischer shook his head and denied it. When he said it, he put a hand on Jin's shoulder and directly realized the detection phone. 110-0326. Hey, your Nian Qi cultivation is really terrifying. Looking at the value in the phone, even Fischer showed a surprised expression. You freaks' family are all monsters. Immediately, Fischer looked at Jin with disgust and said. With Gon's cultivation speed, as long as he doesn't get lazy, Wang's teenage spirit value can definitely exceed 1 million. And Jin is also in his 30s, and his mind energy value has already exceeded 1 million. Thinking about Dong freaks who might still be wandering around the dark continent now, Fischer couldn't help complaining. However, I am not qualified to say that. The Zoldyck family also produced themselves, Killua and Aluka. Monster to monster. Hey, this thing is for detecting thoughts, right? You have developed a good thing. Seeing the numbers on Fischer's phone, Jin's IQ immediately guessed the function of detecting the phone. 1,100,000. Not bad. Rubbing his chin, Jin kept nodding, obviously satisfied with his potential strength. 0. Seeking flowers. Hey, wait, I almost fooled you. Quickly tell me, what are you doing here on Greedy Island? After a moment of complacency, Jin came to his senses and continued to ask. UBD, do you care about Greed Island so much? Fischer raised his eyebrows when he heard this. That's natural. The Island of Greed was specially created by me to deal with various crises that may be encountered in the future, and I can't let you destroy it at will. Jin raised his eyebrows, very complacent, and didn't mean to hide it at all. Having said that, Fischer remembered the situation when Jin came here just now. After slightly raising his eyebrows, Shell asked, "You guy, you didn't use a card to come here directly from the Island of Greed?" Jin remembered that in the original book, after Gon cleared the customs, he used the card spell outside the Island of Greed and arrived at Kate. 0. Hey, did you know the card not long after you came in? However, I will not hide it from you. The Island of Greed is the rear area I am preparing for, and it is the backing for me to march into the Dark Continent. As long as the Island of Greed exists, even if I encounter danger in the Dark Continent, I can use the card to fly back. Jin said triumphantly. May I ask, Jin, in the previous secret realm, can you use this ability? Looking at Jin in this state, Fischer couldn't help but asked in shock. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Jin's complexion changed suddenly, like an eggplant beaten by frost. That place doesn't count. Those two guys in the secret realm are monsters among monsters, so it doesn't count. Jin said rascally. In that place, his domain abilities were only basic abilities, and none of the other special abilities could be used. For this, Fischer just shrugged and didn't care. Immediately, thank you for looking at the sky. Jin, your NAN network is your domain ontology, how do you do it? Hearing this, Jin's pupils shrank immediately. What he was most worried about still happened. When Fischer was in the secret realm before, when Fischer threatened Bulletin Song and told them to retreat, Jin knew that Fischer had a big secret. This secret made Fischer very mysterious. So after Ethan informed him that Fischer had entered the Island of Greed, he rushed over in a hurry. Because he was afraid that Fischer would be able to see the cornerstone of his NAN domain. Sure enough, can you see it? Ding! Chapter 106. This was created after I observed the secret place of after-death reading for several years. In the beginning, I really just wanted to fulfill my childhood dream and create a game world. However, after entering the secret place of after-death reading, I was inspired and transformed this Island of Greed and used it as my base camp. In a sense, I'm invincible here. Because here, I have the assistance of this field. In this field, my strength will be doubled. Even the old Netero's 100 style of Avalokitesvara interferes with the nature of time, and I can use this field to suppress it. Sighing slightly, Jin slowly began to talk, and as he spoke, Jin's face revealed a smug look. Baishi Avalokitesvara, the 127 Netero guy's NAN is basically incomprehensible in prayer gestures, but he can suppress it, which is enough for him to play for a lifetime. In fact, like most NAN people, it is impossible for Jin to disclose this kind of ability to others, because it will make Biren analyze his weaknesses. But no way, the person who called was Fischer. It is the existence he fears the most. The purpose of Fischer's coming here this time is to discover the peculiarity of his Island of Greed, and to analyze the domain of his Island of Greed. If it was someone else, who directly kicked open the door of other people's house and came in to make trouble, Jin would definitely kill him immediately. Even if he was a friend, he would give him a good beating. However, it happened to be Fischer, he didn't dare to do anything casually. Jin is also very afraid of Fischer's power that can easily put himself into a life and death crisis. In this case, it is better to spread out one's ability directly. According to his understanding of Fischer's younger brother, as long as his son Gon keeps walking with Zoldyck, it is impossible for Fischer and himself to become hostile. So even if you expose your Island of Greed ability, you will be fine. I have to say that Ginger is still old and spicy, and this guy Jin is really an old fritters. In just a few months, Fischer's rarely leaked information has been collected, and Fischer's character has been analyzed from these clues. Indeed, Shell is a brother-in-law. No, it's better to say that Fischer takes the members of the family very seriously. Hisoka, the old brother's partner of IL fans, came to provoke him, and Fischer even spared him once because of the existence of IL fans. And Killua is friends with Jin's son Gon. As long as Jin doesn't deliberately provoke him, then Fischer will never confront Jin. In other words, the possibility of becoming an enemy between King and Fischer is almost zero. Hey, it's really scary. So, now I'm not a fish on the sticky board, and I can be slaughtered by you at will. Fischer was also amazed when he heard this, but then he narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile. Are you joking? Even if I fight Old Man Netero, I don't want to fight you. Jin hearing this, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and he glanced at Fischer contemptuously. Although this kid is not an old man, he is very bad. Well, don't be so nervous. I didn't come here to find fault, I just came to see what your field is like. However, it seems that if you can't break through the barrier of Lemuel's afterlife secret realm, your field is useless. Why do you regard this place as the rear of the Dark Continent? Fischer shook his head, expressing that he had no malice, but then asked in a puzzled manner. You thought the Dark Continent was full of that kind of existence? That kind of existence is also top-notch in the Dark Continent. We who belong to the rookie level in the Dark Continent, even if we enter the Dark Continent, it is the edge of the Dark Continent, and we will not encounter that kind of terrifying existence. The ones that can be encountered are also several levels lower, the level of the 5 major disasters. For an existence of that level, even if I get hit, I can still use the power of the Island of Greed and use card spells to teleport myself back. Jin heard this and looked at Fischer speechlessly. This guy, too far-sighted. Thinking has crossed so many levels, and I want to confront those terrifying monsters and gods. Should it be said that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers? And, is this Versailles this game? Hey? Who is Versailles? Yes, that's exactly how you went there. Fischer was also slightly taken aback, and then sighed slightly. Jin and the others were not targeted by the gods over there, and indeed, as he said, they would only encounter some weak monsters and disasters. But I am different. Once he goes to the Dark Continent, he will definitely attract the top existences of the 3 major forces on the Dark Continent to kill him. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Jin, you flew over from outside the game, so give me some of those cards. Shaking his head, Fischer didn't want to think about such a headache for the time being, and asked Jin for advice. Here you are, get out of here quickly. Don't come again. Faced with Fischer's begging, Jin agreed without thinking, took out several cards from his card collection book with a wave of his hand and threw them over, rushing in disgust. Although these gadgets that can be used outside the Island of Greed are expensive, they can avoid disasters if they lose money. The main thing is that this guy doesn't attack his own Island of Greed, nothing is a problem. Thanks, then I'll go first. Catching the cards thrown over, Fischer glanced at them, then threw a few cards into the 2.3 system space, and waved his hand as a thank you. Let's go, let's go. Jin still waved his hands and continued to chase people away. Goodbye. Fischer didn't procrastinate, and directly used a leaving card that Jin gave just now, and left the Island of Greed. After Fischer left, Jin rushed to the initial hut in a hurry. Yitan, quickly delete the information of that kid Fischer, and put that kid into the blacklist, don't let that kid come in again. Upon arriving here, Jin ordered urgently. The Island of Greed is also the real world, you can't stop that person from coming. Yitan didn't act according to Jin's order, but said lightly. Forward. Careless. Chapter 107. Flying. This kind of card does not appear in the Island of Greed. I don't know what it does. In Batra's villa, in the room Batra prepared for Fischer, Fischer looked at the card in his hand and said with great interest. Immediately, Fischer looked at the introduction on the card. Flying, record the person or object you want to go to in your mind, and then say the word flying to reach the person or object you want to go to. Hey, interesting, is there no limit to this kind of introduction? The card should be set with a very powerful tracking NAN, which can track people and things without limit, and as long as it matches, you can go to the place you want to go in your mind. Give it a try. After a long silence, Fischer raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a smile, and said. Afterwards, Fischer yelled out after thinking about the villa in Kukulu Mountain in his mind. Flight. As soon as the words fell, a wave of Nen emerged from the card, covering Fischer's body in an instant. 09. After writing this, Fischer rushed out of the window and re-entered the sky. Interesting, I can't break this Nen with my strength. This kind of power is somewhat familiar. It is the power of the oath. It seems to be the work of Jin's painstaking efforts. Fischer, who was wrapped in Nen in the sky, said unexpectedly. Just now, he tried to use the Nen chi that exploded himself, trying to rush out of the Nen of the flying spell. However, even if Fischer erupts the 8-layer enhancer's energy, it cannot destroy this power zone. At the same time, when his mind energy collided with the power of the flying spell, Fischer felt a familiar yet unfamiliar force from it. That was the power Fischer felt earlier when he made the vow in Karapika. That is to say, the flying spell is related to the oath, which touches some kind of rules. This kind of power was born in Jin's Nen domain, so it seems that Jin's Nen domain is related to the restriction in oath. At first, I wanted to do some research to see if I could create a domain like Jin. But if you use the restriction oath, then forget it. I'd better keep a respectful distance from things like restrictions and oaths. However, it's no wonder that Jin will regard the Island of Greed as his whole card. I have to say that this guy Jin is a real genius, with an extraordinary IQ, a huge brain hole, and extraordinary talent. He was the only one among the Nen who dared to think about and do such a thing as the field, and he succeeded. I didn't even think of this myself. If it weren't for his broken divinity, it would be impossible to find the golden Nen. This guy, except for the last time in the secret realm, probably hasn't revealed his real Nen. Usually fighting with others should be just those battles copied from others. Time passed in Fischer's thinking, and in just a few minutes, Fischer crossed half of the human kingdom and returned to the dry mountain. This speed is also a bit worse than Fischer's space magic flickering, but there are advantages and disadvantages between the two. One's own magic flicker needs to be imprinted, and the magic power consumed will also be determined according to the distance. As long as the magic power is enough, it can be teleported in an instant. The flying spell means that as long as you think about it in your mind, you can fly over the people and places you want to find. Both may sound like flying is inferior to blink, but flying is a spell card that does not consume the user's Nen, while magic blink does. Unfortunately, I don't have this kind of technology. In terms of magic, I have 6 orifices, but I don't know much about it. Otherwise, I can also make magic items similar to flying cards. In this way, there is no need for the magic power in the body to disappear every time the big map is transmitted. Lying on the familiar bed, looking at the familiar ceiling, Fischer murmured to himself. Jumping up, Fischer landed on the ground and walked towards the bathroom. Let's take a shower first. How about it, can it be cultivated? In the botanical garden of Kukulu Mountain, Fischer asked Crook, who was stroking his chin and observing the kiwi fruit tree that Menchi brought back from the wetland. The ramets can definitely be ramets, but the growth cycle of this thing is too long, and it cannot be shortened at all. The disadvantages brought about by cultivation outweigh the advantages. Crook said confidently, but the next moment he frowned and asked Fischer. If you want to cultivate this thing by division, it takes too much effort and the cost is very high. He does not recommend cultivation. How? Fischer didn't know much about this kind of thing either. I'm branching the vitality tree right now, and I need to spend a lot of time observing it. If you let me cultivate this, then I need to spend most of my time observing it. Then the production increase plan of the vitality tree will be postponed indefinitely. Crook told the truth. She is now studying how to branch out new vitality trees from the vitality tree without damage, so how can there be so much time to cultivate new species? Although she also likes this kind of work, she does it on a first come, first served basis. She first expands the branches of the vitality tree, and doesn't want to change the target at will. So that's the case, then let's put it on hold for now. Fischer nodded knowingly, even giving up the idea of letting Crook distract himself from cultivating kiwi trees. Fischer wants to see the birth of a new vitality tree earlier than the kiwi fruit tree that does not bear much fruit. Fischer has an ambition, that is to let the entire Zoldyck family reach the limit of 5 million thoughts, and make all members of the Zoldyck family become gods. 377. I will take this kiwi tree. At this time, Galo's voice came from not far away. You? Is it possible? Fischer was a little surprised. After all, Guy Lu is a poison hunter, and there should be no research on this aspect. Poison hunter also knows how to deal with various plants. I still have some experience in this regard. Guy Lu also saw Fischer's thoughts and explained gently. Won't it keep you up? Fischer asked. Crook is a plant hunter, who originally specialized in studying plants, but Guy Lu is not. Let Guy Lu cultivate kiwi trees, won't it delay Guy Lu herself? No, not at all. I don't need to waste too much time developing poisons now, I just need to read more books. Jalou shook his head and said. Is that so? I'll leave it to you. Fischer also nodded when he heard that Guy Lu would not be delayed, and entrusted the kiwi tree to Guy Lu. I'll help too. Menchi, who came behind Guy Lu, also said immediately. No, I think it's better for you to go to the Wet Mile wetland, it's too much of a waste of your gourmet cells here. Fischer didn't say that. Even though I think so, Menchi doesn't want to intervene because of what he wants to do. After all, even though they are their own direct stewards, Fischer will not restrict them particularly because of this, and the degree of freedom is still very high. Chapter 108. For the next month or so, Fischer stayed in Kukulu Mountain to practice. The improvement of potential energy, various skills, the development of Nen, thundering fruit, twisting fruit, squeezing fruit, sweet fruit, three-color domineering, and even Fischer with natural teeth have not been put on hold. As long as it is the ability he knows, Fischer is improving rapidly. Over the past month or so, Fischer's potential strength has also been raised to the same level as gold under the effect of cultivation and vitality fruit. 111-0320. And the various Nen skills are constantly improving. The power of the thunderbolt fruit became more and more terrifying. The ability to reverse the fruit is to develop the power to reverse the attack. As for the sweet fruit, various petrified moves of this thing have also been developed, but the appearance of the moves is different from that of Hancock. For a man like Fischer to put on those poses like Hancock, Fischer thinks he might as well kill himself. Think about the picture. Naturally, the squeezed fruit has not fallen, and it can already be used initially. However, it is still very difficult to achieve the kind of random extraction of all kinds of unfavorable things that invade the body that Fischer expected. Because the result of the human body is very complicated, it requires a very good understanding of the structure of the human body. For this, Fischer needs to read more books. As for Tianchengja, after more than a month of practice, Tianchengja's Mingdao Wanyuepo has made great progress, and he can release a near-round Mingdao. The remaining three-color domineering, Fischer chose to combine the three-color domineering with the Nen system. Armed color domineering fusion with Enhancer's mind. When fighting Rayleigh in the world of One Piece, the fusion of Fischer's armed domineering and Enhancer's mind is only in its infancy, and its power has not yet been truly developed. But even so, its power can be opposed to Rayleigh's 8-layer overlord color winding, its power can be imagined. And this is just Fischer's Enhancer training not long ago, and the armed color is only at the intermediate level. This level of strength is already comparable to top-notch armed forces. Both of them specialize in destructive power. If they continue to improve, their power will become even more terrifying. And knowledgeable domineering is a fusion of Fischer's circle. The circle of the Nen system is a very special Nen technique, because it is necessary to separate the mind energy from the body and control it, and it is very difficult to separate the mind energy from the body. Even transmuter practitioners cannot maintain the mind energy after releasing it from the body too far away. Fischer's circle can reach 2000 meters, which is already a very scary range. But after Fischer integrated the knowledge and arrogance, the range of Fischer's circle suddenly doubled, reaching a distance of 4 kilometers. Knowledge-colored domineering, this kind of special domineering in the world of One Piece, is not like the Nen-chi of the Nen system, which is difficult to control out of the body. Fujitora, who became an admiral in the Navy's conscription plan, has a very terrifying attainment in this area. He can clearly perceive the position of the meteorite in outer space and pull it down with the force of gravity fruit. With a wide range of knowledge, he can be called the number one person in the pirate world. Although Fischer's knowledgeable color is not as terrifying as Fujitora, it is still very good and has a few kilometers. Moreover, with the help of knowledge, Fischer also developed the particle-shaped circle of the Ant King Miruem in the later stage, which can go with the wind and spread far away. As for Overlord's color, Fischer did not choose to focus on thoughts, but on Overlord's color itself. Overlord's color cannot be improved by cultivation, but by the enhancement of the owner's vigor, which is recognized by Pirate World. However, here, Fischer is able to use the basic skills refinement in the Nen system to improve his will, improve his courage, and make his Overlord look stronger. After more than a month, Fischer has already felt that his Overlord color has improved significantly, and the power of the Overlord color has also increased accordingly. This is what Fischer has achieved over a month. In other words, Fischer, who has the ability to multiply by 10 times, can do this. If it were someone else, being able to harvest one or both of them in such a short period of time would be considered a high-spirited, not to mention so many abilities. As for the Nen of several other systems, Fischer has not developed it. Mainly time does not allow. More than a month has passed, and Fischer also ended his training this time. It's not that Fischer doesn't want to go on, it's that the time is running out. It is now August 25th, and in a few days it will be September 1st, when the auction in Ujiangsan City will start. Fischer is going to visit Yukiksan City and meet Phantom Troop. Although leaving Phantom Troop to Kurapika, that didn't stop Fischer from finding these guys to talk to. However, before leaving, Fischer went to the botanical garden to see the condition of the vitality tree and the kiwi tree. However, it is clear that there is no change between the two. The recovery of the vitality tree is very simple, and it is also very simple to cultivate, but the branching seems to be very troublesome. Crook studied for several months without getting a definitive answer. As for the kiwi tree, Guy Lu seems to have already divided into several plants. This thing is easy to divide, and it is not as delicate as the vitality tree. However, the growth rate is too slow. Even if Crook instills vitality into it, it will grow very slowly. Crook doesn't have that much vitality to cultivate this thing, so it's not worthwhile. You said you were going to Yukiksan City. Following Fischer and hearing Fischer's explanation before leaving, Menchi was immediately extremely interested. Well, go see Kurapika, and communicate with Phantom Troop by the way. Fischer nodded slightly, Wang Dihao, and explained. Hey, Kurapika, it's been a long time since I saw that kid. I'll go with you too. By the way, I also want to see the strength of the members of the A-level criminal group Phantom Troop. Are you going too? Fischer was a little surprised. Yeah, let's go. Then I'll go too. I've been researching this time, and I'm going out to get some air. Crook said suddenly. Then I'll go too. Guy Lu followed suit. Well, let's go together, so I can introduce Kurapika to you. After all, we will be partners who work together in the future. Fischer did not refuse, nodded, and said. You go and prepare first, I'll go find Grandpa. You all left together, this place needs someone to watch over, otherwise the vitality tree will be blown away by IL fans. Fischer gave instructions to the three of them, and then left the place. Chapter 109. We're not going to meet Kurapika, what are you doing wandering around here? Crook, who was walking on the noisy street, holding his head back, asked suspiciously while scanning the surrounding stalls. Ah, what are you talking about? Kurapika is not in a hurry, I want to go and see Killua first. Fischer replied gently. Is that kid here? Menchi asked with interest after hearing this. She still remembers Killua, after all, she was the host of the Hunter Association experiment that Killua participated in before. Well, the trio of Killua, Gon, and Leorio put on a paid arm wrestle on this street. After coming here, Fischer learned about Killua's situation from the steward in charge. These two guys have already joined Leorio, and they seem to have listened to Leorio's bad idea, and set up a stand for arm competition on this street. So Fischer decided to come over and have a look. Fischer remembers that Shizuku, a member of Phantom Troop, also participated in this competition. Phantom Troop's whereabouts are uncertain, but those housekeepers in the family can't grasp the location, so it's better to come here to gamble on luck than to find it by yourself. Of course, he can also ask Hisoka for the brigade's temporary location. However, Fischer didn't want to dare deal with that pervert Hisoka. 587 This guy wants to provoke himself every time he sees him, and wants to fight with him. Fischer really didn't want to kill him, after all, he was the official partner of the old brother Il Fan. Ordinary non people have very little chance of encountering members of Phantom Troop, which is why outsiders rarely know about Phantom Troop. The two protagonists, Killua and Gon, are different. After the two came to Yukiksen City, whether they were actively or passively, they met members of the brigade several times. This time is the first time. Where are they then? Menchi continued. That's where there are many people around. Fischer said lightly. There are definitely a lot of people eating melons in such things as wrist strength competitions. It is not too much to do 3 laps inside and 3 laps outside. They all like to watch the excitement. Although there are many stalls on this street, there are really no stalls with a lot of traffic. If there are, then only Killua and the others who set up stalls here today to make money. That's right, then I'll look for it. After hearing this, Menchi ran out in a hurry, and disappeared immediately. You idiot, you've told them all. Of course you know where they are, and you can find them by following you, and you're wasting your energy trying to find them. Seeing that Menchi had disappeared into the crowd, Crook shook his head speechlessly. Menchi is full of energy. Let's just stay by Fischer's side. Galo said softly. Let's go. Fischer continued to walk and said lightly. The two of them didn't speak a word, and continued to walk beside Fischer. At this time, in Yukiksen City, in a gorgeous hotel. Boss, are we really not going to the auction tomorrow? In a gorgeous and spacious room, a middle-aged man with several tattoos under his eyes was asking Kurapika. Dazuo Nai, the original guard captain of the Nilai family. However, in the past few months, Kurapika's strong strength has successfully replaced it. Kurapika became the captain of the guard, and Dazone became Kurapika's subordinate. At this time, Dazone was puzzled by Kurapika's sudden order. You know, there are things their lady needs in this auction. If they don't go now, they will be blamed by Booze. Don't worry, I have informed Right, and Right agrees with me. Kurapika replied lightly. A few days ago, Kurapika received a message from Fischer. During the auction, members of Phantom Troop would invade the auction, so Kurapika immediately cancelled the plan to send his men to the auction to auction the goods. Also notified Booze Right of the Nisra family. That's right, it's the notification. The relationship between Fischer and Right Nisla was a partnership, not an employment. Not long after he came here, he showed his great strength to Right Nisra, and reached a win-win cooperation contract with him. He protects Nyan Nisla, the daughter of Right Nisra, and correspondingly, he needs to let the people of the Nisra family help him collect information about Red Eye, and even obtain Red Eye. Right, Nisla, who is very concerned about his daughter, is naturally very happy that Karapika, a powerful Nin, stays by his daughter's side. The two hit it off and reached a direct cooperation. After all, he, Right Nisla, got everything he has today because of his daughter, and Right Nisla is very precious to Nyan. But why? Could it be that Miss Niwang just gave up on the product she wanted? Another subordinate asked with a frown. The bodyguards present were very puzzled. There will be an accident at the auction tomorrow. If you go there, you will die. I will go there alone tomorrow. You guys will stay by Niang's side and make sure you don't let her run around. Karapika shook her head and told the truth road. Phantom Troop, those guys are not something crooked people like me can deal with. He can't do such cruel things as letting his companions die after knowing that he has gone. Moreover, after getting the information from Fischer, knowing that Niansnan will be captured by the head of Phantom Troop, when he goes out these days, he stays by Nian's side every step of the way, even when Nian is shopping. When he went to the toilet, he always stayed outside the toilet to be vigilant. Not for anything else, just for the possible appearance of the leader of Phantom Troop in the message sent by Fischer. However, a few days passed, and neither he nor Nian met the Nin. No, maybe there was, maybe it was because she saw no one following her, so she gave up. He hasn't met the leader of Phantom Troop after following for a few days, so he also gave up the idea of using Nian to find the leader of Phantom Troop. However, this does not mean that he will give up his vigilance. Tomorrow he will go to the auction alone, and he doesn't want Nin to be taken away during this period. Why don't you go, Karapika, why? As soon as Karapika finished speaking, a person suddenly appeared behind him, wrapped his arms around Karapika's neck, and started making a fuss. Hey, Nian, I didn't say I would give up the item you want, but there will be an accident at the auction tomorrow, and it will be reopened at another day, and I will auction off the item you want at that time. By Nian Nisla hugging his neck and shaking around, Karapika was also a little flustered, and quickly explained. As you said, I won't let you go without me at that time. Hearing this, Nian stopped making trouble, and smiled with satisfaction, her face full of bright smiles. Yes, yes, don't worry. Karapika pampered Nian's head and assured her gently. While Karapika was comforting Nian, on the other side, on the street where Fischer and others were. This guy Menchi has encountered some things. Chapter 110. You guys are members of Phantom Troop. The strength is not bad. Menchi, who learned about the brigade's information from Fischer, failed to find Gon's booth, but accidentally met Pheton, Shizuku and Franklin who were walking on the street. It's strange, forget about Franklin, the information about Shizuku and I should not have been leaked, why do you know about us? Pheton, who was wearing a black robe that partially covered his face, asked calmly. Yeah, I just joined the brigade for a short time, and the brigade hasn't done anything important in the past few years. How do you know me? The cute Shizuku also tilted his head and looked at Menchi with a puzzled expression. You don't need to think about it at all, you know our identities, just kill us directly. Franklin also opened his mouth in a low voice. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was going to kill Menchi. Hey, are you a new member who just joined? You are the one who joined in place of number 8. Interesting. Menchi, after hearing the conversation between the three, looked at Shizuku in surprise, with a gleam in his eyes, and said with a smile. Humph, it seems that you know our brigade very well. Since that's the case, I can't let you go. Pheton's eyes were already narrowed to the limit. Franklin on the side also broke off his own finger, ready to do it. Ah, I'm sorry, I'm not here to fight with you. Seeing that Franklin and Pheton were about to fight, Menchi quickly took over and said. However, as soon as the words fell, Menchi's face changed slightly, his figure flickered, and he left the place in an instant. The moment Menchi left the spot, Phaeton's figure replaced Menchi and stood there. Phew, what a fast speed, just do it if you disagree. Menchi stood not far away, wiping away the sweat that didn't exist with a dangerous look. It's really infuriating. Seeing Menchi's dangerous fake expression of wiping sweat, Franklin was annoyed, and directly fired his own ability machine gun, not caring that this is a busy city, and directly fired at Menchi ability. Endless thought bullets were launched from its remodeled fingers. Ding! 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 The 4 kitchen knives waved in Menchi's hands imperviously, resisting the bullets from Franklin's machine gun, cut them into pieces, and fell to the ground. After seeing this scene, the people around were all PD, and fled outside in embarrassment, fearing that they would be killed by Franklin's machine gun if they took a step too late, and the whole street was in chaos in an instant. Using them wantonly in the downtown area, you really are a criminal gang. While waving a kitchen knife with ease, Menchi's expression changed from the relaxed and freehand expression at the beginning to extremely dignified. She knows what it means to be a vicious person. If this kind of nan is used in this kind of busy market, what kind of tragedy will it cause? Menchi is very clear. And if he hadn't resisted all the machine gun bullets, there would definitely be a large number of casualties behind him at this time. Is it really good to keep paying attention to Franklin and not paying attention to your surroundings? At this moment, Phaeton's voice sounded in Menchi's ear. Phaeton appeared behind Menchi at some point, and stabbed at Menchi with an umbrella sword in his hand. On Phaeton's right, Shizuku also held up the materialized popied fish, and smashed it down at Menchi with a blank expression. Menchi's eyes froze all of a sudden, and 4 kitchen knives appeared out of thin air again, almost blocking the attacking line of the 2 men. Boom! At the same time, on another street, Fischer and others were rushing towards where Killua and Gon were, and the huge explosion naturally caught their attention. Gai Lu immediately spread out her circle. Menchi clashed with people, and they were all Nin masters. Gai Lu said after obtaining Yuan's information. People from Phantom Troop, let's go and have a look. Without Gai Lu explaining, Fischer knew who the conflict with Menchi would be. At this time, at this place, only the members of Phantom Troop can make Menchi go to war. It's not that Fischer looks down on other Nin, it's that Menchi's current level is already very high. Ordinary Nin, Menchi can clean up at will. Only members of the Phantom Troop can cause trouble for Menchi. A group of people rushed towards the place where Menchi and Phantom Troop clashed. On the other side, Killua and the others, who were engaged in an arm strength competition, also heard the movement from Menchi's side, and directly left the stall, and the 3 of them rushed over there. As expected of an A-level criminal group, its strength is beyond recognition. Menchi said with ease as he jumped up and down the street, constantly coping with successive attacks. You are the one. It's scary that you can still be so relaxed in the face of the attacks of the 3 of us. Phaeton responded lightly. 0, seeking flowers. At this time, his eyes are still narrowed to the limit, but from such a small gap, it can be seen that his eyes are cold. The revealed killing intent has confirmed that Phaeton is really going to kill Menchi here. If Menchi is not killed here, the information about him and Shizuku will be revealed, and daily walking will be very troublesome. Although he is not afraid of trouble, he doesn't want this trouble to be caused by others. The umbrella sword in his hand swung quickly and powerfully. Once the walls of the surrounding houses were scratched, they would be split into 2 and collapsed. There are already several buildings with several floors behind it that have been destroyed due to its attack. 0. In addition, Menchi has to deal with the attacks of Shizuku and Franklin. The battlefield is constantly changing, but it seems to be confined to an area and has not spread out. How, do you want to try your hands? These guys are members of Phantom Troop, and they are all first-class players. The strength of the 2 of you has improved a lot during this period, and it's time to move your hands and feet. Standing on a tall building, the 3 of Fischer were observing the battlefield below. Fischer looked at Crook and Gale said to both of them. Ah, let me go down and do some activities. I just developed chakra recently. I want to try the attack power of that thing. Crook said lightly, and then put his hands on his head. He clasped his fingers together, lazily stretched his waist and cried for a while, then rushed down, intervening in the battlefield like a cannonball. Then I'll go down and do some activities too. Seeing this, Guy Lu also said. However, before she went down, two figures rushed into the battlefield below. Hey? How did the two of them join the battlefield? Fischer reached out to stop Galu, and said in surprise. One of them seems to be Killua. Guy Lu asked uncertainly. Of the two figures that rushed in, one of them looked like a child in a photo she had seen in Fischer's room, but she wasn't sure. Ah, it's Killua. Since Killua and Gon are intervening, then you don't want to go down and let them practice. Fischer nodded, and then said. Okay, then I won't join. Jalu nodded and replied 6. Chapter 111. Hey, Fischer, although as a companion, Kurapika doesn't want us to interfere. However, as one of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, isn't it good for me to just look at Phantom Troop when I meet Phantom Troop? On the roof of the building, after watching the battle below for a while, Guy Lu squatted facing Fischer on the edge asked gently. You're not a bounty hunter, you're not in charge of this, why are you bothering with Phantom Troop? Fischer looked up at her and said lazily. Although I said so, I still have the title of 12 earthly branches. Cut, nonsense, after all, you just have itchy hands, and you want to go out for activities, right? I allow it. Killua and Gon are still too young. Go and take over their battlefield. Fischer rolled his eyes and said contemptuously. Then I'll go down. Guy Lu showed a faint smile and said gently, then jumped down 297 and rushed straight down to the battlefield of Killua, Gon, and Shizuku. Both Killua and Gon are still too weak. Although the talent is very strong, it is still a bit reluctant for Shizuku who can join the A-level criminal group like Phantom Troop. However, the two are not bad. At least it won't be like the original book, where the members of Phantom Troop are helpless and get caught directly. However, there is still an opportunity for the two of them to increase their cultivation base dramatically. After this time, throw the two of them into the Island of Greed. Let Bartra continue to recruit passers, and Bisky will follow. Let Bisky train these two little guys. Having a teacher to teach and not having a teacher are completely different concepts. Looking at the battlefield below, Fischer muttered to himself, and easily arranged the future of Killua and Gon. However, with Killua's character, he will never let Bisky teach him. It's time to explain. With the teaching of Bisky, a professional who likes to teach students, the strength of the two should increase explosively again. Well, by the way, when the time comes, I will hand over the Island of Greed to Wu Tong. After all, I want Wu Tong to give Killua the vitality fruit. These two guys stayed in Greed Island for several months. Without the game of Greed Island, Wu Tong couldn't get in. Going in from the sea will also be expelled by Liza. Speaking of which, look how doesn't know what level he is. From the performance in the original book, this guy is definitely stronger than Hisoka. I just don't know how it compares to Dad. While watching Killua and Gon who were driven out of the battlefield by Galu, Fischer's thoughts continued to diverge. Although he is a member of Phantom Troop, facing the three of Menchi in a one-on-one situation, the three of them are still not enough to watch. After all, the two belong to the 12 earthly branches, and they also received gifts from Fischer's system. In the past few months, they have eaten several vitality fruits, and their potential energy has been greatly improved. Menchi has also made a name for himself in the wetland, and his strength has been greatly improved, and his stamina is about to catch up with his father Silva. Pheton's combat experience is very strong, and his combat skills are impeccable. However, Menchi is not a vegetarian. He was trained in a place like the Wetmali wetland where life and death crises are everywhere. Menchie's aspects are obviously better than Phaeton's. Powerful. Facing Menchie, an existence that had been fighting in the depths of the wetland for half a year, Phaeton was almost forced out of the little sun. However, it seemed that he knew that his two companions could not leave, so Phaeton forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and did not really explode his unique move. In the original book, the outburst is because the companion has the ability to escape, so he is unscrupulous. Looking at Phaeton, who was suppressed by Menchie and kept adding wounds on his body, but still did not explode his own trick, Fischer was a little puzzled, but, after careful consideration, Fischer also figured out why Phaeton would do this. In the original book, Phaeton directly exploded his unique moves, that's because he didn't worry that his unique moves would affect his companions at all. All his companions knew the power of his unique move and would run away immediately. But now, both Franklin and Shizuku are suppressed and can't run away at all. If he explodes now, his companions will die too. Both of you, move the battlefield quickly. While suppressing the anger in his heart to prevent his desperate attack, Phaeton was also constantly urging Franklin and Shizuku to move the battlefield away from him. He doesn't ask the two to escape, but at least they can't stay by his side. Otherwise, if he continues like this, he really can't control the explosive trick, killing the enemy and exposing his own brigade members at the same time. It's easy to say. Constantly resisting Crook's fist that could destroy everything, Franklin showed bitterness. He has already suffered internal injuries just by resisting the attack, so there is no time to think about how to get out, how to transfer the battlefield. It would be good if he doesn't get killed. Galo and Shizuku are slightly better on the battlefield. Guy Lu is now basically using the ability of poisonous fruit to fight, but Shizuku's popied fish on the opposite side can absorb poisonous gas, poison, and the like, which can be said to slightly restrain Guy Lu's poisonous fruit capable. However, even so, Guy Lu's own mind energy cultivation base is also very strong, and as a 12 earthly branch, her combat ability is also very strong, which is not comparable to Shizuku at all. It was the situation of the three of Phantom Troop who were losing ground and were in danger. At the same time, Fischer, who was watching the battle on the roof, was very interested in Crook's battlefield. Because Fischer discovered that Crook actually used two kinds of power in the battle. Niankai defends the whole body, and the attacking fist is chakra. The attack that Crook uses is fist, and the ability is not used at all. Moreover, its attack is actually a strange power. That's right, it is the unique attack of the immortal body, the strange power attack. The powerful vitality transforms the celestial body chakra's attack. The attack of the first generation of Hokage Senjujima and the fifth generation of Hokage Tsunadeheim. It's also thanks to Franklin that he didn't get smashed into a pulp under the attack of this level of wind and rain. Brother, you are here. At this moment, two figures rushed up from below, and one of them shouted excitedly after landing. Yo, long time no see, Killua. Fischer waved to him and greeted with a smile. It was Killua and Gon who were driven out of the battlefield by Galo, who rushed forward. Brother Fischer. Gon also greeted 1.7 obediently to Fischer. Seeing this, Fischer was silent for a moment, then nodded, as a response. This made Gon very happy. Because Fischer seemed to be responding to him for the first time. Brother, I know that guy Menchie, but who are those two guys? Killua was also a little happy, but now he was a little confused, walked over and stood beside Fischer, looked at the battlefield below, and asked. Oh, you're talking about Crook and Galo. The two of them are my direct housekeepers, Fischer explained. Hey, it's amazing. I wish I had such a powerful butler. Hearing this, Killua couldn't help feeling envious. Why don't you come to take over the family, then you can form a direct steward. Fischer couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he bewitched. No, don't even think about it. Get out. Chapter 112. Hey, brother, who are these three people? How did Menchie fight them? After making a little joke, Killua asked out his inner doubts. The reason why the two of them intervened in the battlefield was because they saw the existence of Menchi, so they wanted to help. After all, Killua knows that Menchi is under his elder brother. It's a pity that things didn't go as planned. The two of them teamed up couldn't beat Shizuku, and they were hit by Shizuku's Popeye several times, and suffered a lot of injuries. Ah, they are members of Phantom Troop. Shell replied lightly. Phantom Troop. Hearing such an answer, Killua and Gon couldn't help shouting out. Well, Phantom Troop. The three of them have almost come back. If you continue to fight, you will kill them. Fischer repeated lightly, and then muttered to himself. As soon as the muttering fell, Fischer stood up, looked down, and shouted, You three, it's about time to go, don't kill them 09. As soon as the voice fell, the battlefield below was instantly clear. The three Menchi stopped fighting at the same time and separated from the enemy. Afterwards, the three of them glanced at their opponents, and with a flash, they rushed towards Fischer. The three Phaetons below also noticed the existence of Fischer at this time, and their pupils raised in unison. Phaeton gritted his teeth and shouted, Fischer Zoldyck. Apparently, Ma passed the information on Fischer to other members of the brigade after she got to know Fischer last time. So that Phaeton knew Fischer's identity the moment he saw Fischer. Hey, it seems that Maki has told you my information. Hearing what Phaeton said, Fischer was not surprised, and said with a faint smile on his face. By the way, I don't care about your behavior this time, and I won't next time. Immediately, Fischer continued to speak, reminding lightly. Menchi knows that Kurapika wants to deal with Phantom Troop members alone, so he will never take the initiative to deal with Phantom Troop. This time the battle was definitely provoked by Phantom Troop. If it were someone else, Fischer would send them to the West Paradise if they were so provocative. But, seeing as they are Kurapika's prey, so let's forget it this time. However, it was only this time. The next time you provoke yourself, even with Kurapika's will, Fischer will kill them directly. UBD. Phaeton, who was already on fire, burst into anger at this moment. Powerful thoughts erupted on him. Seeing this, Franklin wanted to persuade Phaeton to calm down. However, before Franklin could open his mouth, Phaeton's thoughts had already changed. A dress with many awls, only the eyes exposed, exuding a black atmosphere. Seeing this, Franklin's pupils shrank immediately, and he used his fastest speed without hesitation, and ran away into the distance. Shizuku did the same, running quickly behind Franklin. I really don't hesitate to die. I forgive you for your offense this time, but you still dare to do it. Looking at Phaeton, who was ready to activate his ability, Fischer said with pity in his eyes. However, this time, Phaeton below did not speak, but silently gathered thoughts. Laugh. What Phaeton didn't know was that it was precisely because he didn't want to speak that he didn't have time to convey his last words. Without warning, Phaeton felt a huge change in his vision. My vision has become shorter. In Fischer's hand, Phaeton's head, which was taken off by Fischer, echoed such a thought at this moment. Then, the line of sight gradually dimmed, and the eyes in the helmet gradually dimmed and turned grey. Phaeton didn't even have a trick, and was killed by Fischer with lightning speed. Phaeton. Franklin, who was running, also noticed the situation behind him, stopped his pace, and roared out loudly. However, after shouting again, Franklin fled towards the distance at a faster speed. The same goes for Shizuku. Both of them knew that it was impossible to avenge Phaeton with the strength of the two of them. The most urgent task now is to meet up with the other members of the brigade. Tell the companions of the brigade what happened here. Then we all figured out how to get revenge together. Why don't you keep them here? On the tall building, Killua looked at the after-images of Franklin and Shizuku going away quickly, and asked Menchi beside him. Don't chase. I never thought of fighting them this time, it was because they were aggressive. The members of Phantom Troop are the prey of Kurapika, and Karapika asked us not to interfere. Menchi shook his head and replied. Is that so? Killua nodded knowingly. Also, you two are still fledglings, you dare to fight with members of Phantom Troop not long after learning Nen. You must know that they are an A-level criminal group. Menchi reprimanded the two very dissatisfied. Isn't it because I saw you being besieged by the three of them and wanted to share the pressure with you? My kindness was not rewarded. Hearing this, Killua was also very familiar. He stared at Menchi dissatisfied. Hey, that's why you joined the battle. Menchi obviously didn't expect the two to join the battle for this reason. Of course, you are brother's subordinate, seeing you being besieged, you can't ignore it. Killua said angrily. Hey, you kid has a pretty good heart. I accept this love. If you come to me in the future, I will cover you. Menchi smiled, then patted Killua on the head, glanced at Gon again, and said to the two. Hey, yeah, then I'll take it seriously, and I'll come to you in the future if I have something to do. Killua immediately showed a cat expression when he heard that, and said with a smile. From the battle just now, Killua has already seen that Menchi is very strong. The three members of the brigade couldn't do anything to get her, and their strength was very strong. Killua reckoned that his eldest brother, Yamai, was no match for Menchi either. Don't let such a strong promise be in vain, hehe. At that time, if you have any troubles, you can also find Menchi, don't bother my brother. What's your phone number? Report it, and I'll save it. Chapter 113. Long time no see, Brother Fischer. In the hotel, Leorio greeted Fischer carelessly. You guy, you've been slacking off all this time, haven't you practiced? Fischer, looking at Leorio at this time, sighed slightly, a little bit resentful that iron can't be steel. Even if the Nen-chi detection is not applicable, Fischer knows that Leorio's Nen has a lot of hips. Ah ha ha ha, because I want to be admitted to medical school, I have been reading medical books since I went back, so I don't have much time to practice. When Fischer said this, Leorio was also embarrassed. He naturally knew why Fischer had such a tone. My own reading was taught by Fischer, but after a few months, my reading is so sloppy that anyone can see it. I don't mind you studying medicine, but Nen can't be left behind either. Moreover, with your transmuter ability, you can develop the ability to make great contributions to medicine. Fischer reprimanded seriously. Ability to contribute to medicine. Upon hearing that it was related to medicine, Leorio immediately became interested and asked. I'll tell you about this later. Fischer said lightly. The role of Nen developed by Leorio in the original book is very powerful. Not to mention other things, when it comes to medicine, this ability is very useful for surgery when combined with various medical devices. After all, the hand can directly enter the human body. The ability of the space system in one hand should be more proficient, and then practice a circle, so you don't have to point and cut during the operation. However, Fischer doesn't want to talk to Leorio about it now. Killua, Gon, remember, the two of you are exposed now, don't take part in Phantom Troop's affairs at will, and don't meddle at will. Don't follow them, you know. Fischer remembered what happened in the original book, and had to warn the two of them. If things happened as in the original book and nothing else changed, then Killua and Gon would not have a big problem even if they stalked the members of Phantom Troop. But now, the two of them have been exposed, and the members of the brigade also know their relationship with them. Once the two were caught, in the case of killing Phaeton himself, there was absolutely no way for the two to survive. In the original book, Nobunaga was moved by Gon's character, and it was even more impossible to even think about recruiting the two to join the brigade. He caught a trail that would definitely torture him to question him, and then cut him with a knife. I see. Killua nodded earnestly, he also knew this situation, so he was very clear about the consequences if they did this, and Gon on the side also nodded solemnly. Brother, my strength has improved a lot. I'll show you my practice. After Fischer finished telling, Killua said excitedly, wanting to show off in front of Fischer, and immediately broke out his own practice, with the high aura of 2 people vented from it. Hey, 45,523, your cultivation effect has become stronger. Holding a mobile phone in his hand, after testing Killua's Nian Qi in the air, Fischer looked at the value on the mobile phone and was very surprised. This is the result of Fischer's 2 months of practice, which has improved the embodied detection mobile phone and can detect it without contact. Excluding the mental energy raised by the vitality fruit every month, Killua's current mental energy should be around 42,000. When I parted from him before, Killua's Nian Qi cultivation level was close to 30,000 with the improvement of the 2 vitality fruits, which means that it increased by 12,000 in 2 months. The mind energy value is about 5,000, which is about 1,000 more than the previous monthly increase. This naturally surprised Fischer very much. If this situation continues, in less than 20 years, the air conditioning value of this guy in the district will exceed 100. No, according to Killua's current situation, maybe it will continue, and maybe the harvest of monthly practice will continue to improve. Thinking of this, Fischer is full of envy. Sure enough, I still underestimated Killua's talent. Well, there is nothing to envy, you are still not as good as me. I spend more than 20,000 to close to 30,000 a month. Fischer thought sourly. Hey! Seeing the surprise on his brother Fischer's face, Killua also put on a complacent expression. Brother Fischer, I have also improved. Gon on the side also took the initiative to explode his practice, and said to Fischer expectantly. 46,032. Well, both of you are monsters. The corners of his eyes twitched, Fischer dropped a sentence and left here. If they stayed any longer, Fischer couldn't help but want to dissect these 2 guys to see what their bodies were made of. Hey, brother Fischer, wait for me. Tell me what you just said. Leorio hastily followed, shouting behind Fischer. Fischer is right, you are 2 little monsters. Even Crook, after seeing the strength of Killua and Gon's thoughts, had to sigh with emotion, and left here after leaving a sentence. Menchi 2 little monsters. Guy Lu, come on, try to catch up with your brother. Seeing everyone leaving the room one after another, Killua and Gon looked at each other and laughed. Although it's called a monster, I'm still very happy. After all, it affirms our cultivation. Killua said with a smile. However, it is still far away. Guy Lu said just now, let's try to catch up with Brother Fischer. Brother Fischer's cultivation talent must be stronger. Gon also nodded again and again, and said seriously. Yes. Speaking of which, I don't even know how strong my bro's thoughts are. Killua nodded in agreement. Although he knew that he was improving very quickly, Killua still knew that his cultivation could not catch up with Fei Ziyu. Fischer only exploded his Nian Qi cultivation level in front of Hunter during the experiment, and then it disappeared, but Killua knew just that time that Fischer was terrible. Even the eldest brother Yeer fans dare not disobey Li Zhao's orders from the elder brother. Let's work hard together and try to catch up with brother as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Killua said to Gon. Yeah. Gon nodded repeatedly. Set a goal first, and strive to increase the intensity of the order to 100,000 within this year. Okay. By the way, you 2 little monsters, don't just know how to increase your potential energy, you have to cultivate your display energy, otherwise it will be useless no matter how strong your potential energy is. The training you did just now was too weak. At this moment, Menchi suddenly returned here, poked his head out at the door, and reminded the 2 of them. After being reminded, Menchi shrank his head back. The faces of the 2 of them froze immediately, and then they thought about it carefully, and found that it was true. Compared with their potential capacity, their manifest capacity is still too weak. Thinking of it this way, both of them were embarrassed, and they looked at each other, and they rubbed the back of their heads and laughed dryly. Ahahaha. Chapter 114. Is it the Zoldyck family again? In an abandoned church near Yukiksan City, members of Phantom Troop were gathering here at this time, and Krollo, who was sitting on the ruined stones, murmured expressionlessly. In front of them are Franklin and Shizuko who have fled back, and the other members are distributed in various places in the church. What should I do, Captain? Shulnark, who was sitting on a high place, no longer had the usual smile at this time, and asked with a serious expression. The eyes of others also fell on Krollo, wanting to know Krollo's decision. 2 months ago, Maki just brought back Fischer's information, told everyone about Fischer's horror, and asked everyone not to easily conflict with the Zoldyck family. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen now, and they also got Phaeton on their side. Zoldyck, members of this family cannot move lightly. Krollo shook his head and said softly. The members of the brigade were not too angry when they heard the words. Because their regiment leader didn't say no to revenge, but couldn't move lightly. It means that if you want revenge, you must have a comprehensive plan. Moreover, according to the information brought back by Maki before, the strength of this Zoldyck family's Fischer is very terrifying. Hisoka, you have intersected with the IL fans in the Zoldyck family, do you know the situation in the 400 Zoldyck family? Krollo looked at Hisoka who was sitting silently by the windowsill, and asked Hisoka. Nothing, but Fischer Zoldycksnan is a thunderbolt, which can easily kill me. Hisoka turned the playing cards, with a wicked smile on his face, and glanced at the brigade members who were staring at him, smiling said. It's really scary to be able to kill you so easily. Although he doesn't have a good impression of Hisoka, Nobunaga has to admit that Hisoka is indeed very strong. Hearing Hisoka say that, Nobunaga's face is also very ugly. Yes, then there is no way. Shulnark, after the auction, you use your hunter power to gather information about the Zoldyck family. Krollo nodded regretfully, then looked at Shulnark, and instructed Xiatu. The people of the Zoldyck family caused the brigade to lose 2 members one after another. The first time was fine, but the second time, their brigade was not made of mud, and they had to take revenge. He wasn't going to deal with Fischer. After all, the news that Maki reported at the beginning was, scary, but the rest of the Zoldyck family could give it a try. Sometimes the hands and feet are more important than the brain. He will not let the hands and feet go all out to deal with an enemy that is so terrifying that it is almost invincible. It is better to believe what is there than to believe what is not. This matter requires a long-term plan and intelligence gathering first. Understood, Captain. Shulnark said with a smile. So, head, what about the next auction, shall we continue? Yuvajin asked. Of course it will continue, after all, it's rare to gather together. We are a bandit organization, in order to seize everything we want. Krollo replied with a cold expression on his face and slightly raised corners of his mouth. Oh! Hearing this, Yuvajin roared excitedly. At this time, Maki leaning against the wall was worried. She's the member of the brigade who has really faced Fischer's aura apart from Hisoka. From the beginning, Maki didn't want the brigade to fight Fischer, because she felt that even if the entire brigade members shot together, they would not be a match for Fischer. However, now that the group leader has made a decision, she can't say anything. Because once the leader's decision is made, the possibility of change is very low. The other members are also very supportive of the leader's decision. She is a soft-spoken person. The helpless Maki could only sigh heavily. Let's just hope things don't get to the point where it's impossible. Humph, is this guy Krollo trying to take on the Zoldyck family? It seems that all these guys must be killed in this brigade gathering in Yukiksan City. As soon as Krollo made a decision, Fischer received the news. As for the source of the news, it is naturally Hisoka, the white-eyed wolf. No, he is an undercover agent. This guy, right after Krollo made his decision, informed Fischer about it. For this reason, I also made a request to Fischer, and I want Fischer to help him create a chance to fight alone with Krollo Lucifer. This guy is still obsessed with dueling Krollo. I don't know if Krollo has made such a decision and there is no turning back. I don't care about the rest, but the members of the brigade must never take a step beyond Yokiksen City. Thinking of Hisoka's request, Fischer shook his head speechlessly. Now that Krollo has already made up his mind to fight against the Zoldyck family, Fischer will naturally not sit still. Taking out the cell phone in his pocket, Fischer made a call. This is Wutong, Master Fischer, what are your orders? When the phone was connected, Wutong's respectful voice came from inside. Send me 100 housekeepers and surround the exits of Yokiksen City. Once you see the success of Phantom Troop leaving Yokiksen City, don't do anything. Call me immediately. Fischer said indifferently, holding the parasol tree, he issued orders. After accepting Kurapika as the direct steward a few months ago, Fischer drew the information about Phantom Troop in his mind and passed it on to the family. Now all the nun and housekeepers in the family know the appearance of the members of the brigade. Yes, Master Fischer, we will act immediately. Indus replied respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Fischer came to the French window and looked at the night outside the window. Is there something wrong with Maki Guy's expressive skills? I don't think Maki will tell Krollo the momentum I had when I was around him. In that case, why would Krollo dare to do this? Or does this Krollo guy have any plans? Or maybe Maki is exaggerating. Krollo shouldn't have such a stupid idea. Looking at the night outside the window, Fischer thought silently. Well, since the members of Phantom Troop made such a move, Kurapika should be notified as well. Thinking of this, Fischer made another call. Moshi Moshi, Kurapika, it's me, Fischer. Chapter 115. In Phantom Troop, Phaeton was killed by Fischer, Hisoka was not a real member of the brigade, and the newly joined Shizuka was also excluded. Then there are only 10 people left. In the Nisra family's hotel in Yokiksen City, Kurapika began to think after answering Fischer's call. Kurapika's idea is that the debtor has the debt. According to Fischer's information, Shizuku only joined 3 years ago and did not participate in the killing of the Koluta tribe 6 years ago. Therefore, for Shizuku who did not participate in the Koluta, Kurapika, a brigade member of the Ta clan extermination, did not have the idea of extermination. Fischer has already said that this time Phantom Troop must be killed in Yokiksen City. I can kill a few depends on my own ability, the rest he will do directly. The plan can't keep up with the changes. Originally, I didn't want to hunt them down slowly. Since Fischer has spoken, that's the only way to go. With my strength, how many can I deal with during the auction? Sitting on the sofa, Kurapika lowered his head and drooped his hands, looking at the carpet with a blank expression. According to what you said, members of the brigade will come to attack this auction. Yokiksen City, in the cemetery building, Fischer and others leaned against the fence of a corridor, looking at the gang members chatting and laughing below. Guy Lu said to Fischer. I just don't know if the brigade will attack here according to their plan after what happened yesterday. Kurapika on the other side continued. And standing in the middle, naturally Fischer. As for Crook and Menchi, they didn't follow, but were arranged by Fischer beside Killua. Although Killua and Gon have been told not to look for brigade members may also come to the door, so just in case, Fischer let Crook and Menchi stay in the hotel. After all, I wasn't worried before because I didn't have a big conflict with the brigade. However, now that he has killed the members of the brigade, Krollo has also indicated that he will deal with Zoldyck, and things have gotten out of hand. And Killua is still here, so what if he doesn't take precautions? Didn't Hisoka tell you? The plan of the brigade has not changed. We will attack the auction as originally planned. Fischer said flatly. This point, Hisoka also told himself. Hey? Really? Kurapika was stunned when he heard that, but then he was overjoyed. That guy shouldn't lie to me. Fischer nodded and said. That would be great. Karapika said a little excitedly, her eyes covered by black contact lenses were already slightly red. Clearly already emotional at the thought of dealing with the phantom troop scene. Hey, are you going to deal with them here, or choose a sparsely populated place? Fischer turned his head and looked over, asking. It's a sparsely populated place. Fighting here will hurt a lot of people. After saying this, Karapika calmed down and gave an answer. Although there are gangsters around here, there are also other ordinary people. Fighting in this kind of busy city has a high chance of hurting these ordinary people. The kind-hearted and upright Karapika doesn't want this to happen. Well, then it's decided. These guys are free, it doesn't matter if they die or not. The members of the brigade will definitely retreat after they succeed, and then just follow them. Fischer nodded slightly and decided. However, the eyes of my clansmen appeared in this auction, and I can't just sit idly by. Karapika frowned and said. Don't worry, there will be no results in this auction. Remember the little girl you protected. The prophecy she gave to those gangsters are very reliable. The Underworld 10 old man has also sent someone over to take away the auction item. I should have told you this before, why did I forget so quickly? Fischer replied indifferently, but, as he spoke, Fischer had a strange expression on his face. 0. Ask for flowers. It's about being concerned about chaos. Guy Lu interjected. Sorry, I forgot just now. Karapika also thought of this, couldn't help showing a wry smile, shook his head and apologized. It's okay, let's go and stay outside first, there will be a massacre here later, so don't watch it. Fischer nodded, didn't care, turned and left here, Gala followed. Karapika also took one last look at the gang members who were about to die, shook his head slightly, and left here. As Fischer puts it, there will be one-sided carnage in this building next, and there will be nothing to see. How many members of Phantom Troop do you think will come back this time? On the top of a building opposite to the cemetery building, Fischer and others quietly watched the cemetery building, and Guy Lu asked Fischer. Karapika on the side also looked over after hearing the words. Hearing this, Shell recalled the memories of his previous life. Nobunaga, Maki, Shizuku, Uvajin, Shulnark, Phaeton, Franklin, 7, Phaeton was killed by me, so there are only 6. It should be 6, probably. Fischer said gently, this is when the butterfly's wings are not flapping. Fischer wasn't sure either. Ah, sure, there are 6. However, just after finishing speaking, Fischer changed his words. Because he noticed that Shulnark and others had already appeared on the top floor of the opposite cemetery building at this time, 6 of them. At this time, the 6 people were flying the hot air balloon. Seeing the person opposite, Karapika's eyes turned red again. Soon, the hot air balloon flew up and flew towards the suburbs. Because Fischer and others used the Absolute 2 perfectly, the members of the brigade didn't notice the existence of the 3 Fischers at all, and left in a hot air balloon. Say Chang, it's time for us to act, let's go, follow. Fischer stood up from the ground, patted the non-existent dust on his clothes, and said righteousness. Chapter 116. It was still in the abandoned church, except for the members who went to the auction, the other members of the brigade were here at this time, and they were not absent. Hisoka, Krollo, Cuba, Paknatan, Shelf-Lef, Finks, all 6 are there. Aren't you worried they'll run into Fischer? That guy is very scary. Hisoka, who was leaning against the window, turned his head slightly, looked at Krollo, and asked with a half-smile. Hisoka's voice made everyone present look away, looking at Hisoka, and then at Krollo. No problem, Fischer Zoldyck, this guy doesn't seem to have any plans to fight us. If Phaeton hadn't been carried away by anger this time, he could have come back. People in the Zoldyck family don't like to kill people except for their missions. So don't worry at all. Krollo replied flatly without looking up, still looking at the Bible in his hand. You are too 157 confident, leader. After all, I have experienced that if it has nothing to do with them, if you don't provoke them, if it's not a mission, their Zoldyck people will not kill people at will. This raid on the auction has nothing to do with them, so don't worry. Krollo's tone remained calm, as if he knew the Zoldyck family very well. Well, that's true. Although the Zoldyck family is in the assassination business, they don't kill people without a purpose. Even Ilmi will do it because of something. Hisoka didn't say anything after hearing that. Thoughts are constantly diverging. It's a pity, it would be nice if these guys also followed along. This way I can be alone with Krollo. Hisoka glanced at the remaining brigade members, his expression unchanged, but he sighed inwardly. What do you think I'm doing? Finks yelled unhappily after being glanced at by Hisoka, and immediately got goosebumps all over his body. Nothing. Hisoka replied with a smile. According to the information given by IL fans, Fischer has summoned a large number of Zoldyck family stewards to surround the various exits of Yokiksen city. It seems that they are going to wipe out the brigade during this auction, and I don't have much time left. I have to find a way to distract these guys and let me be alone with Krollo. After answering Fink's words, Hisoka looked away and began to think inwardly. If you don't seize the opportunity this time, there will be no chance in the future. He is very clear about the terrifying strength of that guy Fischer. A few months ago, he was able to hang himself without injury, and the momentum that erupted 2 months ago, that guy's strength was even more terrifying. With his strength, once such a decision is made, the brigade members have absolutely no chance of surviving. Involuntarily, various ideas began to flash in Hisoka's mind, the idea of transferring all the other members of the brigade away and letting himself be alone with Krollo. While Hisoka was worrying about how to be alone with Krollo, a phone call came in. It's Uvajan's call, and Uvajan reported to Krollo about the attack on the auction. The auction warehouse is empty, nothing. When Uvajan suspected that there was an insider, Krollo immediately denied it, and deduced the conclusion closest to the truth from the information reported by Uvajan. It's amazing. Hearing Krollo's analysis by the window, Hisoka muttered to himself, and his heart became more and more excited. If it weren't for Hisoka's good patience, he might have been desperate and rushed to fight Krollo now. However, Hisoka still held back the restlessness in his heart. On the other side, the gangsters in Yokiksen city also found traces of the brigade members, and a large number of gangsters began to chase and kill the brigade members on the ground. Fischer, Kurapika, and Guy Lu also followed. A group of people met on a rocky terrain. The brigade members dealt with ordinary underworld members, and the scene was completely one-sided. Then the members of the Hoyin Beast were immediately caught in an instant when they appeared on the stage. Because of Pheton's death, the members of the brigade held their breath, and all the enemies took action this time. The person from the Yin Beast came and was killed without even stirring up a wave. How does it feel? How many can you deal with alone? On a rocky mountain, Fischer looked at the members of the brigade below and asked Kurapika. Those 2 big guys? I can deal with 2 at a time, just those 2. Kurapika said very calmly, pointing at Uvajan and Franklin. Okay, then I'll leave the 2 of them to you, and we'll keep the other 4 at bay. Fischer nodded and said. Although he could easily kill the other 4, he promised Kurapika not to do anything during the auction, and let Kurapika solve it. So Fischer didn't want to act now. Let's wait until the auction is over and there are still members of the brigade left. Nodding lightly, Kurapika stepped out and walked down the slope. At this time, in the huge rocky basin below, all the members of the brigade looked refreshed. Hey, breathing is much smoother. Nobunaga inserted the knife back into the scabbard, and exhaled heavily. Indeed, after a little exercise, I feel a lot lighter. Shulnark also said with a smile while shaking his arms. Maki slowly retracted the silk thread, Franklin also closed the modified fingers, and Shizuku silently used the Popeye to devour the corpses all over the ground. Ah, you all do it, these guys are not enough to warm me up. It's Uvijin, who is very dissatisfied and complaining at this time. However, the next moment, Uvijin was stunned. The others also looked shocked. Because I don't know when, Uvijin's body has already been wrapped with a silver-white chain, and a yellow aura emerges from the chain. This is... There are still enemies. Everyone present was in a fighting state. Hey, interesting, you actually want to bind me with chains. Ah! Uvijin grinned, and then used his strength to break free of the chain. However, no matter how Uvijin struggled, the chains did not break, but became tighter and tighter. Uvijin's huge body was constantly compressed and bound together by the chains, and the whole person almost became a person. Seeing this, everyone present knew that something was wrong. Nobunaga directly unfolded the circle, holding the samurai sword with both hands, and then a ray of light flashed and slashed at the chain on Uvijin's body. Ding! A crisp tweet sounded, and Nobunaga's attack was bounced back, and the slightest 0.7 had no effect. Excellent, it doesn't even work against Nobunaga's attack, it's really strong. Uvijin, how are you feeling? Shulnark said with a smile, not at all nervous, and had time to ask how Uvijin was feeling. Others began to scan the surrounding situation, trying to find the enemy. It's useless, my chains can't be broken with your strength, just give up. When everyone in the brigade was looking for it, a voice came over. This was followed by the sound of chains shaking and trampling. Everyone's eyes quickly shifted to the past. I saw a yellow-haired figure slowly walking towards them, and the chains tied to Uvijin were being released from this figure. This figure is none other than Kurapika. At this time, Kurapika was extremely calm, his eyes were slightly red. Who are you? Chapter 117. Your enemy. He replied lightly, the chain in Kurapika's hand became tighter and tighter, and a look of pain appeared on Uvijin's rough face. Seeing this, everyone in the brigade focused their eyes, and unanimously launched an attack on Kurapika. However, in the middle of the rush, Maki, Shizuku, Nobunaga, and Shulnark all stopped. It's not that they don't want to continue to act, but that things around them prevent them from acting. At this time, a lightning prison with flashing thunder snakes appeared beside several people, and they were firmly bound in it. The dangerous aura from the thunder snake made them dare not take a step further. And Franklin was also frightened by this sudden change, he paused and stopped. Thanks, Chief. However, release that samurai as well. I originally thought it would be impossible to sneak attack this big guy, but now, this big guy is no longer combat power, and I need new brigade members. Seeing the few people who were locked up by the lightning prison and unable to move, Kurapika spoke indifferently said with the air. After speaking, the tip of the lock that bound Uvijin sank into Uvijin's chest. The next moment, 09 had blood at the corner of Uvijin's mouth, and his pupils jumped up quickly. Be careful, don't be tied up by this guy's chains, cough, this chain has silenced mine and I can't use it. Uvijin, feeling his heart was pierced, forced the last in one breath, he spoke his last words intermittently, and then his eyes dimmed, and he fell straight on the ground, and the breath on his body disappeared instantly. In the face of Uvijin providing information to his companions, Kurapika seemed indifferent, allowing him to reveal the ability of his chains. Uvijin. Nobunaga, who had the best relationship with Uvijin, roared loudly with his eyes wide open. Immediately, Nobunaga also ignored the dangerous aura coming from above the thunder snake, and immediately assumed the posture of Iai/, and was about to attack the thunder prison that locked him. However, before he could make a move, the lightning prison around him disappeared, which made Nobunaga, who had already started to accumulate strength, feel as if he had punched cotton, and almost staggered out. Immediately, a gentle voice came into everyone's ears. Okay, then Nobunaga Hezima will be handed over to you. All eyes followed the source of the voice. That's behind Kurapika. At this time, there was a man and a woman there, and two figures walked slowly. After seeing these two figures, Shizuku and Maki, two members of the brigade who had contact with Fischer, shouted at the same time, "Fischer Zoldyck!" As for Shulnark, after seeing Fischer, his face became bitter, and he said with a wry smile, "This is troublesome." The lightning on them was 100% caused by Fischer. After all, the situation at the scene had already explained it, and Hisoka also said that Fischer's nin was lightning. Regarding Fischer, he has the same idea as the team leader Krollo Lusilfer. That is, Fischer didn't target the brigade specifically. As long as the members of the brigade didn't seek revenge, there would be no more conflicts. He can also use this time to gather information about the Zoldyck family and make plans for the Zoldyck family in the future. However, judging from the current situation, Fischer Zoldyck didn't shoot casually, but specifically aimed at their phantom troop. The five of them were on guard at this moment. Shulnark, report the situation here to the leader. Nobunaga stared at Fischer and the others, and Ie Jean was ready to go, and shouted at Shulnark without looking back. Shulnark didn't speak, but silently took out the phone. "No, the lightning has affected the magnetic field, so I can't make calls." After a few seconds, Shulnark said regretfully. "Mine too." Maki on the side also spoke. "Me too. Franklin, Nobunaga Hezima, come with me." Kurapika didn't pay attention to the conversation between the several people, but bowed slightly to Fischer who came to her, and then shifted her gaze to Nobunaga and Franklin. The two spoke. After speaking, Kurapika walked behind. Hearing this, the two were slightly taken aback, then took a meaningful look at Fischer and Galu, and then at Shulnark and the others. After Shulnark nodded to the two did not speak, and left behind Kurapika. Only Fischer, Galu, Shulnark, Maki, and Shizuku were left. "Can you tell me why you want to deal with us?" Xiaoyao asked Fischer with a smile on his face after the three of Kurapika disappeared completely. "I remember that the Zoldyck family has always only attacked assassination targets, and would not easily attack other unrelated personnel. Except for that one time 3 years ago, we members of Phantom Troop have never had any trouble with your Zoldyck family. And that festivities have settled down, haven't they?" After asking, Shulnark continued without waiting for Fischer to speak. "Indeed, people from the Zoldyck family will not attack others at will, they will only kill the assassination targets. You understand that very clearly." As expected of the only hunter among the members of the brigade. Fischer nodded in agreement and said gently. Afterwards, Fischer looked back at the direction where the three of Kurapika left, and continued, "Did you see the person who left just now? He's from the Kurita tribe. Now is my direct butler. In this way, you understand why I did something to you." Said calmly, Fischer's expression didn't change. "So that's the case. This is a reason for 017. I didn't expect that this time I would fall on the enemy I killed in the past." Shulnark also understood, with a wry smile on his face again. "Guy Lu, do you want to fight this guy? Didn't you enjoy playing last time?" Fischer didn't care, and asked Guy Lu beside him. "Okay, then leave this guy to me." Hearing this, Guy Lu nodded and took over Shulnark as the opponent. Seeing this, Fischer waved his hand to undo the lightning prison on Shulnark. "Hey, aren't you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to report what's going on here to the leader?" Shulnark said in surprise after being removed from the thunder prison. "Whatever, I never said I would stop you from calling. It's just Nin's influence, and I can't erase that." Fischer waved his hand casually, saying indifferently. He was never afraid of Shulnark telling Krollo what happened here. So what does Krollo know? Anyway, it is impossible for the members of Phantom Troop to leave Yukiksen City. After this auction, all members of the brigade will die. Hearing this, the bitterness on Zoldyck's face became even stronger. Come with me. At this time, Gale stood up and shouted at Zoldyck, and then turned around and left just like Kurapika. Seeing this, Zoldyck had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, he blinked at Maki and his younger brother, as if to convey some message. Chapter 118. Yo, we meet again. Regardless of the dust on the ground, Fischer sat down cross-legged and waved his hands to Maki and Shizuku. I don't want to see you. Maki said in a low voice with a vigilant face. Every time I see Fischer, it doesn't do me any good. The first time she formally met with Fischer, she was overwhelmed by Fischer's aura once, unable to move. Now this second meeting was a bad news from Fischer. Fischer has the whole brigade to deal with, and this is the worst news for her. She absolutely believed that Fischer had the ability to wipe out the entire brigade. Just by his terrifying aura, he knew that it was not in one dimension at all. The entire brigade would be easily wiped out against Fischer. It's really ruthless. Anyway, we had a one-sided relationship before, but now you say such words. Fischer joked after hearing the words. Who is going too far? The first time I used my aura to suppress me like that, and the second time we met, they said they would kill us. Hearing Fischer's words, Maki roared angrily. Ah, so to speak, I am indeed too much. However, there is no way, who let you phantom troop slaughter Kurapika's people? As the leader of Kurapika, I can't ignore it. After being slightly taken aback, Fischer spread his hands, indicating that this is something that cannot be helped. As a leader, if you can't help your subordinates take revenge, then what qualifications do you have to be a leader? Percent at 1. Ah, by the way, Shizuku, you don't have to worry, because you are not involved in the Kuruda incident. There is a grudge and a debt, Kurapika will not do anything to you. Ignoring Maki's angry eyes, Fischer looked at Shizuku and said to Shizuku. It seems to be good news. Shizuku was not surprised when he heard the words, and said calmly, still with the look of a bookworm. You don't care much about this. Looking at Shizuku who was still calm, Fischer asked with interest. Being targeted by a powerhouse of your level, most of the brigade will not be able to do a good job. I'm lucky to be able to survive because of this incident, why should I care? Shizuku asked blankly. Besides, although I have been in the brigade for 3 years, I don't have too many opportunities to act together with the members of the brigade, and I haven't cultivated my relationship with them. At this point, Shizuku stopped talking. However, both Fischer and Maki who were there knew the meaning. The relationship has not been cultivated very much. Since there is not much relationship, then naturally it will not care about the death of other members. The members of Phantom Troop get together very rarely. However, Fischer is more inclined to another reason. That is Shizuku's emotional indifference, which is not only reflected in the members of the brigade, but also in himself. Shizuku abides by the rules of the brigade and trusts the leader, but he doesn't value the members of the brigade, including his own life, is too calm and ruthless. In the original book, after getting the prophecy poem from Krollo and knowing that he would die, Shizuku didn't care and behaved very calmly. It seemed that it wasn't him who died. Yuvajin didn't feel much when he died either. And Maki wouldn't say anything about that either. Because she knows Shizuku's character. Let alone the lives of the members, Shizuku would not have any attitude even if his own life was lost. In other words, there is really no way to make an attitude if you lose it. Shizuku obeyed only the brigade's rules. For you, there is a chance at life. You'd better wait for this opportunity to come up. Ignoring Shizuku, Fischer shifted his gaze to Maki, smiling at Maki. What do you want? Heard Fischer. Instead of being excited, Maki became more vigilant. Because she can feel that this is not a good thing. Well, after coming to Yukiksen City, one of my abilities happened to have some breakthroughs, so I wanted to test it on you. Fischer didn't hide anything, and directly stated his purpose. Don't even think about it. Maki shouted with stern eyes. That's up to you. Fischer smiled lightly. The next moment, Fischer undid Menchie's thunder prison. Seeing this, Maki was overjoyed and wanted to jump out of here. However, as soon as he jumped back, Maki felt a pain in his neck, and then his eyes dimmed. What are you doing? Shizuku, who was still being imprisoned beside him, asked suspiciously. Because at this time Fischer was grabbing the unconscious Maki's waist with one hand to keep her from falling. Well, let's test the ability we have just cultivated. Fischer said again. After saying that, Fischer put Maki on the ground, and then put his hands on Maki's body. Immediately afterwards, the familiar yet unfamiliar twisting force fell on Maki. That's right, Fischer wanted to see if he could twist Maki's mind with twisting force. Fischer also didn't expect that the ability to reverse damage and healing hadn't been developed yet, but the ability to reverse thoughts came from behind. This kind of sign appeared in the past few days when I came to Yukiksen City. So Fischer wanted to find someone to experiment with. To find nature is to find this kind of powerful nin. Ordinary people living as ordinary nin, Fischer has no interest. Therefore, Maki became Fischer's experiment. I wish my face could be as white as Alvia's, I succeeded twice in a row. Fischer murmured after putting away the released twisting force. Well, it seems that Alvia's face is not white, and her skin is wheat-colored, and it is still the same after several years. Instead, Robin has become bifume. Withdrawing the force of twisting, Fischer used healing power to wake up Maki under Shizuku's weird eyes, and then looked expectantly at Maki who just woke up and looked very dazed. UBD. Hearing Maki's roar, Fischer's face darkened, and he stretched out his hand again. Maki, who was about to rush up and attack Fischer, passed out again. I don't believe it anymore, my face is so dark. Xiaomos. Again. Fischer murmured, using the twisting force again. Then. UBD. Euro. Come again. A hole. Come again. Mix. Come again. I'm fighting you. Come again. Come again. Come again. After coma and waking up again and again, Shizuku's calm, Furyuiwubo's face not far away also changed, and the eyes looking at Maki were full of pity. Poor Maki. But, what is Fischer Zoldyck doing? Why do you keep knocking Maki unconscious and waking Maki up again and again? Is that the reason for the spiral force? However, Fischer's experiment is still going on, and it seems that he will not stop until he reaches his goal. Gradually, Shizuku felt a slight chill, and his body trembled involuntarily. Chapter 119. Looking at the immobile Maki who was tied up by himself with the lightning rope, Fischer rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Is it because my face is black or I haven't completed this ability? It's not as dark as a face. If you don't complete the ability, what's the throbbing before? Fischer thought silently, not paying attention to the roaring Menchie. The power of twisting, and the ability to twist thoughts, is very difficult to get. Even with 10 times the talent, Shell has only produced a twisting power that has a chance of twisting a person's mind these days. However, just now, 9 times have been used on Maki. This Maki guy is still alive and kicking, roaring when he needs to. This sent Fischer into self-doubt. Hey, Maki, are you okay? Looking at Maki who was burning with rage and barking his teeth and claws at Fischer, Shizuku who was still in the lightning cage not far away asked aloud. It's okay, it's just annoying. Shizuku, do you know what this guy did after he knocked me out? Maki stopped his useless growling and asked Shizuku. She was angry that Fischer knocked her unconscious 9 times in a row, but she didn't know what 320 Fischer did after knocking her unconscious. When I woke up, I didn't feel that I was wrong. It just released an unknown force to cover your whole body after knocking you out. It's like this every time. Shizuku didn't hide anything, and told the truth. Strength? Well, the unknown force is not the same as Nen. Maki, how do you feel? Shizuku nodded, then asked. Not at all, no difference as usual. Are you sure this guy used some kind of power to cover me? Maki was still a little confused. Well, sure, I saw it with my own eyes. Hearing this, Maki couldn't help but meditate, carefully feeling the changes in himself. However, no matter how Maki feels about his situation, the conclusion is nothing. Decided, last time. If you can't finish it anymore, then you will lose this opportunity. Suddenly, Fischer's voice sounded, startling Maki, who was in deep thinking. Immediately, Maki felt his eyes darken, and a figure slowly approached, the shadow covering her body. It was Fischer. Seeing Fischer's approach, Maki unconsciously felt a sense of uneasiness, kicking his feet on the ground continuously, and retreating backward. Hey, it's just the last time. If I don't succeed the last time, I won't knock you out again. Facing Maki's rare frightened look, Fischer said with a smile. The next moment, Maki felt a familiar feeling, a pain in his neck, and his vision went dark. Before losing consciousness, Maki cursed Fischer's ancestors for 18 generations directly in his heart. What the hell are you doing? Shizuku couldn't help asking, looking at Maki, who passed out in Fischer's arms again. Secret, Fischer said with a smile. At the same time, in this rocky area in the outskirts, in another extremely spacious small basin, the battle between Kurapika, Nobunaga Hezima, and Franklin was gradually coming to an end. Franklin's two arms were drooping on both sides at this time, extremely swollen, and one of the two long earlobes disappeared. In addition, there was a deep bone wound on his chest, which was a serious injury. As for Nobunaga Hezima, he is no longer dressed like a samurai at this time, with disheveled hair, his left face is swollen and livid, and there is a gap in his left shoulder, revealing the red and white shoulder bones inside. Obviously, this arm has been crippled. Now, although he can still hold the knife, he can no longer use his strength. On the opposite side of the two, Kurapika is not very happy. At this time, Kurapika's clothes also had a gap spanning from the shoulder to the waist, and there was blood in the gap. The clothes on the left hand had disappeared, revealing the white arm, the calm face, the corner of the mouth overflowing blood. At this time, Kurapika was staring at Franklin and Nobunaga with red eyes, HD, even though he was seriously injured but still in a vigilant state. That's Kurapika's fiery red eyes. Kurapika, who opened the red eye, has entered the state of absolute time. Unlike Fischer, Kurapika's absolute time will consume its own lifespan. As for how much, I don't know. Compared to Nobunaga and Franklin, Kurapika's situation is much better. It's careless. After the Kurita tribe was eliminated, it was right to hunt down and kill the Kurita tribe who showed up. Otherwise, we wouldn't have caused today's situation. Holding a samurai sword in one hand, Nobunaga yelled in a low tone, staring at Kurapika with dark eyes through his hair. Indeed, I didn't expect that a genocide war would have such consequences. It's really careless. Hearing Nobunaga's words, Franklin's face remained unchanged, but his tone was very regretful. Franklin regretted that he and others didn't kill them all, and continued to search after the Kurita tribe was wiped out, hunting down and killing other Kurita tribes that were exposed. So much so that Kurapika became the climate, causing today's tragedy. After seeing Kurapika's fiery eyes, they know why the Zoldyck family, who don't make enemies at will except for missions, will attack them. All because of Kurapika. Kurapika joined the Zoldyck family and became a very important member. Facing the hatred of its members, the Zoldyck family will naturally not sit idly by. So it became the situation today. Is this your last words? Kurapika slowly raised his hand, not caring about the remorse and annoyance of the two, and the chains kept flying under the surge of thoughts. The next moment, Kurapika rushed towards Franklin, who was at the back of the two. The white left hand gathered a large amount of strengthening energy, and that breath became more and more terrifying. Don't even think about it. With the scabbard hanging on his waist, Nobunaga, who could only use Iaido with one hand, slashed this blow at Kurapika who was rushing past him. However, under the defense of Kurapika's chains, Nobunaga's very powerful attack could not hurt Kurapika at all. This made Nobunaga growl angrily and loudly. Damn it! What is the material of this obstructing chain? Why can't my attack destroy it at all? And when Nobunaga made a move to stop it, as Kurapika's target, Franklin naturally wouldn't sit still, his mouth opened wide, and a golden cross-shaped light appeared in the dark throat. Kurapika's complexion remained unchanged, and the arms of the enhancer, who were constantly gathering, clenched their fists and blasted them head-on. Franklin also opened his mouth wide, and then opened his mouth suddenly, a golden light blasted towards Kurapika. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions resounded through the sky. On the other side, Galo dragged the unconscious Shulnark towards the place where Fischer was. Chapter 120. Looking at the respectful Maki in front of him, Fischer nodded in satisfaction, and said confidently, I just said my face is not so dark. No, it worked. However, after being satisfied, Fischer was somewhat entangled. Maki is now his subordinate, but this guy is Kurapika's enemy. Forget it, if there is anything to worry about, just leave it to Kurapika, that's right. If Kurapika wants to kill, then kill. One more is not too much, one less is not much. Although there is a little entanglement, this entanglement comes and goes quickly. Kurapika has more potential than Maki. If he speaks by himself, Kurapika will definitely choose to give up revenge on Maki because of his own words. After all, there is the influence of God's grace. But Fischer didn't want to affect Kurapika because of Maki. After all, compared with Maki, Kurapika's potential is stronger, and the future prospects will be more promising. How did you do it? Shizuku on the side was full of curiosity at this time. Maki's situation, Shizuku is very clear that it is impossible to betray the brigade. Until just now, Maki was still cursing Fischer, but now this kind of thing really happened. She wonders what exactly Fischer did to Maki. Ah, by the way, Shizuku, do you want to be my direct butler? Hearing Shizuku's words, Fischer suddenly thought of something, and asked Shizuku. This guy Shizuku has nothing to do with Kurapika, but he can be recruited. You can talk about it after destroying the brigade. Shizuku said lightly, and then continued to ask, you haven't answered my question yet. Secret? Fischer said lightly, without any intention of answering. You wouldn't use that kind of power on me, would you? Shizuku didn't continue to ask after hearing this, but said with a little vigilance. Hey? Do you want me to use the power of twisting on you? Unfortunately, my twisting power has been used up, and I don't have your share. Fischer shrugged and said casually. Hey! Hearing this, Shizuku was slightly relieved. If possible, she naturally doesn't want to be directly changed by Fischer like Maki. Fischer, I'm back. At this time, Guy Lu also returned here, still dragging Shulnark in his hand, and greeted Fischer gently. This guy is miserable. Looking at Shulnark with a livid face, Fischer felt a little sympathetic to this guy. You don't need to look to know that this guy has become Guy Lu's experimental subject. Experimental body for poison testing. Hey, you're back, Guy Lu. After sympathizing with Shulnark, Fischer turned his attention to Guy Lu and greeted Guy Lu. By the way, Fischer, can this guy be handed over to me? I want to use this guy as an experimental subject. The powerful Nin's physique is relatively good, and they can resist my experiment. Guy Lu nodded, and then said some creepy words. Even Fischer couldn't help feeling his scalp tingle when he heard Guy Lu's words. Shulnark is really unlucky to be selected by Galo as a poison test subject. Fischer looked at the comatose Shulnark sympathetically again, and said silently in his heart. You have to ask Kurapika about that. After all, members of Phantom Troop are Kurapika's enemies. Fischer shook his head and replied. Okay, I'll ask Kurapika later. Guy Lu nodded, and then stopped talking, walked to Fischer's side, and sat down dignifiedly. At this time, the heavy muffled sound of the wilderness battlefield where Kurapika was located was reverberating in this area. Nobunaga, who was bound by Kurapika, was bombarded all over the body by Kurapika's constant punches. With every punch, Kurapika would question. Why are you able to kill innocent people without changing your face? Why are you able to do it? Why did you kill the Kuruda people? Are you just born to kill? 0. Where are the other brigade members now? However, Nobunaga Hezama did not respond no matter how much Kurapika questioned. Because at this time Nobunaga has lost consciousness. And Kurapika's situation at this time is also very wrong. The attack was like a machine, punching punch after punch, his face was expressionless, and there was no focus in the fiery red pupils. As for Franklin, this guy has already been lying dead, most of his body was smashed by Kurapika's enhancer attack. In the original work, Kurapika may not be able to do this. After all, because of Kurapika's hatred for the brigade in the original book, his mind attack against the brigade members is very powerful, but in the final analysis, the foundation is insufficient. 0. Even after making the restriction in oath, the cultivation level of mind energy is not enough to launch an attack of this level. However, he was able to easily defeat and kill Uvajin, all because of the feat of restraining the middle finger chain, which sealed Uvajin's energy and killed Uvajin easily. In the case of using the enhancer attack to smash Franklin's half of Franklin's body when he didn't use the binding middle finger chain to seal Franklin's Nian just now, it is only now that this one has made a rule that he cannot use Nian on anyone to make his own Nian Chi. Kurapika, whose cultivation base has skyrocketed, can do it. Kurapika in the original book is obviously impossible to do, but it is possible to restrain it. The sound of the heavy fist attack was continuously transmitted here, and then echoed because of the rock wall, one after another. Finally, at some point, Kurapika stopped attacking and removed the chains from Nobunaga. Bloody, every part is good, and Nobunaga, who has long been dead and can't die anymore, crashes to the ground. Kurapika, covered in blood, looked up at the sky, at the bright silver moon, and remained silent. After a long time, Kurapika made a move, materialized a shovel, dug a hole, and buried the bodies of the two people in it. Then he staggered towards Fischer's direction and walked for a long time. Chapter 121. About 10 minutes after Gale came back, Kurapika also dragged his exhausted body back here. Your condition doesn't look very good. As soon as Kurapika came back, everyone present found that something was wrong with her condition, and Gale asked worriedly. Why are they able to kill with impunity? Kurapika didn't answer, but said sadly. The living environment. Most members of the brigade came from Meteor Street, and you must be aware of the situation there. Fischer replied flatly. Hearing this, Kurapika fell silent. As a person who likes to read and understand everything in this world, Kurapika naturally knows the existence of Meteor Street. It is a place where human life is worthless, and it is the most sinful place in the world. No one who came out of the 950 from that place was a good stubble. Take a good rest for a day and adjust your situation well. Looking at the silent Kurapika, Fischer urged. I see. Kurapika didn't resist either, and nodded slightly, accepting Fischer's kindness. He knew that his current situation was a bit strange, and he really needed time to recover from this strange state. Also, who are they? Immediately, Kurapika's attention was stunned and unconscious, and Maki, who was kneeling on the side, not imprisoned, did not look like an enemy at all. Shulnark was defeated by Gallo. As for Maki, this guy changed his mind when I was experimenting with new abilities and became an underling. You decide whether to kill or not. Fischer glanced at the two of them and explained. Kurapika, I want someone to test the medicine for me, can you save one for me? At this time, Jalu also spoke. Is that so? Kurapika nodded suddenly, then fell into deep thought. A minute later, Kurapika looked at Fischer and said, if Shulnark kills Maki directly, I will hand it over to Galo as a test subject for the test drug. Is it okay to deal with it like this, leader? You can decide on this matter. Fischer said with a gentle smile. Thank you, chief. Kurapika nodded gratefully. From now on, follow Gale, Maki. Fischer ordered Maki. Hearing this, Maki glanced at Shulnark who was still pale, and swallowed involuntarily. I was very scared in my heart, but I still obeyed Fischer's orders. I see, Lord Fischer. Well, do I want to describe the favor to you? Fischer was a little confused at this moment. Once the grace is portrayed, then Maki is a member of his own faction, and he can get feedback rewards, and his strength will definitely increase rapidly, and his own heavy treasury steward force will also add a powerful battle record. However, Maki is Kurapika's enemy. Give her a favor, leader. Seeing Fischer's entanglement, Kurapika offered. Hey? Are you sure? Fischer was a little surprised, with a long mouth, and looked at Kurapika blankly. Well, since you, the leader, have changed your thinking and become a subordinate, you can be regarded as a member of the power directly under the housekeeper. Moreover, leader, you can get a lot of benefits from the members of the faction every time you take a direct steward leader. Kurapika said gently. How do you know? Hearing Kurapika's words, Fischer was even more surprised. Members of the power reported this kind of thing, but they never disclosed it. It is better to say that this kind of thing cannot be disclosed at all, due to the limitations of the system. How could this guy Kurapika know? Noted. When you gave me the favor, leader, I still remember the undisguised excitement on your face. Boss, you copied the red eyes from me at that time, right? The Kuruta have a special connection to their red eyes. When the fiery red eye trait appears, that is, when the eyes of the Kuruta people turn into fiery red eyes, our eyes will involuntarily resonate. If you don't suppress it, it will look like it is now. At that time, leader, you may not have noticed that after finishing the description of grace, my eyes resonated with the fiery red eyes on you, leader, and turned red. Following by your side, leader, I suppress this resonance all the time. So I guess, the leader, you got the red eye trait, not the red eye zero. Kurapika said slowly, and in the end, the eyes turned red directly, and turned into red eyes. Is there such a thing? So, leader, what kind of ability did you get from me? The people on the side were all surprised when they heard the words, and Guy Lu, one of the parties involved, asked directly. I really admire your insight. However, is it really good for you to say it in front of outsiders? Fischer slightly admired, but then he was very helpless, and his eyes involuntarily shifted to Shizuka who was locked inside by himself with a lightning prison. Here Shulnark is about to kill, and Maki becomes his subordinate, so no problem. However, there is an outsider at the scene. Shizuka is not one of his subordinates. This guy Kurapika said it here, which gave Shizuka two choices. First, kill Shizuka. Second, Shizuka becomes a companion. Anyway, this secret cannot be leaked out. Regarding this, Kurapika smiled slightly and said, Boss, you really want Shizuka to be our companion, but you have a gentle personality and won't force Shizuka. So let me make the decision for you. All eyes were on Shizuka. Even Shizuka, who is as cute as he is, broke out in a cold sweat after being watched by several people and hearing the conversation between Fischer and 5.6 Kurapika. Shizuka was not afraid that he would die, but was speechless because of Kurapika's behavior of calculating his boss. Glancing at the way Maki looked at him, Shizuku hesitated for a moment, then slowly raised his hand. I join. He who understands current affairs is a great man. Kurapika said gently. Shizuku. That's it, leader, hurry up and give them 2 favors. Turning his gaze back, Kurapika urged while looking at Fischer. Fischer. It's here. How about I avoid it? Kurapika tentatively asked in a low voice. Did I say this? Go back to the hotel. Chapter 122. I remember you are not afraid of death, and you trust Krollo very much, why did you agree? In the hotel, Fischer asked in puzzlement while portraying favors to Shizuku. There is no trust or distrust. The leader is alive, so he is worthy of my trust. But now, the leader has no chance to survive, so what's the use of my trust? I just want to have a safe place to live. Shizuku replied flatly. He trusts the head of the regiment, because the head of the brigade, like him, maintains the rules set by the brigade, just like her, so she trusts her very much. However, that is based on the existence of the brigade. Now, this brigade is about to disappear, and she doesn't need to continue to abide by the rules of the brigade. Being imprisoned in Fischer's Thunder Prison, Shizuku is very aware of Fischer's power, which is not something she can resist. Moreover, with the 2 men brought by Fischer, Kurapika killed Uvajin, 09 Nobunaga, and Franklin alone. Shulnark was also easily dealt with by Gale alone. In addition, there are Menchi and Crook who easily crushed them yesterday. Shizuku can't see the way out of the brigade at all. And I was still excluded, not in the target, so let's find the next one directly. It's best to find one that is stronger and won't wipe out the entire organization. And the Zoldyck family fit that bill perfectly. I see. You really have a weak temper. Fischer nodded knowingly. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a new powerful member and getting a sign-in reward once. May I ask the host if you want to sign in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from Shizuku Murasaki, a member of the power, and the host for getting the Ninpopied fish. Inhui was even more engraved, and the long-lost voice of the system sounded in his mind. So. Okay, your grace has been described, go to Gai Lu, let her spread the grace for you. Maki, it's your turn, come here. Without paying attention to the prompt in his mind, Fischer said to Shizuku and called Maki to come over. Yes, Master Fischer. Maki responded and walked over. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a new faction member and getting a sign-in reward once. May I ask the host if you want to sign in? Ding. Congratulations to the desk for getting the ability feedback from the faction member Maki Kaumashini, and congratulations to the host for getting the Nin Stitch. It's okay. Hearing the system's prompt and feeling the new ability acquired, Shell nodded in satisfaction. Okay, you go to Gai Lu's side too. Immediately, Fischer drove Maki to Gai Lu's side as well. Yes, Master Fischer. Maki responded and left here. System, let's sign in, Shizuku and Maki. Ding. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for getting the suction fruit, Shizuku special version. Ding. The sign-in is successful, congratulations to the host for getting the fruit of the line, Maki special version. The system is staring at one piece. I know the string fruit, but what is the ability to suck the fruit? Hearing the system's prompt, Fischer was a little puzzled. For the system, sometimes the rewards will give explanations, and sometimes there will be no explanations. It really fits the name of this company, just let it happen. Hey, Fischer, aren't those 2 guys Kurapika's enemies? How did you become a companion? At this moment, Crook opened the door and walked in, asking Fischer. Kurapika's decision. Shizuku has no hatred with Kurapika, but Maki has been reversed by me and has become a subordinate. Now he is experimenting with poison for Galo and is a test subject. Fischer explained. Hey, is that so? It's really strange that Kurapika would make such a decision. Crook was a little surprised when he heard this. If it were her, she didn't know if she would make the same decision as Kurapika. Well, indeed, to be honest, I'm also very surprised, and I'm very grateful. Fischer nodded and said. Yes, thanks. The reason why Kurapika gave up Maki and let Maki become a member of the faction was mainly because he wanted Fischer to benefit from Maki, and Guy Lu's situation was second. For such a subordinate who thinks of himself, Fischer is really helpful. It's you, Crook, you need to work harder. Now that you have more companions, you don't have enough vitality. If you don't work harder to copy the vitality fruit, then I will have no share. Immediately, Fischer urged Crook. There are 9 people in the family other than myself, and now I have 6 direct housekeepers. The total is exactly 15 people, plus myself is 16, according to the situation of one person and 2, it is not enough. You can't favor one over the other, let one of them lose it, so only you have to give in. It seems to be true. I'll try to speed up the speed of 657. Crook heard the words, thought about it carefully, and found that it was really the case, then nodded repeatedly to reassure. Well, come on, work hard. Fischer encouraged, and then left here. The 2 system-exclusive rewards still need to be given to Shizuku and Maki. Soon, Fischer gave 2 exclusive rewards to the 2, and then they were attacked by the excited Maki and the calm Shizuku, and 2 rare scars appeared on their faces. At the same time, on the other side, in an abandoned church in an abandoned city near Yukiksen City. At this moment, Krollo Lucifer finally realized that something was wrong. Because several hours passed, neither Uvijin nor Shulnark contacted him. He made several phone calls, but the other party didn't answer, which made him feel very bad. Others also knew that something was wrong. Head, let's go to Yukiksen City to have a look. Finks stood up and proposed to Krollo with a solemn expression. Well, let's go to Yukiksen City. Krollo didn't refuse the proposal, and directly agreed. A group of 6 people left the abandoned church and rushed towards Yukiksen City. Chapter 123. Leader, it has been confirmed that these are the Yin Beast members sent by the 10 old man. I came a few times before, and the battle site is in that huge rocky basin a few kilometers away. In the rocky wilderness on the outskirts of Yukiksen City, Finks held a strongman in his hand, facing Krollo not far away. Open your mouth and say. Everyone, hurry there as quickly as possible. Krollo gave an order, and then turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the direction Finks pointed. The others also turned into afterimages one after another, and followed at the fastest speed. Soon, Krollo and others came to the first scene where Uvijin and others met Fischer. Captain, I feel it. Cuba came to a place, turned his head and shouted at Krollo. When several people heard the words, they all gathered around. Turn a blind eye to the many corpses around. This is new soil, dug up from the ground, and someone was buried here. Hisoka said with a smile. Krollo looked at Cuba. Captain, here I feel a gadget I copied to Shulnark. Cuba replied knowingly. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell silent for an instant. The most popular thing is Krollo, which broke the peace. Dig it out. Finks and Flaking Left came over and dug up with bare hands. Soon, the 2 reached their goal. Shulnark, whose skin was livid all over, was lying quietly in the pit at this time, and he had already lost his breath. Everyone was silent again. Krollo's eyes flickered, and he looked at Kyubi and asked, Kyubi, do other people have a copy of you? Yes, there is a replica I gave Uvijin not far from here. There are replicas of Nobunaga and Franklin about 2,000 meters to the east. Besides. Cuba nodded, telling the truth, but stopped at the end, hesitating, not knowing whether to say it or not. Crollo also saw Cuba's hesitation, and asked, "Let's talk. Over there are replicas of Maki and Shizuku. Cuba nodded, and then pointed to an empty rock platform not far away. "Hey, that's interesting." Hearing Cuba's words, Hisoka suddenly smiled evilly. "That is to say, have Xiao and Maki been caught?" Peeling Lai asked. "No, this matter is very interesting." Hisoka denied with a smile. "What do you mean?" Finks, the nin of the enhancer, had question marks all over his face. If both Shizuku and Maki were captured, it wouldn't have put something like this that would guide us to find them, Hisoka explained with a wicked smile. "It's also possible that the enemy discovered it, so they left the replica here." Paknatan retorted and argued. "Do you think you can accept this explanation yourself?" Hisoka said after hearing this, looking at her. As soon as these words came out, Paknatan fell silent immediately and did not refute. Because, if she were the enemy, she would definitely destroy the replicas that might reveal their whereabouts if she knew the replicas, instead of keeping them on purpose. That is to say, have Maki and Shizuku betrayed. Although he is an enhancer with a simple mind, he also heard a thing or two when Hisoka and Paknatan talked about it. No, it's still uncertain. It's also possible that Maki and Shizuku left it on purpose to convey something to us. Crollo, who had been silent all this time, said. However, the next moment, Kyubi's words directly blocked this possibility. "Leader, there is nothing left above. Let's make sure Uvajin, Nobunaga, and Franklin were really killed by the enemy. Maybe it's just a duplicate buried." Shelf Left said, "A piece of nonsense. How could the enemy do such a thankless thing?" However, even though they thought so in their hearts, Crollo and the others followed Cuba's instructions and dug Uvajin out. Then it was confirmed whether Nobunaga and Franklin were dead or not. Crollo is really hoping that Peel Lev's crap is true. However, things backfired. Looking at the 4 corpses in different shapes in front of him, Crollo remained silent for a long time. "That's awesome, Fischer. In such a short period of time, most of the brigade's combat power has been resolved." Unlike Crollo's silence, Hisoka was very excited at this time. According to this situation, the brigade will not survive for a few days. "I'm going to go to Fischer now and ask him to give me Crollo. I don't know if it will be accepted. Although it is very likely that you will be rejected, you can give it a try." Thinking of this, Hisoka recalled the scene of a one-on-one battle with Crollo. "Hisoka, what's the matter with you?" Finks asked, frowning his browless brow. "Nothing." Hisoka restrained his perverted aura in good time and said with a smile. Only then did everyone turn their eyes away from Hisoka. "Commander, what should we do next?" Finks asked Crollo. "Who do you think is possible and able to do this kind of thing in this place, this time, in Yokiksen City?" Crollo did not answer Finks' inquiry, but asked a rhetorical question. When everyone heard the words, they all became thoughtful. "Captain, do you want to say, Fischer Zoldyck?" After a while, Paknatan said. According to my knowledge, at this time, at this place, the person who has this possibility is Fischer Zoldyck." The leader nodded and said with great certainty. He has great confidence in the members of his brigade. It is impossible for ordinary Nin to beat Uvajin and them. Even the ghost beasts of the underworld 10 old man were killed by them just now, and the remaining one was stolen by him and then released. Here, now, the only thing that can be done, the only one that has this possibility is Fischer. "Hisoka, can I get Fischer Zoldyck's contact information, Qian Wang's, from that guy in Ilmi?" Immediately, Crollo asked Hisoka. "Fischer Zoldyck's contact information? I did. I met Hunter during the experiment and made an appointment." Hisoka said with a smile. "Yes, give me his contact number." "Hi, this is for you." Hisoka quickly took out the phone and threw it to Crollo. Crollo took the phone, opened it, quickly found the Fischer column in the contacts, and called it directly. Soon, the phone was connected. As soon as it was connected, Fischer's voice came from the opposite side. Hisoka, why are you calling me? Let's not talk about the competition. If it wasn't for the sake of IL fans, I would have killed you last time. Hearing the voice from inside, Crollo, who had some doubts about Hisoka, immediately dispelled the doubts. Then, Crollo Cai spoke. It's me, Crollo Lucifer. Chapter 124. Crollo. Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking at the gradually rising sun outside the window, and listening to the voice from the mobile phone, Fischer's expression remained unchanged and he was very calm. Ah, it's me. Fischer Zoldyck, did you do this? Crollo on the opposite side asked calmly. You mean Uvijin and the others? Fischer said lightly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised upon hearing this. Sure enough, is it you? Why, the brigade and your Zoldyck family don't seem to have any grievances, right? What happened 3 years ago has already been written off. Crollo seemed very puzzled, and he could tell from the voice. Kurita no, there are Kurita people in my immediate housekeeper. Fischer was silent for a moment, then said, and hung up the phone immediately after speaking. There is no need to say some redundant nonsense anymore. Just a few words of the Kurita tribe is enough for Crollo to understand why he is against them. At this time, in the wilderness of the basin outside Yokiksen city, Crollo looked at the rising sun, slowly put down his hands on the phone, looked at the rising sun, and remained silent. The rising sun symbolizes the renewal of Vientiane, but at this time Crollo's eyes are extraordinarily glaring, extraordinarily dazzling. Captain! Finks said, looking at Crollo and calling. 050, go back and prepare for Fischer Zoldyck's shot. Crollo said lightly, threw the phone to Hisoka, and walked into the distance with his hands in his pockets. Finks, Peeling Lev, Uvijin and the others will trouble you, let them go to the ground. Paknatan calmly asked the two of them. Leave it to us. Finks also calmed down at this time, and responded in a low voice, and then started to do it. The Peeling Lev on the side also followed suit. Paknatan watched this scene silently, without saying a word for a long time. After burying Uvijin and others, Crollo and his party returned to the temporary base. The entire base area was extremely quiet, there was no sound, only the faint breathing of everyone, no one moved, no one opened their mouths. This situation lasted until noon before changing. Paknatan, Cuba, Hisoka. The temporary base that had been quiet for a long time finally heard a voice, and Crollo called the names of the three Hisoka. Leader. Paknatan replied, and the other two also looked at Crollo. Kyubi, Hisoka, the two of you joined the brigade after the Kurita incident, and have nothing to do with the Kurita tribe. As for Paknatan, you didn't take any action in the battle against the Kurita tribe. With this, Ajkv, you should be able to live. Crollo said calmly, as if giving his last words. Head, what are you thinking? Hearing this, Paknatan frowned suddenly, and said inexplicably, it seemed that because of his emotions, his voice was no longer gentle, but slightly raised. Kyubi and Hisoka did not speak, but stared at Crollo quietly, wanting to hear Crollo's answer. Maki and Shizuku are definitely alive. Otherwise they will be buried there like Uvijin and the others. And the reason why Shizuku and Maki are alive, I can probably understand. On the opposite side there is Nan who can detect polygraphs, who can detect a person's situation and life history. Shizuku, like Hisoka and Cuba, joined after we killed the Kurita tribe, so she didn't join the group. And Maki, her survival is what makes it possible for me. Maki survived because Maki was just like you. In the battle of the Kurita tribe, we were the only ones to do it, and the task of you and Maki was to collect the red eyes as quickly as possible, so we survived without moving. When the time comes, let that polygraph tester test it, and they should let you go. Krollo said calmly. Before, he didn't understand why Maki was able to survive, but after learning that the incident this time had something to do with the Kurita tribe, he learned that among the dead were Yuvajin and the others who had attacked the Kurita tribe. Afterwards, Krollo understood all about it. The enemy on the opposite side is principled and will not attack unrelated people. Here is Krollo's guess. However, Krollo really guessed a little wrong. Kurapika does have the ability to detect lies, but Kurapika has not used it. Kurapika acted based on the information Fischer gave him, and did not attack Shizuku because of the information Fischer gave. Shizuku did not participate in the Ninluta clan for a few years after joining. Although the process of guessing is wrong, the answer is correct. Kurapika really won't do anything to people who have nothing to do with it. Leader. Paknatan's brows frowned even deeper. Okay, it's so decided, do you have any comments? Krollo reached out his hand and interrupted what Paknatan was about to say, and turned to Finks and Pilaf. I don't have an opinion, I have a grudge and a debt. Finks casually spread his hands and said indifferently. This matter has nothing to do with Hisoka and the three of them. The leader asked them to leave, but he didn't care at all. He has nothing to refute about Krollo's arrangement. This incident itself is the consequence of their past experiences, and he thinks he is a man who will bear the consequences. I have no opinion either. However, leader, according to your arrangement, do you think we can't beat each other? Sherolef also shook his head to express that he had no objection, but he was puzzled by Krollo's decision. It's useless, Hisoka can be instantly killed. How do you guys feel about the fight between yourself and Hisoka? Krollo shook his head and asked back. As soon as these words came out, both Lef and Finks looked at Hisoka. Hisoka returned a perverted smile, which made the two of them tremble, and quickly looked away. Captain, do you really think this is okay? I mean, don't we take the initiative to attack? However, although they had no objections, the two still felt a little unwilling and asked because of their voices. The enemy is clear and we are dark, we can't find them. On the contrary, with the influence of the Zoldyck family, we can easily grasp our whereabouts. Just like that time 3 years ago. So, the only time we see them now is when they come to us. As for leaving Yokiksen City directly, it is estimated that the outside of Yokiksen City has been surrounded. We have a little trouble, and the opposite side can receive the information. Also, even if you can really leave Yokiksen City, do you feel willing? The orphans of the Kurita tribe will definitely hunt us down. Are you too willing to hide and be hunted down for the rest of your life? I have something to do, don't talk to me. Krollo shook his head, said lightly, then returned to the place where he was sitting before, sat down, lowered his head, and said nothing. However, the thought energy on his body flowed weakly, sinking into the ground continuously along his feet. He has never been the type to be bullied but not fight back. Seeing Krollo's appearance, Finks and Faliv looked at each other, and they didn't speak again, but sat back to their seats silently. Yes, they will never be reconciled. Being hunted down all your life? It's better to fight vigorously with the enemy, it's worth dying. Chapter 125. What's that book in Krollo's hand? It was the first time Hisoka saw Krollo's thieves' ultimate intent, and didn't know what kind of prop the book in Krollo's hand was, so he couldn't help thinking about it. Although Krollo has made it clear that Hisoka, Kyubi, and Paknatan will leave, but no one has left here, and they are still staying in the temporary station. Hisoka is watching Krollo right now. Krollo is now with his head down, holding an open book in his hand. If you don't pay attention carefully and turn on the nin, you really can't tell that this is using nin. Hisoka, Cuba, the leader told you to leave, why don't you leave? At this time, Finks not far away suddenly called out. What are you saying? Although I have only joined the brigade for a few years, I already regard the brigade as my own home. How could I leave at this time? Facing Fink's question, Hisoka said with a smile. Finks. I believe you, UBD, you are definitely planning something. Finks said to himself without speaking, raising his vigilance against Hisoka. Captain, what about the people outside? Sherolef also spoke at this time. He glanced at the window, and then said to Krollo. Never mind, they're the stewards of the Zoldyck family, they're professionals, they should have existed before. Now it has been clarified, so it has become an above-board surveillance. Even if you want to attack them, you can't find them. After all, the Zoldyck family is best at assassination. Krollo looked up and replied. He has already sensed the breath outside. There are 2 auras outside, which suddenly appeared around them. And it didn't take long for him to leak his breath when he waited for someone to come back here. Obviously, the existence of these 2 auras was here long ago. It was only after he and Fischer Zoldyck made clear the relationship between the enemy and us would he deliberately expose it. They are telling him, since it has been cleared up, then we will monitor you openly and don't even think about running around. That's why he said before that once they leave here, Fischer will know the situation here immediately. Shout, it's slippery, killers are really disgusting. Finks curled his lips in dissatisfaction. He had wanted to go out several times to look for the existence of these 2 auras since just now, but as soon as he walked to the door of the church, he felt the 2 auras instantly, directly erased his own existence aura, and hid himself. When he came back here, those 2 auras appeared again, extremely cunning. After all, one of them is an IL fan, and it's only natural to have this kind of concealment technology. Hisoka didn't speak, but he was smiling inside. Others didn't feel who the master of the 2 breaths was, but Hisoka did. Hisoka knew who one of the breaths was. That is the existence of Year Fan, who can be called his friend. Hisoka didn't expect that Ilmi would come to monitor the brigade. Things are getting more and more interesting. IL fans, are you surrendering to Fischer? At this time, outside, on 2 of the abandoned buildings outside the abandoned church, there are 2 figures on the roofs of the 2 buildings. One of the figures was exactly what Hisoka thought, it was Ilmi, who was standing on the edge of the building and staring at the abandoned church in the distance with a calm expression. On another mountain, Wutong put his hands behind his back, and calmly stared at the abandoned church below. I didn't expect that Master Yamai would come here, it's really strange. While observing the church below, the peripheral vision from the corner of Wutong's eyes also flicked at the direction of Yamai from time to time. But at this moment, the heart of Yamai whom Wutong was talking about was very restless. Year fans have come to Yukiksen City very early. Wutong left Kukolo Mountain with a large number of housekeepers on his front feet, and Yeermi followed behind. I also know the information from Yukzinchi. I also learned about Karapika's record and the event where Menchi and others fought against the members of the brigade. Crook, Gai Lu is one of the 12 earthly branches, so it's normal to easily defeat a member of the brigade. But why, Menchi and Karapika also have this kind of strength? Menchi was able to deal with the 3 brigade members alone. And Karapika easily attacked and killed a powerful enhancer expert, and then dealt with 2 powerful brigade members by himself and killed them without injury. Why were they able to obtain such a powerful force in such a short period of time? Although his face was calm, there was a turmoil in Yamai's heart at this time. Crook and Gai Lu, the 2 12 earthly branches, have such strength as a matter of course, and he also recognizes them very much. But why did Menchi, who was unknown before but entangled in strength, gain such strength in such a short period of time? 0. Dealing with 3 brigades by one person is still very easy and comfortable. And Karapika's performance is even more frightening. It took more than half a year to directly grow from an beginner to this kind of team that can form a group of 10 people and 2 brigades and count it as an achievement of killing without injury. The common ground between the 2 is the change that only appeared after becoming Fischer's direct butler. Fischer, what are you hiding? With his mouth slightly open, Yermi whispered. After the voice fell, Yermi's figure disappeared instantly. Disappeared. Indus in the distance was startled, and he couldn't help saying, his breath was a little disordered, but he immediately controlled it. After all, he was spying on others now. 0. On the other side, in the hotel where Fischer is. Karapika, who had just returned not long ago, appeared here again. How do you think Krolo will react? Fischer asked with a smile as they sat opposite each other. I don't know his character. Karapika shook his head and said truthfully. If you don't know a person's personality, you can't judge a person's behavior style. From the beginning to the end, Karapika only got information about the brigade from Fischer. Except for the brigade members he had dealt with before, he had never seen any other members of the brigade. Just now, Wu Tong reported to me. Krolo has been staying in the temporary residence since he returned to the temporary residence and has not come out. The same goes for the other members. What do you think Krolo is up to? Fischer nodded, then said. Indus, he's here too. Karapika was a little surprised. Well, there is no one but Indus who can monitor the brigade and has the ability to adapt to changes. Fischer said. However, another person who surprised me also passed by. Having said this, Fischer's expression became strange. Unexpected. Ah, Nagoylse has passed. I don't know where he made a mistake. Fischer said strangely. Say CAO. CAO is here. Who is CAO? An RQ lover. I'm not that kind of guy, Fischer. The door opened, and Yermi walked in slowly with a blank expression. Chapter 126. Aren't you tossing the vitality tree at home? Why did you come here all of a sudden? Fischer asked with great interest, looking at Ilfan's. Grandpa said that if I put my mind to that thing again, my legs would be broken, so I gave up. Yermi said with a blank expression. Pfft. Haha, break your leg. Now I have a picture of you limping in my mind. Hearing what Yerfan said, Fischer couldn't help laughing out loud. Laugh and laugh. Let me know when you've laughed enough. Yermi said lightly, and then walked to the side sofa and sat down, her hands drooping, her big black eyes staring straight at Fischer. Fischer. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense, let's talk. What are you doing here looking for me? Being stared at by Ilfans, Fischer panicked, unable to continue laughing, and asked Ilfans Road. I want to know, what's up with him and Menchi? Why has the strength improved so much in just half a year, so terrifying? Don't perfuse me casually, you know my character, perfunctory me, I will always pester you. Yermi nodded expressionlessly, and then said. Fischer. With the character of Yermi, it is really possible to do this. Let's make a long story short. Karapika and Menchi have been able to improve so much in a short period of time because they are my direct stewards and members of my faction. I have an that gives my men great power. I know you also want to gain great power in a short period of time, but it's impossible, because you are my family, and I won't do it. Fischer knows what Il is a fan of this guy, since this guy asked then he came to him to ask for this method of quickly improving his strength, so he explained it directly and blocked his mouth in advance. Is there such an? This kind of weirdnan has a price, right? Even the monster Aluka needs to pay a price to get wishes from him. Ilmi said calmly with his face still unchanged. Not at all. Fischer shook his head in denial. The existence of the system is to assist oneself, which is different from that of Aluka. Yaluyas is an exchange of equivalent value, but the objects of exchange are different. The former gets, and the latter pays. But the system completely benefits itself and its subordinates. Once you harvest a new faction member, you can obtain abilities from the faction member, and the system will also give a reward suitable for the faction member. Really? IL fans couldn't believe it, and looked at Kurapika. Seeing this, Kurapika shook her head slightly. Master Yamai, I don't know about this matter. All I know is that Fischer can give the benefits that suit us. Fischer, are you sure you don't need a price? Yermi nodded after hearing this, then looked at Fischer again, and asked Fischer for the second time. The only price is to become my subordinate. Mine is to help my subordinates grow up. Only by becoming my subordinates can I get this kind of benefit. Fischer opened his mouth lightly and explained again. That's fine, Fischer, I'll be your direct manager. It's a great benefit for you to give me such a big promotion. After hearing Fischer's explanation, Yamai spoke without hesitation. This made Fischer very confused and stared at him blankly. Being your subordinate, you will not order it at will. Just like him and those guys. Also, after you become the head of the family in the future, I will have to obey your orders in certain matters, so it's not too much, it's just ahead of schedule. Regarding Fischer's obsession, Yi Erfan didn't care at all, explained lightly. Hearing Yamai's explanation, Fischer came back to his senses, and frowned. Yermai, are you serious? Seriously, I've thought about it for a long time. Fans nodded seriously. I believe you, Ghost, I just explained it to you, and you said that you have thought about it for a long time. Lying is not as lying as you are. Actually, I already had this guess before, and the reason why I asked you was to confirm it with you. Now, you have explained it yourself, so I will make this decision. Why, don't you want to? Yi Erfan continued to speak. You are my family, and I don't want to impose such an extra shackle on my family relationship. Fischer replied with a complicated expression. Fischer really doesn't want such an extra relationship between family members. Their strength is improving so fast, and soon the people in the family will not be able to match. Fischer, do you want the servants of the Zoldyck family to be strong and the master to be weak? Ilmai narrowed her big round eyes slightly, and said lightly. To tell you the truth, my dad has guessed about this matter and discussed it with me. It's also Dad's intention to come to you this time. Dad said, this time it's up to me to decide on my own. My decision is to obtain the method and benefits of quickly improving your strength from you. Fischer, will you give it? Yamai's tone was still flat, but there was an aggressive feeling. Even Dad got involved. It's really troublesome. The Fischer scratched his scalp in some annoyance. People in the family are not blind, so they can guess it naturally. Yermi nodded and continued. Is the servant strong and the master weak? Indeed, it is fortunate that the human kingdom in Lake Mobius does not have too many powerful enemies for Kurapika to improve their strength. But once they enter the Dark Continent, Kurapika and the others who have the grace of God are absolutely unrestrained wild horses and cannot be restrained at all. Because there are strong people everywhere in that place, fighting against the existence there, with the assistance of the grace of God, Kurapika and their strength will definitely increase rapidly. At that time, the real servant is strong and master is weak. If you don't describe Inhui to Yamai, then this is the future, but if you describe Inhui, Yamai will become your own hand 4.6 times, adding a layer of shackles on the family level. It's really troublesome. Thinking of this, Fischer sighed melancholy. Fischer, you don't have to think that much. Based on your character, even if you become a member of your faction, you will not order members at will. Throw away that pimple in your heart, just don't think about it. It's not a big deal. Seeing that Fischer's attitude was a little loose, the fans quickly tried to persuade him. Let me think about it, okay, Ilfan. Although a little moved, Fischer did not directly agree to Ilfan because of this emotion, but replied like this. Okay, but it's best to give an answer within a week. This is the time limit that Daddy gave you. Yamai said without forcing Fischer when he heard the words, and got up and left here after speaking. Chapter 127. It's really troublesome. Standing up to the floor-to-ceiling windows, Fischer put his hands in his pockets and murmured, looking out the window. Fischer, I think what Master Yamai said is right. The portrayal of Inhui is just a trivial shackle. After all, you didn't treat us as servants from the bottom of your heart, did you? So you don't have to worry about this at all, this kind of inner knot doesn't exist at all. 17. Besides, it can improve the strength of the family, so why not do it? The most important point, if only we can quickly improve our strength, your family members will never ignore it, and the two sides will definitely conflict. Looking at the troubled Fischer, Kurapika began to persuade him. This is his point of view. Although Ilmi said that servants are strong and masters are weak, Kurapika knows that Fischer never regards them as servants, but companions. So he didn't feel disgusted with Yermi's words, he was completely in the state of hearing with his left ear and hearing with his right ear. As long as Fischer treats them the same as before. IL fans can call them whatever they want. 09 Fischer did not respond. Before IL fans did not advance, Fischer did not expect to come up in this regard. But now, as soon as Yermi mentioned it, Fischer also noticed this. As Kurapika said, as members of the Zoldyck family, they will be suppressed by a group of direct housekeepers recruited in the future. How could the Zoldyck family be reconciled? There will definitely be a series of contradictions. Fischer, don't hesitate. At this time, Kurapika spoke again, still persuading. I can't help it. Let's show favor to my dad and the others. Hearing Kurapika's words again, Fischer also made a decision and sighed slightly. Speaking of which, how do you feel now? Are you going to act tonight? Immediately, Sincher asked about Kurapika's situation. The reason why I didn't go directly to Krollo and others yesterday, but took the members of the brigade directly overnight, was just to let Kurapika take a good rest and calm down his inner emotions. It now appears that Kurapika has recovered. So Fischer wanted to ask Kurapika if he wanted to know all about it tonight. Ah, that's exactly what I mean. Kurapika nodded firmly after hearing that, and replied. Okay, let's go find the house tonight. However, since Krollo hasn't left, then he will definitely arrange something later. Be careful tonight. Fischer nodded, and then warned seriously. I see, I won't be careless. Kurapika nodded seriously. By the way, Fischer, I forgot one thing, can I call Maki? Kurapika continued after reassuring Fischer. Maki? What, you want to kill her? Fischer was a little surprised when he heard this. No, I just wanted to test it out. I have a chain that can detect lies. I want to detect it. If Maki kills the Kurita people, then let her continue to be Gale's experimental subject. If not, then this subject should not be a subject. Kurapika replied. You still think about Maki, you know, this guy is a member of the brigade. After listening to Kurapika's explanation, Fischer's expression was extremely strange. It was the first time he saw Kurapika like this. If it were me, even if I had this ability, thank you, I would not consider Maki. After all, they are all members of your faction now, and we will see each other often in the future. This involves my attitude towards her in the future. If possible, I still hope that there is no hatred between me and her, so that I can treat her with a normal heart. This is related to the possible actions of cooperation in the future. Kurapika took a deep breath, and then said. Deceive yourself. Fischer gave him a blank look and said. Hearing this, Kurapika showed a bitter expression. Yeah, he's kidding himself. Still, he tried it first. If I don't try it, I will not be a companion with Maki in the future. Even if I am a housekeeper under the same direct control, the best way I treat her is to have nothing to do with passers-by. But if it turns out not to be, then he and Maki would make great companions. As members of the direct stewardship force, no matter how alienated they are in the future, they will act together and cooperate together. If it can only be an unrelated passerby, then he must first comfort himself in order to avoid problems in cooperation in the future. If you can become a partner, then it is necessary to deepen the relationship between each other. Acting together in the future will have better results. Whatever you want, go find Guy Lu yourself, she should be experimenting in her room now. Fischer shook his head and waved his hands casually. Okay, I'll go find her now. Kurapika nodded, and was about to leave here. Tell Maki it's my order and she will cooperate with you. Fischer nodded, and then stopped talking. Yet. Nodding, Kurapika left the place. This guy, it's too worrying. He's already thinking about the future. Looking at the closed door, Fischer was a little speechless. The Kurapika guy was thinking too much too. Think of the future now. However, his thinking about planning for a rainy day is indeed correct. In the future, when we enter the Dark Continent, cooperation is the most basic. We are not sure about the relationship now, and if we don't take proper measures, mistakes will easily occur in future cooperation. In that place, as long as it is a small mistake, it will be magnified enough to destroy a team's fatal 573 turnovers. This guy has considered everything, right? Is it good or bad to have such a steward? I feel like I'm such a waste. Fischer murmured, because he didn't think of it before Kurapika mentioned it. Soon, the door of Fischer's room was opened again, and Kurapika's figure appeared in the room. You guys are always in a hurry. Fischer looked at the door that was slammed against the wall, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Fischer, it has been established that Maki did not kill any Kurita. Also, Maki said there was one person in Phantom Troop who wasn't involved in the killing at the time. They were only responsible for collecting the red eyes that had been opened on the corpses of the Kurita tribe, and did not kill them. Kurapika ignored Fischer's displeasure and said loudly. Hey, there really isn't one. Fischer was also very surprised when he heard this. He never thought about this. In his heart, Maki was also the one who did it at that time, which is why he still handed Maki over to Kurapika after he turned Maki's thinking into his subordinate. I didn't expect such a reversal to come now. What about the other one? Immediately, Shell asked curiously. A woman named Paknatan. Hey, it's her. Chapter 128. This is the first time we met, Fischer Zoldyck. Sitting on the broken wall of the abandoned church, Krollo Lucifer said calmly, holding the thief's ultimate intent in his hand. Indeed, it's the first time we've met. Meeting in this environment, Krollo, you are really unfriendly. Standing in front of Krollo, Fischer said with a light smile, but his eyes scanned the surroundings involuntarily. The whole church has been set up with traps, and sure enough, this guy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. There are so many NAN bombs underground. Once it explodes, at least half of this abandoned city will be destroyed. Beside Fischer were Kurapika and Indus, and there was no one else. On the other side, none of the remaining members of the brigade left. Hisoka, Cuba, and Paknatan are all there. As expected, you found out right away. Krollo also noticed Fischer's gaze, and said with a smile. Let's make a deal. Krollo knew that Fischer had already seen his arrangement, so he made a deal without fear. Oh, what deal? Fischer asked with interest after hearing the words. I'm not going to run away, instead, let the Finks get out of here. Krollo spoke his mind. Impossible, everyone here, I won't let anyone go. As soon as Krollo finished speaking, Kurapika stood up and shouted emotionally, his eyes turned into fiery red eyes. Sure enough, fiery red eyes are really a beautiful thing, worthy of being one of the 7 beauties in the world. Seeing the change in Kurapika's pupils, Krollo said with emotion. Hearing that, Kurapika's fiery red eyes became more vivid, as if they were about to bleed. However, Krollo ignored it, and continued to speak as usual. Then, let's change the deal. Me, Lev, and Finks stay here. Hisoka, Kyubi, Paknatan, let the three of them get out of here. Kyubi and Hisoka joined the brigade after the Kuruda incident, but Paknatan did not do anything at that time, and was not contaminated with the blood of the Kuruda tribe. I know you have principles, and you won't do anything to people you have nothing to do with, so you don't have to act with me. Let the three of them go, and I will deactivate the N bomb in the ground. Otherwise, when the bomb explodes, no one will survive in this area within a radius of 1 kilometer. Anyone in the brigade can die, including the leader himself, but the brigade cannot die, which is the credo that Krollo believes in. In today's situation, it is impossible to let the rest of them escape unscathed. At least 3 members, Hisoka, Kyubi, and Paknatan, who have a chance to survive must be sent out. It's time to redevelop the brigade. That's the idea of Krollo. This guy thinks so much about the brigade, making this sacrifice to keep Hisoka alive. If you let him know Hisoka's true intention, I don't know if he will vomit blood with anger. I know, but before that, I need to test it. Although Kurapika was excited, he didn't exaggerate so much. He himself would choose to let the 3 of Hisoka leave. The reason why he was so excited was because he didn't want Krollo to take advantage of it and threaten him. If Krollo knows that he is ready to let the 3 of Hisoka go, then Krollo will definitely put forward other conditions. For example, let Finks and Peeling Left leave and stay by themselves. Now, though, Krollo has made it clear that Kurapika doesn't want to act either. Because it has been clarified, both parties know that this is the final bottom line. Krollo can't use this threat to make other conditions. Soon, Kurapika tested all 3 of them with the soul-chasing chain of his ring finger, and the 3 passed the test perfectly. Kurapika let the 3 of them leave. It's such a pity. Before leaving, Hisoka glanced at Krollo, showing regret, and then left here at a pulsating pace. If Fischer hadn't been here, he might have actually had a fight and fought Krollo. However, Fischer is here, he really dare not have this kind of thought. He was afraid that Fischer would kill him if he didn't agree with each other, and that he would really suffer an indiscriminate disaster, and he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Hisoka could only silently regret himself in his heart. The overripe apples are gone, and the happiness is gone. Holding this resentful thought, Hisoka left here with enchanting steps. What an accident, aren't you afraid that I will detonate the bomb in the ground after they leave? Krollo asked with a smile as he watched the 3 leave unharmed. You can also try to see if mine is faster than yours. Fischer responded with a smile. Sure enough, being locked, this feeling. I sort of understand why Maki was so terrified when he reported your information to me. Let me completely be unable to raise the idea of resistance. I feel like if I make a move, I will die on the spot. The smile on Krollo's face froze, and a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although he couldn't see it, Krollo could feel that Fischer was locking himself all the time, not the lock of mind energy, but an invisible aura that made him dare not make any movements at all. He had a feeling that even if there was any disturbance in himself, he would be hit like a thunderbolt, and he didn't even have the chance to trigger the N bomb that had been buried in the ground before. Okay, they've left, you, Li Mohao, can act now. Kurapika, take him to find a battlefield. Indus, you also leave here. As for Finks and Flak Lef, they're here to stay. Hearing such words, according to Fink's past personality, he would absolutely go berserk. But this time, Finks didn't dare to make any movements at all. Just like Krollo, there were several drops of cold sweat on his forehead, and his eyes were fixed on Fischer with vigilance. So does Flaking Lef on the side. The 2 of them felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and they did not dare to make the slightest movement. Yes, Master Fischer. Indus replied, then turned and left. But Kurapika turned around and walked outside to harass. As for Krollo, after being silent for a while, he also got up, put his hands in his pockets and walked outside. I see. Chapter 129. Tisk tisk tisk, Krollo really deserves to be a criminal group with high IQ. It's such a big trap. However, he is really kind to the members of the brigade, and he is very sure, not too much. Walking around in the church, Fischer said with emotion. The entire church basement is covered with bombs made by Nan. Based on the amount of Nan chi wrapped in the Nan bomb that Fischer felt, once it exploded, at least 1/10 of this abandoned city would be destroyed, and it would be completely destroyed within a kilometer. That's why Fischer let Kurapika and Indus leave. However, Fischer is not afraid of this stuff. Because Fischer is a thunder fruit user, Nan has no effect on Fischer. And the explosion couldn't have a restraining effect on thunder. That's why Fischer dared to stay here. Otherwise, with this level of explosion, Fischer would still suffer considerable injuries no matter how strong the enhancer's defense was. The Ant King's defensive power is terrifying enough, he was almost blown back to his mother's womb under the rose of the poor. As for Fischer, although he has an enhancer Nian Chi property than the Ant King, he is stronger than the Ant King in Nian Chi defense, but the Ant King's physical defense is much stronger than Fischer. Although the 350 power of this trap that Krollo spent the night setting up is not as terrifying as the poor man's rose, it should have half the power. Of course, as the head of the brigade, the interests of the brigade will be given priority in everything, and naturally it will also be considered for us. Finks said weakly. At this time, he was sitting on the stone with his head lowered, his eyes were no longer as fierce as before, and replaced by anxiety. The mummy that peels off left can't tell what he is thinking. And Fischer ignored the two of them. His purpose here is to watch these two people, so that they cannot escape, and after Kurapika finishes Krollo, he will bring them to join Kurapika. Of course, just in case, Fischer asked Wu Tong to contact Menchi and let Menchi follow him. Although he has confidence in Kurapika's strength, Krollo, after all, is a high intelligence and well-known electrician thief. The extreme intention of this guy has made him have many strange abilities. If you are not careful, you may fall into this guy's way. Although he wants Kurapika to take revenge alone, Fischer will still intervene if things cannot be done. Fischer will not let his own faction members lose a powerful combat force because of Kurapika's willfulness. On the other side, something happened to Hisoka after they left this abandoned city. Hisoka, from today onwards you are the new head of the brigade. Paknatan complied with Krollo's nomination and prepared to make Hisoka-kun the new head of the brigade. Ah, if you say this, I will give up on this. Hisoka directly refused. Why? Paknatan frowned, and Kyubi looked at Hisoka puzzled. The purpose of joining the brigade is to fight Krollo. Since Krollo has no chance to survive now, I don't care about this brigade. Hisoka smiled charmingly. Then he reached into his back with one hand and began to fiddle with it, talking while fumbling. Hisoka pulled his hand out and took out a piece of paper with a spider on it. Then, under the gaze of the two, the spiders on the paper disappeared completely, and the paper turned completely white. Then, goodbye. Seeing the stunned look of the two, Hisoka was very satisfied, turned around and waved away. It wasn't long after Hisoka left that the two came to their senses. Paknatan, what should we do next? Kyubi looked at Paknatan and asked. Kyubi, you should leave your liver too. Lu Jushi is dead. I want Captain Ge. Don't follow me. Paknatan was silent for a while, then said, and then walked towards a certain direction. There, she sensed the breath of the leader fighting. Above the wilderness, there was only Kyubi standing there alone, motionless, like a statue. Wow, this Krollo is really powerful. In such a short time, I have already used 3 kinds of Nen. Well, Ajbaj, but he stole these Nen. I found that every time this guy uses Nen, he has to open the book in his hand. Once the book is closed, the ability to use it will disappear. Should I tell Kurapika? No, Kurapika should have noticed it. On the wilderness, not far from the battlefield where Kurapika and Krollo were, a group of women were chatting with each other at this moment. Menchi wasn't the only one who came here, others came too. Crook, Gale, Shizuku, Maki, all came. And Wu Tong stood behind them, with his hands behind his back, standing respectfully. Although they are both housekeepers, Menchi and others, who are directly under the housekeeper, obviously have a higher status than Wu Tong. No, it is better to say that Wu Tong is very clear that the gap between himself and Menchi and others in Fischer's mind is incomparable. This guy has a deep understanding of my situation. Even the ability I just acquired is very clear. I won't get close at all, but use chains for long-range attacks. There is a problem of too much information gap. Krollo, holding a book in one hand and a cloak in the other, was thinking while avoiding Kurapika's chain attack. Thief's ultimate intention, I know your ability very well, you have stolen a lot of nin from other nin masters, so it is very unwise to approach you casually. The best way is long-range warfare. No problem, I have enough Nian Qi to fight a war of attrition with you. When Krollo was troubled, Kurapika suddenly spoke, and said his fighting method this time with a cold expression. Sure enough, the pros and cons of the intelligence gap emerged. The possibility of using the thief's ultimate intention to deal with this guy is very low. No, it's still possible. After hearing Kurapika's words, Krollo's face twitched slightly, and he said silently. However, he did not despair. Because, among the abilities he stole, not only the ability of melee combat, but also the ability of long-distance combat can be used. However, this ability needs to be used to the fullest, as a trump card. Dodging the attack, looking directly at Kurapika, Krollo murmured inwardly. At the same time, Wu Tong kept answering the phone calls from his subordinates. Lord Indus, I've found it. On the other side, in Meteor Street, several housekeepers of the Zoldyck family are here, and one of the housekeepers who seems to be the leader is reporting on the phone. Well, catch and deal with those guys as soon as possible, and use the power of the mistress when necessary. Indus here nodded and ordered to the housekeeper on Meteor Street. Yes, Master Wu Tong. The butler of Meteor Street responded. Hanging up the phone, Wu Tong quietly looked at the distant battlefield. Krollo Lucifer, he is really a troublesome guy, but he has a fatal flaw. Chapter 130. Do you think your team leader can defeat Kurapika? Sitting on the stone slab made by Krollo before, Fischer said to Finks and Shalev with great interest. Although it can't deal with you, it is definitely more than enough to deal with that fiery-eyed guy. Our team leader has never lost since his debut. Not even fighting Silva Zoldyck 3 years ago. Mentioning his regiment leader, Fink's eyes became fierce again, staring at Fischer, and sternly said. Have you never lost? Indeed, Dad said before that he and Krollo had no draw winner. But that doesn't mean Dad hits, but the guy does. Just want to kill Krollo Lucifer, the price to pay is too high, not worth it. If you really want to kill Krollo, Dad Silva can still do it. Hey? It seems that those people in the family are still very good at handling affairs. This guy Wu Tong has trained a group of good men. Suddenly, Fischer sensed something and said with a light smile. What are you laughing at? With this smile, Finks thought that Fischer was laughing at their leader. Even if he was afraid of Fischer's terrifying aura, he couldn't help being very upset at this moment. Hey? Are you talking to me? Hearing Fink's slightly hostile look, Fischer stopped smiling, his expression became indifferent, and he said coldly to Finks. I asked what you were laughing at just now, were you laughing at our leader? Finks seemed to have less fear in his heart since he spoke just now, and he stood up and shouted loudly. Originally, Finks was an arrogant, impatient person who would get mad at every turn. Just now he was taken aback by the aura of Fischer locking him. Now, Fischer's aura is no longer locked onto him, and the opening just now made him more courageous, and the fear in his heart suddenly became much smaller, and he directly yelled out his inner words. However, as soon as he shouted out, Finks came back to his senses, feeling very bad inside. There is already a trace of regret in my heart. However, this remorse did not save his life. Before Phaeton was angry, he provoked Fischer and was ready to do it, but the regiment asked Fischer to kill him. The current Finks is undoubtedly following Phaeton's old path. And the consequences of taking Phaeton's old path are clear. However, Finks did better than Phaeton. While feeling remorse in his heart, it also made him very calm. Let Finks notice Fischer's shot and react to resist the attack. However, at Fischer's level, Finks' resistance is useless at all. Before the reaction could start, Finks was grabbed by Fischer's neck and lifted up. Don't get me wrong, it's not that Fischer's arm is up, Fischer isn't as tall as Finks yet. It was the thunder arm extended from Fischer's thunder power. The power of thunder directly invaded Finks' body, paralyzing Finks' whole body, and he couldn't move for a while. Seeing this, the peeling Lef at the side immediately took off his bandage, revealing his strange body, and was about to attack Fischer. But it was stopped by Fischer's angry shout. Don't move, if you move again, I will kill you. Just one sentence froze the whole body of Lef. Because he could feel that as long as he dared to move again, he would die. The feeling just now reappeared. The feeling of having a knife around your neck, ready to wipe yourself at any time. In the beginning, I didn't have any plans for your brigade, and I planned to let Kurapika handle it alone. I didn't plan to kill Phaeton, but that guy actually wanted to do something to me, so I killed him. Afterwards, I didn't want to do anything to your brigade, but I didn't expect your brigade to actually want to do something to members of the Zoldyck family, so I can't blame you. I am very aware of the ability of your leader, coupled with his high IQ, with Kurapika's strength alone, it is very difficult to defeat him alone. After all, Kurapika has only been practicing for half a year. He has experienced 2 Funan battles and lacks experience. It's okay to fight you who only have one kind of nin. It's still a bit tender to fight Krollo, who can use multiple abilities and can be matched. So I gave him a hand. Maybe you don't even know it yourself. Under this church, there are many nin bombs, which Krollo set up this day, and he stole the ability. But just now, these nin bombs are gone. Do you know what this means? Pinching Finks and intimidating Lef, Fischer chattered like a villain. The leader has been defeated. Lef said with his pupils shrunk and his tone trembling. Not so fast. Krollo's nin is almost always obtained in Meteor Street. 0, seeking flowers. So I sent people to Meteor Street to kill all the owners of the nin that your leader stole there. The nin collected by the thief's ultimate desire, only if the nin itself does not die, its ability can always exist. In other words, I ruined his thief's ultimate mind. Fischer looked at Finks whose eyes were tearing apart, and said the last sentence lightly, then with a thought, he grabbed Finks' thunder hand and twisted it directly. Completely ignoring Finks' condensed Nian Chi defense, he twisted Finks' neck. Stay here, wait until Kurapika finishes your team leader, then it will be your turn. After dealing with Finks, Fischer said lightly to Pilaf, then ignored this guy and picked up the book that Krollo put here looked up. As for the peeling Lef, looking at Finks lying limply on the ground, he didn't say a word. And when Fischer plays the villain and explains his setup to Finks and Shariv, it's Kurapika's side. No, to be precise, it was the side of Menchi and others who were watching the game. Maki used the psychic stitch combined with the ability of the fruit of the thread to bind the Paknatan who came here. Pike, the situation is over, why did you come here? Maki looked at Pike Noten with a complicated expression and asked. Why, Maki, why did you betray the leader? Paknatan didn't answer, but looked at Maki in shock. You know, in the brigade, Maki is an existence that obeys the orders of the head of the brigade. An existence capable of dying for the commander's order. But now, Maki like this stands on the opposite side of Maki. Maki was changed by Fischer, Pike. Shizuku behind Maki showed a face and replied lightly. Shizuku. I remember from the information given by Fischer, this guy's ability is to manipulate memory, right? This is a very useful ability. Do you want Fischer to change this guy's mind and make her our companion? Another head came out from the other side of Maki and said aloud, it was K-Rook. It can be. It can be regarded as censors and intelligence collectors in the faction. The faction lacks professionals in this field. A head popped up and said on Crook's head, it was a kin cover. Then it's decided, I'll go find Fischer later. Menchi also popped up on Shizuku's head, and he said. Maki. Paknatan, loss. Chapter 131. Ignoring Paknatan who had been arranged by Menchi and others in a few words, he shifted his sight to Wutong. At this time, Wutong completely ignored Menchi and the others' coquettish operations, and was quietly watching the battle below. However, one could tell from the frown on his face that Wutong was a little dissatisfied at this time. Because it has been more than 10 minutes since he spoke on the phone just now, and the men on Meteor Street haven't contacted him yet. This means that they haven't succeeded yet. With the help of the mistress over there, it took such a long time. Wutong is really dissatisfied with these guys' ability to do things. He has been observing the changes in Krollo's expression. Krollo's facial expression has not changed much during the battle, which means that the Nen stolen by Krollo has not disappeared. It seems that after going back, these guys will be given special training to strengthen their business capabilities. Indus said with a faint 700. However, as soon as the words fell, Wutong noticed something, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he stretched out his hand to push the eyes on the bridge of his nose. It seems that the expected time has not been exceeded, let them go this time. Pushing his glasses, Wutong said lightly. What the hell are you doing, Krollo Lucifer? The eyes were fixed all the time, and the corner of Karapika's eyes kept scanning to both sides of him. In his eyes, while Krollo was dodging his own attack, the chi on his body continued to spread towards the ground, and those diffused chi seemed to be drawing a very complicated pattern. Faced with this situation, Karapika was very afraid, but he couldn't continue to distance himself from Krollo. Because this is already the furthest distance between him and Krollo. If it is farther away, it will be very bad for you to deal with Krollo, and the attack cannot achieve the effect you expected. Noticing my actions but still not pulling away, this is the best distance for your attack to achieve the best effect. Facing Karapika's questioning, Krollo said with a smile. I'm relieved. Remote ability. That is to say, as long as this pattern is completed, will you have the long-range ability to attack me? Karapika said in a low voice, his pupils shrinking slightly. Actually I'm not afraid of you knowing. This ability is called the Hexagram Arena. I got it from a self-proclaimed Onmyoji. It is specially used to deal with opponents like you who don't like to fight me head-on. It's just that this thing needs to have this formation. As long as you draw the formation, you won't be able to leave this formation. Krollo said with a faint smile. Of course, this ability consumes a lot, even if I dare not use it for too long, it will be sucked dry, and there is one more thing I didn't say. Krollo said this sentence in his heart. Just say your weakness like this, aren't you afraid that I will leave this formation now? Karapika didn't change his face, and still waved the chain to attack Krollo. Krollo dodged easily and freely, and opened his mouth while hiding. No way, once this ability is activated, once I am asked, then I have to explain the basic function of this ability. It was obtained from an old antique. That guy has always upheld justice and wanted to create a fair and just confrontation method, and then this ability came into being. It's the same as my thief's ultimate intention. I need to seinen when I activate it, so I hate this ability. However, this old antique is not a real old antique, this guy is a decent person. Although it is said to be fair and just on the surface, it is doing everything in the dark. Krollo continued in his heart. And, in order to kill me, will you leave here? Krollo said this sentence very confidently. Krollo was well aware that Kurapika hated him for his actions. In this case, even if the situation is not good for him, Kurapika will not just give up. This place is too unfavorable to my fighting style, many abilities cannot be used, and only using such expendable abilities is the biggest failure. If I can survive this time, I will have to steal some abilities that are also applicable in this environment. Krollo thought to himself. Indeed, I will not leave, even if I am bound here by your ability. Kurapika slowly fell from midair, responding to Krollo's words. Finally let Fischer give himself this chance to fight Krollo alone. How could Kurapika give up? However, I can destroy your formation before it takes shape. You can also try to stop me. Kurapika said lightly, and the chain in his hand no longer attacked Krollo, but launched towards the ground of the array that he saw Krollo set up. While swinging the chain, Kurapika kept his eyes on Krollo, guarding against Krollo's attack. However, the Krollo move was beyond Kurapika's expectations. Krollo didn't move at all, just watched Kurapika's actions, watching Kurapika destroy the formation on the ground. This surprised Kurapika. Immediately, Kurapika understood why Krollo was so calm. Because, even if Kurapika destroys the ground that depicts the formations, those formations still exist, floating above the destroyed ground as if floating in the air. This ability is not attached to the ground, but attached to the air. As long as there is air, no, as the old antique said, it is the aura. The array is attached to the aura and cannot be destroyed. So even if you completely destroy this place, the array will not disappear. You can't stop it. Krollo said confidently. It's really troublesome, since that's the case, then forget it. Kurapika was slightly silent when he heard this, then sighed, stopped doing useless work, and continued to attack his Krollo. Is it really good? Maybe you can destroy this array if you try. You know, once this array is formed, then I can shrink it, pull you to my 3.6 side, and fight you in close quarters. Seeing this, Krollo secretly thought it was a pity, but then continued, open your mouth. Compared to this, I'm more curious about why you can use this stolen ability without using that book. Kurapika ignored it, and continued to attack violently, while making a faint sound. Ah, you said this, it's a secret, I can't tell you. Krollo said with a smile. The chapter of the bookmark, right? It allows you to use the ability to steal the ability even if you close the thief's ultimate book. However, Kurapika said the answer. This time, the smile on Krollo's face disappeared immediately, and his face was extremely gloomy. I have never used this ability since it was developed. Why would this guy know? Is my information leaked to this point? Chapter 132. Krollo was very afraid of the leak of his own information, but unexpectedly, even the ability that he developed but never used was known. This made Krollo very uneasy. He was so uneasy that his mind was starting to become chaotic. Why do you know about my ability? Does the other party have the ability to spy on the heart, the ability to spy on the memory? If so, when did I snoop? Why didn't I notice it? The confusion reached this level directly. Krollo just made a guess and directly confirmed it, and didn't mean to rule out the guess at all. Great opportunity. Seeing Krollo's uncertain face, Kurapika murmured secretly, and then the chain in his hand suddenly accelerated, and it was pulled around Krollo's waist. Krollo flew straight 09 and hit the ground heavily, with blood continuously flowing from his waist. However, it was Kurapika's twitch that swept away the chaos in Krollo's mind, and he regained his shrewdness before. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Krollo slowly stood up. Careless, I was disturbed by this guy's words, and I can take advantage of it. However, it's okay, this kind of mistake can only be made once, and there must be no next time, and the next time you will die. Looking at the chains that Kurapika struck again, Krollo muttered in his heart, and the feeling from his waist made him he knew that there was no next time for him. Also, the attack just now, the enhancer's thoughts. Being able to control the chain to such a flexible level, I thought it was the ability of the emitter, and the degree of energy wrapped in the chain, I thought it was the transmuter, but now, I think it is the enhancer. What kind of department is this guy? Being able to control it to this extent is obviously only possible for the NAN of emitter. The level of energy injected into the chain can only be achieved by transmuter. However, the power of that blow just now can only be achieved by an enhancer. All three systems. It's impossible. Unless this guy is a trait system that can manipulate various systems at will. This guy has been showing his weakness to the enemy and looking for opportunities. This time I defended in time. When the NAN are in the most dangerous time, they often unconsciously wrap the thoughts that they can control into the most dangerous places. The strength of my defense should have been tested in the attack just now, and the attack power of the next attack will definitely be stronger. I have no way out, and I must not be attacked by this guy again. Otherwise, I will lose my ability to move in an instant. Dodging Kurapika's attack at the fastest speed, Krollo continued to make the formation while thinking. Krollo is worthy of being a seasoned and strong man, he thought of so much in a flash. I didn't expect that at that moment, you actually defended against my attack. Are you worthy of being the head of the brigade? This reaction speed is really admirable. Looking at Krollo, who was constantly dodging his own attack, Kurapika was indifferent said, but the tone is full of irony. Facing Kurapika's provocative words, Krollo ignored them, as if he didn't hear them at all, kept avoiding his figure, and accelerated the speed of drawing the formation. Only by completing this formation as soon as possible can I recover from this disadvantage. This is Krollo's inner thoughts at this time. There are only two types of NAN he stole that can handle this ranged NAN. The first type is this array, as for the second type. Originally, he planned to use it at the right time, but after seeing that Kurapika can control the NAN of three systems, especially after knowing that Kurapika's enhancer can also be controlled, he gave up. Because, my second long-range attack ability is more tricky, but the attack power is not very strong, and it must penetrate into the enemy's interior to play its due role. However, think about the level of enhancer Niankai that Kurapika attacked himself just now. No way, my ability can't break through his defense at all. However, this guy, at such a young age, why does he have such a huge air conditioner? This kind of high-intensity attack has been going on for almost an hour, why can it still be maintained? Phew, it would be great if I were in a crowded place, and the abilities I can use would be much more convenient. With a rare complaint in his heart, Krollo stopped thinking about other things and focused entirely on the battle. This kind of high-intensity battle is easy to be seized if you are distracted. Krollo knew that Kurapika on the opposite side was also a 1000th generation with superior IQ, and was very good at this kind of battle. From the fact that he has used this high-intensity attrition method to fight for so long but is still not in a hurry, it can be known without any demeanor. Kurapika is a type of person who can force himself to be extremely calm in battle. If it were him, he would not show any expression that can make people see his own state, especially the kind that can't tell the winner in a short time, and can't form a crushing battle, because it will become a flaw. Destroy your own flaws. Krollo, however, knows this and simply can't really do it. At the moment when Krollo's array was about to be drawn, Krollo's complexion changed drastically, his pupils dilated, and his movements slowed down a step. A chain wrapped in a powerful enhancer's energy was drawn directly on Krollo's face, his cheeks were bloody, and the whole person flew out heavy, smashed into the rocky mountain. So that's it, hee, that's it. In the smoky mountain, Krollo's voice came out slowly. Afterwards, the feather-like chains flew down continuously. The violent roar continued to spread, resounding through the sky. Chapter 133. In an evenly matched battle, do you know what will happen once one side has a hole, do you know? Fischer said indifferently, looking at peeling leaf in the church. After finishing speaking, Fischer continued without waiting for a response from Lev. Once there is a flaw, the enemy will seize the opportunity and give it the most powerful attack. As for the second flaw, it will often become the fatal point of this person. Because your strength has been tested. Karapika has many ways to disturb Krolo's heart. As long as there is one that successfully disturbs Krolo's heart, then it will succeed. And the second is what I just told you. I helped him. Looking at the terrified Lev, a faint smile appeared on Fischer's face. Even with its back on Meteor Street, the brigade can't go against the Zoldyck family after all. Because the Zoldyck family is too powerful, the brigade has only been established for more than 10 years. Compared with the Zoldyck family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, it is still too young and has been crushed in all directions. The information on the brigade has been collected by you. Even the chapters of the bookmarks that I have never used in front of outsiders have been clearly checked by you. The serious disparity in intelligence has made this collision a result from the very beginning, which is the fatal point of the brigade. The brigade never stood a chance against House Zoldyck from the start. It's ridiculous that I thought about attacking the Zoldyck family before. It's so ridiculous that I can't control myself. After dozens of chain attacks, Krolo, who was covered in blood and flesh, raised his head with difficulty, and looked at the Krolo, who was in front of him, spoke reluctantly, and finally his weak tone became self-deprecating. He guessed right, the appearance of the second flaw was his own defeat. The current situation has confirmed his previous predictions for himself. But, no way. In that case, he couldn't help being distracted. The six-pointed star ring, which was about to be completed, completely disappeared in an instant. In addition, many of the stolen abilities disappeared in the thief's ultimate book. This means that those Nen who were stolen by themselves in Meteor Street were all killed at the same time. The Zoldyck family has been fully prepared from the very beginning to kill themselves here. Looking at Krolo muttering to himself, Karapika didn't show any expression, nor did he question why Krolo could easily kill a person like when he killed Nobunaga before. Karapika just reached out and inserted the commandment pinky chain into Krolo's chest, wrapping it around Krolo's heart. Die! With a cold expression, Karapika directly inserted the commandment pinky chain into Krolo's heart. Although it is a chain used for restraint, it can attack the enemy without restraint. With a muffled groan, the bloody Krolo slowly fell to the side. Go back! Looking at Krolo, who had completely lost his voice and had no color in his pupils, Karapika was silent for a while, then turned and left. Everyone, let's go! After coming to Menchi's side, Karapika first glanced at the tied-up Paknatan, and said to Menchi and others without paying attention. I said, Karapika, you're still too tender. Upon hearing this sentence, Crook shook his head resentfully. Facing this kind of guy, you have to be ashamed. Because this guy is too cunning. You're still alive, but you pretend you're dead. Crook took a step forward, walked down, and said as he walked. What did you say? Everyone was stunned, and Karapika was even more shocked, and quickly looked over. My ability is vitality, and I am the most sensitive to the feeling of vitality. Although this guy is already dead, there is still a very deep hidden vitality in his heart. I'm right, Krolo Lusilfur. Crook said indifferently as he walked slowly to Krolo, who fell on the ground. I didn't expect to be spotted. It seems that I really deserve to die. Hearing Crook's words, Krolo's eyes that had no color appeared again, and said in a regretful tone. The terrifying power of the volcanic eruption directly hit Krolo's heart, directly blasting a basketball-sized wound on Krolo's chest. Immediately, Crook still felt that it was not safe, and blasted down with a strange force again, directly blasting Krolo's head. If you can still survive this way, then I have nothing to say. After throwing out these two punches, Crook clapped his hands, curled his lips and said, then turned and left here, and soon arrived at Karapika and others. Okay, I can't feel the vitality anymore. If this guy is still alive, then he deserves to die. Let's go. Crook said to several people. Thank you, Crook, I didn't think carefully. Karapika glanced at Krolo's miserable situation in the distance, and thanked Crook. No, we are companions now, no thanks. Let's go back to Fischer's side. Crook waved his hand and said casually. Everyone set off and left here. Krolo Lusilfer, the head of Phantom Troop, Honors, who was a hero of the generation, has officially fallen. Are you back? Looking at Karapika and the others who had returned to the church, Fischer greeted lightly. Ah, I'm back, let Karapika come here to clean up the mess. Everyone nodded, and Crook said. Then I'll leave this guy to you, and I'll go back first. Fischer nodded slightly, looked at Karapika, and instructed Karapika. Leave it to me. Karapika nodded in response, and then slowly walked back to the dull-faced Shalav. Fischer glanced at it, shook his head, got up and left here, taking Krolo's books along the way. Fischer found that the books this guy read were pretty good, and the content was quite interesting. Seeing this, Crook and the others also glanced at Karapika and then left here. Chapter 134. You said you want Paknatan to become a member of the faction. What do you think? Walking in the corridor, hearing Menchie's words, Fischer couldn't help but stop, turned his head, and asked suspiciously. This guy's ability is of the memory type, and he is a natural intelligence collector. There is no talent in this area among the directly subordinate stewards, so I thought you would reverse her memory and take her under your command. Anyway, there is no hatred between her and us. Menchie nodded and said with a smile. How could there be no hatred? We wiped out the brigade. However, after changing your mind, there will be no hatred. Fischer couldn't help but roll his eyes at Menchie when he heard that. Such a big brigade was wiped out by himself and others, how could there be no hatred? However, after reversing the thinking, this kind of trouble does not exist. Immediately, Shell began to think carefully. Do you manipulate memory? It is indeed a good ability, very practical in gathering intelligence. Paknatan was responsible for this when he was in the brigade. Although I know some trends of this world and some people's information, after all, I only know what the old thief in my previous life revealed, and there are still many secrets that I don't know. Paknatan's ability to obtain a person's memory just by putting his hands on others and asking questions directly is indeed of great help to him. Okay, I agree. With this in mind, Fischer directly agreed to Menchie's proposal. However, you need to wait for a while. That kind of power is not so easy to extract, and the success rate is not high. Thinking of his face that is comparable to that of a very chief, Fischer couldn't help but darken, and muttered dissatisfied walked away. Hey? It's obviously a good thing. Why does Fischer have such an expression? Menchie, who was still happy for Fischer's promise, suddenly had a question mark on his face when he saw Fischer's appearance. After dealing with the affairs of the brigade, Shell went straight back to Dry Mountain. It's okay, Fischer still likes to practice. In another year or half a year, chimeric ants will appear. It's better to improve your strength as soon as possible. Then you can go and have a look. It would be even better if I could fight against the Ant King, it should have a very big effect on my favor. With the strength raised to this point, Fischer no longer compares, himself with Neferpitu, the pro-guard. Fischer now set his sights on a higher level, which is the level where the Ant King is. Of course, it is still necessary to fight against the pro-guards. After all, an opponent of Neferpitu's level is still effective in improving his current favor. Speaking of which, there seems to be such a speculation on the internet in the previous life. The appearance of chimeric ants was promoted by Netero's son Bijendro Netero. The purpose was to kill Netero and break the shackles on himself. I don't know if it's true or not. If it was true, then this guy Bai Yangda would be a bit rebellious and attack his father. In half a month, Fischer refined dozens of twisting powers, and it took 40 twisting powers to match his own luck. The reversal made it a member of the power. Fischer obtained Nan for memory exploration from Paknatan, and Paknatan obtained the memory fruit that the system collected from one piece from Fischer's system. Charlotte Brin's memory fruit, very suitable for Paknatan. As long as the brain hole is strong enough, then this fruit has a very powerful potential. And just when Fischer was about to enter the state of cultivation after dealing with the matter of Paknatan, Dad Silva found it. Standing on the balcony at the top of the castle, Silva and Fischer stood side by side. I saw that you had something important to do before, so I didn't bother you. But now it looks like your business is over. How did you think about the original suggestion made by IL fans? To be honest, I feel very awkward about giving family members favors and drawing them into my influence. Fischer said with a slight sigh. Although Karapika persuaded himself and he agreed, but when things came to an end, Fischer still felt very uncomfortable. I know your thoughts very well, but there is no need to have that kind of psychological burden, Fischer. The strong are respected in this world. If you are strong enough, you can order other people to do things for you. This is a normal thing. Although there is no such situation in the family, it does not prevent such rules from appearing in the future. Your strength has been recognized by everyone in the family. We are not unwilling to be your family. On the contrary, as long as you can lead the family to become strong, there will be no second voice in the family. Do you understand? Silva looked at Fischer and said solemnly. Silva is right, Fischer, if you can make the members of the family stronger, then everything is worth it. At this time, another voice came from behind, and Grandpa Gino was slowly walking from the darkness with his hands behind his back. He came out and looked at Fischer kindly. Grandpa, you said the same thing. By the way, have you told grandfather about this? Fischer raised his eyebrows, and then asked. Having said that, Tu now has no objections. Grandpa won't be joining, though. Only people from our generation will join. Grandpa Gino nodded and replied. Okay, you've all said that, then let's become members of my family together. Seeing the seriousness of the two, Fischer scratched his head, and decided to agree to the proposal of Grandpa and Dad. Family members are family members, anyway, they are a family. Just doing what he said, Fischer directly summoned all the members of the family except Kilua, and directly portrayed them with favor. Of course, Alyaka did not. It's not that Fischer is targeting Aluka, it's that this guy rejects Fischer's favor. This is the first time Fischer has encountered it. This is enough to prove that Nanika in Aluka is terrible. The source of God's favor is directed at the gods, but it is rejected by Jiri. This guy Nanika is at least at this level. This made Fischer feel that a monster really appeared in the Zoldyck family. Fortunately, with Kilua and himself, otherwise no one would be able to suppress Nanika. Speaking of this, Kilua has a good relationship with Nanika and can order this guy to do things by himself. As for myself, at the very beginning, the system was afraid that I would not grow up after coming to this world and be confused by Nanika's ability, so I was immune to the power of Nadayanjia, the big boos of Novice Village. Among the Zoldycks, Fischer Kilua is the only one who is not afraid of Nanika. Chapter 135 Mind Gas Bombs, Camouflage, Dragon Stars Series, Bomb Making, Papercut Technology, Electronic Eyes. Fathers, old brothers, grandpas, second childs, youngests, mothers, what the hell? Electronic Eye, isn't that a machine? It's also ability. Feeling the ability acquired from the family members, Fischer muttered to himself. Especially the ability of my mother Kikyo made Fischer complain. Because Fischer always thought that the electronic eye on his mother's face was a mechanical product, but he didn't expect it to be a product of Nan. Fischer remembers that his mother, Kikyo, has been wearing this thing since he was born. For more than 10 years like a day, it is really difficult for her to maintain this electronic eye all the time, which requires a lot of energy. However, after accepting this ability, Fischer also knows the function of this electronic eye. Electronic eyes have the ability to communicate and receive information. At the same time, it also comes with some small gadgets. Those are some gadgets similar to Bluetooth headsets. People who wear these gadgets can enter a communication channel created by Fischer using electronic eyes. Simply put, it is a gadget similar to a chat group, where they can speak freely. Moreover, this electronic eye is the kind that can receive messages no matter how far away it is, and doesn't need to consume mind energy at all. Even if one person is on the dark continent and the other is here, they can communicate, which is outrageous. It can be regarded as the best ability that Fischer obtained from the family members. Although it is an auxiliary ability, its effect on Fischer is even better than that of Grandfather Genio's Dragon Star Group and Father Silva's Neon Chi Bomb. Not on. I see. Is this the reason why several of your direct butlers have improved their strength so quickly? Silva murmured after receiving the system reward from Fischer. Is there really no need to come back for Yurnan? Grandpa Genio asked Fischer worriedly after sensing his physical condition. The ability that Fischer gave him was too amazing, so even though he was mentally prepared, Gino still worried about Fischer. In Gino's cognition, the stronger the strangenon, the more terrifying its price and conditions. Gino didn't even know what the price would be for being able to show such an ability to greatly improve his own strength. As soon as these words came out, people in the family couldn't care less about feeling the changes in themselves, and all looked at Fischer. No problem at all, the only condition is to become a member of the Russian forces. You can only get rewards if you become a member of my faction. Fischer waved his hand and said casually. Well, if there is something, you must tell us, understand? Dad Silva nodded and reminded, and then stopped talking. Well, that's it, you guys have a good time to feel yourself, I'll leave first. Well, let's go. Walking in the corridor, Xie looked weird. I really didn't expect Grandpa to get this reward. After portraying Enhui as a member of the faction, Fischer obtained the tricks of the Dragon Star Group from his grandfather Gino. But Grandpa Gino is even stronger for rewards. Animals Phantom Bestialia Fruit Blue Dragon Form. That's right, Tuye Gino's reward is the fruit ability of Beast Kaido. Beast Kaido, an undead monster. This thing, developed to the extreme, can compete with the Ant King in terms of physical strength. In addition, the ability acquired by Dad Silva is the power of evolution. This Fischer doesn't know what it is, so Fischer doesn't know what it is. However, one can tell from Dad Silva's reaction that Dad Silva is very satisfied with this power of evolution. As for the elder brother, the ability of this fellow, El Mimi, is endowed, and this Fischer still doesn't know what ability it is. However, from the perverted smile on my brother's paralyzed face, it can be known that this guy is as satisfied as his father. It is probably a kind of ability to manipulate, and it has the same attribute as the mind needle. And Mom, like Grandpa Gino, is a devil fruit in the world of One Piece, a devil fruit called electronic fruit. This is the first time Fischer has heard of this devil fruit, and Fischer doesn't know what ability it is, but since it is electronic, it should have a lot to do with mechanics. The same is true for the second child, Miji, who is also a devil fruit, named the Fruit of Inspiration. The kind of inspiration that flashes of inspiration seems to be of the intellectual type. This thing is just like a tiger with wings for those who like to tinker with all kinds of bombs and various technologies. However, what surprised Fischer the most was that this guy was actually able to trigger the rewards of the system. This shows that Miji's talent is really not bad, at least stronger than Menchi's original, but this guy doesn't like to practice. 0. Seeking flowers. As for the last Kalito, the most wonderful thing this guy has obtained is Ampere Sime's inheritance of yin and yang. This guy's nin is obviously paper type, but the reward given by the system is an unrelated yin-yang technique. However, if you complain about it, Fischer still gave him the reward. Maybe Kalito is really talented in this area? The system may have seen Kalito's talent in this area, so it may be specially given this reward. Thinking divergently along the way, Fischer came to the botanical garden where Crook and others were, handed over a few created Bluetooth headsets to Crook and others, then left Kukolo Mountain, and then went to visit friends. Zenji also gave the Bluetooth headset to Kurapika and told Kurapika how to use it. In the end, Fischer set off for the final destination of his operation. Everyone in the family has portrayed Enhui, and Killua is the only one left. Fischer is going to ask Killua if he wants to join. This guy has now entered Greed Island with Gon. Bartra earnestly fulfilled Fischer's orders at that time, auctioned off the Greedy Island, and recruited troops and sent them to the Greedy Island according to the original plan. Killua and Gon easily passed the examination and entered inside. As for whether he can meet Bisji, Fischer doesn't know about that. It is the luck of the two of them to meet the best. With Bisji's character, seeing Killua and Gon are two bright and blinding gems, and they will definitely want to polish them. If not, then the two can only be blamed for their bad luck. Returning to Mount Dry, Fischer entered the game directly using the Greedy Island software. Welcome, it's you again. Yi Tan in the initial hut habitually spoke the words of welcome, but stopped in the middle of speaking. Why did I appear here? Fischer glanced at the surrounding situation with some doubts, and then asked. If you haven't returned to the game for more than 10 days, you will start again. Yi Tan said seriously. Really, forget about this. Then, thank you, young lady, I have something to do, so I'll go down first. Fischer nodded suddenly, and then walked towards the stairs. This guy came in again, do you want to notify Jin? After Fischer left, Aiden was silent for a while, and then muttered to himself. Chapter 136. In the end, Yi Tan still did not notify Jin. It has been notified once before, but nothing happened. So Yi Tan didn't want to bother with Jin's shit anymore. Fischer entered the Greed Island smoothly. These guys are still the same. Feeling the prying eyes from a distance, Fischer was deeply moved. However, the next moment, Shell's face froze. Because he found that after he finished expressing his emotions, these guys disappeared completely. It turns out it's me. Fischer thought, rubbing his chin. When he came here before, Fischer made an example. This time I probably recognized Fischer, and these guys ran away like shit. Sada, how can I find Killua? After standing there for a moment, 280 Fischer blinked and said in a daze. Back here again, he doesn't have a single spell card now. Moreover, he has never met Killua before, so it is impossible to feel Killua's side with a spell. Oh, I remembered, in case I was caught by the brigade in Yokiksen City and my life was in danger, I put a flashing mark on this guy. Said blankly after saying a word, Fischer remembered this matter. With a thought, Fischer teleported directly along the flickering mark. Who is it? As soon as he came over, Sui Xier felt 2 attacks coming towards him. Boom! Boom! You're so courageous, you dare to attack me. Sitting on the boulder with his arms folded, Fischer scolded with a face full of displeasure. Brother, we didn't do it on purpose. There are too many irritating guys in this game, so we have developed a conditioned reflex. Under the stone, Killua and Gon sat side by side, their faces full of embarrassment, Killua apologizing, rubbing the back of his head. Well, it is indeed a good thing to be cautious in this game. Hearing this, Fischer also nodded in agreement. The cards in this game have a lot of tricks, if you are not careful, you will be cheated, so you must pay attention. Okay, let's just talk about it. I came to you this time to ask you something. As for why there is no Baizaji by their side, Fischer didn't specifically ask, but stated his purpose straightforwardly. Come out. Just like what I said before, encountering is luck, not encountering is bad luck. Brother, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Killua immediately became serious, sitting upright, and said seriously. Hey, do you want to be my follower? Fischer nodded, and then said the matter directly. Hey, brother, you still have this ability. In this case, I naturally want to join. After listening to Fischer's narration, Killua was astonished, and then agreed without hesitation. Brother Fischer, I want to join too, is it okay? Gon on the side also excitedly raised his hands, actively requesting. Why are you joining in the fun? Fischer looked at Gon speechlessly. Brother, let Gon join in. Otherwise, this guy will definitely not be able to match my improvement speed, and he will die of depression. Killua also begged from the side. I'm afraid this guy will cause me trouble. Fischer said with salty eyes. Don't worry, brother, we will never cause you any trouble. Killua hastily assured. Yes, brother Fischer, I will never cause you any trouble. Gon also nodded repeatedly and hastily assured. Well, whatever you want, you can join if you want, I don't lose out if I have one more powerful subordinate in the future. Fischer was silent for a moment, then said. Take off the vest, I'll show you favors. Good. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a new powerful member, and getting a sign-in reward once. May I ask the host if you want to sign in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability feedback from Killua Zoldyck, a member of the faction, and the host for obtaining Killua's cultivation talent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a new powerful member, and getting a sign-in reward once. May I ask the host to sign in? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from the power member G-Freaks, the host has made a breakthrough. Boundary breakthrough allows the host to break through the limit of displayed energy and release energy that is twice the limit of displayed energy. Hey, Killua's cultivation talent, this thing is good. With Killua's cultivation talent, then my cultivation speed will increase again, coupled with the ability to increase 10 times, my thoughts will definitely increase greatly promote. There are also boundary breakthroughs. It seems that J-Freaks' guessing punch can release a force star that surpasses his own dizziness. This trick is useless to Nin who have weak mind energy, but for my level, this trick works well, tisk tisk. Shouldn't it be said that they are the protagonists? The value of the talents that these two people have exploded is really terrifying. Then, let's see what abilities the system will give these two guys. Ignoring the two little ones who were discussing with each other because of the favor and freshness, Fischer started to sign in to get rewards. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Lightning Dragon Slayer Demon Crystal, Zanpakudao Yen Lingwan, Killua Zoldyck Special Edition. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of the dragon, to be developed, the Fruit of Vibration, G-Freaks Special Version. Looking at the system display in his mind, Fischer was stunned. System, you are treating them differently, double standards? Just because these two guys are the main characters, so you gave 2 rewards? Fischer couldn't bear to complain about 2.7. Everyone else is a reward, but Killua and Gon are good. The system directly gave 2 kinds of rewards, and they are both very powerful ones. However, complaining about it, Fischer still handed over their rewards to them. Then he flashed directly under the puzzled eyes of the two. Fischer was afraid that if he continued to stay with the two of them, he would be envious and jealous. Brother, what's the matter? I ran away all of a sudden, and my face was still black. The excitement that was originally felt because of the powerful strength was directly destroyed by Fischer's departure, and Killua was only left to go out of the circle. I don't know. Gon on the side also looked confused, shaking his head blankly. System, Double Standard Dog. Chapter 137. After turning Killua and Gon into dependents, Fischer went straight back to the initial hut on Greed Island and asked Aiden to send him back. It is naturally impossible for other people to have this kind of treatment. But Fischer was different. Aiden wished that Fischer would get out of here sooner. As Jin K said before, Fischer is a ticking time bomb. In the island of greed, it might explode at any time. For this kind of existence, Yi Tan naturally didn't want him to stay in the island of greed. After returning to Kukolu Mountain, Fischer couldn't wait to practice. With this practice, Fischer found that his practice speed had really increased. It is much faster than the speed of my previous practice. Fischer estimates that with his current speed, if he cultivates with all his strength, he can increase his mind energy by about 50,000 a month. 1 year is 600,000, even if you don't practice hard, take time to improve various skills, you can raise about 30,000 to 40,000 every month, which is 40,000 to 500,000 a year. This speed of improvement. Fischer didn't even need 10 years to cultivate the extreme conditions for becoming a god. Phew, this is the best member feedback ability in these few times. Not even Gon's. However, Gon's boundary breakthrough has not been tested yet. Thinking of this, Fischer had a thought, and appeared directly in a wilderness. This is a wilderness where Fischer used to try tricks, and no one would come here. Standing on the uninhabited wilderness, Fischer closed his eyes and was calm. The next moment, Fischer opened his eyes suddenly, and a terrifying energy erupted from his body. The powerful momentum shot up into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were scattered by this momentum, and then under the influence of this momentum, began to spin up. Try the power of the thunder fruit first. With lightning flashing all over his body, Fischer began to condense the thunder that was fused by the conjurer Thundernon and the thunder fruit. The thick thunder snake burst out from Fischer's body and raged outside. At this moment, the flat wilderness immediately turned into potholes, and potholes several meters in size kept appearing under the raging thunder snake. Not paying attention to these, Fischer's eyes were serious, staring at the front, gathering the power of thunder. His right hand slowly moved behind, and Fischer's body stopped. The continuously gathering thunder gradually changed its color and turned into a faint purple, which made people feel the terrifying power at a glance. At a certain moment, Fischer violently threw this thunder force out. The earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky, and at this moment the entire land was directly torn in half, and a huge gully appeared in front of Fischer's eyes. At a certain moment, the mighty pillar of thunder extended from the ground and soared into the sky, drawing a brilliant ray of light in the sky, directly dividing the sky into two halves, clearly distinguishing each other. This world seemed to be divided into two worlds by a terrifying existence, and the whole world seemed to lose its color at this moment. Hey, the power of thunder with 500,000 thoughts is really terrifying. Flying into the sky, Fischer himself couldn't help but marvel at the continuous attacks that continued to expand the territory. Because the attack he unleashed not only divided the sky in the middle, but also created a huge canyon in this wilderness. The ground was still shaking under this attack. It feels a bit like Mutsuki who hangs on the wall. Suddenly, a picture appeared in Fischer's mind, and he couldn't help but read it out. The scene he created just now is really similar to the effect of a wall hanging trick he saw in his previous life. The difference is that the hanging wall is black, but the one released is dark purple. Hanging the wall is a black flame, and he is a purple thunder. After watching for several seconds, the attack released by Fischer finally disappeared. Looking at the huge gully with no end in sight, the newborn canyon, Fischer was silent. The ability to break through the limit is really a bug ability for the existence of strong thoughts. If it was before, I would never be able to release this destructive trick. Okay, let's try the fusion technique of Enhancer and Domineering. I don't know how powerful my fusion skill will be with the ability to break through the boundaries. After feeling a lot of emotion, Fischer flew to one side of the canyon. Once again finding a wilderness area that is very flat within a kilometer, Fischer gathered his energy again. The powerful momentum is constantly gathering in Fischer's hands. The unrecovered sky was once again messed up by Fischer's aura. It is estimated that there will be no change in the clouds in this world in a few days. After a few seconds passed, Fischer finally gathered his maximum strength in his hands. The huge energy ball was quietly held in the palm of Fischer's hand. Fischer 930 struck the ground suddenly. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Then came the great sound and the sound, but the elephant was invisible. The whole world became a vast expanse of whiteness, and no sound could be heard any more. It was not until a few seconds later that the earth-shattering sound echoed in the world again. Boom! There was a huge explosion, followed by rumbling roars that spread out layer by layer like sound waves. The white light is also constantly dissipating. Finally, it was revealed where Fischer was standing. But Fischer was nowhere to be seen. What remains here is a huge pit with a depth of hundreds of meters and a diameter of at least several thousand meters. At this time, in the Kukulu mountain, Fischer was sitting on the bed in the bedroom, blinking his eyes. "Ciao, I almost blinded myself. You need to wear sunglasses when you use this trick in the future." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Fischer froze for a moment and then sweared. The power of this move, I don't know if falling on the Ant King will seriously damage him. It's really exciting. After the outburst, Fischer recalled the enhancer arrogance he had erupted just now, and Fischer was a little ready to move. Chapter 138. For the next 2 months, Fischer still didn't send out any missions, and kept taking them with him in Kukulu mountain, improving his Nian Qi cultivation and various combat skills. Other than that, there is nothing else to do. In the past 2 months, Fischer's Nian Qi cultivation base has also improved rapidly. Even without swallowing the vitality fruit, it has reached the level of 1,124,000, and various skills have also become more refined. As for why he didn't swallow the vitality fruit, Fischer gave his share to Maki, and Paknatan, the last one to join, has not been allocated the vitality fruit until now. But 2 months have passed, and Fischer has gotten the biggest surprise in this period of time. Crook finally branched out the Jinggui's vitality tree, and the new vitality has grown vigorously under the cultivation of Crook's vitality. It is estimated that in another half a month, the new vitality fruit will bear fruit again. At that time, there will be surplus vitality fruit that can be distributed to Paknatan. As for the remaining share, Fischer did not increase the share of the vitality fruit, but prepared to save it. However, Fischer decided that when the new vitality tree grows vitality fruit, it will give Grandfather Gino and Father Silva 3 more shares, that is, 6, and let them cultivate their own direct housekeepers. It's fine if you don't have any extra shares, but now that you have extra shares, naturally you can't straighten the 2 previous patriarchs. After all, these direct butlers have been with them for so many years. As for how to distribute, that is their own business. Having said that, I have to talk about the situation of the Zoldyck family. After engraving favors on the members of the family, Fischer directly succeeded as the head of the family. However, because Fischer has no time to care about these messy things, the various affairs of the family are still managed by his father Silva. Fischer is only in charge of cultivation. Neither Grandfather Gino nor Father Silva objected to this point. Because they already knew Fischer's next plan from Fischer. Accumulate strength, and when the strength of family members reaches a certain level, then part of the clan will be separated to go to the Dark Continent and take root in the Dark Continent. And in that place, strong strength is the most basic. And Fischer's strength improvement is the fastest in the whole family, and now there is no one in the whole family who is Fischer's opponent. In this case, Gino and Silva will naturally not let Fischer be entangled in trivial matters. Regarding going to the Dark Continent, Silva and Gino have no opinion, rather they agree with it very much. Because the favor that Fischer portrayed to them can only be improved after going through various battles with powerful opponents. And to their current level, it is rare to find evenly matched opponents in the human kingdom. The only enemy who can harvest all kinds of powerful enemies is the Dark Continent. Among the Zoldyck family, Killua and Kalito are the only ones who can use enemies to increase their favor in the human kingdom. Even Ilmi, there are very few who can improve. Speaking of this, Fischer wanted to laugh. Because Grandpa Gino often ran out in the past 2 months, and then came back with a bruised nose and a swollen face. After doing this several times in a row, Fischer asked out of curiosity. Then Fischer laughed. Grandpa Gino actually ran to find the old guy Netero to discuss, beaten, so he came back like this every time. Then, after returning, Grandpa Gino went to see his great-grandfather Maha again, and then came to Fischer for treatment with a more serious injury. However, thanks to Netero and great-grandfather Maha's tricks, Grandfather Gino's Inhui has been raised by 3 levels in the past 2 months. This kind of improvement speed cannot be compared even the protagonist of the dungeon world. As for Dad didn't do the same thing as Grandpa. First, Dad needs to deal with various patriarchal affairs. Second, Dad seems to be obsessed with developing the power of evolution he obtained recently. Fischer also asked Dad what the power of evolution Silva got, but every time Dad said he laughed without saying a word, so Fischer didn't bother to ask. In addition, my mother has been tinkering with various electronic-related machines recently because she obtained the electronic fruit. The second child, Ilian, ran to his laboratory. He didn't know what he was doing, but every time Fischer passed there, he could hear a series of dull muffled noises, as if he was making all kinds of bombs. As for Calito, the guy went off to Meteor Street by himself. Calito is a member of the Zoldyck tribe who can take advantage of the bounty in addition to Killua. There are a lot of Nen in Meteor Street to give him experience. However, my mother was worried that something would happen to Calito, so she sent Wu Tong and a few more powerful housekeepers to follow. As for the last IL fan, I won't mention this guy. After getting the so-called endowment, he became mysterious. The number of times the two returned home was less than a palm count. Fischer had no idea what this guy was doing. As for Menchi and the others, after staying in Kukolo Mountain for a month, Menchi brought Maki and the others into the depths of Shimali wetland again to harm the monsters there. With the strength of the 3 Maki, Shimali wetland can just level up the 3 of them and increase their favor. Alright, let's move back to the topic. In the past 2 months, apart from Crook's development, Galo's kiwi fruit tree has also made progress. Guy Lu not only divided the kiwi fruit tree again, but also let the kiwi fruit tree start to bear fruit, but it will take some time for it to mature. And that's not what surprised Fischer. What surprised Fischer was Galo's research report on the tree brought back from the wetland. The thing is like this, I am sure that this tree has existed for at least 1,000 years, and there is a great possibility that it came from the Dark Continent. Moreover, this kiwi tree is also a branch, and there are more powerful kiwi trees in the Dark Continent. In the research room of the Botanical Garden, Guy Lu handed the report in his hand to Fischer, and reported to Fischer. Is there a main plant with better effect than these kiwi fruits? Interesting. It seems that Liao Wang's Dark Continent and his party are really necessary. Guy Lu, I have a mission for you. When the time comes, go to the Dark Continent. Your mission is to find the body of this kiwi fruit. Can you do it? Looking at the research report in his hand, the corners of Fischer's mouth raised, with a faint smile on his face. With a smile, he instructed Guy Lu. I may not be able to do it by myself, but if I have other people assisting me, then I have no problem. Guy Lu didn't answer directly, but thought carefully for a while, and then gave a reply. No problem, when the time comes, you will find the companions you need. Fischer directly agreed to Galo's request. Then I'm completely fine. Guy Lu smiled gently and agreed. Beep beep beep. Beep beep. At this moment, the phone in Fischer's pocket rang suddenly. Hello. Master Fischer, Master Killua is back. Chapter 139. Killua. Why is that guy back? Is it already cleared? It can't be so fast. Hearing the report from the housekeeper on the phone, Fischer was slightly taken aback, feeling a little puzzled in his heart. Master Fischer, Master Killua said he wants to find you. The butler on the other end of the phone continued. Okay, let him wait for me in my bedroom, I'll go there now. Although he was puzzled, Fischer still ordered. Yes, this subordinate will do it. The butler replied respectfully. Isn't Killua in the island of greed made by Jin? Why are you back? Guy Lu on the side listened to the entire conversation between the two, and was a little surprised. I don't know. Fischer spread his hands. He doesn't know what the hell Killua is doing. Okay, I'm leaving first, you can continue to work. After crying and saying goodbye to him, Fischer got up and left here. It's really coming and going in such a hurry, it's like this every time, and I don't want to stay here for a while. Looking at Fischer who turned into a black spot and went away, Guy Lu shook her head, with a bit of resentment in her tone. Naturally, Fischer didn't know about these things. At this time, Fischer has returned to the castle, and 463 walks towards the Japanese room. With Fischer's feet, Shell reached here in a few minutes even though the Japanese room was deep. Once in the Japanese room, Fischer saw Killua sipping a glass of juice through a straw. Not seen in 2 months, Killua looks like he's grown up a lot. Hey, bro, you're finally here. Seeing Fischer appear, Killua quickly spit out the straw in his mouth and shouted. The game hasn't been cleared yet, what are you doing out now? Fischer nodded, and then asked. Ah, that's why I came to you, brother. Brother, come into the game and do us a favor. Killua nodded repeatedly, and then asked in a coquettish tone. Helping you guys? There are still things in the game that you can't figure out. Hearing this, Fischer was a little surprised. If you haven't become your own family members, before you get the rewards from the system, there are indeed some existences in the game that make Killua and Gon feel troublesome. But after receiving the rewards from the system, and it has been 2 months, with the talents of the two, their strength has definitely improved greatly. Now he actually asked him to come here, which is obviously very wrong. Ah, there is a very troublesome guy named Liza. We need an 8-on-8 game of dodgeball with this guy. We happen to be short of one person right now, so I thought of you, brother. Killua nodded, and then explained simply. Missing someone? Then just find someone from the housekeeper to go with you. Anyway, the game software at home can still add new players. Hearing this, Fischer was speechless. Brother, no, that guy's dodgeball attack is very strong. I'm afraid that the other housekeepers won't be able to withstand that guy's attack. Originally Wu Tong should be qualified, but now he is sent to Meteor Street by his mother, so I can only come to you. Killua shook his head, denying Fischer's proposal. Indus is not the only one who is qualified, it's just that you don't know much about the others. Fischer didn't say this, but asked rhetorically, where is Zi Ponian? Zi Ponian is Dad's direct housekeeper, I can't call you. Killua scratched her head in embarrassment. Okay, let me walk with you. However, let me go and fight this guy, you guys are pure bullying. Fischer sighed slightly, and then agreed. Just to bully people. Look, what did this guy, Ajf, do to my hand before? Hearing that, Killua not only didn't feel embarrassed, but also felt dissatisfied. He stretched out a hand that was under the low table and gave it to me. Fischer looks. I saw that Killua's hand was swollen like a pig's trotter at this time, and the shape of the hand was almost invisible. Hey, beat my brother up like this, it seems that I really need to be taught a lesson. Seeing Killua's hand turned into this way, Fischer's eyes flashed, and the terrifying aura also flashed away, smiling said. Brother, what happened to you just now, it's so scary. At the moment when Fischer's eyes flashed, Killua couldn't help but tremble all over, looking at Fischer with some horror. Shut up, bring your hand here, and I'll treat you. Fischer twitched his eyes when he heard that, then gave him a hard look and shouted. Brother, what are you afraid of? I love you for nothing. Oh, Oh! Killua didn't dare to disobey Fischer's order, and hastily stretched out his hand in front of Fischer. Fischer put one hand on it, Lifeline was activated, and the emerald green light covered Killua's hand. In less than 2 seconds, Killua's hand returned to its original shape, and the bandage tied on it became loose due to the recovery of the palm and fell off. No matter how many times I watch it, brother, your treatment of Nen is very terrifying. Moving his palms that have recovered so much, Killua sighed incomparably. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's go, I will avenge you. Fischer didn't care about this guy's compliment, stood up, clapped his hands and urged, then turned and left. Oh! Chi quickly got up and followed. By the way, Fischer got the game software of Killua and Gon from Bartra. Going through the process of the initial hut again, Fischer returned to the initial place of the Island of Greed. At this time, Killua and Gon, who returned to the game first, are already waiting here. Yo, brother, do you have to do this every time? Killua waved his hand in greeting. Brother Fischer. Gon also waved his hands and shouted. I don't know if it's the rule, anyway, it will be like this if you don't come back for 10 days. Fischer nodded and said. Immediately, Fischer urged, okay, let's go and meet Liza. Okay. Use my colleague, Rabbi Xiaofu. Killua nodded, then opened his book, took out the spell card he got back from Gon, and activated it directly. The light emerged, and the three of them were directly carried by the light, soaring into the sky. Chapter 140. In a seaside town in Rabbi Xiaofu, a ray of light descended from the sky and landed beside several people. Oh, here it is, here it is. A little blonde girl with a single ponytail in a gothic lowly outfit shouted excitedly. Beside him is a middle-aged man with a strong body and an honest face, and there is another figure that is very familiar. Hisoka, why are you here? Fischer looked at Hisoka in surprise and asked. In the original book, Hisoka appeared here because of the entrustment of the members of the brigade. But now, Phantom Troop is completely non-existent. The only one that exists is Cuba, who doesn't have much combat power, and the three of Maki have now become Fischer's men. Why is this guy here again? I have nothing to do, so I grabbed a game software and came in for a stroll. I didn't expect you to be here. Hisoka explained with a smile. I believe you ghost. Except for Gon and the middle-aged man, Fischer said inwardly at the same time. This guy would come in here, obviously looking at Gon. Gon, do you need me to help you deal with this guy? Fischer turned to Gon and asked. Although Gon's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, he hasn't really grown up yet. Give Gon another year to grow, and Gon should be able to beat this guy Hisoka. But now, it's still a bit worse. As soon as Fischer said this, Hisoka, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly froze. Thank you brother Fischer, but no need, this is my agreement with Hisoka. Hearing this, Gon quickly thanked him, then rejected Fischer's kindness and explained. When did you make the agreement with this guy? Do you know how dangerous this guy is? Killua heard Gon's words and immediately came over, and shouted in Gon's ear dissatisfied. Gon was directly dumbfounded by Killua's yelling, and his eyes started to roll around. However, I didn't expect Killua and the others to meet you, Bisky. Fischer didn't care about this, and Fischer shifted his eyes to the little girl with blonde hair and ponytail, and said with a smile. That's right, this blonde little loli is officially Bizaji, a follower of Zenyu Liu founded by Netero. It is also Fischer's teacher for Killua and Gon. When he came to find Killua and Gon before, he didn't meet Bisky, and Fischer felt that the two of them had nothing to do with Bisky, but he didn't expect to meet them in the past 2 months. Seeing that Fischer had diverted his attention, Hisoka was slightly relieved. If Fischer really did it, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. This guy is really too perverted, even more perverted than himself. Definitely be able to kill yourself in seconds. Did I say something wrong? This metamorphosis is not that metamorphosis. It seems that you know me. Did Netero tell you? Fischer Zoldyck. As for Hisoka's inner dynamics, everyone naturally didn't know. Fuss, said with a smile. No, just getting to know you. My two good-for-nothing younger brothers have been taken care of by you. Fischer smiled lightly and thanked him gently. Although Hija's character is very dissatisfied, but now he has become his own dependent force, so what to do, this kind of thing is impossible to exist. If you're upset, get a beating. It's okay, no problem. Seeing these two shining gemstones, if I don't polish them well, I will be very sad. Bisiji waved her hand and said casually. It's really your character. Fischer smiled lightly. Thanks for the compliment. Bisky returned with a bright smile. Immediately, she took a look at the strong man who had been marginalized all the time, clapped her hands, and shouted loudly. Clap clap! Okay, don't waste time, let's get straight to the point. Everyone's eyes shifted over. Oh, by the way, before that, let me introduce you, Fischer. This is Gornu, a partner we met in the game, a professional hunter. Bisji reached out to the middle-aged burly man and introduced to Fischer. Ah, Fischer Zoldyck, please give me your advice. Fischer stretched out his hand and said gently to Gornu. Although he is a small person, since he is a partner with his younger brother, Fischer doesn't mind giving him the treatment he deserves. Please advise me more. Galinu stretched out his hand a little nervously, and said to Fischer. He just saw with his own eyes that Hisoka, a scary guy, was too scared to move by Fischer's words. 0. Seeking flowers. This let him know that Fischer is definitely a very terrifying existence, even if he didn't see Fischer's burst of air conditioning, he could be sure of it. Okay, now let me introduce to you the situation of the dodgeball we are going to play next. Seeing that the two knew each other, Bisji said again. Ah, there is no need for this, I know the situation here. Let's go directly to find Liza now. Seeing that Bisiji was wasting time here, Fischer also had to politely interrupt Bisiji's interest. You know everything. Killua, have you already told your brother? Bisji opened her mouth, a little dazed, and then asked Killua. That's right, since I'm looking for my brother to help, I naturally have to explain the situation here clearly. Killua said with a natural look, and then looked at Bisji with a strange expression. This made Bisky very upset. Originally, seeing such a handsome guy as Fischer, he still wanted to show off, but he didn't expect Killua to say everything he had to say, and she didn't have the part to talk at all. Resisting the thought of giving Killua a shudder, a fake smile appeared on Bai's face. Oh, well, then I don't need to say any more. Afterwards, Bisiji took everyone towards the place where Liza was. If Fischer knew that he was being targeted by Bisiji, a girl with a lowly appearance and a muscular ant, he didn't know how he would feel. I guess it will be a feeling of emotion and fear. Feeling that after eating sweet fruit for so long, someone finally became fascinated by him, and what was frightening was that he would actually be fascinated by this guy. The muscular ant can't afford to hurt, can't afford to hurt. In fact, what Fischer doesn't know is that the charm brought by the sweet fruit really has an effect, but the women around Fischer have super endurance, so they didn't leak it in front of Fischer. Soon, everyone came to the gymnasium where Lei Jia was. I didn't expect them to invite you here. It's really troublesome. Seeing Fischer's first glance, Lei Jia's squinted eyes twitched involuntarily. Nice meeting, Liza, I'm Fischer Zoldyck. Looking at Liza, Fischer smiled and introduced himself. Chapter 141. My little brother has been taken care of by you, so I'm here to find a place. Looking at Jia, Fischer stated his purpose of coming here above board. It's not here to clear the customs, it's purely here to find a place. Yes, Fischer is here to find a place. Immediately, Fischer ignored Liza and gave instructions directly to Galina behind him. It takes 8 people to pass your level, right? Golanu, release your black and white sages, and prepare to begin. Ah, yes. Hearing this, Galina quickly stood up and responded, and then released his 2 gorillas, the black and white sages. Sure enough, it's a big trouble. Seeing Fischer's resolute look, even Liza scratched his forehead unavoidably and became melancholy. He knows exactly what level Fischer is. After Fischer first entered the game February 57, Jin immediately rushed over, worrying that Fischer would cause damage to Greed Island. Liza knew immediately. When that happened, Lu Hao was sure. There is no doubt that Fischer is at the level of gold. This guy Jin was able to catch himself more than 10 years ago. What level is it now? No need to think about it. But now, an existence on the same level as Jin came to find fault with him. Liza has the urge to throw away his responsibilities and run away. I injured the hand of Fischer's younger brother, the white-haired brat, in such a way. Now that Fischer came to find his place, one can imagine what will happen. Thinking about the scene when Jin beat him into a pig's head when he captured him, Liza couldn't help shivering all over his body. What are you afraid of? At this point, Fischer just turned his head, saw it, and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. No, it's nothing, I just feel that this time is not good. Liza said calmly, still squinting his eyes. Looking at Fischer's appearance, he must fight with him. Although Liza was a little shadowed when Jin captured him, he still flinched and took a dodgeball to the beauty field and transformed into 10 beasts. Seeing this, Killua and the others also walked to their respective positions. It seems that you already know the rules, so let's start. Seeing that Killua and the others had already taken their positions, and that Fischer didn't care at all, Liza naturally understood that Fischer's rules for his dodgeball were already I understood, so I didn't say much, and after I said a word, I started to prepare for hitting the ball. However, it is different from the relaxed freehand brushwork when dealing with Killua and others before. This time, Liza broke out with all his strength from the very beginning. Powerful thoughts erupted from his body, and he created a powerful account-opening arrogance that spewed out continuously on his body, and violent air waves hit the gymnasium. At this moment, the entire stadium began to shake. The windows on the high walls on both sides were shattered into pieces under this wave of air, turning into a series of impacts and bursting out towards the outside. This scene is even more terrifying than when Gon broke out with all his strength in this game in the original book. All the people present, except for Fischer, felt the energy gathered on Liza's body. They were extremely dignified, their eyes fell on Liza's body, and they didn't dare to relax at all. However, compared to the dignifiedness of Killua and others, Fischer seemed very calm, and he seemed to be very comfortable and calm in the face of this huge thought energy. Did you burst out with all your strength at the beginning? You really think highly of me? Looking at Liza, who was still bursting out with Nian Qi, Fischer said with a smile on his face. I can't help it. After all, you are an existence of your level. If you don't try your best, you will lose ugly. Liza said with narrowed eyes. Afterwards, the 10-foot-high gaseous flame that erupted on his body began to shrink, attached to his body surface, and rushed towards the dodgeball in his hand along the body surface. The air on the dodgeball changes from lavender to dark purple. In just a few seconds, the lavender Nian Qi has turned into a deep purple, and then it is so tight that it turns black. Looking at the blackened dodgeball, Killua and the others had no doubt that once this force broke out, it would easily destroy the stadium. And it wasn't until this time that Liza stopped the concentration of mind energy in his hand, held the dodgeball with one hand, opened his squinted eyes, looked at Fischer and said lightly, "You are a catcher, don't gather mind energy what? This is my strongest blow." "Ah, yes, then I'll put on a show." Fischer, who was waiting for Liza's dodgeball, was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then smiled lightly. The next moment, a powerful wave of thoughts erupted from Fischer's body. The terrifying momentum was even more terrifying than Liz's eruption. The gymnasium that had just stopped shaking shook again, which made Killua and Gon standing beside him shake. They were all pushed out, slid on the wooden floor and retreated 2 meters before stopping. Is this just for show? What a terrifying monster! Looking at the arrogance on Fischer's body, Liza muttered inwardly. He didn't think Fischer was lying. After all, lying doesn't do Fischer any good. That said, it's a state of heavy pretense for Fischer. Monster! Cursing inwardly, Liza slowly raised the purple dodgeball in his hand, and lifted it up slowly. Boom! The next moment, the Niankai dodgeball that gathered the limit of Liza's display of energy came out with a devastating impact. With this throw, the terrifying storm caused by the terrifying Nian Qi made the gymnasium vibrate again, destroying everything around it completely. Wherever it passed, everything was wiped out, and the floor had completely disappeared. Completely annihilated under the destruction. The violent impact swept across, and the huge gymnasium was already toppled and destroyed, and the appearance of the gymnasium could not be seen at all. All this happened in this instant. The next moment, the terrifying dodgeball had already arrived in front of Fischer, proving that it hit Fischer's posing hands. Boom! An even more terrifying impact erupted the moment the dodgeball touched Fischer's hands. However, this should have erupted again, swept again, and the terrifying impact that ravaged the gymnasium disappeared the moment it erupted. This scene left everyone 1.5 dumbfounded. Because, they saw with their own eyes that the moment the power on the dodgeball exploded, it was completely suppressed by the mind energy on Fischer's body, without even a little bit of arrogance erupting. Thunder, little rain. However, everyone present knew how terrifying the power of this blow was. However, Fischer followed up so easily, he didn't seem to be struggling at all, he was still calm and indifferent. Then, it's my turn next, are you ready, Liza? I won't give you a chance to dodge, just accept my dodgeball attack honestly. Fischer didn't care about the shock of Killua and others, and slowly raised the dodgeball he caught in his hand. Looking at the opposite Liza, he reminded lightly. As soon as the words fell, the shining razor wrapped around the dodgeball. Chapter 142. Well, that's about it. The faint blue lightning turned purple, and Fischer sensed the strength of the Nian Qi on the dodgeball, rubbing his chin and said. When Killua and others around Fischer heard this, a drop of cold sweat broke out on their faces, and Liza on the opposite side was no exception. Although Fischer's injured dodgeball was very calm, and even the razor didn't come out, everyone present could feel the terrifying power contained in it. It's troublesome, I can take it to this level, but I will definitely suffer serious injuries. Besides, this guy won't let me have the possibility to dodge. Liza is not pedantic, and will not be stubborn to catch the dodgeball. The question is, will Fischer give him a chance to dodge? As Fischer said just now, he came to find a place this time, so he will never give himself a chance to dodge this shot. His only option was to take Fischer's blow with all his might. However, on the dodgeball in Fischer's hands, Liza has already sensed the Nian Qi that exceeds his own display capacity. That is to say, 09 said that even if he puts all of his energy into his hands when catching the ball, he cannot continue unscathed by using the hard technique. Without thinking about it, Liza once again exploded with a powerful aura, and began to use advanced skills to gather his aura to his hands. As for worrying about the lack of defense in other parts of the body after using the hardener, Liza believed that such a thing would not happen with an existence of Fischer's level. Since he came here to take revenge openly and aboveboard, he would not use these little tricks, it would be too disrespectful. Ready? Looking at Liza who was gathering chi, Fischer asked kindly, and he was going to wait until Liza raised himself to the peak before making a move. Ah, it's ready. Liza, who was on horseback, nodded with his eyes open, and responded. Very well, then. Fischer nodded in satisfaction, then posed. Seeing this, Killua and the others dispersed one after another, not daring to stay by Face Yes side. They were pushed out just now with an outburst of aura, and now they are officially shot, and they will not be blown away if they are brought here. Without any warning, Killua and the others just heard such a whistling sound, and the next moment, a terrifying explosion sound entered their ears. While Killua and the others were in a state of confusion, a wave of terrifying air was directly set off in the gymnasium, almost overturning everyone present. All the fluorescent lamps on the ceiling were killed, and the gymnasium went dark at this moment. Is this the strength of this monster? It's really scary. In the darkness, using stretchable love to forcibly fix himself on the floor, Hisoka, who was enduring the blast, blocked his eyes with his hands and looked through the gaps between his fingers. Looking at Fischer's back, his heart was extremely shocked, and at the same time, Hisoka was also very fortunate. Fortunately, every time I wanted to flirt with Fischer, I forcibly suppressed it, and did not touch Fischer's bottom line. Otherwise, with this kind of attack, Fischer would give me a blow, and I could have someone set up a table for me. After a few seconds, the storm in the stadium slowly stopped. Where's Liza? Gon put down his hands and looked forward with a confused face, his little head was full of doubts. Idiot, did you see that hole? That guy must have been blown out by my brother. Killua said from the side, while pointing forward with one hand. There is a large hole several meters high at this time, and there are several walls behind this hole, and the same gaps appear in these walls at this time. Stretching out, everyone saw the scenery outside. Wow, Mr. Liza must have been kicked out. Gon shouted in a fuss, and then ran out along the entrance of the cave. Brother, go and have a look. Killua came to Fischer and said to Fischer. Ah, let's go and have a look. Fischer nodded and agreed. A group of people walked towards the entrance of the cave, and soon came outside. As soon as they came outside, everyone saw that under the hillside, Gon was helping Liza who was lying on the ground. Seeing this, everyone stepped forward. It's not bad, it was able to take my attack and only suffered this degree of injury. When he came to Liza who was supported by Gon, Fischer looked at Liza who was only injured in his hands, and not only praised him. At this time, Liza's hands were directly useless, drooping at the waist, and his feet were also injured to varying degrees. Other than that, there were no other injuries. In the blow he had just now, Lei Jia was only injured to this extent. Even Fischer couldn't help but admire Lei Jia's strength. If this guy wasn't on Jin's team here, Fischer would have wanted to recruit him. This guy's strength is definitely not inferior to that of his previous father. Now your anger is gone. Liza did not answer, but asked. Well, it's gone. Fischer touched his nose and said lightly. Seeing this, Lei Jia didn't speak, but with a thought, he took out a card from the game and read it out. Use the breath of the Archangel. The next moment, the card in Liza's hand turned into light and disappeared, turning into a huge blonde angel. The blonde angel blew on Liza, and the wound on Liza's body quickly healed. Seeing this scene, the corners of Fischer's eyes twitched, thinking in his heart whether he should give it to him again. This GM, cheating in front of game players openly has a bad impact. But Killua and the others were dumbfounded watching this scene. Jia, Zisang, you are. Gon stammered. Gon, I forgot to tell you 633, I am one of the administrators of the Greed Island game, responsible for the operation of this game. Liza, who has recovered, broke free from Gon's support. Explained to Gon. As soon as these words came out, the four of Gon immediately petrified. After a long time, they played like game masters. Okay, Killua, I'll take care of this guy for you, so I'll leave first. Fischer glanced at Liza contemptuously, and then said goodbye to Killua. Are you going to leave so soon? Killua came back to her senses and asked in surprise. I came here this time to find a place for you. Now that I have found it, I should go back too. Fischer nodded slightly and said. That's right, since that's the case, I won't keep you, brother. Killua understood, nodded, and said, "Well, work hard." Fischer nodded, and then prepared to leave here. However, at this moment, Fischer suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Gon. "Gon!" Fischer called out with a serious expression. "What's the matter, brother Fischer?" Hearing this, Gon hurried over. "Priority is given to companions in everything, understand?" Fischer exhorted with a cold expression. Seeing Fischer's attitude, Gon shuddered all over and nodded quickly, "Yes, I understand, brother Xie. N." With a warning, Fischer soared into the sky and left here directly. Chapter 143. Although the current Killua is very different from the original book, the chance of being hurt by Ganshu's companions is not high, but Fischer still wants to warn Gon. If Killua is injured, Gon still treats Killua first, but instead heals Ganshu and the others as in the original book, then Fischer may have to clean up the house. Fischer doesn't need this kind of sanctity to not put his companions first, but to heal the enemy instead. Guy. After leaving Greed Island, Fischer immediately summoned Wu Tong's replacement. "Lord Fischer, what are your orders?" This young steward is called Cedar, which is the same as the plane tree, and the name is the type of tree. At this time, he bowed in front of Fischer. "I respectfully ask for instructions. From now on, send a large number of housekeepers to pay attention to the situation on the NGL side, and don't need to go in. Just stay on the perimeter. Once a professional hunter enters NGL, report to me immediately." Fischer gave an order to Cedar. "Yes, Lord Fischer." Xuesong respectfully replied, and then left. Killua and their greedy island raiders have reached this point, and they will pass the level soon. Several months earlier than in the original book, at this point in time, the Chimeric Ant Queen should not have come here yet. However, the possibility of reaching the NGL cannot be ruled out, and the butterfly effect cannot be ruled out. It's better to pay close attention. Sitting on the single sofa, Fischer thought silently. "Ant King Miruem, I really look forward to your appearance." As for the humans in the NGL, Fischer doesn't pay too much attention. The survival of the fittest in this world, whether they can survive to see themselves, has nothing to do with themselves. If he really wanted to intervene deliberately because he knew these cruel realities, then Fischer couldn't manage how much time he had. Because there are crueler worlds than this. It might be cruel to say this, but Fischer really didn't want to get involved with the birth of chimeric ants. Because it is possible that Netaro's son, Byangde, deliberately created it in order to be able to go to the Dark Continent. And Byangde, this guy should have mixed with people from the Kajin Empire by now. It really ruined this guy's plan, and those guys from the Kajin Empire will probably come to make trouble for themselves. In order to cause trouble for the family in a country that has nothing to do with him, Fischer is not so holy. Being able to join V5 and make V5 become V6, Kajin Empire is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Fischer didn't bother to provoke the country either. At that time, they might have to use this country's plan to send people from the gate country there. It is not a wise choice to provoke this country now. Although the Zoldyck family can also plan to go there by themselves. However, this obviously takes a lot of time, and it is not too much to spend several years preparing. Fischer can't wait that long. With the current strength of Menchi and others, if they want to quickly improve their strength, then they can only target the Dark Continent. Only there can the conditions for the promotion of the favor of members of the forces like themselves be met. It's not a good thing for Inhui to start high, at least there are still too few opponents in Mobius Lake who can help improve. However, there is one thing that makes me very tangled. This guy Byangde is mixed with the Kajin Empire, it should be a cooperative relationship. However, Netero said that he put a shackle on Byangde, and before his death, Byangde cannot go to the Dark Continent again. And if Byangde can't go, will the Kajin Empire not carry out this plan to go to the Dark Continent? Could the shackles that Netero spoke of be the same as Kurapika's constraints? Only after he dies, will Byang's constraints disappear, and Byang can go to the Dark Continent. It's really troublesome. Is it necessary to let Netero die in this chimeric ant incident? Thinking of this, Fischer frowned rarely. For Netero, an old naughty boy with a naughty personality, Shell still respects him a lot. Not for anything else, just because this guy can give his life for the human country. Fischer himself can't do it, but it doesn't prevent Fischer from giving due respect to those who can. Well, sure enough, let this old guy die once, and save him later. I remember the way this guy died in the original book was that the rose of the poor exploded, the whole person was wiped out, and even the Ant King Miruem was almost blown back into his mother's womb. I don't seem to be able to save this kind of death. Fischer murmured, and finally blinked cutely, gave up this idea, and thought again. The poor man's rose in the old guy's heart was specially implanted by the international executives of V5 just in case Netero couldn't kill the Ant King Miruem. The purpose is to ensure that the Ant King can be killed in the East Godet autonomous state, and prevent the chaos of chimeric ants from spreading throughout the world. Then, as long as I can guarantee to defeat the Ant King, wouldn't this old fellow Netero not have to take the risk and let himself die? Okay, that's the decision. When the Ant King appears, I will go directly to Netero, and let Netero dispel this idea, not to plant the rose of the poor in my heart. On this point, as long as Netero is unwilling, V5 international executives cannot force Netero. At that time, after Netero fails in the confrontation with the Ant King and dies, he will deal with the Ant King himself, and use his natural teeth to bring this guy back to life. This way there is no delay, and Byangda doesn't have to be restrained by Zhao's Netero, and cannot go to the Dark Continent. Fischer thought carefully about the feasible plan. However, thinking of this, Fischer suddenly slapped himself on the forehead. I think too much. It's not clear how Byangd was bound by Netero, and whether it is restricting this situation. When the chimeras show up, I'll go straight to Netero and ask. If it's just that Byangda obeyed the verbal agreement with Netero, then it doesn't have to be so complicated at all. It will be fine for me to fight against the Ant King, and there is no need for this old naughty boy to die once. Fischer found that he was still thinking too responsibly. Everything is only based on his guesses, right? Phew, practice and practice. If I want to defeat the Ant King, I don't know if my current cultivation level is enough. Patting his cheek, Fischer let himself stop thinking about it, then closed his eyes and started today's practice. Chapter 144. You mean, the two of them went to the Sky Arena? Sitting on the sofa, Fischer looked at the cedar in front of him with a strange expression. Yes, Master Fischer, Master Killua and Master Gon are heading to the Sky Arena. Cedar replied respectfully. I see, you go down. Fischer nodded, and waved his hand to push the cedar away. Yes, Master Fischer. Cedar hurriedly retreated. It was a bit wrong with Fischer's speculation. Originally, Fischer thought that Killua and Gon would be able to clear the customs and return to the real world in a month. But I didn't expect it to take 2 months. And after the two came out, they didn't use Jin's card spell to go to Kate's place together, but went to the Sky Arena instead. This left Fischer a little confused. Hey? It seems there is a possibility. Did these two guys know Wing in the Sky Arena? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Fischer's mind, and he thought of something. That is the theatrical version that appeared in the original work, The Last Mission. It seems that in this theatrical version, the old man Netero has suffered a lot. Still, Fischer isn't sure. Immediately, Fischer directly made a phone call to Xuezong, who had just left not long ago, and gave him an order to collect information about whether the Olympia martial arts tournament was about to start in the Sky Arena. I remember that Netero was invited by the Sky Arena because of this grand event. Soon Xuezong reported. Indeed, the Sky Arena is indeed preparing for the Olympia martial arts competition recently, even the old man Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, was invited by the Sky Arena. Hey, interesting, this is the only scene in the entire Hunter x Hunter where the old guy Netero is deflated. Speaking of which, I'm still the owner of Sky Arena. Why didn't Sky Arena invite me? Even if I'm invited, I won't participate in this kind of low-level martial arts competition. Fischer smiled maliciously and said with a smirk. Having said that, Fischer still left for the Sky Arena. After all, although Fischer was not interested in the martial arts competition, he was still very interested in the scene where Netero was deflated. It seems that in the original book, Hisoka didn't take this meeting too seriously, and he didn't enter the arena when the fighting meeting started, and just played soy sauce outside. The Sky Arena is within the territory of the Republic of Bartasia, so Fischer came here very easily. However, just after arriving here, Fischer received an invitation from the Sky Arena to participate in this battle, Ajay. However, Shell refused directly, and then went directly to Netero. Why do you have the time to come to the old man? In the Japanese room, Netero was holding a teacup and drinking tea, and said with a depressed face. He did know that Fischer spent the rest of the time squatting at home in Kukolo Mountain, except for going to Yukiksen City. How would it appear here? Are you also interested in these pediatric martial arts competitions? No, 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 how could I be interested in this kind of martial arts competition? Am I not bullying people by participating? 11. This time I'm really here to catch up with you, old man Netero. Fischer waved his hands again and again, and denied with a smile. I always feel that your smile has malicious intentions. Netero's sense is very keen. Seeing Fischer's appearance, he immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. What on earth are you thinking? Netero asked again, with a gloomy tone. He was very sure that Fischer's intentions in coming this time were absolutely malicious, but he just couldn't figure out what it was, so the depression in his heart could be imagined. He. Fischer still looked at Netero with a smile on his face, and didn't speak, giving off a smirk feeling. This made the corners of Netero's eyes twitch, but there was nothing he could do about it. If Fischer didn't want to say, he couldn't make Fischer speak. Your brother seems to be the host, right? It's down there now, why don't you go and have a look? No way, Netero had no choice but to change the subject. Killua is the landlord. Netero's words made Fischer slightly taken aback. Why, don't you know? You are really incompetent, brother. Hearing that Fischer didn't know, Netero's eyes lit up immediately, and the old urchin broke out naturally, and grinned at Fischer and began to tease him. Fischer! You're not a good father either. Being ridiculed by Netero, Fischer naturally wouldn't allow Netero to tease him, and just turned back. As soon as these words came out, Netero was silent, and after a while he spoke, How do you know? I never revealed anything about Byangde. When he said this, Netero looked very serious. You guess it yourself. Fischer's expression recovered, and he said with a smile, with a somewhat smug tone. Netero. Seeing this, Netero fell silent again, staring at the water in the teacup in a daze. A few minutes passed quickly, Fischer did not disturb Netero, and quietly sipped his tea. A few minutes passed before Tongtro responded. Also responding was Fischer. At this time, the two looked at the gate at the same time. You came here because of this matter. Looking at the gate and feeling something, Netero frowned and said helplessly to Fischer. Hey! Fischer showed his white teeth, smiled, and didn't answer. Really, I always feel that your bad taste is a bit heavy. Each to each other, Fischer said with a laugh. As soon as the voice fell, the door was opened. A short figure wearing a cloak appeared in the field of vision of the two. The man in the cloak looked up, and it was a blonde kid. The kid's pupils turned golden, and after seeing Netero, he quickly pulled out a small knife, shouted a language that Fischer knew, and then entered his belly together. The next moment, black wings appeared from the back of the kid. As soon as the wings appeared, they quickly rushed towards Netero, who had lost his mind because of the past, and instantly tied Netero's hands, hanging Netero up. It really is a complaint, Netero said with a solemn expression after being hung up. The next moment, Netero roared directly at Fischer. Kola, if you don't save the old man, why are you filming there? I saw that Fischer on the side was already holding a camera at this moment, happily taking pictures of Netero in the current situation. And it was shot from various angles, with a gloating smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Netero understood why he had that kind of depressed psychology before. Probably this guy Fischer brought it to him. Hey, don't worry, I'll let you down after I finish taking the photo. Facing Netero's roar, Fischer said with a smile, and then accelerated the speed of taking pictures, and the figure kept walking in the room. Netero, what the hell am I? Chapter 145. Jokes aside, Fischer was quick to tie up Netero's little brat and get rid of it. This guy's resentment is very special, it can seal other people's thoughts, making them unable to use them, but facing an existence of Fischer's level, it was still easily destroyed. Fischer directly dealt with this guy with a bolt of lightning, and the barrier of grievance ability was destroyed by Fischer without even sustaining it for a second. Netero slowly fell from mid-air. At this time, a figure also appeared at the door. Miscalculated, I didn't expect there to be existences of your level here. Netero's young friend Jed appeared at the door, looked at Fischer and Netero, and said lightly. Ah, Netero, I'll leave this guy to you, and I won't get involved. Fischer said contentedly, holding the phone. Wait, you kid, leave the camera behind. Seeing that Fischer was about to leave, Netero's first thought was this, absolutely not to let the photos of himself embarrassing go out. No. Fischer grinned, and then left here with a flash. BD. Netero suddenly became furious. However, no matter how annoyed, Netero's eyes shifted to Jed. Afterwards, not long after, the battle between the resentment ability 100 Ghosts Curse Resentment and 100 Styles of Avalakai Tesvara broke out, and the terrifying power directly destroyed the entire floor. On the other side, Fischer has already appeared in the martial arts arena at this time. At this time, the entire sky arena has been controlled, and Killua is fighting on the field. The target of the battle is not the owner of the sky arena, but the big guy among the descendants of Sombra. As for who it is, Fischer doesn't know. He didn't read it in his previous life, and only knows the general situation. Originally, Killua couldn't win against this guy, even if he teamed up with Gon to deal with this guy, he could only narrowly win, but now, in the ring, Killua completely suppressed this guy. Yan Lingwan didn't take out the Zanpakudo Killua, this thing Killua can be put into his body, so he doesn't need to carry it with him at all. At this time, Killua entered the state of super speed, and did not use the mode of Gale and Thunder, but used the magic of Thunder Dragon Slayer in the state of super speed Lightning Stone Fire. The original Killua had an advantage in speed, but the attack power was not very strong. But now, with the Lightning Dragon Slayer magic, Killua's attack power has suddenly increased. Did that big guy get beaten up by Killua the whole time? He couldn't turn the tables at all. So, the scene is very interesting. The bombarder who was punched by Killua with a huge body was getting faster and faster. In the end, Killua's attack could hardly be seen, and only punch marks appeared continuously on the body of the big guy, and the blood flowed from it. The mouth continued to spew and splash. Normally, the audience in the auditorium would definitely be emotional, shouting and applauding, but now, everyone in the auditorium is silent. Because at this time around them, a large group of men in black with weapons were watching them, preventing them from making any moves, let alone applauding when they saw wonderful battles in the past. Perhaps seeing that his companion was at a disadvantage, another resentment user in the monitoring room issued an order to threaten Killua to stop. An unfamiliar voice came from the game broadcast. Stop, or these guys will be buried with you. As soon as the words came out, Killua really stopped attacking, and jumped back to distance himself from the big guy. "Sura, don't meddle in my battle." As if he was very dissatisfied with his companion's meddling, the big man roared loudly, and the blood from his mouth sprayed out again. "Hungry ghost, have you forgotten our purpose?" Shura's voice came again from the radio, and he yelled at the big evil ghost. Hearing this, the big evil ghost immediately stopped, and looked at Killua unwillingly. "Do it." Immediately afterwards, Shura's voice came again from the radio. "When did you have the illusion that I would catch these strangers without a fight?" At this moment, Killua spoke, looked up at the broadcasting equipment above, and sneered. The voice on the radio didn't seem to expect Killua to have such a reaction, and went silent. And the audience in the auditorium also turned pale at this time. Killua said so, it means that the former will not compromise for their lives, they will die here if they are not careful. Faced with this situation, whose face will be better? Originally, I came here to visit the martial arts competition, but in the end, I was threatened with my life. For a moment, the audience in the auditorium all had a mentality of being a dog. 0. Ask for flowers. Killua, keep fighting, these guys have already solved it. But at this moment, a voice came from the auditorium. "Brother." Hearing this voice, Killua was overjoyed and looked over. With this look, Killua realized that Fischer was sitting beside Gon at this time, and Gon was also waving at him. At the same time, Killua also found that many men in black with weapons in the auditorium had already got down on the ground at this time. Killua knows without guessing, this is his brother's masterpiece. "Hurry up, let me see your recent progress." At this time, Fischer spoke again, urging Killua. "Okay." Killua responded loudly with a confident look on his face. In the next moment, the lightning flashed, and Killua's figure appeared in front of the hungry ghost. The hungry ghost had no time to react, and Killua's punch landed on his abdomen. Immediately, blood gushed out from the hungry ghost's mouth. Maybe it's because they want to show off their relationship in front of Fischer. Killua's attack was even more terrifying than before. It was only 6 or 7 punches, and he directly laid down the hungry ghost who had not been defeated by dozens of punches and hundreds of punches just now. The whole person lay on the ring, coughing up blood continuously, and was completely unable to move. "Hey, Killua, come up quickly, that guy is going to blow himself up later." Seeing this result, Fischer is very satisfied. Killua's strength has been greatly improved in the past 2 months, but Fischer is thinking of something, he reminded me aloud. "Hey!" Killua, who was expecting Fischer's praise, was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and looked over, only to see that the power on the hungry ghost had already begun to go berserk. Killua's eyes twitched, and his figure quickly flashed into the audience during the banquet. Boom! At the same time, in the monitoring room, Shura, another ability grudge man, looked at this scene with a calm expression, but his red pupils were burning with raging anger. Pat! At this time, movement suddenly appeared behind Shura. Shura turned around slowly and looked over. I saw Kurapika in a suit standing there calmly. "Are you the Shura that Fischer said? Let me be your opponent." Kurapika moved her hands and said to Shura lightly. Chapter 146. Naturally, Kurapika was able to capture it easily, and Shura was quickly defeated. Not long after that, Netero also killed his good friend Jed in the past. The Sky Arena is once again in the hands of those in charge here. However, the Olympia Martial Arts Tournament stopped. No way, except for Killua and Gon and Hisoka who didn't participate, the other floor masters have been knocked down, and they still don't know whether they are alive or dead. The Olympia Martial Arts Tournament was originally a battle for the floor masters, and now there are no floor masters. What a fart it is to hold. Didn't the two of you go to find Jin? Why did you come here to participate in the martial arts competition? Fischer asked Killua in a reception room on the floor controlled by Fischer. Ah, I received an invitation to compete in the Sky Arena just after I came out, so I came here and planned to find Gon's father together after the competition. Killua explained. But 660, judging from the current situation, it is estimated that the competition is impossible, so we decided to go to Jin next. Gon said in an interface. Hey, yeah, good luck to you then, Gon. Fischer nodded and congratulated upon hearing this. However, I don't know if the congratulations are true or not. Judging from the fact that Fischer knew what they would encounter next and sent congratulations, the congratulations were definitely schadenfreude. By the way, Gon, you go out first, I have something to talk to my brother alone. At this time, Killua suddenly said to Gon. Well, good. Gon didn't ask anything when he heard this, he responded directly, then got up and left the reception room. After Gon left, Killua lowered his head and didn't speak, as if he was organizing his words. Seeing this, Fischer didn't bother Killua, just waited quietly. However, Fischer could guess what the Killua guy was trying to say. Fischer noticed it from the moment he saw Killua again. The rosary needle inserted into Killua's head had disappeared. This means that IL Fan's control over Killua is gone. Killua was already thinking about the past. Killua sent Gon away, probably to talk to Fischer about Aluka. However, after a few minutes passed, Killua still didn't speak, and kept his head down in silence. Seeing this, Fischer's cheeks twitched slightly. This guy. You want to ask about Aluka? Since Killua didn't speak, let Fischer speak. When Fischer mentioned this, Killua seemed to muster up his courage, and looked up at Fischer with sadness in his eyes. Brother, why didn't you stop Big Brother back then? Brother, with your strength at that time, you will definitely be able to stop the elder brother from inserting the needle into my head. Killua asked sadly. In Killua's view, Fischer has the ability to prevent Ilmi from controlling himself and make himself forget about Aluka, so why would he just watch Ilmi do it? There's nothing too complicated about it. At that time, I really wanted to stop it, but it was agreed by Grandpa and Dad to let IL fans insert a chanting needle into your head to make you forget Aluka. At that time, I was not qualified to influence their decision-making, so I could only let the IL fans take their actions. Fischer shook his head slightly and explained truthfully. Although my original strength has been brought up, I can only compete with Irmi, and I can't influence the decision-making of my father Silva and Grandpa Gino. So just let it go. But now that the strength has been improved, Fischer is not prepared to take care of this matter, and he is ready to let Killua handle it by himself, and it is enough to support him behind the scenes. As it is now, Killua has eliminated the influence of IL fans and can already decide alone. That's right, that's right. It was indeed Dad's idea to imprison Aluka. Brother, even if you wanted to stop it, you didn't have the ability to stop it. After Fischer's explanation, he was instantly relieved and had a clear idea. How, are you going to bring Aluka out now? I will support you. Fischer nodded, then asked. No, brother, help me take care of Aluka for the time being, as usual. I will accompany Gon to see Jin and I will come back. Then I will take Aluka to travel around the world to make up for what I owed her in the past few years. Hearing this, Killua shook her head and begged Fischer. Killua knew very well that in the Zoldyck family, apart from himself, only Fischer had this ability and could not be harmed in front of Aluka. Is that so? That's fine. Fischer nodded without saying anything. Well, so be it. Then, bro, Gon and I will go first. Killua got up and nodded, saying goodbye to Fischer. Well, let's go. Fischer said lightly. Killua also nodded in response, and then walked towards the door. Not long after Killua left, Kurapika walked in. Already arranged? Fischer said to Kurapika. Well, it's been arranged, let Melody and the others send Nyan back. By the way, what happened, you actually asked me to call me. Kurapika walked over, sat on the sofa, slowly poured himself double the amount of black tea, and then asked as he sipped it. It might be dangerous for Killua and Gon to go to Jin this time, so prepare to follow. Fischer nodded and then ordered. Danger. The strength of the two of them has improved so much that they can be compared with the Nobunaga who I killed. There are few low-handed players. Are they actually in danger? Hearing Fischer say that Killua and Gon are in danger, Kurapika was taken aback for a moment. They will not find Jin this time when they go to Jin. They will meet Jin's apprentice, Kate. Then they will encounter a series of things, and among these things, there will be a very powerful existence. I don't expect you to be able to defeat the enemy, as long as you can protect the two of them back together with Kate. Fischer expressed his thoughts. Hey, what you said is as if you already know the future of the two of you. Fischer, don't you have an who predicts the future with Nyan, right? Hearing what Fischer said clearly, Ku.8 Lapika was even more surprised. You don't need to ask about this, you call them tomorrow and ask them to tell you their location, then just go there. Fischer shook his head and said. Yes, I will take good care of them and will not let them have any accidents. Kurapika did not ask again, and promised earnestly. Well, that's all I want you to do, and nothing else. By the way, Fischer, can you play a game with me? I want to see the gap between you and me. Kurapika nodded slightly, but then made such a request. Competing with me? Are you sure? Fischer was taken aback, his face full of surprise. Kurapika looked firm, please don't show mercy. Thus, Kurapika Pighead was born. Chapter 147. Killua is sensible, but sometimes impulsive, especially when Gon is in action, he will desperately help Gon. This is what Killua said after pulling out the pin on his head, and the best result of dealing with Neferpitou with Gon is to die together. Fischer worries that Killua, who has now pulled out his rosary, will shoot like Gon after meeting Neferpitou with Kate and others. In the original book, Gon was angry and was about to attack but was stopped by Killua because the chanting pin on Killua's head affected Killua, making Killua immediately think of retreating when facing a powerful enemy before knocking Gon unconscious. This time without the needle, Fischer is not sure if Killua will choose to face the enemy together like Gon with Killua's character. Although Killua and Gon have become much stronger and are quite different from the original, they are still far behind Neferpitou. Even if Neferpitou didn't learn how to fight with Nin, he already easily killed Kate, only suffering from some scratches. So Fischer sent Kurapika over. Kurapika is very strong and is at the same level as Killua and Gon. In addition, because of the restriction and oath, he has obtained a huge cultivation base of mind energy, and his strength is no less than that of 09's previous father. With Kurapika, the four of them cooperate, and they should be able to draw a tie under the hands of Catwoman Neferpitou, and they can escape safely no matter how bad they are. As for why Killua and Gon were not reminded about the Chimera ants. The chimeric ant thing is very dangerous for Killua, Gon, and Kurapika, but this danger is also an opportunity. You know, as Fischer's family members, the three of them all have the grace of God. The grace of God is improved by fighting the enemy. Fighting with Neferpitou, the three of them will definitely get a very huge harvest. Moreover, this time the chimeric ant incident, Fischer will also let Father Silva and Grandfather Gino do it together. There are not many opponents of this level. Thoughts continued to diverge. Fischer came all the way to the location obtained from the service staff of the Sky Arena, which is a new Japanese room. Without knocking on the door, Fischer opened it and walked in. At this time, Netero, who was kneeling inside and sipping post-war tea, saw Fischer and his face was covered with black lines. You dare to come here, I will delete those photos for the old man. Netero growled at Fischer. No, this was obtained with great difficulty, how could it be deleted? Fischer refused without thinking. Many people have seen it in the original book, so Netero has no choice but to smash the jar. But now, Netero's embarrassing appearance is only his own, so how could he just delete it like this? The price of this photo is very precious when no one else sees it. Okay, delete those photos, I promise you a non-excessive condition. Seeing Fischer's refusal, Netero didn't growl again, but calmed down and said lightly. One condition. Hey, it seems pretty good. Fischer said with a smile. This is the condition of the president of the Hunter Association. It is very valuable, no, it is not exchanged for $1,000. There are really few conditions in this world to be able to obtain the conditions of Netero, the chairman of the Hunter Association. Okay, I'll delete it now. Fischer pondered for a moment, agreed, and then quickly took out the camera and deleted the photos inside. Seeing Fischer's operation, Netero nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, Netero's expression became serious. Your boy came to look for me this time because of the Dark Continent. You want to enter the Dark Continent, right? Netero looked very serious. As soon as these words came out, Fischer was stunned. How? Have I exposed anything? I didn't even mention it. Since you know about Byang's existence, this old man knows that you are going to enter the Dark Continent. Only by collecting information on the Dark Continent, will there be a very small chance of noticing Byang's existence. In the Hunter Association, the 12 earthly branches all pay attention to the Dark Continent, but few people know about it. Netero saw Fischer's doubts and explained aloud. Just because of this, you think I intend to enter the Dark Continent? Can't I find out Byang does because of other things? Fischer asked with great interest. Come on, I have blocked a lot of information about that guy, and very few people know about it. Only by looking for information from the Dark Continent can we find out his existence. Netero gave Fischer a blank look and said. Since you know the existence of Byang, you must also know the plan of the Kajin Empire. Hui Kuoro doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, and cooperates with Byang to colonize the whole country into the Dark Continent. This will never succeed. Besides, with me here, Byang can't step into the Dark Continent. Netero's expression gradually calmed down, not as serious as it was at the beginning, and his tone of speech seemed to be narrating. I made a restriction oath on that guy, the root of which is my life. Only after I die can that guy enter the Dark Continent. This is my bondage to him. He also cherishes his life and will not live wire. So this time, the cooperation between Hui Kuoro and Byang is in vain. That guy can only rely on the strength of the Kajin Empire itself if he wants to enter the Dark Continent. Hearing this, Fischer also confirmed his guess. This guy Byang was really restricted by Netero, so he couldn't enter the Dark Continent. Only when Byang died, could he undo this shackle. In this way, 99% of the Chimera Ant matter is the masterpiece of this kid. I said, old man, is there a possibility that your son is planning how to kill you, and then march into the Dark Continent with Hui Kuoro? Thinking of this, Fischer hesitated for a moment before reminding him. Kill the old man? It's quite possible. That kid is very obsessed with taking risks. This possibility is very high. But I don't know who else in the human kingdom can kill this old man. Did that guy invite that old monster of yours? Netero was also stunned by Fischer's reminder, and then blinked his eyes in surprise and even said expectantly. That's not true, but soon there will be creatures that can deal with you. Fischer shook his head and reminded again. Biology. There are no creatures in the human kingdom that can threaten the old man, are they from the Dark Continent? Netero narrowed his eyes and whispered. Fischer. Chow, Zhang is still old and hot, I just said this, how could this old boy think of this aspect? Well, there are creatures from the Dark Continent that have registered in the coastal countries, and they are very powerful creatures. Now that Netero guessed it, Fischer didn't hide it. The creature from the Dark Continent, the old man is very interested. However, according to your kid, you didn't really see the dark creature that landed, did you know that? It's a secret. Netero. This kid is teasing the old man, he really wants to beat him. Old man, you just said you agreed to one condition, right? Chapter 148. The oath made by this old guy is really a scoundrel. Back at Kukolo Mountain, Fischer cursed. This guy Netero knew the character of his son Byangda for a long time, so he deliberately sent him to the Dark Continent once. However, before that, the two set a restriction that they could only go once, and once Byangda came back, he could not go again. He had to wait until Netero died before he could step into the Dark Continent again. This guy bound Byangda without paying any price. It is not so much a restriction oath, but rather an agreement disguised as a restriction oath. Moreover, the character is very badly restricted. Let Byangda see all kinds of dark continents, and after arousing his interest in adventures in the dark continents, he was imprisoned in the human country, unable to set foot there again. This is so proper to torture people. This is completely like giving you a piece of delicious food that makes you linger and forget to return, but then locks you up and never gives you another food. This old man's character is so bad that Fischer really can't think of anyone whose character can be compared to his. It's no wonder that Byangda would plan to kill this old boy. However, scolding, Fischer didn't think too much about it, because the old man's stubborn character was used on his son, and he didn't do it to himself. However, Fischer also let this guy erase Byangda's constraints, allowing this guy to go to the Dark Continent. Speaking of which, the restriction and oath made by this guy has no price at all, and if you want to erase it, you can erase it. It is completely exploiting the loopholes in the restriction and oath. Of course, Fischer did not inform Netero of the chimeric ants in detail. If Netero wiped out the queen ant before the chimeric ants developed, then the ant king would not be born. To eradicate the species of chimeric ants, it is not too late to wait for the birth of the king ant. With the passage of time, especially after acquiring Killua's talent for cultivation, Fischer felt the continuous improvement of Niangkai cultivation in his body, and he became more and more confident in dealing with the Ant King. Fischer felt that if he fought against the three guards and the Ant King respectively, his newly upgraded 4/6 Grace could definitely go a step further. Even if you can't upgrade, you can definitely reach the peak of this level and let your strength skyrocket again. In this way, Fischer stayed in Kukolo Mountain, did not go out again, and paid close attention to the situation of NGL all the time. Until one day half a month later, the housekeeper Xuesong called. Master Fischer, Master Killua, and Master Karapika, Master Gon entered the NGL with a hunter named Kate. Hey, have they arrived yet? I see, you all withdraw. Fischer ordered lightly. Now that Killua and the others have entered the NGL, the Chimera ants should start. In the original book, Killua and the others entered NGL because Kate was commissioned to investigate the Chimeric Ant Queen. Now that it's started, it's dangerous for Zoldyck's steward to stay there. Because the Queen of Chimeric Ants has a special liking for Nan after eating the guy who exploded Cure, so the head of the division should try to collect Nan who can provide a lot of nutrition for feeding, so as to provide the Ant Queen with more. The nutrition of the Ant King makes it stronger. He doesn't care about the others, the housekeeper of the Zoldyck family can't be eaten by chimeric ants. Yes, Sky Witch of Shell. Subordinates retreat now. Xuezong responded directly, and then hung up the phone to arrange the butler's evacuation after being respectful. When Kate and the others entered NGL, many Chimera Ant Division leaders had already been born. The three guards will also be born at this time, and then, after the rabbit Chimera Ant was defeated and escaped by Killua and Gon, Nan will be awakened, and many division leaders will also awaken Nan. So many experience packs of different levels are rare, and it's time to call the dependents. Chimera Ants, Shear is completely used for military training. No, it should be said that it is used to enhance the favor of one's subordinate forces. There are different levels in Chimeric Ants. Powerful as the three guards Neferpitu, Shiapoof, and Menthuthweopi. For the three guards, Fischer intends to let Dad, Grandpa, Menchi, Karapika, Gale, Crook, and elder brother Ilmi to do it. As for the division commanders, these Fischers are going to be handed over to Killua, Gon, Maki, Paknatan, Shizuku, Art and others to solve. On the other hand, he was taking care of this military training, so as not to cause losses to the forces under his command. As for the mother and the second child, Fischer didn't think about sending them to train. After all, they were considered as auxiliary members. Killua and the others will ask Old Man Netero to help. As for the three guards, I will personally supervise. Fischer pondered, left the balcony, walked towards the door, and materialized the electronic glasses. Everyone, did you hear that? Fischer shouted in the chat channel he created, which can also be called a chat group. Menchi, what's wrong, Fischer? Karapika, Fischer, we're in the NGL now. Guy Lu, what needs to be said here? Krook. Kalito, brother Fischer, what's the matter? Silva, Fischer, what's up? Gino. Kikyo, Fischer, what happened? Michi. Members who own Fischer's Bluetooth headsets realized by using them have all spoken in this channel. Oh, this IL fan guy didn't speak. Moreover, I forgot to give this headset to Killua and Gon. Fischer, Menchi, take Maki and the others to the NGL border, where we meet. Others are starting now, going to the NGL. Silva, what happened? Fischer, find you some opponents to boost your favor. As soon as these words came out, everyone had no doubts. Fischer will not deceive them, since he said he is looking for an opponent, it is definitely an opponent that is good for them. One by one, they began to prepare. Menchi in the depths of Shimali wetland took Maki and others and started, well done, to leave Wetmali wetland. And Kalito in Meteor Street also asked Wutong to arrange the itinerary, and directly boarded the airship to NGL from a city outside Meteor Street. On the side of Kukulu Mountain, Grandfather Gino, Father Silva, Crook, and Guy Lu temporarily put down their work and rushed over. Oh, by the way, the mother who was not nominated by Fischer also left her base that had not been established for a long time and came to Fischer. Fischer, why didn't you call Mom? Does Fischer hate Mom? His mother, Kikyo, was holding on to Fischer's collar at this moment, yelling at Fischer with a terrified expression. Fischer, what? Mom, haven't you been researching electronic machinery recently? Why am I suddenly interested in this? After all, Fischer appeased his mother Kikyo and calmed her down. After that, I set foot on the airship to the country on the edge of NGL with my father and others. Chapter 149. In the dark night, outside the border of NGL, Fischer and others have already appeared here. Fischer, are the chimeric ants you mentioned really so powerful? Standing on a barren hill, Silva looked at the checkpoints and embassies built by uncles on the border below, and asked lightly. Road. Awesome, the words of the head of the division are okay, but the strength of the Ant King's guard team, even if you and Grandpa join forces, they may not be opponents. That's why I said I'll find an opponent for you. Dad, you should know how much the existence of this level will help you to improve your favor. 3 guards of the Ant King, fight the 3 of them, the favor of the 2 of you can at least raise 2 levels, even Grandpa is no exception. Fischer explained lightly. That's right, that's really a good opponent. Hearing Fischer's explanation, Silva also understood, knowing the strength of the 3 guards of the Ant King that Fischer said, this made Silva a little bit ready to move and eager to try. Fischer, the old man goes in first. As soon as Silva finished speaking, Grandpa Gino, who had been silent all this time, spoke, and then his figure flashed towards the border line below. Fischer. Then I'll pass too. Seeing Gino's action, Silva also left a word, and then flashed out. Ah, you guys are too hardy. Menchi and the others haven't arrived yet. 497 looked at the fire, not at all like the killer's grandfather and father, Fischer said blankly. Speaking of which, although the Zoldyck family is wearing the skin of an assassination family, the assassination method is sometimes more warrior than warrior. What should we do next? Crook came to Fischer's side, and asked Fischer where Silva was standing before. Wait first, wait for Menchi to come over, then the three of you will go in together. Fischer replied. Okay. But, Fischer, are the Ant King's guards really as powerful as you say? Looking at you, you attach great importance to their attitude. Crook nodded, responded, and then asked curiously. Let me tell you, that old guy from Netero didn't know if he could kill one of the guards. The Niankai of those guys is much stronger than the current Netero. When Netero was young, he could compete with them in Niankai cultivation. Fischer pondered for a moment, then explained. As soon as these words came out, both Guy Lu and Crook were taken aback, and then they both took a breath. They all know that although Netero never fought with Netero when he was young, but now Netero beats them like he beats his grandson, and it's actually not as good as him. You want us to fight against this level? Crook said with a strange expression, his tone seemed to contain shock. Isn't this letting them go to be beaten? Guy Lu also looked at Fischer with the same gaze. Do you think that everyone has a time-related nin like Bai Shiguanyan like old man Netero? The three guards are just normal nin. Even if you can't beat them, you won't be beaten like grandchildren when you fight Netero. Oh, yes, I almost forgot about this. The old man's 100 forms of Avalakai Tesvara is special. After being reminded by Fischer, the two also came to their senses, and then said. As the 12 earthly branches, they are treated like grandchildren only in the face of the bug of Netero, and against other people, even if they lose, they will not lose face so embarrassingly. Mainly because I was shocked by what Fischer said just now, so I forgot about it. Besides, I didn't tell you to go up one by one. For those guys, wait for the two of you to team up with Menchi and Karapika and deal with one. Dad and Grandpa deal with each other in teams of 2. Enough. Don't forget that you have more than an now. Fischer said flatly. Speaking of which, isn't Karapika already in the NGL? I'll ask what's going on inside. As soon as Karapika was mentioned, Crook thought that Karapika seemed to be inside right now, so he wanted to ask about the situation inside Karapika. Don't ask, Karapika is probably in a jeb fight now. Fischer interrupted Crook's plan to find Karapika in the chat channel. According to the time estimate, the current Karapika and Killua are estimated to have met Neferpitu, and they should be in the battle, so there will be no time to respond. What did you send Karapika into the NGL for? Guy Lu, who hadn't said a word, asked. Protect Killua and Gon both. Now we should have played against Neferpitu, one of the 3 guards. Fischer said truthfully. Is there someone from Karapika? Crook asked with some concern. Don't worry, there is still Kate with good strength, even if she can't match, it is estimated that retreating will be fine. Fischer said with a light smile. Every user of God's grace Fischer is able to sense their condition. Fischer could feel that although Karapika, Killua, and Gon's aura fluctuated greatly, their lives were not in danger. The 3 of them should just be fighting hard now. That's why Fischer is so calm. With this kind of perception ability, Fischer is also worried about the safety of Killua and Gon, mainly because the Back Fei Beidou is too powerful. Fischer was afraid that the 2 of them would be killed by Neferpitu before he could use magic to teleport them, so he asked Karapika to follow them to have a look. Even if you say that, it's even scarier than President Netero. Karapika is adding Kate, and I'm confused. Do you want to go in now? Kate, Crook, knows. He is the disciple of that nasty guy named Jin, but his strength is very good. In terms of strength, there is no difference between Kate and the 12 earthly branches. It is just that the contribution is not enough, but Crook is still worried. What's the hurry? Dad and Grandpa are gone. Look, Grandpa probably already sensed the battle in NGL, even the Dragon Star group has been sent out. Fischer pointed to the Nan dragon rising into the sky in NGL and said. When the two heard the words, they quickly looked over. Inside the NGL, there is a golden streak in the sky at this time, and the huge and slender neon beast is flying towards the depths of the NGL. Hey, does Mr. Gino still have such a powerful Nan? I remember that Mr. Gino is a conjurer. It's really amazing to be able to cultivate a transmuter to such an extent. Crook exclaimed as he looked at the distant Dragon Star group. Who knows what Grandpa thinks? Conjurer doesn't cultivate well, but he cultivates transmuter, and he has cultivated to this point. Fischer shrugged, also very speechless. Maybe it's because Mr. Genio likes transmuter. Guy Lu was a little uncertain and explained on behalf of Grandpa Genio. Fischer. I thank you for Grandpa, Gale. Yo-hoo, here we come. Chapter 150. At the same time, in the depths of NGL, Kurapika and others have completely fallen into a hard fight. The battle is in full swing, with Kurapika and Kate taking the lead, Killua and Gon as the assistants. At this time, the four of them were completely suppressed and beaten by Neferpitou alone, and there were many dangers everywhere. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. However, the only fortunate thing is that Kate didn't lose her arm, so that her combat power can be maintained. Before coming here, Kurapika already knew from Fischer that this trip was a journey full of dangers, so he never let go of his vigilance. The moment the Catwoman Neferpitou rushed over, Kurapika noticed it and stopped Neferpitou. Although one of her hands was lost due to this, fortunately, she was not removed like Kate in the original book. Between Kate, Killua, and Gon under the cover of the human, he used the healing ability to heal his arm, and then joined the battle group. However, even if the four joined forces, they were still suppressed by Neferpitou, and they could barely maintain the battle situation. Fischer, that's too simple. I didn't know that the danger here is so terrifying. Kurapika's forehead was covered with cold sweat during the battle, and his expression was calm, but his red eyes were full of anxiety. He doesn't even have time to contact now, the battle is too fierce, it is impossible to give him a chance. Even Fire Red Eye, a life-consuming ability, has been activated since the beginning of the battle. Even though Nan Chi is strong, none of his manipulator cannot achieve much in this battle. He must use the Nan Chi of Enhancer to fight. Kurapika's contribution is the highest, which also makes him occupy a very important position in this battle. Once he withdraws from the battle to contact Fischer and loses Kurapika's power, one of the people present will definitely be the first by Neferpitou. It was hit hard for a while. He and Kate maintained the whole battle situation. Although Killua and Gon were already strong, they were still too weak to face Neferpitou. It means that the physique of the two is strong enough to keep up with their current fighting situation. You two, your strength is so strong. After fighting for so long, I can't take you down. The ferocious claws tore through the air and the Nian Chi defense. Neferpitou had an excited smile on his face, and he was helpless. Talking. Neferpitou has a lively personality, with cat's curiosity, weak resistance to novelty, and is easily attracted. The current Kurapika and others are very novel things for her. In her cognition, she should be able to take down these people very quickly. After all, one's own strength is very strong. However, these few people cooperated so well, and I actually failed to win a few of them after entering for more than an hour. Not even a chance to hit them hard. As for Killua and Gon, Neferpitou still doesn't pay attention to them, she only has Kate and Kurapika in her eyes now. The main force fighting him is Kurapika and Kate. I'm so lucky, if Kurapika didn't block the attack just now, I would have lost my arm. Without the arm, my strength will definitely be greatly weakened. With the strength of Killua and Gon, I can't compete with this monster. Kurapika and 10 people cannot support it. However, this is only a temporary luck, what should we do next? This kind of high-intensity battle, I am already a little tired now, and I can't support it for a long time, and I can only support it for 2 hours at most. The same goes for Kurapika. Killua and Gon are physically stronger and can last longer. However, their strength is not enough. Without Kurapika and I, with their strength, they will be taken down soon and the entire army will be wiped out. It's a terrible situation. I've got a ring around my hand. It's too reckless, I should wait for the association's help to arrive. The smooth sailing for so many years has made me lose my vigilance, has it made me arrogant? At this time, Kate was extremely remorseful and self-reflected. If he hadn't proposed to conduct an in-depth NGL investigation, this kind of thing would not have happened. However, it was just a few words of self-criticism, and I didn't dare to think too much and put all my energy into the battle. This kind of high-intensity battle cannot allow him to be distracted for too long, because if it is too long, he will really be distracted, and then there will be flaws. Kurapika, can I contact my brother? Let my brother come here. Killua, who had keen senses, also noticed their current situation, and shouted at Kurapika during the battle. 0. Seeking flowers. When he came here, he already knew about the existence of Bluetooth headsets from Kurapika, and complained to Fischer for this, saying that Fischer favored one over another, and did not give him and Gon such good things for communication. Now I need this thing to ask for help. No, I need to use Nian Chi to contact Fischer. In this situation, I can't draw Nian Chi out of the battle at all. Kurapika shook his head and denied it. The Bluetooth headset Fischer gave was a product of Nen, and it naturally required Nen Chi to use it, but it was impossible for him to distract Nen Chi from the battle in such a high-intensity battle, and it would leave a loophole. Damn, this is troublesome. Hearing this, Killua gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. Hey, it seems that you can still ask for help, usse. Do you need me to give you time to ask for help? Neferpitou naturally heard the conversation between the two, his expression became more excited, and he asked them aloud. Hey! However, as soon as the words fell, Neferpitou suddenly stopped the rhythm of the battle and stopped in place. Kurapika and the others were also taken aback, stopped the high-intensity fighting rhythm, and looked at Neferpitou vigilantly. However, Neferpitou didn't care about their vigilance at all, but looked up at the sky. This made the 4 people present frown, but Kurapika and others did not dare to look up at the sky like Neferpitou. Who knows if Neferpitou looking up at the sky is some kind of trap, and whether he will be attacked by Neferpitou when he is waiting for others to look over. However, the other 3 didn't dare to make any moves, but Killua, like Neferpitou, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. Dragon stars! Killua couldn't help shouting after seeing the figure appearing in the sky. Afterwards, an excited expression appeared on Killua's face. Saved! But just as Killua finished speaking, Neferpitou squatted down, and then his thighs suddenly swelled. In the next moment, Neferpitou shot into the sky like a cannonball. Now, the 3 of Kurapika also looked up at the sky. Then, Kurapika and others saw the golden dragon. I saw 3 figures colliding together. Boom! Grandpa, Dad! Killua shouted excitedly xi. Chapter 151. The battle site was moved, and the 4 of Killua were sitting on the messy and dusty ground without any image at this time. Killua, those 2 were your father and grandfather just now. Is the Zoldyck family also paying attention to what's going on here? Kate asked Killua, panting with her back against the big tree. Kate is very sure that she and others have been fighting just now, and there is no chance to contact other people. But now, Killua's father and grandfather appeared here. The only reason is that the Zoldyck family has noticed this place long ago, and participated in this chimera ant incident for unknown reasons. Yeah, I don't know about this, but with the character of Dad and Grandpa, it is impossible to participate in this kind of thing. There are 2 possibilities for them to appear here. 1. Someone hired them here to deal with that monster. Secondly, my brother Fischer Zoldyck is paying attention to the 627 incident here. As the current head of the Zoldyck family, my brother has the ability to mobilize Grandpa and Dad here. I guess there's a second reason Dad and Grandpa are here. I'm right, Kurapika. Killua also panted while explaining, and finally shifted his gaze to Kurapika, whose hands were resting on his knees. Seeing this, both Kate and Gon also looked over. Ah, Killua was right. Fischer has long noticed what's going on here. I also know that the monster appeared just now, that's why I let me follow the speed. You will die here because Fischer is afraid of Killua. Kurapika explained with a smile, and there was no intention of hiding it. Immediately, Kurapika continued to speak without waiting for a few people to react. Yesterday Fischer called members of the faction to gather outside the NGL border. It must be Fischer's arrangement that Master Gino and Silva will appear here this time. Knowing the existence of this monster, I even asked my younger brother to come here. Killua, your brother's heart is really big enough. After listening to Kurapika's narration, Kate looked at Killua with a strange expression and said, Ahaha, my brother said that he doesn't want to interfere in my life, unless his life is in danger. This time is a life-threatening time for me, so my brother asked Kurapika to follow. Killua rubbed his forehead and smiled awkwardly. That's right, your brother is really kind to you. Kate heard this and nodded with a smile, agreeing with Fischer's treatment of Killua. Don't intervene in a person's life at will, let it develop on its own, and lend a helping hand when its life is in danger, and let it survive the catastrophe. Right, my brother is the best brother, hee. Killua nodded again and again, very proud. Besides, I also guessed why my brother let me come here even though he knew that his life was in danger. Kurapika, Gon, you should also know. Killua grinned, looked at Kurapika and Gon and said. Ah, I know, this monster is a rare opportunity. Kurapika smiled gently. Hee, I'm going to update now, I feel that I can definitely upgrade to 4.4 now. Gon grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, smiling brightly, and then directly ripped off his vest, directly updated the favor behind it. And Killua also smiled and made the same action as Gon. Kurapika did not speak, but also made the same movement. All three of them knew that their favor would definitely be greatly improved in this battle with Neferpitou. The words of the three made Kate, who didn't know what kindness was, looked confused and looked at the three of them circling around her back in a daze. Do these guys still carry parchment? At this time, Kate also saw that the three of them took out a piece of parchment from their pockets and covered their backs, which made Kate even more confused. Kate, who was completely confused, could only just watch in a daze, not knowing what to say, resting quietly, recovering her physical strength and thoughts. Soon, Gon renewed Ian high and let out a cry of excitement. Very good, upgraded. Killua, I've upgraded to 4.4. Gon excitedly said to Killua. Me too. Killua also looked at the parchment in his hand, smiling all over his face. The strength of the two is very low, and the starting point is also low, so it is easy to upgrade, and there is no need to be like Grandpa Gino. Me too, upgraded. At this time, Kurapika also spoke, looking at the parchment in his hand, and said with a smile. Brother, this favor is really strong. As soon as I level up, I feel that my strength has improved a lot. Killua closed his eyes, felt the changes in his body, and then sighed deeply. Ah, I feel that my energy has increased a lot. Gon also closed his eyes and said excitedly. Okay, now I finally have time to contact Fischer, and I don't know what Fischer's plan is. At this time, Kurapika took out the Bluetooth headset, began to inject thoughts, entered the contact channel and contacted Fischer. Kurapika, hurry up and ask my brother, what is his plan here? Killua agreed after hearing this. Kurapika nodded slightly, and then began to communicate. Hey, it's very convenient to contact you. Kate heard this and exclaimed. Soon, Kurapika got in touch with Fischer, but as time passed, Kurapika's face became weird. How's it going, Kurapika? What's the honest plan? Kiji asked. NGL seems to be used by Fischer as a training ground. Kurapika replied with a strange expression. Also, Killua, gone, Fischer sent the two of you to the borderline outside the NGL. A training ground? What do you mean? Killua and Gon were puzzled. You will know when you go back. Kurapika nodded and said. So, what about you, Kurapika? Don't you need to go back? Gon asked. No, Fischer asked me to stay here. Kurapika shook her head and denied. Yeah, I got it. Gon heard that, stopped asking and stood up. Gon, let's go. Killua also stood up and greeted Gon. 0.2. Kate, let's go back first. Gon nodded and said goodbye to Kate. Okay, although I don't know what's going on, but the appearance of monsters of this level is indeed beyond your control. You should go back first. Kate nodded and said. Soon, Killua and Gon left towards the border. Kurapika, have you rested yet? The two of us need to be ready to join the fray at any time. This place is very dangerous, there are more monsters, we can't let these monsters affect Killua and Dad and Grandpa's fight against that monster. Not long after Killua and Gon left, Kate stood up and faced Kurapika said. Ah, I know. I've been waiting for you, now that you've recovered, let's go. Kurapika nodded with a smile. Chapter 152. It's worthy of being the two heads of the assassination family Zoldyck, stronger than the four of us together. Standing on a steep rocky mountain, Kate looked at the distant battlefield and sighed. He teamed up with Kurapika, supported by Killua and Gon, and was always suppressed when facing Neferpitou. However, looking at the battlefield ahead, Silva and Gino teamed up to draw with Neferpitou. Like them, everywhere narrowly escaped death. After all, Master Silva and Master Gino are Fischer's father and grandfather, and they are already very powerful. After Fischer became the head of the family, the two gained even more power, so there is nothing wrong with this situation. Kurapika said with a smile. What Kurapika said is right, Gino and Silva were very strong before they became members of the family without the grace of God. After becoming members of the family and receiving the rewards from the system from Fischer, the strength of Gino and Silva has improved even more visible to the naked eye. Especially Gino, because he wanted to improve his strength, he also went to fight with Netero and Maha, and because he had been fighting all the time, Inhui directly rose from 0.1 to 4.3. Every time Inhui upgrades to a level, the host itself will undergo earth-shaking changes, and while improving its own potential, it will also increase its strength. In particular, the level of Gino has been upgraded from 4.1, and its improvement can be imagined. The development of Yuya fruit and phantom beast's blue dragon form Fischer doesn't know. But Gino's Nian Chi cultivation level was tested again by Fischer. 650,320. This is the result of Fischer's test on Gino a week ago. Excluding the improvement of the vitality fruit and the improvement of cultivation during this period, Gino's Nian Chi cultivation has increased by more than 100,000, which is the benefit of Gino's favor, which has been upgraded by 2 levels. It's really powerful. However, such a powerful non-follower came here under the arrangement of others. Kurapika, I'm very curious about the Fischer you are talking about now. Kate nodded, and then said with interest. Hey? That's right, Kate, do you want to join us? Kurapika was a little surprised when he heard this, and then took advantage of the opportunity to send out an invitation. This is Kurapika's identification with Kate. Kate is the most powerful nin he has ever seen besides Fischer. When dealing with the brigade leader Krollo before, Krollo showed a strong sense of fighting, and did not show too strong fighting power. In the Sky Arena, he didn't have too much strength to defeat the capable person Shura. Kate, who met here this time, showed much stronger combat power, and was weaker than him, but she could already be called a rare master among Nen. So he wanted Kate to join Zoldyck as a companion. No, I don't want to join any forces. Faced with Karapika's invitation, Kate refused without hesitation. That's right, that's really a pity. Hearing this, Karapika was not too surprised and said regretfully. If Kate joins the Zoldyck family, then the strength will definitely be greatly improved. After all, every companion who joins them and becomes Fischer's direct butler will receive things, props, abilities, etc. that can improve strength from Fischer. Being your companion, I can gain a rapid improvement in strength, right? This is indeed a very attractive benefit, but I also have my own insistence. Also, I have my own companions. Kate said with a light smile. Yes, you have your own companions now. Hearing this, Karapika also thought of Kate's companions, nodded understandingly, and then stopped mentioning this matter, quietly watching the battlefield, and constantly scanning the surrounding situation. Although I really want to go down and kill those wandering chimera ants, but this place is more important. Kate also looked at the situation in the forest below, regretfully. Compared with knowing the chimeric ants coming out of the ant nest, the battlefield on Neferpitu's side is much more important, so we must keep an eye on it, and we must not relax in any way. It cannot collapse before a stronger helping hand arrives, otherwise there is a possibility of losing everything. He wasn't sure if there was another level in the ant nest that followed Phoebado. If there is, and it appears, then the two of them will act again and stop it. At this time, the NGL borderline. After bringing Maki and others to join Fischer, Menchi, Galu, and Crook entered NGL under Fischer's order. Menchi, Lu, Crook, and Fischer asked them to go to Karapika. After all, the three of them will be fighting against the three guards. As for the division commanders, although they can quickly deal with them, but the upgrade to God's grace doesn't do much. At their level, the only way to make God's grace soar or even upgrade in a short period of time is to fight against powerful enemies. Fighting life and death with enemies that are much stronger than yourself, the harvest will be more abundant. As for Fischer, he is here waiting for the arrival of Netero, and also waiting for Killua and Gon to come out. Here, Fischer gave Maki and others, who are about to enter NGL to deal with division commanders and army captains, a popular science on the situation of chimera ants here, and gave them information about chimera ants so that they would not overturn. Brother Fischer, are these chimeric ants a species from the Dark Continent? Kalito asked suspiciously after Fischer finished his science. Well, they came from the Dark Continent, and we will also enter the Dark Continent next, so let you get in touch with the creature 003 from the Dark Continent first. Fischer nodded and replied. Although it was born from the food obtained from the human kingdom, it is still the chimera ant from the Dark Continent in terms of species. How long do we have to wait? Shizuku also spoke, asking cutely. Wait for Killua and Gon to come out together, and wait for an old man to protect you by the way. Fischer replied with a smile. Although I don't think the division commander is stronger than Maki and the others, at best they are evenly matched opponents, but I can't stand the large number of chimeric ants. The illusion that ants kill elephants is not fake. So Fischer still needs Netero to help. Just in time, the old man Netero said that he would let him warm up with some chimera ants, so that he could reacquaint himself with the battle, and then challenge the Ant King. Therefore, the commander of the division belongs to the members of the forces on his side, and the captain of the army is responsible for Netero and the hunter he brought, which is perfect. Time passed quietly, and it was still noon in the blink of an eye. Killua and Gon walked out of the NGL embassy. Brother! Brother Fischer! The two shouted loudly after seeing Fischer and waved their hands. What a coincidence to come back! Glancing at Killua and Gon, Fischer looked at the car on the other side of the desert rolling in the dust, and raised his eyebrows. Chapter 153. This guy actually brought the three of them. Fischer thought a little surprised as he saw Netero and the others coming down from the rear compartment. There are 6 people in Netero's party. Netero, Molau, Norbu, Molau's apprentice Nikulin, Zaihuchuo, and Nobu's apprentice Pam. In the original book, Nikolu, Zaihudo, and Pam did not get involved in the chimeric ant incident so quickly. I didn't expect Netero to bring them so simply this time. Is it because of me? I've already made a plan against the chimera ants, and he doesn't need to worry about it, so the old guy Netero didn't make a plan, just take it easy and bring them here to see the world, and experience it by the way. Soon, Fischer said, I thought of the reason why Netero did this. In the original book, Netero would do that because other people in the Hunter Association have their own things to do, and none of the 12 earthly branches came over. Handle the chimera ants carefully and deal with the Ant King, that's why they will be tested by Kulu, Zaihudo, Killua, and Gon. Only after passing the test will he gain his trust and let them join this hunt. But now, this chimera ant incident has been taken over by himself. So Netero didn't have any burdens, and didn't need to test or kill them, and just brought these people over to practice. Yo, Fischer, long time no see. What's the matter with the chimeric ants this time? It can actually attract the attention of a hunter of your level. Coming to Fischer, Molau Wu, who had met Fischer once, greeted loudly and asked, here's the thing to come. Ah, a huge hunt. According to Hunter's rating, the hunt this time has surpassed S rank, even the old guy like Netero can't handle it. Fischer replied with a smile. President Netero can't handle it, I can't agree with this matter. Nobu on the side heard Fischer's words. As a die-hard fan of Netero, he couldn't sit still, pushed his glasses, and retorted. Well, since Fischer said so, then this matter can be confirmed. Nob stood up for Netero, and Netero stabbed the guy in the back. President, you say that too? Nobu frowned suddenly. Well, Nob, since Fischer said so, it must be possible. After all, old man Fischer is a strong man of the same level. Molau explained soothingly. The president is at the same level. Nobu was shocked when he heard that. Looking at Fischer's smiling face, he didn't know what to say for a while. Why, isn't it? Fischer said with a smile. For Nob, Fischer quite admired him. Although this guy is not very strong physically and mentally, he has a good personality, the type that Fischer agrees with. In the original book, even though he was frightened by Shipuff's breath and physically and mentally collapsed, unable to fight, he finally entered the battlefield and rescued Zaihuchuo and Molau. For that alone it was worth Fischer's admiration for this guy, his weak mind and all that was nothing compared to that. Indeed, it doesn't look like it. The main reason is that you are too young, and this alone makes people unconvincing. Nobu looked at Fischer for a few seconds, and then spoke out his thoughts truthfully. Indeed, it was inevitable. A lot of people see my appearance and know my age will think so unconsciously. However, the fact is that I am indeed on the same level as Netero. Even, I'm bigger than Netero now. I'm going to fight the old guy Netero, he's definitely not my opponent. Fischer nodded, agreeing very much, and then said confidently. No way, Niankai can't catch the body of a thunder fruit-capable person like domineering. No matter how strong Netero's 100-style Guanyin is, he can't beat him, unless this guy can reach Lemuel in the Lemuel secret realm. Loosen a level, otherwise Fischer and Netero would be invincible in the fight. In fact, this time the chimeric ants, Fischer has full confidence because of this reason. Although the Ant King is powerful, he has not yet reached the level of Lemuel and Buletin Song, and there is no good way to deal with his Thunder Fruit ability. However, Fischer would not use the elemental ability of the Thunder Fruit unless he had to. This time to deal with chimeric ants was originally for training. Let the members of the forces under your command increase their favor, and at the same time let your own favor increase accordingly. Better than the president. Everyone present was taken aback when they heard Fischer's confident words. Obviously, none of the people present thought that Fischer actually said that he was stronger than the president of the Hunter Association. You must know that Netero, the chairman of the Hunter Association, is one of the top 5 NAN players in the world, and his strength fully deserves this title. Ho 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 ho, I had this feeling before, you kid may have surpassed me. Now it seems that the old man's feeling is not wrong. The client, Netero, was very open-minded, and he was stroking the regrown beard at this time, and said with a smile. Hey! Fischer looked at the crowd and spread their hands, as if to say, look, Netero has admitted it. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's discuss the plan for this Chimera Ant crusade. Noticing what this guy Nobu wanted to say, Netero spoke first. It's easy for this guy to talk to others because of his own affairs, it's better to interrupt as soon as possible, if he doesn't have time to waste time here this time. Well, the plan this time is very simple. Old man, you said that you are going to fight the King of Ants, so you need to warm up. Then this time, the captains and minions of the Chimera Ants will be handed over to you. Those division commanders will be dealt with by Killua behind me, they need to grow up. At the same time, you also need to be careful not to let chimeric ants leave this country. As for the 3 guards of the Ant King, leave it to me to deal with. Fischer nodded, and then said simply. He only has a general plan. As for the detailed plan to eliminate chimeric ants, it needs to be discussed by Netero themselves. Hey, are you kidding me? Are you here to deal with me, Manos? Hearing Fischer's words, Molao was the first to be dissatisfied. Will you be dissatisfied because of this? Molao, you are an ocean hunter. Dealing with creatures on land is not your specialty. Fischer rolled his eyes at him, and then said. That's true, but we can't let us deal with some miscellaneous soldiers. Molao froze when he heard this, and then said. Indeed, I also wanted to take a look at Molao. Nobu also pushed his glasses to express his opinion. Just kidding, let us elite hunters come over to deal with miscellaneous soldiers, what do you think of the army? Okay, then when the time comes, you can choose your own division commanders to fight. Anyway, there are quite a lot of division commanders. Hearing this, Fischer pondered for a while, and then said. Anyway, there are quite a lot of division heads who are not scattered now, so it's no big deal to give them a few. By the way, Nob, what's going on behind you? Why are you staring at me? Chapter 154. It's really not easy. If it weren't for the appearance of your apprentice, I would have thought that a certain quality in me was fake. Looking at the 3 Nicolo who left with Maki and others, Fischer was deeply moved. The ability of sweet fruit Fischer knows very well that it will unconsciously exude charm and attract the opposite SX, even the same SX. However, since returning to the world of Hunter x Hunter, Fischer has not discovered that the ability of the sweet fruit has been used. Finally met this time. After seeing Fischer, Nobu's apprentice was attracted by the charm exuding from Fischer's body, and his eyes and the bangs in the air stared straight at Fischer. It's probably love at first sight. Nobu pushed his glasses and said. Nobu is very aware of the character of his apprentice, Pam. If you look at a person, you will be in the state just now, and you will put all your attention on the other person. Previously, my apprentice had been paying attention to me, liked me, tried every means to follow me, and did some messy things to attract my attention. Now that Pam turned his attention to Fischer, Nobu was really relieved. What is the matter if the apprentice likes the teacher? Well now, this apprentice who had a crush on him finally returned to normal, and turned his attention to other people. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's go. Didn't you say you want to see the enemy I mentioned earlier, 867, and I will take you there now. Put your hands on me. Hearing Nobu's words, Fischer thought of Pam's character, couldn't help but shudder, and quickly changed the subject. Ah, Let's go and have a look. I really want to know the strength of the Ant King's guards you mentioned. Netero nodded, and was the first to put his hand on Fischer's shoulder, and then turned to Nobu and Emolaou. Shouted, "You two also get in touch with Fischer. Fischer has the Nin of space transfer, which can transfer us there in an instant." "Hey, space ability? It's a different department from Nobu's," Emolaou said unexpectedly, and then put his big hand on Fischer's other shoulder. Nobu put his hand directly on Netero's shoulder. "Okay, let's go now." Seeing that the three of them had come into contact with him, Fischer said, and then activated the magic flicker. The figures of the four disappeared from the spot in an instant. Reappearances already in the depths of NGL. Fischer. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the figure beside him, Kurapika almost swung the chain, but fortunately, he felt Fischer's breath in time and came down. Teleportation. Ajdf, Kate on the side was also surprised. "Hey, did you come in all at once?" "Yo, Kate, long time no see." Emolaou glanced at the surrounding environment unexpectedly, and then greeted Kate. "Long time no see." Kate responded lightly. "It's really a convenient ability." Nobu pushed his glasses, glanced at the surrounding situation with Emolaou, and then said. However, the next moment, Nobu's face froze, and drops of cold sweat emerged from his forehead. The next moment, he quickly turned around behind him, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Seeing the evil aura like an abyss exuding on the battlefield, Nobu trembled all over, his pupils constricted, and he no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. "Really, Fischer, it's really what you said, it's really scary." Even Emolaou, at this time, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. For things like breath, the farther the distance is, the more blurred the perception will be, but it will only be like this in a static state. Once fighting starts, a person's aura will be exposed to the outside world without any precautions. What Emolaou and Nobu felt now was Neferpitu's incomparably evil, abyss-like aura. That aura, as if they were face to face and close at hand, made them involuntarily terrified. "Well, I'm not wrong, am I right? You guys can't deal with existences of this level." Sensing that Nobu's situation is developing in the same way as in the original book, Fischer kindly helped Nobu and put his hand on Nobu's body. Wrapping the mind energy on his body, he gradually calmed Nobu's heart that was about to collapse, and said with a smile. "Many, thank you." Nobu also noticed this, and once again glanced at the wantonly venting evil aura on the battlefield. He then sincerely thanked Fischer. He knew that if Fischer hadn't made a timely move, his heart might have collapsed. "Ho ho, that guy might be stronger than me." At this moment, Netero also spoke, and said with a smile. If he hadn't sensed Neferpitu's terrifying aura in normal times, Norbu might have had a good talk with him. But, now, he couldn't speak. He hadn't seen Netero actually make a move. But that didn't stop him from passing judgment on Netero's words. There is a good chance that what Netero said will be true. "Kate, how's the situation here?" Netero ignored the silent Nobu and asked Kate. He still doesn't know what happened to Kate when she entered here. "The thing is like this, President Netero, Kurapika, Killua, gone and they entered." Kate heard this, nodded slightly, and then told about her entry into NGL. On the other side, Fischer also asked about Kurapika's situation. "It doesn't seem to be near the ant nest," Fischer said to Kurapika. "No, Lord Gino and Lord Silva forcefully transferred that monster to the battlefield after they came over. The ant nest is tens of kilometers away from here," Kurapika replied. "Hey? Neferpitu actually gave up his duty of guarding and came here. It seems that another Ant King guard has appeared in the ant nest. Is it Shiapoof or Menthuthweopi?" Fischer mused at Kurapika's answer. Before the Ant King is born, the Ant King guards are dedicated to guarding the Queen Ant, so that the Queen Ant can give birth to the Ant King safely. If there is only Neferpitu alone, then Neferpitou will never leave the ant nest. But now Neferpitou is gone, and so far away. This means that there are other chimeric ants that Neferpitou can trust in the ant nest. This chimeric ant cannot be the head of the division, because the gap between the head of the division and Neferpitou is too great, and it is impossible to be recognized by Zufei-Pitou. The only ones who can wait for Neferpitou's acknowledgement are fellow guards. With a thought, a circle appeared around Fischer, and then a humanoid beast slowly rose from the circle. Karapika, let's go, take my Neon beast to join Menchi and the others, and then go directly to the Chimera ant nest to find another Chimera ant guard. After a humanoid Neon beast materialized, Fischer commanded to Karapika. Is that a monster? I see, I'll go over now. Karapika was slightly taken aback, then nodded solemnly and left here directly with Fischer's Neon beast. Chapter 155. At the same time, on the ant nest side, at the top of the ant nest, on a platform, a figure was quietly leaning against the rock, looking at the direction of Neferpitou with a calm expression. Short blonde hair, 2 antennae on the top of the head, wearing a white shirt dress with black trousers, and a black swallowtail cape on the back, dressed as a gentleman, this person is the second chimeric ant guard Shiapuf. There are also powerful existences among human beings, who have been able to fight by Duokan for so long. It seems that human beings should not be underestimated. Unlike in the original book, which treats human beings as ants when they were born, Shiapuf at this time, now recognizes after a human being was able to fight Neferpitou for so long, he no longer has the idea of underestimating human beings in his heart, and his mentality has undergone a huge change. It's about a day before that guy Yuppie is born. Beto is fighting against the enemy. I am the only one guarding the ant nest now, so I have to be careful. Thinking silently, Shiapuf directly unfolded his circle, barely wrapping the entire ant nest in it. And in the depths of the ant nest, in a dark place, there is now a huge yellow egg, and through the transparent membrane, 10 figures curled up inside can be seen. Master Pufu, Her Majesty Queen has life. We need more nutrition. We need to send more people out, said Shiapuf. You don't need to report this to me, you can decide on your own. Shiapuf said directly without even looking at it. Yes, Mr. Pufu. Corrido replied, and then left here. Except for the Ant King, the 3 guards don't care about any Chimera ants, even the Chimera Ant Queen. They exist for everything, the Ant King. It's been a long time since I saw such a fierce battle. It really makes my blood boil. No, I'm going to warm up now, and come to find this Chimera ant after warming up. On Fischer's side, after listening to Kate's report, Netero watched the battle between Neferpitou, Gino, and Silva for a while, feeling the whole person is full of energy and wants to rush out to find Neferpitou and fight. However, he is very calm, knowing that he has not fought this kind of enemy for many years, so he needs to warm up and get back the feeling of fighting. Jeds doesn't count. Immediately, Netero said to Fischer, Fischer, the 4 of you will leave first, and I will leave it to you to watch over here, okay? Come back when the old man is ready. Well, go ahead, remember to watch Killua and the others for me. Fischer said calmly, still looking at the battle ahead, without looking back. Then, goodbye. Netero is not a procrastination person, he just walks away, jumps into the distance, spans a distance of tens of meters in an instant, and flashes into the forest. Fischer, then I'm leaving too. Mo Lao Wu also greeted, and followed the footsteps of the master. Fischer, I offended you before, please forgive me. Nobu pushed his glasses and apologized to Fischer before leaving. It's almost time to exchange with Dad and Grandpa. This kind of high-intensity battle, it's no good to continue, let them take a break, improve their grace and then continue to fight with Neferpitou. Half an hour after Netero left, Fischer stood up from the rock and patted dust on the buttocks, said lightly. In the next moment, Fischer turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly submerged into the battlefield. Boom! Hey, I didn't expect you to be such a powerful person. Neferpitou, who was thrown out by Fischer's sudden intervention, put his hands and feet in the ground, and stopped after gliding for more than 10 meters, his eyes glowing. With Fischer. Grandpa, Dad, you go and rest first, we're changing. Fischer didn't answer Neferpitou, but said to Grandpa Gino and Dad Silva without looking back. Then I'll leave it to you, old man, I'll go to rest first. Gino said lightly with his shoulders slumped, then turned around, with his hands behind his back, and walked slowly towards the back. And Father Silva, after taking a deep look at Neferpitou, also left here behind Grandfather Gino. Is this an exchange player? You look much stronger than the two of them. Neferpitou could feel the dangerous aura on Fischer's body, which made Neferpitou very excited, and the tail behind him was wagging like an electric fan. I'm Fischer Zoldyck for the first time. I'll deal with you next. Fischer said politely. However, Neferpitou would not return politely. While Fischer was speaking, Neferpitou rushed towards Fischer with a burst of fire, stabbing towards Fischer's head with his sharp claws. Boom! Neferpitou's attack is extremely destructive. Even Kate, after being hit by Neferpitou, can't defend against it and will be injured. A normal non-person notices the powerful mind energy wrapped around Neferpitou's hand, and immediately dodges this attack. But Fischer is different, Fischer is doing the opposite. Facing Neferpitou's attack, the Fischer enhancer condensed its domineering aura and blasted it directly. It hit Neferpitou's sharp claws straight. The terrifying force exploded in an instant, and the ground where the two of them were located instantly exploded a huge deep pit under this terrifying force. Above the pit, Fischer and Neferpitou stand out of thin air. The next moment, the two of them turned into two streamers of light and quickly entangled. Violent explosions continued to explode in this broken forest. The terrifying air waves swept in all directions like mountains and seas, destroying everything around. While Fischer was fighting Neferpitou, Gino and Silva had already found a place to rest. As soon as the two sat down, they began to renew their favor. Very good, after playing a few games with this guy, I should be able to upgrade again. Looking at his updated favor, Gino smiled and said with satisfaction. LV.2, I just leveled up after one fight. Is it so easy to upgrade in Hui? On Silva's side, looking at his newly upgraded in Hui, Silva was a little puzzled. How is it possible? This kind of high-intensity, life and death battle is rare. Much scarier than me fighting Netero and Grandpa. That's why you can level up directly after fighting that monster once. A few more fights with that monster should allow you to level up again. Facing Silva's words, Gino rolled his eyes at him directly, and said angrily. Really? It's no wonder Fischer let us come here, NGL is indeed a very favorable place for us now. I heard from Fischer that this time the chimeric ants will have 3 guards, and the one just now is one of them. There should be 2 more on the ant nest side. How about it, Dad, do you want to go to the ant nest? Silva nodded and said lightly. Don't think about it, Fischer should have arranged for Crook and the others to go over to the ant nest, so let's not bother them for now, let's just stay here. Our first level is changing opponents. Gino shook his head, vetoing lightly. That's it. Chapter 156. What should I do? In front of a cave on a rocky mountain a few kilometers away from the ant nest, Maki put down the telescope in his hand and turned to Killua and others behind him. In her sight, Pufa's circle completely surrounded the ant nest, airtight, and it was impossible for them to enter it. That's not what Maki was asking, though. The group of them had no intention of entering the ant nest. After seeing Pufa's circle, everyone present knew that the opponent in front of him and others was very difficult, and they were not something they could deal with. Their opponents are those division heads. What Maki is asking now is whether to do it now. They don't go into the ant nest, but now that chimeric ants have come out to look for food, they can already do it. But what Fischer had told them was not to do anything until Netero arrived. What should we do? Everyone in the cave looked at each other, and then Killua asked. 137. Let's do it. I have observed carefully. The purpose of releasing that circle is to protect the ant nest, and it seems that I won't do it. Paknatan, who showed his devil figure with his hands folded across his chest, proposed aloud. Let's not do it. The chimeric ant that surrounds the ant nest now, according to Brother Fischer's words, was the Ant King's guard. The cat-shaped guard that Killua and I fought before also released Yuan at first, and we thought she was just on guard, but suddenly she attacked us. If Kurapika hadn't reacted in time, Kate's hand would have disappeared. Gon didn't quite agree with Paknatan's proposal. That's true. John agreed with Gon's words. At that time Neferpitou appeared suddenly. He was also dumbfounded. He didn't arrive first and Neferpitou would attack suddenly, but he reacted in time. Together with Kate and Gon, they blocked Neferpitou's attack to kill Kurapika. Otherwise, something happened to Kurapika who was injured at the time. What do you think of the guards? Shizuku also put down his binoculars, looked at Killua and Gon and asked. View. My view is that we can't match that. Even if we all join forces and fight the guards, it's still an egg hitting a rock. Killua blinked, and then replied truthfully. This is how he really feels. Don't look at him and Gon playing against Neferpitou before, that's because the big heads are on Kurapika and Kate. Without the two of them, the two of us would have been game over long ago. Is it that strong? Why don't I block that guy's perception? Kalito, who was like a little transparent, suddenly suggested. Shield. What do you mean? Killua asked doubtfully after hearing what his younger brother said. Brother Fischer gave me on Myoji, which contains some barriers that can block other people's perception. As long as you use some auxiliary spells, if you use this enchantment, you can make that guy unable to perceive the outside situation. Kalito nodded, then explained. He has already mastered this, and now he can just use it. How wide is the barrier you're talking about? Maki said suddenly, picking up the binoculars again. If you just shield the perception, you can probably do it within a kilometer. Kalito pondered for a moment, then replied. That won't work. This guy emits a lot of fluorescence, and the range of these fluorescence is at least about 2 kilometers. Your enchantment range is too small, you will be discovered. Hearing this, Maki directly rejected Kalito's proposal. She only noticed this when she picked up the binoculars to observe again. Before that, she always thought it was the refraction of her eyes, but after careful observation, she found that the faint fluorescent lights floating in the air were from Shiapoof. As soon as these words came out, everyone picked up the binoculars in their hands and began to observe carefully. After a few seconds, Killua put down the binoculars and sighed, it really doesn't work. Sorry, my ability didn't work. Kalito said a little disappointed. Do you want to fight those division commanders now? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from above the entrance of the cave, and then, a lock of green hair suddenly fell down, and Menchi's face appeared in the eyes of everyone. Menchi, why are you here? Maki didn't react for a while, and asked with blinking eyes. Did you forget that the target Fischer gave us is the guard army of chimera ants? At this time, another voice appeared from the side of the cave entrance. Everyone looked over and saw that Crook was leaning on his chest with his arms folded. At the entrance of the cave, looking in the direction of the ant nest. Before a few people came back to their senses, Guy Lu also jumped up from the bottom of the cave and appeared in front of everyone. As Crook said, the few of us are targeting the Ant King's guards, and we will leave that guy to us. You can deal with those division commanders now. Kurapika appeared in front of the crowd, and said gently. Kurapika. Seeing Kurapika, Killua and Gon yelled out. Who is he? Shizuku was puzzled at the Nianman behind Kurapika. This is Fischer's mind beast, which I brought here. Kurapika explained. Is that so? By the way, Kurapika, has my brother gone to Dad's place? Killua nodded, and then asked quickly. You don't have to worry about things over there, Fischer has passed. With Fischer here, nothing will happen over there. Kurapika said with a smile, then glanced at Neon Beast beside him, and added. At the same time, nothing will happen here. That's right, that's good. Killua felt relieved. Then, I'll leave that guy to you. At this moment, Maki put away the binoculars, said to Kurapika, and then jumped up and jumped out of the hole. Maki, wait for me. Seeing this, Shizuku hurriedly followed. Paknatan glanced at Kurapika and followed without saying a word. Then, Kurapika, we are also leaving, and I will trouble you to contain that monster. Killua glanced at Maki and the others who had already disappeared into the forest, said to Kurapika, and jumped out. Goodbye, Kurapika. Gon also greeted with a smile, and then jumped down on his back. Don't these guys ask for information and make a plan? Seeing that Kalito was the only one left among the 6 people in the cave, Kurapika was a little dazed. Then he covered his forehead and said helplessly. This is probably the result of having confidence in my 5.8 strength. Menchi said with his hands on his hips, smiling. Hey, Kalito, won't you follow? Krook looked at Kalito who hadn't moved, and asked suspiciously. I'll go right away. Being called, Kalito was also taken aback for a moment, and then followed Killua's pace and jumped out after answering. Only Kurapika was left in the entire cave. The eyes of the 4 looked at the ant nest at the same time. Let's go, we're taking action too. Kurapika said, then stepped forward and rushed towards the ant nest. Call out! Call out! Call out! 3 figures followed closely behind, and only Fischer's Neon Beast was left standing quietly in the cave. Chimera ant hunting has officially begun. Where did Nicolo and the 3 of them go? Fischer's mind beast murmured at the entrance of the cave. Chapter 157. At this time, Nikulin and others in the mouth of Fischer's mind beast are wandering around in the NGL. Not long after the 3 of Nicolo entered the NGL with Maki and others, they encountered chimeric ant soldiers who came out to hunt and forage. In the face of these soldiers who are outrageous and do all kinds of evil, the 3 of them will naturally not sit idly by. The hunt started directly. And Killua and others are aiming at the division chief among the chimeric ants, so naturally they won't waste time on these minions among the chimeric ants. So the 2 conveniences are separated. Nicolo and others searched for chimeric ant soldiers to kill and kill everywhere in NGL, while Killua and others found the location of the ant nest directly along the route of these chimeric ant soldiers and soldier leaders. When the 4 of Netero found Nikuro, the 3 of Nikuro were still searching for chimeric ants. Let me tell you, I asked you to follow Fischer's subordinates, why are you making your own decisions? Looking at the disciple in front of him, Emolawa was furious. It's okay that nothing happened, but if something happened, it would be too late. The strength of the Ant King's guard is so terrifying. No matter how bad the division commander below is, they can't deal with it at will. Facing the head of a division that he had never met, even he himself did not dare to say that he could win for sure, it all depended on the situation. Not to mention these juniors. When I came here, I was worried that they would meet a division commander at the level of the division commander. In the end, it was better to take Kulu and the other 3, and they were separated from Killua and the others. Isn't it already agreed that we will deal with the Chimera ants and the commanders, and those division commanders will be handed over to Killua and Gon? I saw the Chimera ants, so I made a move. Rebuked by Emolawu's loud roar, Na Kulu didn't dare to refute, and whispered. However, this is only what he thinks he is whispering, but Emolawu and the others can hear it clearly. Nobu on the side was also reprimanding Pam at this time. I wanted to be with them very much, but Nicolo said that he wanted to eliminate chimeric ants, so Zyujuo had no choice but to go along with them. I was brought here by teacher Nobu, and I'm on their side. Naturally, I can't be separated from them casually. Pam defended himself in a low voice. No, not an excuse, but a fact. Pam is attracted by the charm of the sweet fruit on Fischer, and now he is very concerned about everything about Fischer. I can't wait to be with Maki and others and learn more about Fischer from Maki and others. Naturally, I can't take the initiative to leave Maki and the others. But couldn't bear to deal with the Chimera Ants captain and minions with the two of them. Pam had no choice but to go with the two of them. Really, you guys are really worrying. Nobu pushed his glasses and sighed. He had the same thoughts as Mo. No matter how bad the division commander was, he would not be too bad for the Ant King's guard, so he was very afraid that Pang would meet a division commander level chimeric ant. Okay, the matter has come to this point, so we don't need to talk about them. Netero stood up and spoke for the three of Nicolu, and then told the three, you three, remember this time mistake, don't make it again. Since your master has given you the order, then don't run around at will. You think it's no big deal, but what if Mo Laowu and Nobu have some plans in their hearts? It's very easy for you to run around. It is easy to disrupt their arrangement. Yes, we were wrong. The three of them immediately confessed and apologized in unison. That's the way it is. Now, Mo Laowu, Nobu, Kate, you three will lead one, and start hunting step by step. As for the old man, I will act alone. The old man has to watch the ant nest while he is warming up, in case there are other guards coming out there. As soon as Netero finished speaking, a violent explosion sounded from the direction of the ant nest. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted. One by one, they jumped onto the big tree and looked in the direction of the ant nest. I saw that in the invisible place, the black spot represented by the ant nest was emitting thick smoke at this time. Hey, it seems that the manpower arranged by Fischer has passed. It's probably already fighting with the Ant King's guards. Netero put one hand on his forehead, making a gesture of looking out, and said with a smile. Is there no problem? Mo Laowu asked worriedly after hearing the words. In his heart, the Ant King's guard army is very important. Mo Laowu believes that Fischer's father and grandfather are the one who can fight against the Ant King's guard army. Fischer is one, and his master Netero is one. As for the others, he really didn't think he could handle them. It's all right, you can rest assured that nothing will happen to Fischer. Netero waved his hand and said casually. He has great confidence in Fischer. Fischer values his companions very much. Since he dares to let his subordinates come over, he is absolutely sure. Well, then let's start too, hunting chimera ant soldiers and soldier captains. Nobu pushed his glasses and said. Yeah, let's get started. Netero nodded, and then instantly disappeared from the sight of several people as a black shadow. Then, Zyudo, follow me. Kate, who has been silent and has no sense of presence, saw Netero disappear, and directly called Zyudo to act with her. Okay. The taciturn Zyujuo replied lightly, the two of them nodded like Mo Laowu, and then chose a direction to leave. Then, Nobu, let's meet up later. Seeing Kate and Zyujuo go away, Mo Laowu said goodbye to Nobu, and then greeted Nicolu and left here. After Mo Laowu left, Nobu also left in the remaining direction with Pam. With the intervention of Fischer and the powerful chimeric ants, everything became very easy. Netero and his team were able to do a job with ease, and the atmosphere was not tense at all, and there was no need to make a careful plan to eliminate the chimeric ants. Everything was done in a leisurely manner. Is going on? Back to a few minutes ago, at the top of the ant nest, on the platform where Shiapoof was. Shiapoof is now playing with a violin he doesn't know where. At one point, the moving music played by Shiapoof suddenly stopped. Shiapoof slowly opened his eyes. Someone is coming. The indifferent eyes looked into the distance and murmured in a low voice. On top. The next moment, Shipuff's pupils narrowed and he looked up quickly. What caught the eye was a pair of long white legs. Except Menchi, who appeared on top of Shipuff's head, slashed down on Shipuff with a powerful kick. A huge explosion resounded through the sky in an instant, and the entire ant nest began to shake. In the depths of the ant nest, where the Ant King's guards were born, in the ovary of the last guard, Menthuthweehoopy slowly opened his eyes amidst the shock. The next moment, a hand tore the fetal membrane and appeared outside, and then a red creature walked out from inside. Chapter 158. What happened? At this time, the ant nest was in a mess, and many division heads who stayed in the ant nest quickly gathered together, and the first division leader Kaoludo shouted loudly. Someone attacked the ant nest, a division commander said. How come, isn't Master Shipuff on guard outside? How can someone attack the ant nest? The other division heads looked at each other in disbelief. The division heads present all knew how terrifying the strength of Wang's guards was. But I didn't expect that the king's guards were guarding outside, and they were actually attacked. I'll go out and have a look. Gitu, the commander of the division, has the most out-of-the-ordinary personality and likes to join in the fun. He said directly, and then turned and left here. I'll go too. Afterwards, the head of the division, Shakan, also followed. I'll go too. Another division commander, Miriam, said. 3 division heads in a row left here and rushed out of the ant nest. Wait, you 3, report as soon as you find something, understand? Corrido exhorted. Hi, ICGO waved his hands and replied without looking back. The other 2 were completely unresponsive. Then, I'm going to appease the queen. Peggy said, and then turned and left here. However, in a different direction from Guido and the others, Peggy walked towards the depths of the ant nest, which is the Chimera Ant Queen's place of residence. The first combat alert situation, keep an eye on all the passages, don't let the enemy break in and disturb Her Majesty the Queen. Crudo issued an order to the remaining division commanders, and then turned in the direction of Peggy's departure rush to. Because Corrido is the division chief in charge of Chimera Ant Queen, Corrido has the qualifications to command other division commanders. Hearing the words, the other division heads did not disobey their orders, turned around and left here, each of them found a passage and walked over. Before the death of the Chimera Ant Queen, although each division commander had their own ideas and some harbored ulterior motives, they would still obey orders. Even the scheming lion Haga is the same. No, if the strength of the head of the division is only so small, it will not be effective in improving our favor at all. In the forest, Maki, who has already skillfully used the ability of the fruit of the line, stretched out his hand and pulled an embedded Hei cut off his head, then shook his head and sighed. These are the captains, they are too weak. Shizuka walked over with the blood-stained Popeye and said. Master Fischer said that there are not many division commanders, and each of us can get at most 1. However, there are too many chimeric ants who are suspected to be the division commanders. Coupled with this weak power, it is clear that they are not the division commanders, but at most the army commanders. Paknatan also left come over and say to the 2 of them. It seems that our purpose of coming here this time is difficult to achieve. Fischer asked us to come here to find division commanders to become stronger. As a result, there were only a few commanders along the way except for those chimeric ant residues. If this continues, it's still a question of whether we can meet the head of the division. Maki complained. They are very embarrassing in this operation. The captain of the army and the others could easily kill them, but the commander of the division did not see any of them. As for the Ant King's guards, this level is not something they can deal with at all. It's okay, just keep monitoring the ant nest. The chi at the division commander level will be much stronger than that of the soldier commander, there is no doubt about it. Using Ning, as long as you see a chimeric ant that comes out of the ant nest, looks more like a human, and has a stronger aura, then it is definitely the division leader. Pai Kanyokan comforted. Well, let's do whatever we want, spread out to monitor and keep in touch. Maki nodded. The three looked at each other, then flashed in different directions. On the other side, Killua, Gon, and Kalito Killua also formed a team. However, the luck of the three is much better than Maki and the others. Because the three of them just met the three division leaders of Gido who came out of the ant nest, so the two sides directly fought. The speedy Gio was up against Killua, the physically strong Gon was up against Miriam, and Kalito was playing hide and seek. At this time, in the ant nest, the newly born Menthuthweopi was wandering around like a fly without a head. As he walked, Menthuthweopi directly entered the passage away from the ant nest and walked outside. Where is her lady queen? Menthuthweopi muttered while walking towards the outside. From birth, Menthuthweopi knew his mission to protect the king. And now the king has not yet been born, so his mission is to protect the queen who is about to give birth to the king. However, this naive, who was just born, may not have turned his head around. He never thought of using telepathy to contact the queen and ask her where she is, but ran around the entire ant nest instead. However, this guy is simple, but he has a very keen sense of the strong and powerful. For example, not far from the ant nest, the battle between Shiapoof and Kurapika was sensed by this guy. There are similar and strong guards in that direction, like me. Go and have a look. Muttering to himself, Menthuthweopi left the ant nest and rushed towards the battlefield of Kurapika and others, forgetting his responsibility directly. And at the moment when Menthuthweopi walked out of the ant nest, Rodero, who was killing the leader and soldiers of the Chimera ant band, and Fischer's Neon Beast, who was staying in the cave, all involuntarily looked towards the location where Menthuthweopi was sleeping. The next moment, both of them stepped forward, soared into the sky, and rushed in the direction of Menthuthweopi. Both of them could feel the terrifying aura on Menthuthweopi's body. It was the induction between strong men. Menthuthweopi was just born, so he didn't understand these things, and he didn't restrain his aura, so he was directly sensed by Netero and Fischer. Both Netero and Fischer understand that Kurapika and others are already at their limit to deal with an Ant King's guard army, and now that a new guard army has appeared, they are absolutely unable to deal with it. It must be stopped. Really, the old man's warm-up exercises haven't been completed yet. Zhao Hozeo, in the sky, Netero, who was shot in the sky, complained dissatisfiedly that he hadn't regained the blood of his youth, and finally a new guard appeared. Hey! Netero undisguisedly exploded his aura, which caught the attention of Menthuthweopi, who couldn't help but stop walking towards the battlefield where Kurapika and others were, turned his head to look in the direction of Netero, and stared blankly. Watch! A powerful being is coming. Hanan Yupi just stood there quietly waiting for Netero's arrival. Soon, with a whistling sound, a figure soared down from the sky and hit Yupi in front of him, and the smoke filled the air but was quickly dispersed. Ho ho, are you the last member of the Ant King's guard? Netero, who descended from the sky, asked with a smile. Ah, I am Menthuthweopi, old man, you are quite strong. Yupi said. Right. Netero. Did you just tell me your name so casually? I feel a little silly. Chapter 159. The butterfly effect is too strong. Looks like we can't continue fighting Neferpitou here. Leave it to Dad and Grandpa. It's time to go over to the ant nest. Fischer was thinking while colliding with Neferpitou. The message from Neon Beast made Fischer a little uneasy. Fischer didn't know if it was due to the butterfly effect. The Ant King's 3 major guards were only born every few days. However, not long after Neferpitou was born, Shiapoof appeared. Now, Menthuthweopi also popped up. Fischer didn't know if the Ant King would suddenly be born after Yupi's A. If the King Ant appears, then the matter on the ant nest side cannot be handled by Netero. After all, if an Ant King is born, there will be a chimeric ant in the ant nest that is comparable to or even stronger than Netero. They can't deal with Netero and Kurapika, and they will die if they are not careful. You know, the newborn ant king is pure evil, with a violent personality, bloodthirsty, regards life as dung, kills people at the slightest disagreement, even kills his own people, and has no mercy at all. The Ant King Miruem, who has a human form after the influence of the king of military ceremonies Wheat. Fischer was really worried that the Ant King had already been born at this time. And he went late. Killua and others were directly killed by the bloodthirsty Ant King who was just born, and they all went go-go. Even the presence of Netero can't stop it. After all, although Netero has the Bugnan of the 100 styles of Avalokitesvara, it can only block one. What's the matter? Why did you stop? Continue to fight. Although there are serious injuries on his body, it can't affect Neferpitu's excitement at this time. Seeing Fischer suddenly stop, Neferpitu was puzzled and urged. After saying that, Neferpitu rushed towards Fischer again. This is the most enjoyable battle she has fought since she was born. Even the fight between Kurapika and Kate, Killua and Gon, and the fight against Silva and Gino, cannot compare to Fischer alone. Fischer alone brought her unparalleled enjoyment, that is, fighting alone, evenly matched, without other factors. The pleasure brought by the battle made her unable to achieve what she wanted. However, facing Neferpitu's proclamation, Fischer ignored it. Instead, with a flash of magic, he came to the side of his father Silva and Grandpa Gino, who had finished their rest and were watching the battle. Hey? Fischer, aren't you fighting? Why are you here? Looking at Fischer, who suddenly appeared, Gino wondered. I'll leave it to you, Grandpa, Dad. There's something wrong with the ant nest, I'm going to go there. Fischer nodded, and then explained to the two of them. Well, I understand, then we will take over this monster. Hearing this, Gino nodded and took over the battle. Don't even think about running. At this time, Neferpitu, who realized that Fischer was gone, also found Fischer's location, kicked his feet, and burst towards Fischer, with an extremely excited smile on his face. Fischer ignored it, used magic blink again, and moved directly to the ant nest. And Neferpitu's attack was received by Gino and Silva together. Is it you again? In that case, let's do it. Neferpitu frowned, looking at Gino and Silva, who blocked his attack, and at the empty space where Fischer was standing before, and then said helplessly. If there is no object to make me happy, then I can only retreat and fight with these two. On the other side, the ant nest is not far away. In order to avoid the ant nest being destroyed, Shiapoof shifted the battlefield to the ant nest not far away. At this time, Shiapoof did not confront Menchi and the others head-on, but avoided the attack of Menchi and the others for some time. At the same time, they collect the emotions of Menchi and others, and want to see Menchi and others' inner thoughts and explore intelligence. However, Shiapoof, who spent a lot of time investigating and thoughtful, really collected the information he, Ajp, wanted from Menchi and others. This also made his face darken. These guys are treating me like a whetstone. The scale powder that he radiated probes into the anger of Kurapika and others, letting him know that Kurapika and others' inner thoughts are to use him as an opponent, as a whetstone, to hone themselves and make themselves stronger. These people never thought of defeating me, they just wanted to make themselves stronger by fighting with me. It's a good thing, though. On the human side, there are a lot of strong men coming. Yuppie was stopped by one person, and Beto was also entangled by other unknown strong men, unable to return here. Also, although these guys who are fighting with me now can't defeat me, they can still do it just by pestering me. Our three major guards are all entangled. As for the division commanders, they don't seem to be of much use. This is a bad situation. The security level in the ant nest is too low. Judging from the current situation, it is indeed a good thing that these guys regard me as a sharpening stone. As long as these guys are stabilized, the danger of the ant nest will be greatly reduced. At least, their thoughts are all focused on me, so the birth of the king will not be affected. The birth of the king is absolutely allowed to be affected by any influence. Although Kurapika and others used themselves as sharpening stones, Shiapuf was very angry, but after careful consideration, Shiapuf was happy to fight with Kurapika and others. Because he restrained 4 powerful human beings by himself, preventing them from entering the ant nest and affecting the birth of the king. As for the division heads in the ant nest, Shiapuf had no hope at all. Any one of the 4 humans who fought with him could kill those crooked melons in the ant nest. He is very clear about this. Master Fischer is really right when he said that you are the one with the most inner drama in the 3 guards of the Ant King. From the beginning of the battle, you have been thinking and never stopped. While fighting, he observed the changes in Shiapuf's eyes, and never missed the slightest change in Shiapuf's eyes. Kurapika was deeply moved. Shiapuf, who was able to play a role in the birth of the king, was shocked when he heard the word Ant King from Kurapika. These guys know about the Ant King. We can't let them live. Shiapuf, who was just born, had little contact with the outside world, and didn't know that the outside world has research on chimeric ants, was directly disturbed by Kurapika's words. In an instant, Shiapuf's eyes changed, they were no longer as calm as before, harmless to humans and animals, but became extremely fierce, scarlet, and the level of danger skyrocketed. When it came to Wang's safety, Shiapuf went berserk. The battle escalated at this moment, and the battle that was originally just a sparring battle directly entered the killing mode, and this battle finally entered a white-hot state. Chapter 160. When Shiapuf went berserk and the battle with Kurapika and others completely entered the killing mode, Fischer had already come to the neon beast he had released. Standing on the top of a big tree, Fischer looked at Yuppie who was being slapped by Netero's Bei Guanyin like a ball, and fell silent. Sure enough, as long as it's not crushing the game, as long as Netero is in close combat, no matter who he hits, he can beat him like a grandson. Immediately, Fischer turned his attention to the battlefield where Kurapika was in the distance. 105, 6326. 103, 5632. 100, 5692. My guess was right. The Chimera Ant's 3 guards all have a mind energy cultivation base of around 1 million, which is really terrifying. Even an in-person with great talent will not be able to reach this value with all his life's efforts. Looking at the detection record in the detection value of the energy in his hand, Fischer murmured. The first value is for Neferpitu, the second for Menthuthuyupi, and the third for Shiapuf. These 3 Ant King's personal guards all have similar chi values, around 1 million. Speaking of which, what is the value of Netero's mind energy? Fischer suddenly remembered that he hadn't detected the intensity of Netero's mind energy yet. Just doing what he said, Fischer aimed directly at Netero, who was batting the ball, and launched his own Nen. 823,121. Amazing, at this age, he still has such a strong Nian Qi intensity. This guy's Nian Qi intensity was definitely over 1 million in his youthful peak. Looking at Netero's Nian Qi value, Fischer looked as expected look. Immediately, Fischer radiated his circle as light particles, detecting the surrounding situation. Did Killua, Gon, and Kalito meet the division commander? However, these division heads can only attack with the basic energy coiling, and have not developed Nen at all. Is it because there is no Shiapuf? In this case, the effect of being a training object for Killua and the others will be much worse. However, the head of the division didn't develop his own Nen, and I can't force them to develop it with a knife. There is no time for that either. Make do with it. On Maki's side, all they encountered were captains and soldiers, and there was no division commander. Is the head of the division only these 3? The rest of the division heads are all in the ant nest. Now there are 2 methods. One is to let the Maki enter the ant nest, but this method has a lot of disadvantages. The Ant King's personal guards do not allow enemies to enter the ant nest at this point in time. Once forced to enter, Shiapoof and the three of them will definitely fight desperately. Then there is only the second one, let the division commander come out from inside. However, this method also requires access to the nest. While Shiapoof and Menthuthweopi are now fighting their respective opponents, the interest in the ant nest has definitely not diminished. Even if I can't enter it silently. No, it's not right, we can use another method. Thinking of this, Fischer's mind flashed, and his eyes shifted to Shiapoof. If it's this guy, then this plan can be done. After all, in the hearts of Shiapoof and the three Ant King's personal guards, division commanders don't have much status, they are dispensable and can be discarded at will. If the lives of these division heads are exchanged for the smooth birth of the Ant King, Shiapoof will be very happy. After all, with this guy's loyalty to the Ant King, it's not a problem even if he sacrifices his own life. Seeing Shiapoof, who was attacking continuously with streamers on the battlefield where Kurapika and others were, the corner of Fischer's mouth slightly twitched. However, before that, let me update my favor first. I don't know how much the value of favor will be increased by fighting with Neferpitou. The thought changed, Fischer temporarily put down his thoughts, and shifted his mind to favor. Fischer was very curious about how much his favor had increased after fighting with Neferpitou for more than 2 hours. Since the last update in One Piece World, thank you there is no magnetic favor. Fischer Zoldyck. LV.6. Power, 10C653. Durability, 10D525. Dexterity, 10B726. Agility, 10B715. Magic, 10C625. Development Ability, Life A, Swordsman B, Killer C, Magic C, Thunder G. Magic. Blink, instantly move, you can move to the marked place without singing, and it will consume a lot of magic power. Skill. Nen, the ability to manipulate life energy, freely manipulate the life energy emitted from the body to form a powerful ability. 3-color domineering, the domineering color of the king, the domineering color of the armed, and the domineering color of knowledge. Is there such a numerical improvement after just playing for more than 2 hours? Sure enough, although Inhui can be improved by sparring and so on, if you want to improve quickly, you still need to fight to the death with enemies whose strength is not much different. 0. Seeking Flowers. I'm level 6 now, and I can improve so quickly. The mind energy on my body has increased a lot. Although it is not as exaggerated as when it was upgraded, it is still very impressive. Then Shiapoof, Menthuthweopi, and then King Ant. After doing it like this, I should be able to upgrade. Looking at the parchment in his hand, feeling the changes in all aspects of the body's physical fitness and thoughts, Fischer said silently. Afterwards, Fischer directly threw the parchment into the system space, put on his coat and stood up. Probe the cultivation base of my thoughts. 131-0100. No update before Inhui was 127-5032 before. In other words, how much has it increased by 30,000 all at once? The higher the level of favor, the more the energy will be improved after the update. Looking at it again, it was still getting more and more courageous, but it was still hit by Netero like a volleyball. After Menthuthweopi, Fischer turned and flew towards the battlefield of Kurapika. The speed of thunder is not something ordinary people can keep up with, not even Shiapoof. Among the 3 guards, Shiapoof's speed is very fast, only a little worse than Catwoman Neferpitou, but still can't keep up with Fischer's speed. Fischer strongly intervened in the battle, and directly chopped Shiapoof, who was running wild in midair, into the ground with one kick, and the whole ground shook. Fischer, you're here. Kurapika and the others were also shocked by this sudden scene, but after seeing that it was Fischer, they gathered around. Well, I have something to discuss with this guy. Go and update Inhui first. Fischer said with a light smile, and then ordered. Updating the favor will make Kurapika and others stronger, making them more effective in fighting the three guards. Okay. The few people didn't ask why, they responded directly, and then each found a quiet place to renew in Hui. Of course, Karapika is alone, and Menchi and the three of them are together. Who are you? Shiapoof, who was thrown into a rage by Fischer's kick into the ground, calmed down and flew out of the deep pit. Shiapoof looked at Fischer solemnly. Hey, Shiapoof, I'm Fischer Zoldyck, I have something to discuss with you, can I do you a favor? Fischer smiled and said politely. Shiapoof. Chapter 161. It's really scary, Zoldyck family. In the forest, Mo and Nobu, who did not know when they gathered together, were looking at the battlefield where Fischer and Shiapoof were at this time, and Mo forehead appeared at this moment in a cold sweat. Ah, it's really scary. Nobu nodded in agreement. Since the battle started on Shiapoof, he has sensed 4 powerful auras besides Shiapoof. No need to think about Nobu, who knows who the masters of these 4 breaths are. The masters of these 4 auras are Fischer's direct stewards and the existence of the Zoldyck family. Moreover, the auras of the 4 are several times stronger than theirs. What surprised me the most was that Crook and Gale also became Fischer's subordinates. Also, the other breath is that girl Menchi. Mo nodded and said. Ah, indeed, this is what shocked me the most. I didn't expect the 212 earthly branches to join the 463 Zoldyck family. Norbu was also very surprised. Mr. Nobu, can I also join the Zoldyck family? At this moment, Pam's voice came from behind Nobu. The scene suddenly fell silent. Nob. Mo Nikolu. Leaving aside what kind of lightning strike Pam's astonishing words caused to Nobu and the others, the camera shifted to Fischer. You said that I will order the head of the division to fight with your men. Shiapoof was surprised. Just now, Fischer actually told him that he should give an order to let all the division chief chimeric ants in the ant nest come out. Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Although he looked down on these low-strength division heads, these division heads are now the last line of defense for the Queen. How could he destroy this line of defense by himself? You 3 personal guards of the Ant King are waiting for the birth of the Ant King. Me too. However, this does not mean that I will definitely wait for the birth of the Ant King. Our strength here is enough to stop your 3 personal guards, you must be very clear. And me, no one can stop me. I can enter the ant nest at any time, kill the Queen, and kill the unborn Ant King, what do you think? Fischer threatened with a smile. It's ridiculous, I didn't expect you to use this to threaten me. Shiapoof not only didn't panic, but sneered and mocked. The king has matured and can come to this world at any time, why would he be afraid of this? However, if you can continue to absorb more nutrients, the power of the king after birth should be even stronger. Shiapoof looked at Fischer with a sneer, but began to think in his heart. Do you want the Ant King to be born early? Fischer didn't care about Shiapoof's ridicule, but said lightly. Fischer is also very clear that with the appearance of the 3 guards, the Ant Queen should have already formed and will be born at any time, but the Chimera Ant Queen wants to absorb more nutrients so that the Ant Queen can absorb more and improve its own qualifications and strength. That is the Ant King in Chimera Ant Queen's mind. And once the baby is born early, it will be a premature baby. Although nothing will happen, it will have a great impact on aptitude and strength. This is definitely a big deal for the 3 guards. The Ant King's own will came to this world ahead of time, which was the king's decision, but he was affected by the appearance of others, so he was born in this world ahead of time. These are 2 concepts, and they are the dereliction of duty of these personal guards. It is absolutely impossible for the 3 guards, especially Shiapoof, who is devoted to the Ant King, to let this happen. Sure enough, as soon as Fischer said this, Shiapoof's face changed suddenly, and he stared at Fischer with a stern look. Why, do you want to kill me? It doesn't matter, you can do it anyway, I'll hold you back, and let my subordinates enter the ant nest to kill the chimera ant queen. It doesn't matter. Seeing Shipuff's face changed drastically, Fischer naturally knew what this guy was thinking, said without changing expression. Shipuff's face darkened even more. However, this gloom came and went quickly. Shipuff's face became calm in an instant. I can assure you that as long as you do what I say, then I will not affect the smooth birth of your king. If you don't believe me, you can directly make a restriction oath now. Seeing the change in Shipuff's face, Fischer knew that he had already succeeded in half, so he added a bargaining chip. As soon as these words came out, Shipuff's complexion changed for the better. Shipuff could feel through the scale powder that he exuded, that Fischer really thought so his complexion was better. I need to discuss with Beto and Yuppie, how about a temporary truce? Shipuff nodded and said to Fischer. After speaking, Shipuff did not move. However, Fischer knew that Shipuff was using telepathy to contact Menthuthuyupi and Neferpitu. Sure enough, Fischer's thoughts flashed, and in the distance, a figure soared into the sky from the battlefield between Menthuthuyupi and Netero, rushing towards this side. Immediately afterwards, a huge Guanyin Buddha statue rose into the sky, and there was a figure in the hands of the Guanyin Buddha statue. Both sides are rushing towards this side. The speed of both of them is very fast, and they have come here in an instant. Only then did Fischer see the appearance of the two of them clearly. This guy Menthuthuyupi has been beaten by Netero to evolve several times, and he has become the man and horse in the original book. This guy was very grumpy when he came over. Hey, Pufu, why did you ask me to come here? Menthuthuyupi asked in a bad tone when he came to Pufu's side with his horseshoe. Don't be impatient, Yuppie, I'll explain it to you when Beto comes over. Shipuff reassured. Fischer, what happened? On the other side, Netero also came to Fischer's side and asked Fischer. Karapika and others disappeared, but Fischer appeared here, and seemed to shake hands with Shipuff and stop fighting, which made Netero very puzzled. It's a deal with that guy. Let's put the two sides directly on the bright side, and then we can fight them like a ring. Fischer simply explained. As long as this deal is reached, Maki and others also have a division leader who can fight and increase the favor. And the battlefields of Dad, Grandpa 5.4 and Neferpitu can also be moved here. I can see the end at a glance, and I can grasp the situation here. Fischer is still a little worried about the battle between Dad and Grandpa and Neferpitu. Kill two birds with one stone. Is it on the surface? Okay, I see. Netero nodded knowingly when he heard this, and then took out a phone and started making a call. Hello, Moxie, Emolau. Come to my side now. While Netero was on the phone, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and then a figure fell from the sky and hit Shipuff and Menthuthuyupi. What's going on? Meow. Neferpitu who came back asked Shipuff curiously. Here's the thing. Shipuff glanced at Fischer, then began to explain to Neferpitu and Menthuthuyupi. Chapter 162. Your Majesty Queen, this is the way it is. What do you think? In the ant nest, Shipuff knelt on one knee, put one hand on his chest, and respectfully reported to the Chimera Ant Queen. Before the Ant King was born, their 3 guards still obeyed the orders of the Chimera Ant Queen. However, after the birth of the Ant King, the object of their allegiance will be transferred to the king, and the Chimera Ant Queen will be dispensable. Shipuff's heart was inclined to trade with Fischer, because the situation forced it. What Fischer said was right. Once the 3 guards were entangled, the ant nest would be very dangerous, and it would affect the birth of the king. Even the 3 of you can't stop it. Hearing Shipuff's report, Chimera Ant Queen was very surprised, but not angry. Yes, although I really don't want to admit it, but with us alone, it is very difficult for the division leaders to resist the strong man from the human side entering here. There are too many strong people on the human side this time. Subordinates suggest, agree to the request of the strong man on the human side, ask the head of the division, let us fight with him. Even if the head of the division will suffer losses, as long as the king can be born smoothly, then everything is worth it. Shiapoof nodded slightly, and then advised. For Shiapoof, as long as the king can be born in this world safely and smoothly, then all losses are worth it. Even if he was sacrificed. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. The outside affairs are all handled by you three, and I will let the division heads follow your arrangements. Chimera Ant Queen was silent for a moment, and then made a decisive decision. Yes, your Lady Queen. Shiapoof lowered his head in response, then got up and left. But at this time, outside, in a large open space below the ant nest, opened by violence, Fischer and others are confronting Menthuthweopi and Neferpitu at this time, and behind them are Geo and Chensuo and Meretta's three division heads. As for Fischer, all the people who came to NGL this time are also present. Dad Silva and Grandpa Gino also arrived here not long after Neferpitu arrived. At this time, Neferpitu's eyes were fixed on Fischer, his face was agitated but he forcibly suppressed this impulse. As for Menthuthweopi, this guy kept looking at Netero, showing dissatisfaction on his face, as if he wanted to continue the fight with Netero for another 300 rounds, and get back the face he had just been shot as a volleyball. As for Shikan and the others, they each focused on the opponent just now. It's an unimaginable idea to trade with chimeric ants and fight directly. Standing behind Netero, Nobu frowned and said to himself. Well, this method is also very good, isn't it? At least the chimeric ants can be bound here, so you don't have to worry about them leaving the ant nest to hunt around. Just now you understood that there are a lot of chimeric ants, and it is impossible to catch them all with just a few of us. There will be many fish that slip through the net, and once these guys are out of our sight, they will have a huge impact on this country. What a terrible disaster it will bring to the human beings in this country. After hearing this, Mo Laowu said. Hearing this, Nobu nodded in agreement. Since entering NGL, they have seen a lot. Almost all the villages they visited were in a state of emptiness, and the further they went to the ant nest, the situation became more serious, and there were no living people at all. In other words, radiating from the ant nest to the surroundings, within a radius of tens of kilometers, there is no human being alive except for them. This also made Nobu firm, the idea that chimeric ants cannot stay. The same idea is the same for others. They have all seen the horrors of the whole NGL, so they have no compassion for chimera ants. Fortunately, you took over the affairs here this time, otherwise, with the manpower I brought over, the matter would definitely develop in a worse direction. At this time, Netero was also communicating with Fischer. Netero is very fortunate at this time. When I heard Fischer talk about the things here before, he didn't take it too seriously. Therefore, when recruiting manpower, they only summoned their own apprentices, Mo Laowu and Nobu, two experienced elite hunters with relatively strong auxiliary abilities. None of the other people from the 12 earthly branches were called over. Because he is very confident in himself, he can handle this matter well by himself. But I didn't expect that there would be 3 existences with almost the same strength as me in this chimeric ant incident. As for that guy Menthuthweopi, if he beat him up, he was still alive and well. And there are 2 others at his level. If it is really handled by him, by the team he brings, this incident is really hanging. They are absolutely unable to stop the expansion of chimeric ants. Just like in the original book, after the birth of the Ant King, he directly invaded Dongguochuo, because Netero at that time knew that he could not handle the affairs here alone, so he did not stop him. In the original book, Netero knew that he could not deal with the incidents here alone, so he turned his idea on Zoldyck, and spent a huge amount of money to invite Gino and Silva to help him separate the Ant King and the personal guards, let him and the Ant King fights to the death. Capture the thief first and capture the king first. You're welcome, I'm here for my purpose. Fischer said with a light smile. Hey, Fischer, you dare to use this level of existence to train troops, you are really daring. Netero said with a smile when he heard the words. His vision was very vicious, and he could easily see the changes before and after Gino and the others fought with the guards. Great changes have taken place, whether it is Gino, Silva, or Kurapika, the aura on their bodies has undergone great changes, and their spirits have been greatly improved. This let him know that what Fischer 627 said before to let the members of the faction come here to train is not false. They really dare, and they really pay off. As for the secret of why he got such a big improvement after just one game, Netero didn't intend to explore this point. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and it is a very taboo thing to inquire about them rashly, and they might become mortal enemies. He wouldn't do such a mindless thing. Thank you. Fischer still had a faint smile on his face. However, you poached 2 of the old man's 12 lands, tell me, how do you pay for it? As soon as these words came out, the smile on Fischer's face disappeared, and he looked at Netero carefully, and spit out a few words after a long time. Shameless. On the other side, seeing Neferpitou staring at Fischer all the time, the idiot Menthuthweopi also became curious about Fischer. Beto, why are you staring at that guy? Hey, this guy is very strong. He didn't lose the wind when he collided head-on with me for several hours. He is a very good opponent. Neferpitou said excitedly with his finger on his mouth. Hey, was it a head-on collision? Interesting, I'll meet this kid after I get rid of that old man. Menthuthweopi suddenly became more interested. No, meow, I want this opponent. Chapter 163. Fischer, we need to change our opponent later. Beside Fischer, Silva stared at the opposite side without squinting, and said to Fischer at the same time. Change your opponent. That is to say, Neferpitu's boosting effect has become weaker. Fischer was slightly taken aback when he heard what his father Silva said, and then instantly understood what Silva said. Well, just now your grandfather and I updated Inhui again, and found that the value of Inhui has increased a lot less than before. I guess it's because of the relationship with the same opponent, so the effect will gradually weaken. Silva nodded, telling the truth. If there is only one enemy, Silva will continue to fight Neferpitou even if the boost is weakened. But now, Chimera Ant has 2 other guards who are not much different from Neferpitou in strength. He and his father Gino still have a chance to choose, so he chooses to change opponents. Okay, who do you want to fight? Fischer didn't refuse, and said directly. That red guy. The other thing is that it doesn't feel smooth to fight, but it would be more comfortable to fight this way. At this time, Grandpa Gino also came over and gave an answer. Yuppie, yes, wait a minute. Are you okay, old man? Fischer nodded, agreed, and then looked at Netero and said. You've already made up your mind, why are you asking this old man? Netero said unhappily. This guy Fischer responded directly, and asked himself, isn't this taking off his pants and farting, and it's superfluous? Doesn't this show that my junior is humble and polite? Fischer said with a smile. Netero, equals small. Fischer. It's okay, I change another opponent to warm up and prepare for the next fight with the Ant King. Although he despises Fischer, Netero has no objection. He now needs to warm up well to deal with the Ant King who will appear next. To be honest, I had a great fight with Menthuthweopi just now. No, it was a great fight, but his warm-up exercise has not yet been completed, and now it is almost the same to play with another opponent. Then, it's decided. Wait for Grandpa and Dad to deal with Menthuthweopi. Netero you fight Neferpitou. Kurapika, Crook, Gallo, Menchi, you 4 are still dealing with Shiapoof. As for the remaining division heads, the division commanders are dealt with by Killua, Gon, Kalito, Maki, Shizuku, Paknatan, Emolao, Nobu, and you guys. Each find the opponent they want to fight. Of course, you can take part in the battle with Kulu, Zyudo, and Pam, but it doesn't matter whether you live or die. Fischer nodded to Netero, then turned around and spoke to the crowd, making arrangements for them. They set up their own opponents. Let's do it this way, it's best to wipe out all these chimeric ants. Regarding Fischer's arrangement, Mo had no opinion. Well, let's do it like this. Nobu agreed. Leave it to me, brother. Killua shouted with high fighting spirit, staring fixedly at Gido on the opposite side. Since developing lightning fire, he is also the first guy who can keep up with his speed in battle, which makes Killua very excited. Leave it to me, brother Fischer. Gon also quickly expressed his opinion, patting his chest full of confidence. The others who were named, except Father Silva and Grandpa Gino, all nodded their heads. Your Excellency Fischer, I also want to fight with the head of the division. At this moment, Niccolo raised his hand and shouted at Fischer. As I said, you can fight with the head of the division if you want, but look at yourself, even if you are killed by the head of the division, I will not care about it. Fischer said lightly, but, speaking of this, Fischer the topic changed, if you are in danger, I will go out and save you at a critical moment. After all, as I said before, I owe you a favor. Oh! Hearing Fischer's words, Niccolo, a spirited boy, yelled excitedly. When Nobu, Xiaojuo, and Pang Mu heard this sentence, they all looked at Nakulu in surprise. Unexpectedly, Fischer would owe Nikokil a favor. And at this moment, Shipuff's figure slowly appeared in front of everyone from the ground oil outlet of the ant nest. There are several division heads behind him. The appearance of Shipuff brought the eyes of everyone present together instantly. How about it, what's your answer? Looking at Shipuff, Fischer asked lightly. However, despite asking, Fischer knew that his goal had been achieved when he saw the division commander behind Shipuff. No problem, we agreed to your request. Let your people choose the opponent. Shipuff looked calm, but his eyes were extremely cold, looking at Fischer and replied indifferently. TCH, did you really agree to this ridiculous request? Menthuthweopi shouted in displeasure. No way, there are too many strong people on the human side. Everything is for the smooth birth of the king. Neferpitou didn't have any objection, it would be better to say that this guy was already excited and eager to try, his eyes fixed on Fischer, his vertical pupils never averted his eyes, the tail on the back is wagging rapidly. Asterisk the same goes for the three of you, if you want to fight against us, it's okay. Fischer didn't care about the reaction of the two guards, and continued. Ah, yes, but all of you must make a restriction oath that you cannot break into the ant nest before the king comes. Shipuff made a request lightly. There is no way, the situation is stronger than the people, for the smooth birth of the king, they have to bow their heads. Moreover, there are restrictions and oaths, and they are not afraid of Fischer and others going back on their word. Restriction oath, Shipuff learned about this from Neferpitou, and this is one of the reasons why he believed Fischer. As for how Bido knew, we have to talk about an unlucky guy. That's right, the unlucky BDQer was still overthrown by Neferpitou, and Neferpitou extracted a lot of information from his brain. Okay, let's establish a joint restraint together. Hearing this sentence, Fischer knew that the matter was settled, so he raised his hand and said. Joint restriction, maybe it would be better to change it to another name, contract. It is a restriction that Nin likes to set up when they cooperate. Neither party, Li does, can violate it, and those who violate it will only have a dead end. Whoever disobeys will die. Can. Shipuff on the opposite side raised his hand, then glanced at Neferpitou and Menthuthweopi and the army leaders behind him. How? Asked the stupid Menthuthweopi puzzled. Just wait until you read it along with Shipuff, Neferpitou said. All right. Seeing that the other side had already started to prepare, everyone on Fischer's side looked at each other, and then slowly raised their hands to R. Afterwards, the thoughts and energy of the two sides surged and flew into the air, entangled and evolved together. Soon, 2 pieces of paper evolved from thoughts and energy and filled with Hunter's world words took shape. The next moment, the 2 contract papers flew towards one side and fell into the hands of Fischer and Shiapoof. The 2 browsed carefully. Within a few seconds, the 2 raised their heads, looked at each other, and then spoke at the same time. The contract is established. Chapter 164. Now you don't have to worry about the king being influenced by these guys. Looking at the contract paper in his hand, Shiapoof was slightly relieved. Situation is stronger than people, this is something he never thought of since he was born. Shiapoof didn't know that there were so many powerful beings among human beings that in order to be born smoothly, he actually had to compromise with human beings. Obviously, those humans were easily captured by the soldiers before and made into the queen's food. Then, you can choose your opponent now. I want you to meow with me. While Shiapoof was meditating, Neferpitou spoke, pointing at Fischer excitedly. It doesn't matter to me, but there is someone on our side who wants to fight with you. If you can defeat him, come to me. Fischer wanted to fight with Neferpitou, after all, it can increase the value of favor, but seeing the surge of thoughts, Netero, who was already ready for battle, Fischer still shrugged and spread his hands. Then I don't care about meow, it's most comfortable to fight with you. Neferpitou didn't care about this at all, and said excitedly, then kicked his thigh, disappeared in an instant, and rushed towards Fischer. In just an instant, Neferpitou appeared in front of Fischer, with an excited smile on his face, and stabbed Fischer's face with sharp claws. At the critical moment, out of the corner of Neferpitou's eyes, he noticed something strange about Netero beside Fischer. In her incomparably keen body senses, Neferpitou could clearly see that after Netero's slow prayer gesture was closed, a giant golden palm appeared from her side and pushed her directly. He came over and slammed heavily on her body. The terrifying force made her completely unable to resist when she was caught off guard. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the sonic boom cloud spread, and Neferpitou's body turned into a meteor burst and shot out. Afterwards, Netero also made a burst shot, chasing after Neferpitou in the direction where he flew out. When Yuppie on the opposite side saw this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. It was this old man who beat him so badly just now. However, Yuppie also knew that since the old man made a move against Neferpitou, his opponent had changed. Immediately, Menthuthuyuppie looked over in the direction of the gaze that fell on his body, Ajsi, just now and has not shifted. You two are my opponents. Looking at Gino and Silva, Menthuthuyuppie said to them. Ah, come with us, you don't want to destroy the ant nest because of the battle. Gino said with a faint smile on his face. That's true, but you guys still come with me. Menthuthuyuppie nodded in agreement, but then moved 4 horseshoes and rushed out in a certain direction. Seeing this, Gino and Silva turned into an afterimage and followed without saying a word. Seeing that both Neferpitou and Yuppie had chosen their players to leave, Shiapoof also looked at Karapika and the others. I don't know what happened to these guys. They are much stronger than when they fought with me before. Seeing the obvious changes in the spirits of Karapika and others, Shiapoof muttered inwardly. Immediately, Shiapoof spoke. It's better for you to be my opponents, right? Follow me. He said lightly. Shiapoof flapped his butterfly wings and flew in the opposite direction where Phoebe Duo and Menthuthuyuppie left. The contract has been signed, and Shiapoof is not afraid of Fischer entering the ant nest, because Fischer will die because of this contract without Shiapoof's hands. Then, Fischer, we have also acted. Menchi and others greeted Fischer, and then followed. The 3 personal guards of the Ant King's guard army have been assigned. Boy, come with me and continue our unfinished battle just now. At this time, Shikin from the opposite side also came out and shouted at Gon. Another kid, come again. Gio also came out and shouted at Killua. I won't fight, it's not interesting to fight with that kid. Miriam looked at Kalito, but shrugged his shoulders, lacking in interest. My Lord Queen has issued an order. Besides, we signed a contract just now. You have to fight if you don't want to fight. Haga the lion walked over and said with a smile, and then glanced at Fischer. With the last look it fell on Mo Lao Wu. Should it be called an old enemy? In the original book, this guy was in the hands of Mo Lao Wu. This time, this guy still found Mo Lao Wu. It's you, let's go. Haga yelled at Mo Lao Wu, and then left in a random direction. Then I'll go first, and you guys should work hard too. Mo Lao Wu greeted several people, and followed them with a huge pipe on his shoulder. And Killua and Gon also left with Shikan and Gitu. Hearing Haga's words, Mirian scratched his head helplessly, then gave Kalito a look and left with his pockets in his pocket. Brother Fischer, then I'll go first. Kalito said to Fischer obediently. Go ahead, be careful. Fischer nodded mildly. Okay. Kalito responded, and then followed Mirian and left here. Choose your opponent too. Seeing the 4 people who had already left, Fischer said to the few people who hadn't picked their opponent yet, and then jumped up and left. He can intervene in the battle of the division commander, but he will not intervene. Without him, give Killua their strength. Moreover, the most important reason is that these division heads are too weak. Fischer can kill more than a dozen division heads at any time. If they get together, they can be wiped out with a single rage. It's really not worth fighting. Landing on a rocky mountain, Fischer made it cross-legged, and then separated a neon beast, and his eyes fell on the battlefield of Shiapuf and Menthuthweopi, 2 personal guards of the Ant King. The battlefield of the division commander Fischer is not worried, they have the ability to handle it. The only ones who are a bit dangerous are Shiapuf and Menthuthweopi, the 2 personal guards of the Ant King. As for Netero and Neferpitu, he doesn't need to worry about the old man's battle. Ant King, hurry up and be born. Chapter 165. The Ant King's 3 guards are terrifying in strength. Even if it's me, facing the combination of 3 people, I will lose without the power of the thunderous fruit. After the fight, maybe you can try to subdue it. After all, Chimera ants have not had any conflicts with the Zoldyck family since their creation. It's the Zoldycks who have come to trouble the Chimeras from the beginning. There's no unresolved animosity between the 3 guards of the Ant King and Zoldyck. 2 days, just these 2 days. After 2 days, I will hunt them down, defeat them, and then use the force of twisting to subdue whichever one. I can't go to the Dark Continent for the time being. No, it should be said that I can't go there at will. At least I need to cultivate my mind energy to the limit and start on the road to ignite the fire before I can enter there at will. Before then, members of the Zoldyck family entered the dark side, as powerful as possible. The stronger the better. Looking at the 2 battlefields, Xiaoyu muttered to himself. This is Fischer's idea that suddenly arises. Fischer wants to subdue the 3 major guards and strengthen the strength of his direct butler forces. If there are 3 major guards joining, then the power under his command will definitely be higher. However, before that, screening must be carried out. If they have eaten humans, then this idea can only be given up. Fischer continued to think. This is a matter of position. Fischer is a human being, so it is naturally impossible for him to choose to be a companion with a man-eating monster. Immediately, Fischer's gaze shifted to another direction, which was the direction of the ant nest. With a flash, Fischer rushed towards the ant nest. Soon, Fischer came outside the ant nest. At this time, there is a Q version of Shiapuf here. What do you want? Seeing Fischer suddenly appearing here, this Q version of Shiapuf asked vigilantly. This Q version of Shiapuf is the clone of Shiapuf, which is separated from the ability of Lord of the Flies, and is specially guarded here. This is why Fischer said before that even he himself cannot enter the ant nest quietly without Shiapuf's knowledge. Because Shiapuf's Q version clones are almost all over the entrance of the ant nest. It is to monitor the entry and exit here and prevent the enemy from entering it. Don't worry, I won't enter the ant's nest. I came here especially to find you. Looking at the vigilant clone of Shiapoof, Fischer smiled lightly, and then quickly flashed his arm and held it in his palm. Hey, Shiapoof, have you ever eaten a human being? Fischer asked lightly, looking at the Q-version Shiapoof in his hands. What does this have to do with you? Shiapoof, the Q-version, was not afraid of being grabbed, and snapped. Ah, it's all right. You've passed. Fischer was not angry when he heard that, and let it go, and said with a light smile. Memory search, this is the cold calendar that Fischer got from Paknatan. The reason why Fischer did this just now was to probe Shiapoof's memory. When a person is asked, the answer to the question often pops up in his brain unconsciously. As long as the ability of memory search touches the person's body, then you can search the picture in his mind, so as to know the information you want to know. Fischer had taken the guy's memory from Shiapoof's mind. And obviously, being able to get the word qualified from Fischer, Shiapoof has never eaten anyone. Just when Fischer was about to leave and go back to the original place to continue monitoring the battlefield, Fischer suddenly thought of something. Perhaps, I can directly twist the will of this guy's main body through his avatar. Looking at Shiapoof, Fischer thought with great interest. But the Q version of Shiapoof couldn't help but feel a chill on his back and a cold sweat on his forehead when Fischer thought about this question. What's going on? Q version Shiapoof thought with some doubts about life. Sweating? How could I have such a reaction? This idea may be realized, but it is better to wait for 2 days according to the plan just now. Talk about it in 2 days. Fischer glanced at Shiapoof, who was suddenly sweating, and thought lightly, before rushing in another direction. This is the direction in which Netero and Neferpitou departed. Fischer's speed was very fast. In just 1 minute, Fischer covered a distance of dozens of kilometers and came to the battlefield of Netero and Neferpitou. At this time, Neferpitou is no different from Menthuthweopi before, and is being shot by Netero like a volleyball. This guy really is a melee fighter, the one who beats his grandson. Melanen, unless someone is as strong as the Ant King, can withstand Netero's attack, and can find Netero's bad habits and flaws in the ever-changing attack methods, otherwise there is really no solution. 0. Seeking flowers. When Fischer first arrived here, Neferpitou was being slammed and rolled on the ground by Netero. Fischer, why are you here? Netero came over all at once and asked with doubts on his face. Could it be that you want to rival the old man? I haven't warmed up enough yet. It's okay, I'll keep you up for a while, I won't compete with you. Fischer said with a smile, and then rushed down to Neferpitou who had stopped, stared at Netero, hesitated, and seemed to be thinking about how to break the game. Hey! Neferpitou, who was thinking about it, also noticed Fischer rushing towards him, and immediately showed a vigilant look. Just a Netero made me look like this, now I add a Fischer, what's the point? However, this guy's vigilance was useless. Although Neferpitou's speed is fast enough, his speed is more explosive and powerful, which is better than Fischer, who is flexible and has the ability of Thunder Fruit. As soon as Neferpitou put on a defensive posture, Fischer had already appeared behind her, with a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Neferpitou, have you ever eaten a human? The sudden appearance of Fischer behind him made Neferpitou startled, but the next sentence made him even more stunned. Okay, I understand, you have passed. Fischer came and went quickly, and when Neferpitou was slightly dazed, Fischer dropped a word and left here. Left alone, Netero and Neferpitou looked at each other. What is this guy doing here? The two looked at each other, as if they could see such a meaning in their eyes. At this time, Fischer has already rushed towards the direction when he came. As for using magic flicker to move directly to the side of Dad or Grandpa Gino, Fischer hadn't really thought about it. Because Fischer is not a masochist. The current Dad and the others are fighting Yuppie, and if they dodge by themselves, the possibility of being flanked by both sides is the greatest. Although I am a thunder fruit capable user, I don't have to worry about being hurt at all, but being attacked is still very uncomfortable. It should be said that it is embarrassing, stupid and awesome. Chapter 166. Hey? What's going on? Father's thought energy seems to have become much stronger, and, is it my illusion? I always feel that Dad's physique has become a lot stronger. Just after arriving at the battlefield with Dad Silva and Grandpa Gino, Fischer found something wrong with Dad Silva's situation before he did a memory search on Menthuthweopi. Although I didn't use the Nian Qi detector to detect the strength of Dad Silva's Nian Qi, but at Fischer's level, he is already very sensitive to Nian Qi. Fischer could feel that the thought energy in Dad Silva was much stronger than before, a lot, and the explosive display energy was more than twice as strong as before. In addition, Moderately's physique seems to have become stronger. Also, did Grandpa master the human dragon form during the battle? Whether it's Dad or Grandpa, the strength has become so strong. The Zoldyck family finally has 2 more existences standing at the top of the human kingdom. Turning 320 to Grandpa Gino, he looked at Grandpa G, who was in the form of a human dragon and had a head-on collision with Menthuthweopi. No, Fischer narrowed his eyes slightly, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. When Grandfather Gino and Father Silva fought Neferpitou before, although the two could barely draw with Neferpitou, most of them did not dare to face Neferpitou head-on. But now, Grandpa Gino has dared to have a head-on collision with Menthuthweopi, one of the same 3 guards, and so is Dad Silva. This situation has already shown that both Father Silva and Grandfather Gino are qualified to fight one-on-one with the 3 guards. In the previous Zoldyck family, except for Fischer, there were very few great-grandfathers Maha who had this qualification. With this strength, now, there are 2 more Zoldyck families. There are 2 more top human beings, the first echelon powerhouses of the human country. As the current head of the Zoldyck family, how could Fischer be unhappy? Okay, let's get down to business. Shaking his head, Fischer temporarily dissipated the joy in his heart, and his figure flashed past. Without any warning, Menthuthweopi, whose expression was extremely excited, was pressed to the ground just as he punched Grandpa Gino head-on. The powerful force spread on Menthuthweopi's face and spread to the whole body, and then radiated directly to the earth. The earth exploded directly into a huge deep pit. Fischer. Seeing the person who appeared suddenly, Gino and Silva stopped, looking at the deep pit with some surprise. In the deep pit, Menthuthweopi was in a daze at this moment, and the excitement just now was gone. The expression on his face seemed to say, "Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do?" However, just as he was in a daze, a voice came into his ears. "Yuppie, have you ever eaten a human?" "Humans?" Yuppie, who was in a daze, followed up. "Okay, I understand." As soon as this guy opened his mouth, Fischer got the information he wanted, and directly left the deep pit and came to the broken earth. The power of evolution. Looking at Silva, Fischer walked over, put one hand on his father Silva's shoulder, and asked with some doubts. "Ah, the power of evolution." Although it was strange that Fischer suddenly put his hands on his father's shoulders so casually, Silva still nodded expressionlessly and answered Fischer's question. "Hey, so it's the power of evolution, it's really a good ability." When Fischer heard this, his face was stunned and surprised. "Do you have the ability to search Paknatan's memory? It's really convenient, but don't use it on your family in the future, you know." Hearing Fischer's words, Silva immediately understood what this guy was doing, and immediately reprimanded him with a frown. As the former head of the Zoldyck family, Silva is still very clear about the basic situation of the family members. He also knows the ability of Paknatan and knows that Fischer can obtain an ability from the dependents when he takes them in. So after seeing Fischer's reaction, Silva immediately connected to this point. "Well, don't worry, I won't use it casually. I am very concerned about the changes in you, Dad, but now that you are in battle again, you can only do something wrong. Fischer said with a smile. He really wants to know the changes in his father Silva now, but his father is fighting now, and it is impossible to waste time explaining to himself, so he uses the ability of memory search to obtain the information he wants. Silva nodded, then stopped talking, and walked towards the deep pit. Grandpa Gino nodded to Fischer without saying a word, and followed Silva down the deep pit with a changed body. The next moment, the fierce battle started again, and 3 figures soared into the sky from the deep pit. Looking at the 3 figures rushing up to the sky, Fischer materialized the Nian Qi detector, and then detected the grandfather and father above. The change is really big. Looking at the value on the detector, Fischer shook his head, and returned to Nian Beast with a flicker. There is no battlefield here, you can flicker casually. Sitting cross-legged, Fischer put away the beast, and then looked at the battlefield on Shipuff's side. There is no need to pay attention to the battlefield on the side of Grandpa and Dad. The strength of the 2 of them has been greatly improved, and they can already handle their own battlefield, and there will be no accidents. The only thing to pay attention to now is the situation here. However, Dad's power of evolution is really powerful. Fighting against a powerful enemy, you have the opportunity to steal the substances you need from the enemy to allow yourself to evolve. However, the fact that you need to be an enemy to be able to steal it is a flaw. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, competition between life, this is in line with the word evolution. Looking at the battlefield on Shipuff's side, Fischer thought silently. Fischer already understood the changes in his father. The evolutionary power obtained from the system before, as long as you fight against a powerful enemy, there is a great chance to obtain your own shortcomings from the enemy, and then steal it and integrate it into yourself, allowing yourself to adapt and evolve slowly. The stolen target will not become weaker because of being stolen. The stealing of the power of evolution is to secretly steal the substances in the target's body that are beneficial to the host, and then materialize them, integrate into themselves, adapt themselves, and use the whole evolution. As for Dad Silva, when he fought Neferpitou before, the power of evolution obtained part of his physique from Neferpitou and integrated it into himself. During the battle with Menthuthweopi, the 4.8 part of his physique fused into his body began to develop, and it became completely his own, so his physique improved so much all of a sudden. Even because of the improvement of physique, even the thought energy has skyrocketed a lot. Dad's Nian Qi has reached the value of when his grandfather Genio came to NGL. 652,032. When Dad came to NGL before, his Nian Qi cultivation base was only 430,000, and it suddenly increased by 200,000. Fischer was shocked by such a terrifying value. Moreover, because of the fact that he stole Neferpitu's physique, his physical strength is also the same as that of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Although it is not as good as Neferpitou and the Ant King's personal guards, it is not much worse. This is how Dad Silva can head-to-head with Menthuthweopi reason. Next, if Dad can steal the beneficial substances from Neferpitou to evolve himself as before, and steal the substances from Menthuthweopi to evolve, then his strength will become stronger again. Chapter 167. The system really gave me an incredible ability. I just don't know if there is an upper limit to this power of evolution. If there is no upper limit, it will be very scary. As long as Dad keeps looking for powerful enemies to fight against, steal his own shortcomings from these enemies, and then integrate and evolve, then it will be a way to reach the sky. It's even possible to become a god through this, without the help of my broken divinity. Fischer knew that besides the power of evolution, the changes in Dad also had a reason of grace. Fischer could feel that his father's favor had risen to one level, but it was impossible for such a big change to occur at just one level. Therefore, the bulk of this change is the power of evolution. From this point of view, among the reward abilities that the system gives to the members of the direct subordinate forces, the ones with the strongest potential are Dad and Menchi. Fischer muttered to himself. However, at this moment, Fischer noticed something, and the smile on his face was even better. It seems that Shizuku's fruit-sucking potential is also very powerful. I didn't expect to be able to do this by sucking fruit. Just now, in the contact channel created by Fischer, Shizuku sent 09 a message. Fischer, I need the head of the division. My ability can absorb the mind energy in their bodies and turn it into my own use. After everyone defeats the head of the division, leave the head of the division to me. This is what Shizuku sent in the contact channel. With a flash, Fischer flashed directly in Shizuku's direction. And at this time, somewhere in the forest, Shizuku was pinning the Popeye to a headless division commander. Looking at the appearance of the head of the division, his complexion is grey, and it is impossible to tell which division head it is. Streams of neon chi were continuously sucked into the body by the Popeye fish from the corpse, and then submerged into Shizuku's body. Swish! There was a whistling sound, and Shizuku's gaze shifted away. Fischer, are you here? Shizuku kept moving, still sucking energy from the division chief's body. What about your ability? Fischer nodded, then asked. This is the ability I developed by combining the characteristics of sucking fruit with my popeyed fish. I can absorb the mind energy of the dead enemy, and then transform it into my mind energy. However, a lot will be wasted during the conversion process, and I can probably obtain about 1/5 of the air conditioning. Ah, by the way, it must be an enemy I personally killed. It's a limitation. So, Fischer, hurry up and tell the others, don't kill the enemies after defeating them, leave it to me to kill them. Shizuku nodded, and then explained. Okay, I'll contact them right away. Fischer heard this and knew that this was very important to Shizuku, so he nodded in agreement, and then quickly connected. As for why this Shizuku guy doesn't contact other people himself. Without him, the contact channels created by Fischer are the same as those chat software in Fischer's previous life. Many people will directly block these chats because of the noise. Only unblocked people can receive other people's chat messages. But now, everyone is fighting, so naturally they don't want to be disturbed by these chat messages, so they are all blocked. Only Fischer, who has nothing to do, does not have to worry about being disturbed at all, so he can receive the information from the merchant. Of course, only Fischer can ignore the blocking of these guys, send messages directly, and force them to receive the messages. No way, who told Fischer to be the group owner and administrator? The permission dog is so arrogant. In an instant, the other 5 people who were fighting received Fischer's order. Shizuku's ability. Interesting, I see, I'm not going to kill this guy. I see, Brother Fischer. Brother, don't worry, I'll take this guy to Shizuku's place later. Brother Fischer, the battle is about to end on my side, and I will keep my hand. Several people responded to Fischer. Maki and the others have replied that they understand, and they will bring the division leaders over later. After receiving replies from several people, Fischer said to Shizuku. Thank you, Fischer. Shizuku had already absorbed the neon chi from the enemy he had defeated, and thanked Fischer obediently. You're welcome, you are my companion now, it is very important to be able to improve your strength. I'm going to find Kate and Emolawu now. They also have 5 division heads, so we can't waste it. Fischer said with a gentle smile. I'm sorry to trouble you. Shizuku said with a faint smile. N. Fischer nodded, then soared into the sky, and began to look for the battle positions of Emolawu and the others. I should have engraved flashing marks on their bodies before I knew it. In the air, Fischer sensed the fighting breath in one direction, and carefully analyzed which breaths belonged to Emolawu and the others, while muttering. Apart from his own people, Fischer seldom engraved the imprint of magic and flicker on their bodies. This made Fischer waste a lot of time looking for Emolawu and the others. However, a lot of time was wasted, but Fischer successfully found the battlefield of Emolawu and others in a short period of time, and entrusted the matter to them. Although Emolawu and the others were very puzzled, they still agreed to Fischer's request, and promised not to kill the enemy after defeating the enemy, but to bring the enemy to Fischer. On the contrary, Fischer encountered some accidents when he found the last one of Mo and his party. Because the last one is Pam. This guy actually fought with the head of the division by himself, more than Nicolo and Yichuo. Although Nicolo and Zaihuchuo joined the battle, at least they were together, while Pam was alone. The most important thing is that Nobu, the master, actually 650 agreed to Pam's willful behavior. As a disciple, and only one person, Pang Mu was obviously not an opponent at the level of division head, and he was tortured to the point of needlessness. The guy was struggling when Fischer came over. No way, Fischer had no choice but to directly defeat Pang Mu's opponent, because it is obviously impossible for Pang Mu to defeat the division commander alone, and he will definitely lose if he continues, so Fischer directly knocked out and packed up, and then he was helpless. Look at Pam. Ms. Nobu said I can ask you for help if I can't beat it. Faced with Fischer's helplessness, Pam said timidly. Nob, what does this guy want? Hearing Pam's answer, Fischer frowned. The teacher said, if I want to get close to you, I must create various opportunities to be alone. Pam didn't hide anything, and directly said what Nobu told him. On the face, 2 blushes rose on both sides of the cheeks, and the hands were constantly stirring each other, looking like a shy little girl. Good guy, now Fischer can see what Pam is thinking even if he is stupid. This guy has taken a fancy to himself. This made Fischer really shocked. After all, although I have grown up very fast, I am only 14 years old, so you just stared at me? Oh, you said she was after the 13-year-old gone in the original book? That's okay. However, is Enhancer's view of love so straightforward? Chapter 168. Ignoring Pam's straightforward feelings, Fischer went directly to Shizuku with his booty, and handed over the division commander who was knocked out by him to Shizuku. Shizuku easily wiped out the head of the division and absorbed the mind energy in his body. 322,563. I remember that your Nian Qi was only about 230,000 before. Seeing Shizuku's body's potential energy after absorbing the 2 division heads, Fischer asked aloud. No, it should be 240,000. Shizuku pointed to his chin with one hand, rolled his eyes and thought for a few seconds, and then replied. 240,000, so to speak, you can get 40,000 air conditioning points by killing and absorbing a division commander. There are still 9 division heads left, just take this as an example, you can still absorb 360,000 thoughts. Hey, if Dad wasn't here, you would be the biggest winner this time. After doing some calculations, even Fischer gasped. Raising 440,000 thoughts in one day, even Fischer dared not think about it. If it weren't for the powerful evolutionary power of Dad, not only would he have raised more than 200,000 thoughts, but he would also have strengthened his physique to the point where he could fight against the 3 guards. Moreover, Dad might continue to fight against the 3 guards. Ascension, then this time Shizuku is the one that has gained the most. Well, according to the average, it should be like this. However, the strength of these division heads varies, and it is estimated that there are not so many. Shizuku nodded and echoed lightly. You're really calm. Seeing Shizuku's expressionless face and looking at the book without looking up, Fischer sighed slightly. That is to say, Shizuku has such a personality. If it were someone else, no matter how calm he was, he would have to jump up and down at this time. How could he be able to read a book so calmly? Shizuku, after you absorb the mind energy of the remaining Chimera Ant Masters, you go with Menchi and the others to deal with Shiapoof. Looking at the indifferent Shizuku, Fischer thought for a moment, and then suggested. No, although the potential energy has increased, my manifest energy has not increased much. There is a big gap in dealing with that monster. Hearing Fischer's proposal, Shizuku finally raised his head and looked at Shiapuf and Kurapika in the distance. The battlefield, who waited for others, shook his head and rejected the proposal. She has this idea. After all, with grace, her strength can definitely continue to improve in a battle of this level. However, she has a very clear understanding of her situation. Shizuku knew that he still couldn't participate in a battle of this level, because his display capacity was not enough to support a battle of this level. If she wants to participate in a battle of this level, she needs to increase her display capacity. That's it, then forget it. Hearing this, Fischer was not surprised. He can detect Shizuku's potential energy, but he cannot detect the upper limit of Shizuku's manifest energy before Shizuku explodes. If Shizuku's manifest energy has also increased, then Shizuku is naturally eligible to join Kurapika's battle after absorbing the mind energy of several other division leaders. But now that Shizuku admits that his display capacity is not enough, then it can only be forgotten. Don't look at the increase in your potential energy, but if your manifest energy has not increased, then no matter how much potential energy you have, it will not have much effect. Because the strength of your appearance determines your attack and defense. If you show a strong aura, your attack power will be stronger, and if you show a weak aura, then your attack will be weak and your defense will be very weak. When encountering a powerful enemy, if you don't have enough defense to show your strength, the enemy's attack can directly ignore your defense and directly attack your body, causing you to be directly injured, very passive, and dangerous. Regardless of the fact that Killua and Gon participated in the battle between Kurapika, Kate, and Neferpitou before, it was because their physiques were already strong enough to withstand Neferpitu's attack after being broken by Neferpitou after showing insufficient strength and defense. After all, the physiques of both of them are changing in the direction of dragons. A magic crystal with the Thunder Dragon Slayer gradually transformed his body, becoming stronger and stronger, transforming into a dragon's physique. The other is to have the body of a dragon directly and develop it directly. The physique of both of them is getting stronger with time, much faster than their own exercise. Moreover, the bulk of Neferpitu's attack was not on the two of them. Before, among human beings, except for Fischer, no one was able to improve their physique faster than the two of them, even Grandpa Gino. The speed of improvement is basically the same as the two of them. It's just that Grandpa started higher than them in this aspect, so in the same development time, his physique is stronger than the two of them. Now there is one more Father, Silva. The horror of the power of evolution directly makes Father Silva's strength jump and skyrocket, and his physique has also become extremely powerful. Shizuku didn't have such a strong physique, and he resisted the attack of the three guards when he showed insufficient strength and defense. Hearing Fischer's words, Shizuku nodded, looked away again, and continued to read the book. Time passed quietly in 10 blinks of an eye and half an hour passed. At this time, Fischer has gathered a lot of people. Everyone who dealt with the head of the division has returned. Among the division heads, except for Peggy who stayed in the ant nest to serve the Chimera Ant Queen and did not come out, and the 2 division heads killed by Shizuku, the other division heads were also defeated by everyone and brought here. It has to be said that the strength of Mo Laowu and Nobu is quite good. Nobu, who was not mentally broken, and Mo Laowu, who was not tired, each defeated the division commander. There was almost no injury on their bodies, and they just wasted some time. And Nicolo and Zyuchuo jointly defeated a division commander without being injured. Needless to say, Kate, this guy, Kate, is really inferior to be used to fight the head of the division. The battlefield this guy should join is the Ant King's guard's side. However, in order to improve the strength of his subordinates, Fischer had no choice but to arrange this way. As for Maki and the others, apart from Paknatan, who is not very good at fighting, who suffered some injuries, Killua and the others are all fine. Fischer, you told us not to kill these guys, what are you planning to do by bringing them here? Looking at the many division heads who were restrained by Fischer's lightning and unable to move, only unable to move, Mo Laowu asked curiously. Lise, you'll find out later. Fischer said with a smile, then looked at Shizuku. Maki and other people who knew the inside story also looked over. Seeing this, Emolawu and the others also looked at Shizuku with doubts. I saw Shizuku standing at the head of division heads lying in rows at this time, holding the Popeye fish high in his hand, expressionless. Wait, what are you trying to do? Let me go. Seeing Shizuku's posture, many division leaders knew that something was wrong. Heiga and Chicken were struggling continuously, roaring loudly. However, Shizuku didn't ignore it, and the Popeye fish in his hand was like a sickle, and it directly scratched the necks of many division leaders. Disgusting purple blood splattered everywhere. Shizuku quickly pointed the popied fish at the heads of many divisions, and the horsepower was fully activated, and the continuous flow of thoughts was sucked in. The Niankai on Shizuku's body is also constantly rising. When Emolawu and the others saw this scene, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their hearts were shocked. Chapter 169 703,561 700,000 Niankai, your Niankai strength can be ranked 3rd in Zoldyck. Looking at the Niankai intensity detected on Shizuku's body detected by the mobile phone, Fischer's mouth curled up. Nian Qi is already so powerful, as long as the younger brother works hard to improve the displayed energy and become more proficient in various Nin skills, then Shizuku's combat power will be officially raised. Become the 5th in the Zoldyck family, of course, except for Aluka, Bug can't be counted. Moreover, Shizuku has the ability to absorb the energy of looting dead enemies, so as long as there are enemies, Shizuku can always improve. Killua and the others all leaned over when they heard the words, looked at the value on the detection phone in Fischer's hand, and then took a deep breath. This promotion is too terrifying. Even Emolawu was the same. After hearing the value Fischer said, he was very shocked. Emolawu and Niccolo will not talk about it, they all know what the mind energy materialization item in Fischer's hands is, and Zyudo, Nobu and Pam also heard that Fischer owes Niccolo a favor at the time. I asked about the reason for Nicolan, and I also knew the situation of the detection mobile phone in Fischer's hand. I knew that the Nin developed by Fischer was created according to Niccolo's 580 detection criteria, and I also roughly understood what the Nin Qi value is. Now hearing that Shizuku has such a huge mind energy, several people looked at Shizuku more like a monster. Fischer, have you tested the strength of the old man's thoughts? After taking a deep breath, Emolawu asked Fischer. He knew the level of his own energy, because he had tested it with his apprentice, and his energy was only about a few 100,000, so he was shocked that Shizuku had such a huge value of energy. Now, he wants to know how strong his teacher's Nian Qi is. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Fischer. Obviously, everyone present wanted to know the strength of the mind energy of Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, one of the world's top 5 Nin people. Netero? His Niankai strength is 820,000. Hearing Emolawu's question, Fischer searched the investigation records, and then said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and then their eyes shifted to Shizuku again. In other words, the Niankai on this guy, Shizuku, is about to catch up with the old man, the president of the Hunter Association. Everyone thought in shock. After taking a few glances at everyone in Fischer, Emolawu had an idea in his heart. Absolutely not against the Zoldyck family. This idea also popped up in the hearts of Nobu and others. Because Fischer is surrounded by Nin masters, none of them are weak. If they really provoke the Zoldyck family, Maki, Killua, and others can chop them up and feed them to the dogs without Fischer and Shizuku's actions. Okay, let's not talk about this. Emolawu, what are you going to do next? The head of the division is gone, and you, the personal guards, have no right to intervene. Now only the captain of the army and the chimeric ant soldiers need you to clean up, but they are all in the ant nest now, and you seem to have nothing to do. Naturally, Fischer didn't know what Mo Lao and the others were thinking, and Fischer was more concerned at this time. Curious about what Mo Lao and the others will do next. Can't you do nothing? Hearing Fischer's words, Mo Lao came back to his senses, sat down on the ground, put his hands behind his back, exhaled heavily, and said in a relaxed tone. Ah, indeed, it can be so easy. This hunting is the easiest one. Nobu also came back to his senses, leaning on the rock, and said lightly. It's true. Fischer agrees with the two of them. Indeed, if it wasn't for improving strength, it would be best to do this kind of thing as easily as possible. Who likes to complicate things? For example, Fischer turned the table directly this time, directly forcing the three guards to sign a contract with him and forcing them to fight with him. Is this bad? That's great, you don't have to think about some complicated schemes, usse. Of course, if you want to do this kind of thing, your fist must be hard first. Otherwise, let alone forcing the three guards to make a compromise, Tianling guy is definitely cool. Fischer, let's leave for a while and come back later. At this moment, Maki suddenly said to Fischer. Oh, okay, go and update. Fischer looked over after hearing this, and saw Maki, Shizuku, and Paknatan standing together. Fischer immediately knew what the three wanted to do, and nodded. However, immediately, Fischer thought of something, and hurriedly said again, Pike, come here, let me heal you. I almost saw that Paknatan was the only one who was seriously injured among all the people. When Paknatan heard this, he nodded and walked over. Because the wound was related to the abdomen, and because Fischer was sitting on Paknatan, he squatted down. Fischer stretched out his hand and pressed Paknatan's abdomen, then activated life, and began to heal Paknatan. In less than 2 seconds, Paknatan's injuries recovered. Thank you, Master Fischer. Paknatan thanked. Just call me Fischer. Okay, let's find a place to renew in Hui. Fischer said with a smile. Paknatan smiled slightly, stood up, and walked towards Maki. The three looked at each other, then got up and left. The three of Killua didn't pay much attention to it, they just dragged down their respective vests and started the second favor update after coming to NGL. This guy Kalito found a rock to cover up. This guy was really raised by his mother as a girl. Standing up, Fischer patted the dust off his buttocks, looked towards the battlefield where Kurapika was, and murmured in a low voice. Sad, I have to do it too. Let Kurapika and the others come back and update. Recover your strength by the way. Although Kurapika and the others can deal with Shiapoof, their endurance is still too weak, and they are completely incomparable with the Admiral. But it's no wonder that their strength has not yet reached the level of Admirals, and it is normal to have weak battery life. What, you're going to do something? Seeing Fischer standing up and muttering something he didn't understand, Mo Lao asked in confusion. Well, I came here to fight, and now Kurapika's breath has weakened a lot, probably because I'm tired, I'll go and help them. Fischer smiled and explained. Indeed, the aura of your companions has indeed weakened a lot, you should hurry over. Otherwise, be careful of accidents. When Fischer said this, Mo Lao also noticed this, and couldn't help but nodded in agreement. I'll be leaving first. Fischer nodded lightly, and then rushed out instantly with a step forward and a flash of figure. Boom! Chapter 170. The commander of the division has been wiped out. Now there are only 3 of us who can be regarded as combat power. Besides, the 3 of us have been restrained, and there is no one to guard the ant nest. Fortunately, we signed a contract with them, otherwise the king's side will be affected. I just don't know how long the 3 of us can support. No, you can't look at it that way. That guy is too dangerous, it will pose a danger to the king, and must be eliminated. The black streamers kept colliding on the battlefield, and Shiapoof drew with the 4 of Kurapika by himself, even gaining the upper hand. However, in this situation, Shiapuf was not happy at all. Because he has been pressing a heavy boulder in his heart, that is Fischer. Among the enemies he faced this time, he only felt an extremely strong crisis from Fischer, and among the others, only the old man gave him a different feeling. Although the old man felt a little strange, it didn't make him feel too much crisis. Even he could handle it with his conceit. But, Fischer, the sense of crisis in Fischer made him very uneasy. He could feel that the existence of Fischer was a great threat to their soon-to-be-born king, and he had to get rid of it. Thinking of this, Shiapuf in battle sent telepathy directly to Neferpitu and Menthuthwiopi. Beto, Yupi, you must get rid of your opponent as soon as possible, and I will do my best to get rid of my opponent. That white-haired guy is too dangerous. My judgment is that he will pose a danger to the king and must be eliminated. But Neferpitu and Menthuthwiopi, who were dealing with their respective opponents, were taken aback when they heard Shiapuf's message, and each was hit by their opponent and flew out. It's true what you said. That guy is very strong. He just pushed me to the ground without me responding. In the telepathy channel, Menthuthwiopi agreed. Just now when Fischer came over and rubbed him on the ground with a blow, he didn't react at all, he was dazed for a long time. Being able to make oneself have no reaction at all and be attacked without warning, the strength should not be underestimated. Indeed, I fought with that guy once, and that guy is very powerful, and I also think that guy will pose a threat to the king. However, we have signed a contract now, and we must fight his subordinates. Unless we defeat his subordinates, then we will have a chance to attack him. Neferpitu also temporarily stopped the impact on Netero, and turned around Netero, looking for flaws, and at the same time replied telepathically. I know, that's why you need to eliminate your opponent as soon as possible. At that time, the three of us will work together to deal with that guy, and kill this existence that threatens the king before the king is born. Shiapuf responded. To put it simply, these two guys on my side are not weaker than me at all. Even if the two of them joined forces, I would have been seriously injured. Facing Shiapuf's attitude of standing and talking without back pain, Menthuthwiopi just wanted to complain. Both Silva and Gino have very strong physical strength, and their mind attacks are also very powerful. What makes Yupi even more troublesome is that the two have rich combat experience and have some unpredictable methods, assassination techniques. This keeps him passive. How about, Pufu, can you exchange opponents with me? Neferpitu was even simpler, and directly sent an invitation to Shiapuf to exchange players. His tone of telepathy also contained resentment. Neferpitu really doesn't want to fight Netero. This guy is a bug according to human beings, he can't fight at all, he can only waste time. However, the key is that I can't afford it at all. Shiapuf said so easily, let him come and fight. What the two said directly made Shiapuf dumbfounded. What's the meaning? Is the opponent difficult? Can't it? Shiapuf looked suspiciously at Crook and Galo who were easily repelled by him. That's right, they are very weak. If it weren't for the four of them taking turns and cooperating skillfully, I would have dealt with them long ago. Even so, after another hour or two, I will be able to get rid of them. As soon as Shiapuf's thoughts came here, a terrifying force came from his waist, and his whole body flew out like a bullet out of the chamber, directly smashing into the ground. Fischer, why are you here? After playing for so long, Crook was still in good spirits, and he couldn't see any sign of exhaustion at all. On the other hand, the others were all showing signs of fatigue. But, yes, this guy is now a fairy body, and has developed to a certain extent, even the fairy chakra has been created, his physical strength is good, and he can fight for a few more hours. Even day and night will not be tired. Go and have a rest, you're fine, they're not like you. Fischer glanced at the three Menchi who had gathered and said. That's right, the three of them will indeed be tired from this kind of high-intensity battle. Hearing this, Crook also reacted, and said with his hands on his hips. Your fairy body is really good. Guy Lu smiled enviously. That's right. Menchi agreed unceasingly, his little head lighting up like a chicken. Then, Fischer, I'll leave this place to you. Karapika, who was panting heavily, said to Fischer out of breath. Yeah, you guys go to rest and renew in Hui. By the way, I'll play with this guy. Fischer nodded gently, and then instructed. Then I'll leave it to you. Several people did not refuse, and left here after saying hello. At this time, Shiapoof also flew out of the pothole. 0. However, at this time Shiapoof is no longer as gentlemanly and elegant as before, covered in dust, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and looks messed up. I didn't expect you to take the initiative. Flying to Fischer's side, Shiapoof said indifferently with a gloomy expression. In the contract signed with Fischer, Fischer and the others will not enter the ant nest until the Ant King is born, and the three of them and many division heads must fight Fischer and others. And Shiapoof perceived Fischer's general idea from Fischer's aura, that is, to regard them as the whetstones of his subordinates. So he was not very vigilant against Fischer, and always thought that Fischer would not end easily. Unexpectedly, just a few hours later, Fischer shot directly. However, this kind of thing is understandable. This may be the thinking of human beings, the thinking that will not let their companions die easily. It's boring. Shiapoof thought indifferently. Well, let them go to rest, and now I will fight with you. Fischer said with a smile. After fighting with this guy, the next one is Menthuthweopi, and the last one is Miruem, the Ant King. As for Neferpitu, this guy has already played against Fischer before, just pass it. Fighting against the three guards, increasing the value of favor to the limit of the current level, and then defeating, or even killing the Ant King, to obtain enough great achievements to upgrade grace, this is the plan Fischer set for himself. Silently staring at Fischer, Shiapoof turned into a streamer of light and attacked Fischer without saying a word. Chapter 171. The strong sense of crisis brought by the enemy in front of him convinced Shiapoof of his previous guess, which made Shiapoof's attack stronger and more terrifying. Neferpitu and Menthuthweopi couldn't come, but even if he was the only one, he still had to act. Even if Fischer cannot be eliminated, at least Fischer must be severely injured. Even if he is dead, conditions must be created for Neferpitu and Menthuthweopi to kill Fischer, so as to drive forward for the king and remove obstacles in the way of the king. This idea also made Shiapoof change his fighting style when fighting Karapika and others before, and directly became desperate. If Shiapoof used to fight against Fischer with Neferpitu and Menthuthweopi to save his energy before, then now he has the attitude of killing 800 enemies and harming himself 1000, and doesn't care about his own life or death at all. What is this guy going to do? Looking at Xiaoap's 180 husband's crazy posture, Shell frowned. Fischer really didn't expect that Shiapoof would use this fighting method to fight himself. Doesn't this guy want to wait for the birth of the king he guards? No, with this guy's degree of loyalty, maybe it is really possible to do so. Each of the Ant King's three guards is loyal to the king. Once encountering an existence that poses a threat to the king, they will use all means to clear up this obstacle for the king. In the original book, Shiapoof felt that the existence of the king of military ceremonies, Mai, had affected Wang's character and led him to an unknown future, so he always wanted to kill Mai. Let the Ant King return to the right path, he thinks. And Menthuthweopi, who was just influenced by Nicolo and others, became more human, and let Nicolo and others go. But at the moment when he saw the Ant King was seriously injured by the poor man's rose and almost died, his newly born humanity disappeared completely, and he threatened to kill all the intruders. And Neferpitu witnessed Gon's change, determined that Gon could threaten the king's life, and desperately wanted to kill Gon. Even if he died, that strong obsession broke out into a powerful posthumous thought. Nanhi thought manipulating his own corpse removed one of Gon's arms after forced growth. My current situation is the same as Gon's, and the three guards can all feel my situation. Especially this guy Shiapoof, now he can feel his own strength when fighting him head-on, and his degree of loyalty to Aunt Joe is even more honorable. UI allows him to make the judgment and actions of Neferpitou in the original book. This situation suits me, let's make your attack more violent. The more terrifying the battle, the more my favor value will increase, and the stronger my strength will be after the update. Dodging an attack from Shiapoof, the corner of Fischer's mouth raised, revealing an excited smile. Shiapoof, take back all your clones and try your best to please me. Standing in mid-air, Fischer looked at Shiapoof, who turned around, and grinned. Needless to say, I will do it too. Shiapoof's expression was still gloomy, and after he got up again, a black torrent rushed over quickly and quickly sank into his back. After the black torrent completely submerged into his body, the chi on Shiapoof's body increased significantly. Sarah, let's continue. Said indifferently, Shiapoof's eyes completely turned scarlet, and his face became ferocious. With the slight flapping of the wings on the back, the whole person appeared in front of Fischer across a distance of tens of meters, and that white palm turned into sharp claws, poking towards Fischer's face. Die! Guys who pose a threat to the king shouldn't exist. Shiapoof snarled loudly. Fischer also showed his face, and with a slight flick of his head, he dodged the blow in an instant, and then punched Shiapoof in the abdomen. The next moment, a cloud of sonic boom vibrated, and Shiapoof blasted back at a faster speed. Taking advantage of your illness killing you, Fischer stepped into the void, turned into lightning and rushed out. Boom! The fierce battle is just unfolding. But at this time, on the other side, in the battlefield between Netero and Neferpitou, Netero, who had been fighting for several hours, no longer wanted to continue fighting. Because he has finished warming up, he is going to recharge his batteries and wait for the birth of the Ant King, and then he will discuss with the Ant King. If he continues to play, he will be able to maintain his peak state at this age. It must be very passive to fight against the King of Ants like that. What do you mean? Neferpitou asked with a frown as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he watched Netero put away the 100 shiki of Alakai Tesvara and fell to the ground. No more fights, no more fights, I'm going back. Zero. Netero activist's shoulders, hands, and feet, answered in a tone of beating. Workers. Sure enough, upon hearing Netero's words, Neferpitou's face darkened immediately. I have been beaten for several hours, but I haven't found the flaw of this guy, and this guy actually said that he won't beat him. Don't have that expression, I'll ask Fischer to change his subordinates to fight you. Netero said with the same expression that he didn't want to be beaten. The blood in the veins in his hand was flowing rapidly, and Neferpitou's heart was extremely violent. I really want to tear this old guy up. But I can't get close to this guy. Teeth itching in his heart, Neferpitou forced himself to calm down, stood up expressionlessly, then turned around and left. Since this guy says he won't fight anymore, he can also leave here without worrying about violating the contract. After all, it was the guy who proposed it himself. Hey, where are you going? Netero yelled when he saw Neferpitou was leaving. Didn't you stop fighting? Then it doesn't make sense for me to stay here. Neferpitou turned around and said. I don't fight because I don't fight, but I didn't say that no one on our side will fight with you. It's half time now, someone will replace the old man later, how about you just stay here for a while? This was a rule that was added when signing the contract. Netero said with a smirk, looking like an old urchin. 4.5 Hearing this, Neferpitou couldn't help recalling the content of the contract at that time, and found that it really existed, which immediately made Neferpitou even more irritable. She didn't understand the meaning of intermission at all. You humans are really cunning. Neferpitou took a deep breath, and then said with a grim expression. Thanks for the compliment, but there's nothing you can do about it. That kid from Fischer is here for military training. And his group of men can't compare with you monsters in terms of physical strength or strength. Naturally, they need a little guarantee. This intermission is the guarantee. Netero said cheekily after hearing this. Wait, I'll call Fischer right away and ask him to arrange someone else to call you. Netero took out a phone from his kimono and dialed it. Neferpitou, Cunning Humans. Chapter 172. Your Majesty, how long will the king be born? When Netero called Fischer, Neferpitou was not idle, using telepathy to inquire about the situation of the Chimera Ant Queen. Not yet, the birth of the king will take 2 days, the 3 of you must work hard to survive. You are the king's guards, and the duty of guarding after the king's birth is everything to you, understand? Chimera Ant Queen responded. Yes, your Majesty understands, your Majesty. Neferpitou responded. At this time, Netero also hung up the phone. I'm sorry, Fischer's men just finished fighting, and Fischer went to fight with your companion again, so I can't come here, so I can only let you stay here with the old man. After hanging up the phone, Netero said. Neferpitou said lightly. That's right, I got it. Regarding this answer, Neferpitou changed from his impatience before, and looked very calm, and sat down at a random place. With this old man watching, I can't leave here. What Shiapoof said and the power of the 3 of us to kill that white-haired guy 09 is also impossible. So, for now, I'll follow Her Majesty's order to recharge my batteries and let myself live until the king's arrival. After the king is born, return to the king's side. Sitting under the big tree, Neferpitou looked at the distant sky, thinking calmly. Seeing that Neferpitou was so peaceful, Netero didn't say anything, and found a place to recover his energy. However, during the break, Netero still kept an eye on Neferpitou's situation. Fischer asked him to keep an eye on Neferpitou, waiting for Kurapika and the others to come this way. As for how long it took, I don't know, because Kurapika and the others just fought Shiapoof, and they haven't recovered yet. They will come over here when they recover. I just watch out for Neferpitou anyway, and don't let her get out of here and kill. Time passed quietly, and the roar of battles around the entire ant nest continued. Soon, more than 3 hours passed, the sky was full of sunset, and the sun was setting. Under the big tree, Neferpitou, who was sitting cross-legged and resting, moved his white ears slightly, then suddenly raised his head, stood up and looked into the distance. Not far away, Netero also opened his eyes. Both of them looked in the same direction. Just now, Neferpitou and Netero both sensed that Shiapoof's aura languished in an instant. In this case, it wasn't that Shiapoof restrained his breath on purpose, or that Shiapoof was seriously injured, and his breath was unstable. Puff, what happened to you over there? Neferpitou wrote Shiapoof frantically on the telepathy channel. However, no matter how Neferpitou called, there was no answer. This immediately made Neferpitou's heart sink. She knew that something had happened to Xiap. At this time, Neferpitou noticed something again, and looked in another direction. I saw that there was a group of 4 people walking towards that direction at this time, and it was the 4 of Crook. Hey, old man, we're here to take over. Crook waved at Netero carelessly. Master President, leave the rest to us. Guy Lu also said. I'm sorry, President Netero. Menchi also greeted with a smile. Then we will fight this guy, please, President Netero. Kurapika also said politely. Will my next battle opponent be them? The breath is much stronger than before. What happened? Can human beings improve their strength so quickly? Neferpitou put the matter of Shiapoof aside temporarily, and paid attention to the 4 of Crook, thinking silently in his heart. No way, after all, the contract was signed, and she had to fight the 4 of them. And through her powerful senses, she could feel that the spirits of Kurapika and the others had become stronger than before. Is it promoted in battle? If so, these guys are a little scary. Thinking of this, Neferpitou's eyes became serious. If human beings can continuously improve their strength through fighting, and it is such a significant improvement, then it will be very bad for them. The cultivation of Nian Qi is cyclical and gradual, climbing up one step at a time, not at all like Karapika and the others, taking several steps and several steps. Sada, let's start. After greeting Netero, several people came to Neferpitu. Crook grinned, fisted with both hands, and said loudly. The next moment, Crook was the first to attack. Crook's strange force was directly blocked by Neferpitu, and he didn't take a step back. As expected of the Ant King's personal guard, whether it's the guy just now or you, they can easily take over my old lady's strange power. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Crook said excitedly. However, Neferpitu didn't pay attention to Crook's words at all. Because, the attacks of Menchi Etal also came one after another at this time. A fierce battle unfolded in an instant. 3 hours passed. The violent roar spread in this area again. But Netero had retreated far away at this time, and found a place to observe the battle. On the other side, Fischer's side. At this point the battle between Fischer and Shiapoof is over. It has to be said that Shiapoof, who desperately killed 800 enemies and lost 1,000, still caused a lot of injuries to Fischer, who did not use the power of the thunder fruit. You can tell by the bruises on Fischer's face and body. Correspondingly, Shiapoof was directly beaten to death by Fischer. At this time, Fischer used the power of thunder to tie him up, making him completely immobile. Of course, even if he wanted to move, Shiapoof couldn't do it right now, because this guy was already in a severe coma. Almost a vegetable. Ignoring Shiapoof, Fischer healed himself first. Life Healing Nun was activated, covering the whole body. The bruises on Fischer's body were visible to the naked eye, and all the injuries on the body also recovered quickly. After getting himself back into top form, Fischer turned his attention to Shiapoof. My current twisting power is only 150. I don't know how many twisting powers I need to turn this guy's mind around with my black face, and let him become my subordinate. Or maybe I haven't been able to subdue this guy after using up all of them. However, my face should not have the level of gangsters. Fischer thought a little unconfidently. Immediately, Shell began to use his stored twisting power on Shiapoof. One after another, Fischer's face gradually turned from white to black. Chapter 173. That guy Pufu, what happened? Menthuthweopi thought calmly as he was bombarded by a violent shock wave of Nian Qi in his hand. Like Neferpitu, Menthuthweopi, who had learned telepathy, contacted Shiapoof after Shiapoof's breath weakened, but unfortunately there was no response at all. Well, I'd better deal with this guy in front of me first. Without thinking too much, Menthuthweopi's eyes had already landed in front of him. In front of Menthuthweopi, there is only one person, no, there is only one dragon, a blue dragon, which was transformed by Fischer's grandfather Geno. In the battle with Menthuthweopi, Geno's green dragon fruit developed a beast and turned into a blue dragon. Geno, who has become a blue dragon, has improved in all aspects of his physique, and he can already solo with Menthuthweopi. Same with Silva. As for Silva, at this time he was watching quietly outside the battlefield. If Fischer were here, he would definitely be able to notice that the Nian Qi on Silva's body was slowly getting stronger, and, besides this, Silva's physique was also slowly getting stronger. You don't need to guess, Silva's power of evolution has been affected on Menthuthweopi, and the benefits that allow his body to evolve have been stolen from Menthuthweopi, and he is now evolving. However, Geno also has such a big change, I guess Shell will be very surprised when he sees it. After all, it has only been half a year at most for Grandpa Geno to obtain the devil fruit in the form of fish fruit and blue dragon. Half a year has actually developed to this point. Moreover, seeing how he collided with Menthuthweopi without losing the wind, he not only developed the form of Qinglong, but also his strength. It can only be said that combat is the best motivator, which can develop people's various potentials and abilities at the fastest speed. I wanted to fight the last Ant King's personal guard, but I've already been defeated by Fischer, so forget it. However, I didn't expect Fischer to be so powerful, to defeat that monster so quickly, and to injure it to such a degree. At this time, Silva stood outside the battlefield with his arms crossed, not looking at the battlefield, but looking at where Fischer is. He muttered to himself. After getting what she wanted from Menthuthweopi, Silva was going to find Shiapoof, but at that time, Fischer had already found Shiapoof, so Silva didn't go there. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for Shiapoof to be defeated by Fischer. Looking at his weakness, which was so weak that he could hardly feel it, it was estimated that the injury was very serious, and he could no longer be his opponent. Silva really didn't expect Fischer's strength to be so terrifying. If it were him, even if this evolution is completed, he can't guarantee that he can perfectly defeat one of the 3 guards of the Ant King, and at most he can be tied. But Fischer did it, and in such a short time. The generation of Zoldyck really gave birth to powerful monsters. Silva once again said the words that have always existed in his heart. Not to mention Silva's side, Fischer's complexion at this time was so dark that it couldn't be darker. Because of the 150 twisting forces, Fischer has used 70 of them, but he just couldn't turn Shiapoof's heart around. Stopped using the twisting force, Fischer closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, a black and purple thunderbolt fell from the sky and was about to strike Shiapoof's head. However, at the moment when the black-purple lightning was about to strike, the lightning suddenly disappeared. I don't want this guy anymore, let Shizuku kill him. Clapping his hands, Fischer turned away sullenly. Speaking of which, Shiapoof wasn't a guy Fischer was looking for. Because this guy's mood is too unstable. This is shown in the original. Although he is extremely loyal to the Ant King, he likes to speculate on the Ant King's thoughts, and he will do things that he should not do as his subordinates. Just like the deliberate attempt to kill Wheat in the original book. This kind of guy is accepted as a member of the faction, and it is easy to cause accidents. Even with the shackles of grace, it is estimated that it will be heavy. Because in his heart, what he did was beneficial to the master and was right. But in fact, this situation has already been surpassed. Fischer wanted to take this guy under his command because he thought it would be a waste to kill such a powerful man. But now, it is so difficult for this guy to reverse his mind, and he has not yet reversed his mind after wasting so much twisting power, so it is better to let Shizuku kill him, absorb the mind energy, and cultivate Shizuku. With Shizuku's current level, if he kills this guy and absorbs his mind energy, and then practice for a while to increase his display energy, Shizuku may not be much weaker than this guy. Doing what he thought, Fischer directly sent the bodies of himself and Shiapoof to Shizuku and others. The appearance of Fischer startled everyone, but recovered quickly. Immediately, all eyes fell on the unconscious Shiapoof. Just now I felt this guy's aura, and he was so weak, he was really defeated by you. Mo Lao Wu looked at the seriously injured Shiapoof and said with a smile on his face. Fischer nodded, and then used the healing cold ability, Life. What are you? Everyone present was stunned, not knowing why Fischer was treating the enemy. But Fischer ignored it and cured Shiapoof directly. Shiapoof opened his eyes slowly. UBD. After waking up, Shiapoof saw Fischer for the first time, and immediately became excited. However, no matter how excited he was, this guy could only move his face, the other parts of his body were affected by Fischer's thunderous power, paralyzed, he couldn't even drive his mind energy, and he couldn't use his state ability. Okay, this guy's Nian Qi has recovered a lot, Shizuku, use your most powerful attack to kill this guy. Fischer stood up, clapped his hands, and ordered to Shizuku. The treatment of Shiapoof this time is different from the previous treatment of Hisoka in the Sky Arena. This time Fischer's life treatment of Nin has been brought to the limit. So Shiapoof consumed half of his Nian Qi and recovered a lot, and it has recovered to the left, Wang Zhao, and right of the 8th floor. Shipuff's Nian Qi is in the early part of 1 million, and the 8th level is 800,000. According to the situation that Shizuku can absorb 1/5 of it, Shizuku killed Shiapuff and can absorb at least 160,000 Nian Qi. After hearing Fischer's words, everyone suddenly realized why Fischer brought Shiapuff here on purpose and gave him tons of treatment. For a moment, everyone who knew Shizukunin looked at Shizuku with envy. Lie down and win, really lie down and win. They want such a good thing too. Thank you, Fischer. Shizuku thanked blankly, and then materialized as a Popeye fish and raised it high towards Shiapuff. UBD. Even Shiapuff, faced with such a dying scene, his eyes were tearing apart, and he roared out. However, Shizuku didn't pay attention to it at all, and the popied fish in his hand gathered its maximum display power and directly smashed it down. Chapter 174. Seeing Shiapuff, who was whipped several times on the ground but still not dead, but his legs and feet were twitching constantly, everyone showed sympathy. There is no way, Shiapuff of the guards is too strong, even though he is forced into a state of extreme by Fischer, his body is not encased in thoughts, but he is still very strong. Shizuku's appearance was too small, and he knocked Shiapuff's head several times with all his strength, but he was severely injured and fell into a coma. But now, the twitching of hands and feet is the instinctive reaction of his body. Why are you looking at me? Keep knocking on me. Seeing Shizuku, who knocked several times without killing Shiapuff, looking at himself, Fischer raised his eyebrows and urged. Anyway, Shiapuff was forcibly suppressed by himself using thunder and lightning, and entered a state of extremes. In this case, no matter how strong Shiapuff's physique is, as long as he continues to knock, he can smash his brain. Speaking of this, I have to talk about Fischer's hand. Knowing that there is an ability in this world that can force people to enter the state of absolute, how could Fischer miss it? Naturally, this ability has been developed. The lightning in Shiapuff's body that suppresses his mind energy and silences his mind energy was developed by Fischer. Fischer is using 583 for the first time since it was developed, and Shiapuff is the first customer, unlucky. Oh. Shizuku nodded blankly, then continued to concentrate his thoughts and knocked on Shiapuff's forehead. Boom! 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 With the fifth muffled sound, Shiapuff's head exploded like a watermelon. Shiapuff, the Ant King's personal guard, finally passed away after a brutal ravage, laughs. After seeing that Shiapuff finally died, everyone couldn't help feeling that this guy was finally free. Just now they couldn't stand it anymore. After all, they really don't agree with this kind of tormenting thing. If they want to kill, they just kill them, why torture the enemy? But they also knew that there was no other way. Shizuku had already tried his best to kill Shiapuff with one blow, but he couldn't kill him. Blame Shiapuff for having such a strong physique that it took so much for Shizuku to crack his head. And Shizuku, after smashing Shiapuff's head, began to absorb the thoughts in Shiapuff's body. 880,023, that's right, Shizuku, your next practice is to try your best to improve your energy. Fischer instructed Shizuku after testing Shizuku's energy value for a AHP. Well, I know, Shizuku nodded in response. Sad, what are you going to do next? Just sitting here all the time. Maki sat on the rock, with his hands resting on the ground behind his back, and asked lazily. She really has nothing to do now, so she can only stay here. Why don't you go and watch the battles in the other two battlefields? Fischer thought for a moment after hearing this, and then suggested. Watching powerful battles is also a good way for non-players to improve their strength and learn some fighting skills and experience. Alright, then I'll go to Menchi and the others. Maki was slightly taken aback when she heard the words, stood up and said, she didn't think of this before, because she was habitually following Fischer, the boss, so she didn't want to go and watch fight this. After the words were closed, Maki jumped up and rushed towards Menchi and others. Then, Master Fischer, I'll go too. I'll go too. Paknatan and Shizuku said one after another, and also followed. Brother, I'll go to Grandpa and Dad. Killua also stood up and said to Fischer. Well, go ahead. Fischer nodded. Gon and Kalito also expressed that they would go with Killua, and the three rushed in the opposite direction to Maki and others. Aren't you guys going? A battle of this level is rare, and you will gain a lot if you go and watch it. Seeing Mo Lao and the others who did not take any action, Fischer asked doubtfully. I won't go, it's more important to see here. Mo Lao said, pointing in the direction of the ant nest. Yes, although the contract was signed, it's just that we can't enter the ant nest, but the captains and soldiers in the ant nest can all come out. Nobu also explained. Hey, you guys are really dedicated. Hearing this, Fischer applauded. If it were me, or their strength, I would definitely go and observe this kind of opportunity instead of staying here. However, the next moment, what Mo Lao said made Fischer feel as if he had been slapped in the face. No way, we have been entrusted by the international high level to handle the affairs here, so we need to give priority to the task. Of course, if you can watch for us and let us spare time to visit the old man, I will be very grateful. Mo Lao said with a smirk on his face. Nobu on the side was also smiling, and pushed his glasses, which reflected light. Fischer. Go away, hurry up. Fischer waved his hand angrily, and started to chase people away. I just praised the two of them for their dedication to their work, but the next moment they thought about leaving their posts to fish. Okay, I'll leave this to you, Fischer. Hearing this, Mo Lao stood up with a playful smile and said. After speaking, he jumped up, thinking about jumping down. Thank you. Nobu also thanked, and then followed Mo Lao's pace. Thank you, Your Excellency Fischer. After thanking Niccolo respectfully, he also jumped out. Xiaochuo, a taciturn guy, expressed his thanks with his eyes, and then followed suit. What about you, why don't you go? Fischer looked at the last Pam who was motionless and had no intention of following, and asked strangely. I don't want to go, I want to stay by Fischer's side. When Fischer asked, Pam suddenly became a little nervous, rubbing his hands, lowering his head and saying shyly, his cheeks were blushing. Well, this guy really has his eye on me. Seeing Pang like this, Fischer curled his lips. The hardest thing to bear is the grace of a beauty. Fischer didn't want to disappoint the beauty, but Pam's personality was a bit paranoid. Although he was better than Shiapoof, he was still a problem. Fischer, can I join the Zoldyck family and join you under your command? Just when Fischer was thinking about the situation of Pang, Pang asked. Hey? You want to join me? Fischer was slightly taken aback. He hadn't thought of that. Well, I asked Sister Maki before. Sister Maki said that if you want to stay by Fischer's side, you must join Fischer's direct subordinate steward force, so I. Hearing Pam's undisguised expression of love, the corners of Fischer's eyes twitched slightly. This is a problem. Do you want to make this guy a kinsman? But this guy's personality is a bit paranoid, much more troublesome than Gon's guy. Gon's guy is an occasional seizure type, but this guy is a normal seizure type enhancer. I don't know if there will be any trouble after joining. Fischer didn't answer directly, but got into a tangle. However, at this moment, Fischer noticed that a message appeared in the chat channel, which belonged to Dad Silva. Fischer couldn't help watching, and then, the corners of Fischer's eyes twitched. Dad, this is. Chapter 175. This Ant King hasn't been born yet, so he was reserved by two people one after another. Looking at Silva's message, Fischer said with a wry smile. Dad Silva's information is really beyond Fischer's expectations. Because Dad Silva actually said that he was going to fight the Ant King who was about to be born. How to fight this? Although Dad Silva's strength has become much stronger, but he has not yet reached the strength to fight alone with the Ant King's personal guards. It takes two people to work together to deal with Menthuthweopi. In this case, fight with the Ant King? Isn't that looking for abuse? Dad is not such a reckless person, so there is only one reason. Dad has evolved again from the Battle of Menthuthweopi, and his strength has become stronger again. That's why I made this kind of request. Although he was surprised by Dad Silva's sudden request, Fischer didn't think Dad was messing around, because Dad Silva was never a willful person, and there must be a reason for doing this. Yes, and Fischer guessed the reason. It seems that the evolution obtained from Menthuthweopi is beyond imagination to make an old woman like Dad make such a request. Taking a deep breath, Fischer murmured. Fischer? Is it okay? At this moment, Pam on the side spoke again. Will you become my family member? This. Okay. Hearing Pang's questioning, Fischer was still a little tangled, but suddenly thought of Pang's ability, and directly agreed. Pamsnan, like Paknatan, has a strong role in intelligence. Great! Upon getting the answer he wanted, Pam suddenly collapsed in excitement, and quickly hugged Fischer's neck with his whole body. However, the next moment, Pam became shy, and quickly returned to his original position, saying shyly, "Sorry, I was too excited just now." "It's okay, no problem. Next, let me describe the grace to you first. This is a necessary ceremony to become my family member. Then I will go to my father's side. Do you want to come with me?" Fischer waved his hand casually, indicating that it's okay, and then asked one sound. "Fischer's father." Pam was taken aback when he heard the words. Inhui was not heard at all. There was only one sentence in his mind, and another word popped up. Father-in-law? See parents? As soon as this idea came out, a puff of white smoke popped out of Pang Mu's forehead, and he became dizzy. What's the matter with you?" Fischer didn't know what kind of crap Pang's inner drama was at this time, so he was a little scared by Pang's sudden change. "No, nothing. Fischer, please give me a picture of Grace, and then we will go to see your father-in-law. Oh no, meet your father, Fischer." After being so regretted by Fischer, Pam quickly came back to his senses, and said shyly, but when he got excited, he slipped the tongue, hastily changed his mind. However, Pam slipped his tongue, but Fischer will not miss it. After hearing Pam's words just now, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Enhancer's concept of love is also too strong. Although I know you like me, but now I call Daddy Silva father-in-law. I don't even have a horoscope yet, should I do this? However, speechless, Fischer still gave Pam a favor. Seeing the shy Pam showing his back, Fischer quickly drew. In less than 2 minutes, and Huey's portrayal was completed. The familiar system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a new faction member and getting a check-in reward once. May I ask the host if you want to sign in? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from Pam Siberia, a member of the faction, and the host for getting everyone in the skull crystal ball. Sure enough, Menchi is still at the bottom of the crane. Okay, put on your clothes. Fischer said lightly, and then immersed himself in the system. System, sign in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Power of the Sea, Pam Siberia Special Edition. The Power of the Sea. What is this again? Hearing the system's prompt, and because the reward this time has no explanation, Fischer, who doesn't know what this ability is, can't help but frowned. However, frowning is frowning, Fischer still gave Pam this ability. What a powerful force! I feel that I can control the entire sea and all kinds of creatures in the sea. After obtaining the Power of the Sea, Pam said excitedly after feeling Jufan. Hey, control the sea and control the creatures in the sea. The sea is such a powerful force in a broad sense. 0. Well, as long as I continue to develop, then as long as it is the sea, I can control it, and sea creatures, I can control it. However, I need to continuously improve my sea power. Pam nodded repeatedly and explained. Well, good calendar. Now I'm going to teleport to Dad. Put your hand on my shoulder and I'll take you there. Fischer nodded, gave some words of encouragement, and then went to find Dad. Ah, yes, Fischer. Hearing that, Pam's eyes lit up immediately, and then he came behind Fischer, wrapping his hands around Fischer's neck. I just ask you to put your hand on my shoulder, what are you doing? Fischer was speechless. Can't you? Pang asked timidly. Forget it, it's okay. Hearing these timid words, Fischer's mouth twitched, and without saying anything, he directly activated the magic flash and teleported to where his father Xi Dian was. 00. Since Dad Silva is free to send himself a message, there should be no battle, so Fischer is not afraid of getting punched when teleporting there. Are you taking in another direct butler? Fischer heard Dad Silva's words just after the transmission came. Yes, this is Pam Siberia, and he will be one of my direct housekeepers from now on. Fischer was stunned for a moment, and introduced to his father Silva. Hello, father-in-law, no, hello, Master Silva. Seeing Silva, Pam quickly let go of Fischer's neck, stood beside Fischer, and greeted the table politely. However, this guy doesn't know if it was on purpose or on purpose. Silva. Indeed, Fischer, you have also reached this age, let's spread the branches and leaves of the Zoldyck family as soon as possible. Hearing Pam's words, Silva looked between Fischer and Pam, and then said earnestly. Dad, how old am I? Dad Silva's words made Fischer's eyes twitch and he roared loudly. Damn, how old am I, it's just me. Also, I didn't expect Dad, you are a serious guy, and a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes can actually make jokes. As for Pam, after hearing Silva's words, his cheeks involuntarily flushed twice. Yes, my lord. Don't make any more trouble. Yes, shall. Chapter 176. You evolved again. Back on track, Fischer asked his father Silva. Originally, I wanted to fight all the 3 guards of the Ant King, and get enough nutrients from them to evolve myself. But the last guard has been killed by you, so I'm going to fight the soon-to-be-born Ant King. Silva nodded and expressed his thoughts. Do you think I can take the Ant King as my opponent? After expressing his thoughts, Silva asked Fischer for his opinion. Explode your strongest display capacity, and let me see how strong your display capacity is, so I can estimate it. By the way, give me a punch and see how strong your physique is now. Fischer materialized the detection phone and said to Silva. Silva didn't answer, but condensed the most powerful energy he could release directly from the injury. In an instant, a bullet with a height of several meters emerged in Silva's hands, and a powerful aura continued to emanate from the 993 air bullet. It's so strong. Pang Mu said in shock. But Fischer didn't show any surprise at all, and just silently detected Silva's display capacity. The potential is 900,000, it really has evolved. So, what is the limit of showing capacity? 200,000, about 4 floors of potential capacity? Dad, is this guy so powerful? You know, Dad's previous potential capacity was only over 400,000. It seems that as his physique gets stronger, Dad's display capacity also increases. The display of this intensity has reached the standard. Then the next step is Dad's physique. If the physique is up to the standard, then you can rest assured that Dad will fight with the Ant King. This is very important to Dad. With the power of evolution, as long as you fight against the Ant King to trigger the evolution of the power of evolution, then Dad's strength will definitely increase again. Maybe it can be compared to me after it evolves again. How? Seeing Fischer's pensive look, Silva asked. It's enough to show that you have enough strength, Then next, Dad, give me a punch, don't use Niankai, let me see if your physique is strong enough, this is my judgment. Forget it, Dad, you now go to the ant nest with Grandpa, I will take over this big fool. Fischer said lightly, but in the middle of speaking, Fischer suddenly changed his mind and asked Silva to go to the ant nest with Grandpa Gino. Hey? The Ant King was born. Silva was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then quickly reacted. They signed a contract with the Ant King's 3 guards before, and they could not go to the ant nest until the Ant King was born. But now Fischer is letting himself go there. Although he didn't know how Fischer knew, Silva knew that Fischer would never harm herself. Well, the Ant King was born. Fischer nodded and confirmed. Just now, Fischer was talking to Silva, but the system's long-lost sign-in trigger sound sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that Miruem, the king of chimeric ants, has been born, and the sign-in has been triggered. Please go to the ant nest to contact the king of ants to sign in. This is the reason for the sudden change in Fischer's discourse. The Ant King is born, so you can't dawdle any longer. We must subdue the 2 guards first, and then go to the Ant King. As for how to hold back the king of ants and let the ants run around, I will leave it to my father and grandpa, and I will return it to True. Anyway, Dad wants to fight against the Ant King, so let him do it. Although I don't know if my father's physique is strong enough to deal with the attack of the Ant King, but with his grandfather Genio who can fight Menthuthweopi to a tie by himself, there should be no accidents between the two. After getting a definite answer, Silva didn't hesitate at all, and shouted directly to Gino who was fighting Dahanan Menthuthweopi in the sky. Dad, it's exchanged. As soon as Silva's voice fell, Fischer also shot up into the sky. And the huge green dragon transformed by Gino also fell down, passing Fischer. Fischer, I'll leave this guy to you. Grandpa Gino confessed as he passed by. In the sky, as soon as Gino left, Menthuthweopi couldn't wait to rush out in the direction of the ant nest. However, not long after flying out, Menthuthweopi flew back at a faster speed. Are you by Mao? In mid-air, with 4 horseshoes rubbing against the air, Yopi stopped after flying upside down for tens of meters, looking at Fischer with blood on the corner of his mouth, and then said, Fischer, who was about to say something, froze when he heard Menthuthweopi's words, and then his face quickly darkened. Without saying a word, Fischer turned into lightning and rushed towards Menthuthweopi. Boom! Fischer's speed was so fast that Menthuthweopi had no time to react, and he was thrown flying out of the way. However, the next second, Fischer appeared behind Menthuthweopi who was flying upside down, and kicked Menthuthweopi again. Immediately afterwards, Fischer reappeared and kicked out again. Menthuthweopi flew out again. In the sky, Fischer's figure flickered continuously, and Menthuthweopi turned into an afterimage like a volleyball, constantly catapulting in the air. Under the erosion of Fischer's lightning, it was difficult for Menthuthweopi to move, but it couldn't stop Fischer's attack at all, and the whole person was constantly hit by Fischer in mid-air. Gino, who had just come down and was about to say something, was slightly taken aback when he saw this scene, and a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. When did the old man's grandson become so violent? Dad, I'll leave this place to Fischer. Let's go to the ant nest, and the Ant King was born. However, Silva didn't want to waste time here, and directly invited Gino to understand. Is the Ant King born? Then let's go there now, don't let that old guy Netero get there first. Gino also reacted after hearing this, and said hastily. After the words were closed, Gino released the Dragon Star group directly, and the two flew towards the direction of the ant nest on the Dragon Star group. Gino also knows Silva's ability now, fight against powerful enemies, obtain the resources of his own evolution from the enemies, and make himself stronger. So it's best to fight the Ant King before Netero. First come first served. On the other side, Neferpitu, who was fighting with Karapika and the others, also sensed the existence of the Ant King at this time, abandoned Kurapika and the others without hesitation, and rushed out towards the ant nest. A huge impact spread under its feet, waking up Netero, who was recuperating. It seems that the Ant King was born. Netero said, slowly looking at the direction of the ant nest, then stood up and rushed towards the direction of the ant nest. What to do? Shall we go there? On the battlefield, the four of 3.6 Kurapika looked at each other, and then Menchi asked. If we don't pass, the guards are so powerful, and the Ant King will be even more terrifying. With our strength, it will become a burden if we pass. Kurapika said calmly, vetoing it. You can go there, but it's better to stay away and use a telescope to observe. Crook has a different opinion. That's okay. Guy Lu agreed. That's quite possible. Hearing this, Kurapika was silent for a moment, agreeing with Crook's opinion. Then let's do that. At the same time, in the ant nest, where the Chimera Ant Queen is located, broke out from the abdomen of the Chimera Ant Queen, and the Ant Queen who was born in this world ahead of time was currently gnawing on a stump. However, the next moment, the Ant King threw away the stump in his hand, and said lightly. It's so unpalatable. Then, the Ant King stepped out and slowly walked towards the passage. Chapter 177. Neferpitu's speed is very fast, even Geno's Dragon Star group is not as fast as this guy. Neferpitu was the first to arrive here in the ant nest, the gathering place of wind and clouds. As soon as he returned to the scene, Neferpitu quickly walked into the ant nest. However, not long after entering the ant nest, Neferpitu met the Ant King, who was walking outside. My lord, Neferpitu, the personal guard, is reporting to you. Seeing the Ant King, Neferpitu immediately knelt down on one knee, put one hand on his chest, and said respectfully. Are you my bodyguard? I remember meeting another one when I was in that guy's stomach. Where's that guy? The Ant King was not surprised by Neferpitu's attitude and asked. As early as when Shiapuf went to discuss with Chimera Ant Queen, the Ant King in Chimera Ant Queen's stomach already knew the existence of the pro guards. Pufu is probably in danger. Neferpitu's face changed when he heard the words, and he replied in a low tone. She can no longer feel the breath of Shiapuf 09 at all. In this case, the probability of Shiapuf's death is very high. Did you fall while fighting the enemy? It seems that the enemy is very strong. The Ant King said lightly, and then stepped forward, stepping over Neferpitu's side. The Ant King knew very well that Shiapuf's strength would definitely not be too weak if he could become the guard of his personal guards. If he could kill Shiapuf, then the strength of the enemy could be seen. Seeing Wang was about to leave the ant nest, Neferpitu hurriedly followed. How many enemies are there and how strong are they? King Miruem asked while walking. Yes, King. There are many enemies outside, they can restrain our 3 guards, and there is even one who can easily kill one of our 3 guards. The name is Fischer, and its purpose is to King Yu. That guy was able to enter the ant's nest so that the king was born early, but in order for you, the king, to be born smoothly, he specially signed a contract with us, and he will not enter the ant's nest before you, the king, are born. In contrast, the people brought by the 3rd guard must follow it. Our 3 guards were restrained by the humans they brought. Shiapuf should have been killed by this person. Neferpitu reported seriously. That was all she knew. Come here for me, interesting. 3 guards, Shiapuf is dead, where is the other one? Hearing that someone came here specially for him, a cruel smile appeared on the face of the Ant King, and the evil aura surged violently all over his body. However, the next moment, the Ant King calmed down and asked another of the 3 guards. Yes, the other is Menthuthweopi. Menthuthweopi should be the same as his subordinates. He must have sensed the birth of the king. Can't he come here now? He must have been stopped. My subordinates estimate that Menthuthweopi is as bad as Shiapuf. Neferpitu replied. Really? Hearing the words, the Ant King said with a blank expression. He didn't feel surprised or angry at all, and he continued to walk. That is to say, you will be the only one left in my guard all of a sudden. I feel 3 powerful auras coming towards me outside. Are they the enemies you speak of? Yes, the king dares to rush here after he was born. He is definitely not weak. Please be careful, king. Neferpitou advised very cautiously. However, the next moment, with a crackling sound, Neferpitou's body tilted to one side, and the Ant King's tail swayed behind his back. Obviously, Neferpitou's current appearance is caused by this tail. Do you think I will be hurt by those guys outside? Kong asked with a gloomy face when the Ant King turned his head. No, my subordinates dare not. Neferpitou hurriedly turned around, knelt down on one knee, and bowed his head respectfully. Taking a cold look at Neferpitou, the Ant King Miruem turned around again, and walked forward again. Neferpitou hurried to follow. Speaking of which, Peter, your strength is quite strong. The blow I just made was intended to kill you. It deserves praise. It's really shameful. Neferpitou replied hastily. But at this time, outside, Netero, Silva, and Gino have already gathered here. Just as the Ant King can sense that Netero and others are approaching, the 3 Neteros can also sense that the Ant King and Neferpitou are going outside and coming towards them. The 3 of them are now ready to fight. Is that Fischer blocking another Chimera guard? Netero asked Gino while guarding the exit of the ant nest. Well, I don't know what Fischer thinks. Gino nodded and replied. Gino knew that the main purpose of Fischer's coming here was to be the king of the chimeric ants, but now that the king was born, Fischer didn't come here immediately, instead he let them come here. This made Gino very puzzled. Most of what this kid does is unpredictable. Netero scratched his head, feeling very helpless. Be careful, it's coming out. At this moment, Silva spoke, and the vigilance of the whole person instantly rose, and every cell in his body entered a state of alert. It's so strong, it makes me tremble all over. Silva's paralyzed face has changed at this time, and he is very excited. Indeed, is this the breath of the Ant King? Gino was also excited at this time, showing a weird smile. Hey, let's say it first, the Ant King will be handed over to the old man. This is what Fischer discussed with the old man. Seeing that Gino and Silva have both entered the 323 alert state and can enter the combat state at any time, Netero also understands, the 2 came for the Ant King, and they hurriedly said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice appeared in front of him, and a strange arm with only 4 fingers grabbed Netero's face. Have you treated me as a commodity that can be transferred at will? I can't ignore it. The attack in his hand was fiercely aimed at Netero's face, and he wanted to take off Netero's head with one blow. Thinking calmly. However, just when the Ant King felt that this attack had become a settlement and his attack would be 100% effective, the Ant King directly turned into an afterimage and burst out. A huge golden palm appeared on the spot, and behind Netero also appeared a huge Guanyin Buddha statue, Beishi Guanyin. Hey, it was almost over. Netero said with lingering fear. And the Ant King, in the inverted flight, huddled into a ball and flew upside down several times, then stopped in the air, and slowly fell to the ground. I can't help it, let's leave it to Netero first. Seeing this scene, Gino also knew that the battle between Netero and the Ant King had already started, so he said helplessly. I know. Silva responded lightly, but then fixed his eyes on Neferpitou. Gino, Silva, I will leave the Catwoman to you. At this moment, Netero's voice came. Chapter 178. Seeing the Ant King being slapped flying by Netero, Neferpitou rushed over without thinking. However, even though Neferpitou's speed was terrifying, he still couldn't reach Netero's attack range. As soon as he rushed out, Neferpitou was attacked by 2 powerful attacks, and he flew out directly. Gino and Silva followed without saying a word. I see. It seems that what Peter said is correct. There are indeed powerful experts among you humans. At this time, the Ant King who had just landed also saw this scene, and couldn't help but give a compliment. However, the next moment, the Ant King turned into an afterimage and rushed out again, attacking Netero. After all, the newly born Ant King has nothing but a brutal personality. The Ant King at this time is not the one who grew up after absorbing human knowledge after occupying East Godot. Now the Ant King has only one thought in his heart, and that is to defeat the enemy in front of him. There is a lot of energy in the body, it is a delicious food. This is the inner thought of the Ant King at this time. Ant King Miruem now sees Netero as he sees a piece of food. A delicious meal. A food he had been looking forward to since he was in the womb. That delicious food you can't get enough of. With excited and cruel eyes, the fighting spirit on Ant King is extremely passionate. Seeing the Ant King rushing towards him without hesitation, Netero frowned slightly, and slowly started praying gestures. It's like an irrational beast. Although it's powerful, it doesn't know how to think, it only has instinct. Baishi Avalakai Tesvara's attack punched out, Netero thought a little disappointed. Netero could tell at a glance that the Ant King at this time is a wild beast, only attacking with brute force, only instinct without any thinking about how to attack the enemy can achieve the best results. On the other side, when Netero and Ant King and Neferpitu fought against each other, on Fischer's side, Menthuthweopi had already escaped from Fischer's attack, and fought Fischer with injuries all over his body. At this time, Menthuthweopi had no idea of going to find his king after enduring the series of stormy bombings by Fischer just now. At this time, Menthuthweopi's inner thoughts were unprecedentedly consistent with Shipuff's before. That is to kill the existence of Fischer who would threaten the king, so that the king will not be threatened by any, and he will not hesitate to sacrifice his life for this. That's his job. Therefore, Menthuthweopi at this time has already started the fighting method of destroying 1000 and killing 800 enemies like Shiapuf before. Even Fischer suffered a lot from that desperate attack. This guy's ability is a bit like the 0 and 10th blade Yami in Shinigami, the more angry he is, the stronger the explosive power will be. With Menthuthweopi's attack has been able to break his defense. You know, when fighting against a melee enemy like Menthuthweopi, Fischer has always used Enhancer Domineering to attack and defend, but he didn't expect it to be broken. This guy's current attack power should be comparable to that of the Ant King when he was just born. Looking at the Menthuthweopi attacking with a ferocious expression, Fischer thought lightly. Then, a thunderbolt blasted over. Although he really wanted to engage in close combat with this guy to improve his combat ability, but now that the Ant King had been born, he didn't have much time to waste here. It's best to do both. Menthuthweopi who had just rushed over was directly struck by Fischer's lightning in the attacking state, and his body was even more scorched, but it did not slow down his attack speed at all, on the contrary, his speed was even faster, and he appeared in the blink of an eye. In front of Fischer, the transformed sickle in his hand slashed down on Fischer condescendingly. Fischer reached out and easily blocked it. However, at the next moment, the huge face-shaped arm on Menthuthweopi's other arm suddenly exploded with terrifying energy, directly flowing along its body into the arm with the sickle, a terrifying slash it burst out from the place where the two attacked. At the same time, the dark purple lightning also erupted in Fischer's hands. The violent explosion resounded through the sky, and the flames shot up into the sky. Two figures rushed out of the flames one by one, each with different injuries. There was a huge gap in the abdomen of Menthuthweopi's body, and its strong recovery force made the flesh and blood in the wound squirm continuously, recovering from the injury at the fastest speed. The same is true for Fischer, who also suffered injuries. A huge slash wound appeared on Fischer's hand, blood was flowing, but it returned to its original shape under the emerald green light in less than 2 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Above, after Menthuthweopi rushed out of the flames, he didn't care about the wounds on his body at all, his eyes glowed red, and he laughed loudly. Stepping on the air with 4 horseshoes and holding his weapon high, he rushed towards Fischer again. Fischer looked indifferent, pointed at Menthuthweopi with one hand and pinched it. A huge thunder burst from behind Menthuthweopi, took advantage of the trend, and directly covered Menthuthweopi's body. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge wound appeared on Menthuthweopi's back again. However, it was also because of the huge impact of the explosion that Mengtu, Nyohaozhao, 2 Yupi had already appeared in front of Fischer under this impact, ignoring the reappearing wounds on his body, wrapped in prison air. The living sickle was chopped down again with a slash. However, this time, in the face of Menthuthweopi's attack, Fischer did not use his fleshy palm to receive the attack again. Instead, a light flashed in his hand, and the natural teeth appeared in it, and then he waved it out lightly. Laugh! The space was torn apart, and Menthuthweopi's attack was directly sucked in by the Ming Dao that appeared. This made Menthuthweopi a little confused during the attack, and the scarlet eyes couldn't hide the huge question mark in his heart at this time. What kind of attack is this? While Menthuthweopi was in a daze, Fischer's hand was already wide open and pressed on Menthuthweopi's head, and the next moment, the thunder burst. Boom! Chapter 179. Boom! 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 A steady stream of thunderbolts fell from the thunderclouds that gathered in the sky at unknown times, and bombarded Fischer and Yupi. The 2 of them were completely surrounded by lightning, forming a huge thunder ball. Hateful! Why are you okay? In the thunder ball, Yupin's scarlet eyes had returned to their original form, and he was roaring and questioning Fischer amidst the thunder bombardment. Even when he was just born, Yupi knew that thunder, a terrifying force in nature, was beyond the reach of human beings. But now, this fellow Fischer has mastered the power of thunder in nature. I struggled to maintain myself in the constant bombardment of the thunder, and the mind energy in my body was constantly consumed, passing away like running water. But this guy in front of him not only didn't suffer any harm in the thunder, but also seemed to be as free as a fish in water. The thunder's attack at this time is different from when Fischer used Yupi as a volleyball bat. When playing Yupi like a volleyball before, although the thunder force released by Fischer is powerful, it is nothing to deal with Yupi's very powerful chimeric ant guards, and can only paralyze himself at most. In that case, Yupi can still break free from this bondage. But this time the thunder is the thunder that Fischer and Yupi fought for half an hour and 597 in the sky. It not only has Fischer's own thundering power, but also the nature gathered by Fischer using the thundering power in nature. Thunder. Its power is so terrifying that even Menthuthweopi can only stare blankly and be restrained by the thunder, and then be bombarded continuously, consuming the thought energy in his body. Therefore, Yupi, who knows how terrifying the power of these thunders is, sees Fischer who, like the son of thunder, has not suffered any harm in the thunders, but is rewarded by the thunders from time to time, so his heart is so unbalanced. Sorry, I'm in a hurry now. If it was before, I would have fought you legitimately, but now, let me use this kind of dirty method to defeat you. Facing Yupi's anger, Fischer did not hesitate at all. The reaction was extremely calm. For Fischer, facing a melee powerhouse like Yupi, using melee to fight is a respect for Yupi, and using this method of consuming Yupi's energy to defeat Yupi it seemed a little underwhelming. However, the next 3 things belong to the next 3 things, but Fischer doesn't care much. It doesn't matter whether a cat is black or white, as long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. No matter what the move is, it is a good move if it can achieve the desired purpose. In this situation, if you don't use this move to deal with Yupi, as before, it will take at least 2 or 3 hours to defeat Yupi. This guy is stronger than the previous Shiapoof, and the power of his anger makes his own power constantly stronger. Fischer doesn't have that much time to waste right now. After seriously injuring this big guy, Fischer will use twisting force to subdue this guy, and it will take a lot of time. After such a long time, who knows if there will be any moths on the Ant King's side. And using this move of tying Yuppie and then continuously using powerful thunder to consume Yuppie's own strength is the best way at present. Damn it! Facing the continuous thunderbolts bombarding him, the powerful thunder force not only hurt him, but also stimulated him all the time, making him fall into a sober state. Yuppie is now even angry, can't get angry, can't increase strength to break the shackles of thunder, can only bear it passively, roaring loudly, impotent and furious. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The mind energy on Yuppie's body has been consumed to the point that there is not much left, and the whole person has completely turned into a charred appearance, with less intake and more output. This means that Yuppie has been defeated by Fischer using consumption. Sad, hurry up, I don't know what's going on over there. I always feel that Netero's aura is slowly getting weaker. After glancing at the direction exuding the aura of Netero and the Ant King, Fischer looked away, looked at Yuppie and murmured in a low voice. Immediately, Fischer stretched out his hand. The power of 10 spirals, a J, fell on the charred Yuppie. Fischer. Fail. Faced with this result, Fischer will not show any anger now. My face is dark, I know, I accept my fate, let's do it. Not paying attention to this, the twisting force fell again. 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 5 minutes passed, Fischer's face turned from black to white. If it doesn't work again, I doubt that the Ant King's guards will be irreversible. Hearing the system prompt in his head, Fischer muttered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a new faction member and getting a check-in reward once. May I ask the host if you want to sign in? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the ability feedback from the faction member Menthuthwiupi. The host gotten an anger. Anger, when angry, it can make the host's potential energy and manifest energy skyrocket by 3 layers. Hey, is there finally an ability with an introduction? Looking at the introduction of the newly acquired ability in his mind, Fischer secretly complained. However, immediately Fischer temporarily put these aside. It is more important to save lives first. This guy Yuppie, if he doesn't treat him, Fischer is worried that this guy will burp if he doesn't make it through. If he really hiccuped, he would be at a loss. Where can I find another one with such a powerful hand? Without words, life healing order covered Yuppie's body. Maybe it's because Yuppie has completely become a candle in the wind, really on the verge of death, and one foot has stepped into the gate of hell. This time it took 15 seconds to treat Yuppie to bring this guy out of the gate of hell. Come out! However, even so, the injuries on his body still did not recover immediately. Life Healing Nun is constantly restoring Yuppie's exhausted organs. Master Fischer, thank you. Although Yuppie has not fully recovered, Yuppie has regained consciousness. Feeling the warm breath on the body, Yuppie thanked aloud. You are my subordinate now, needless to say this. Fischer said with a faint smile. Afterwards, Fischer split his mind and began to sign in with Yuppie's ability. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ant King Miruemnan Swallow, Menthuthwiupi Special Edition. Nun of the Ant King. Hearing the system's prompt, Fischer seemed a little surprised. This thing is very scary. Being able to turn all the thoughts of Nun into his own use is much more terrifying than Shizuku's ability to suck fruit. Shizuku needs to kill the enemy himself before he can absorb the Nian Qi on his corpse, and this can only absorb about 1/5 of it. The Nun of the Ant King is different. This thing can get all the thoughts as long as it swallows it, and make it completely its own. Chapter 180. It seems that you have to make 3 chapters with UPI. This devouring Nun can only be used on other creatures, absolutely not on humans. Looking at the introduction of the system, Fischer muttered silently in his heart, and then gave the devouring Nun to Yuppie. Sada, there are 30 ways left, and I don't know if I can subdue Neferpitu, if not, I have to give up. Fischer murmured, looking at another direction where the breath of Neferpitou and his father and grandfather came from. Yuppie, you go with Dad, defeat Peter, and then bring to me. Don't kill Peter, understand? Fischer ordered to Yuppie, who had fully recovered. Yes, Lord Fischer. Yuppie replied in a low voice, then spread out 2 pairs of fleshy wings, and flew towards the direction where Dad and the others were. 30 twisting forces. If Neferpitou cannot be subdued, then it can only be solved by Shizuku or Yuppie. However, who is better to give it to is a difficult problem. No, this kind of thing has already been decided. If Neferpitou can't subdue it, then give it to Shizuku. After defeating, kill the Ant King Miruem and then give the Ant King to Yuppie to dispose of. In this way, one will not favor one over another, and the rain and dew can be shared. Ant King, this guy Fischer is not going to leave it to anyone. Defeating, or even killing the Ant King is the key to the improvement of Fischer's favor, a great achievement that Fischer must obtain, and it is related to the further improvement of Fischer's strength. Fischer will not give in when it comes to improving his strength. Sada, let's renew the grace first. Fischer murmured in a low voice, and Fischer didn't rush to the place where the Ant King and Netero were at the first time, but sat down cross-legged, and began to renew the grace for himself. Gaze. It needs to improve its strength. Fischer Zoldyck. LV.6. Power, C653 SSS 1999. Durability, D525 SSS 1999. Smart, B726 SSS 1999. Agility, B715 SSS 1999. Magic, C625 S958. Development ability, Life A, Swordsman B, Killer C, Magic C, Thunder E. Magic. Blink, instantly move. You can move to the marked place without singing, and it will consume a lot of magic power. Skill. Nen, the ability to manipulate life energy, freely manipulate the life energy emitted from the body to form a powerful ability. 3-color domineering, the domineering color of the king, the domineering color of the armed, and the domineering color of knowledge. Sure enough, after the fierce fight with Shiapoof and Menthuthweopi, my favor value has reached the limit of the current stage. Only enough great achievements are left to upgrade. However, after defeating the 3 guards of the Ant King, the great achievement points required for leveling up are not enough, which is both beyond my expectation and within my expectations. Fischer murmured softly as he watched the changes in the favor values on the parchment. Road. What kind of earth-shattering things need to be done, or what kind of terrifying enemies must be defeated to get the next level of greatness? It's really a happy trouble. Throwing the parchment in his hand into the system space, Fischer jumped lightly, the whole person soared into the air, and flashed in the direction of Netero. Hey, Dad is rushing here too. Alright, that guy Netero's aura is gradually weakening. It is estimated that he has consumed too much energy. Let Dad fight the Ant King first, and see if he can trigger evolution again. In midair, Fischer galloped, feeling seeing the breath of his father Silva. He left the previous battlefield and rushed towards the same destination as himself, thinking silently. And just as Fischer was rushing towards Netero, Kurapika and others were on the side. Although it has been upgraded and its strength has become much stronger, we still cannot participate in this level of battle with our strength. On the rocky mountain, Kurapika sat on the rock, using a telescope to watch the battle between Netero and the Ant King Miruem, and said sighed. Indeed, we seem to have fallen behind too much. Crook said unwillingly. She wanted to refute, but found that what Kurapika said was really correct. Guy Lu and Menchi also showed unwilling faces at this time. After going through Shiapoof and Neferpitou, 2 enemies. Whether it is Kurapika, Menchi, or Crook and Gallo are all upgraded. After 2 fights with Shiapoof and a couple of hours with Neferpitou, Kurapika's favor stats were updated to the limit of S rank again and upgraded again. The upgrade of Inhui represents another improvement of Kurapika in all aspects, and another surge in strength. 0. Coming to NGL, although Kurapika's harvest is not as much as that of Silva, Gino, and Shizuku, it is also the first after the three. If Fischer were here at this time, to detect Kurapika's potential strength, he would definitely feel the unreasonableness of Inhui's upgrade. Because Kurapika's mind capacity at this time has surpassed Gino, who has not become Fischer's family, reaching 500,000. Ngai Lu and Crook also rose 2 levels in a row. However, the two of them have just upgraded from 4.2 to 4.4, and the harvest of Kurapika is less, but not too much. In addition to the strengthening of all aspects of physical fitness, the value of mental energy has also reached about 430,000 and 450,000 respectively. This is just the improvement of the Nen aspect of the two, and the poisonous fruit ability and the strength of the fairy body of the two are not included in it. As for Menchi, this guy was promoted to level 5 just like Kurapika, but don't get me wrong, this guy Menchi was already at level 4 before coming to NGL, and Inhui has only been promoted to a level after coming here. However, its strength is almost the same as Kurapika. No, it should be said that generally speaking, the strengths of the four are almost the same. The strength of Menchi and Kurapika is calculated by Nen. However, Crook and Gai Lu still have the power of immortal body and poisonous fruit, which is not counted. If counted, the strength of the four people is not much different. It is estimated that now a group of 2 people can fight against one of the 3 major guards of the Ant King. However, even so, the 4 of them were still not qualified to face the Ant King. As for the others, like Killua and Maki, it can only be said that the 6 of them were born at the wrong time. If they were 1 or 2 levels stronger, Fischer would have arranged for them to fight against the Ant King's 3 guards. It's a pity that the strength of the few of them is still too bad, and they are not qualified to participate in this level of battle. Shizuku is even more of a pity. The potential aura is enough, but the display aura that exerts attack power and defense power is not enough to support her to join this level of battle. I really envy you, Kurapika, Menchi. Gon said enviously. No way, this timing is too unfriendly to us. Killua on the side said helplessly. Chapter 181. Both Killua and Gon are very envious of the 4 of Kurapika, and at the same time feel helpless. Can fight against the 3 guards and develop their own potential. If they are stronger and can join, then they don't have to just stare and envy them now. Well, there is no way to be envious, so let's go and observe and improve our knowledge. As a result, they hadn't run far, and before they reached the battlefield was disbanded, and Dad and the others changed the battlefield again. Fortunately, my brother Fischer took over that place, but not long after arriving there, a thunderstorm started, and from afar, there was only a huge thunderstorm left on the battlefield. It's not bad. What? Learn what? Killua and Gon had no choice but to leave Fischer and Yuppie's side with Pam, and came back here to join everyone. No need to be envious, Killua, Gon, your talents are very strong, and you will soon catch up with us. I am very sure of this 490 point, there is no doubt about it. Hearing what the two said, Kurapika smiled slightly, encouraged. This is not empty talk, but the truth. Both Killua and Gon are very talented and possess the existence of grace, and the speed at which they improve their strength is absolutely fast. To put it bluntly, favor is to develop a person's potential. And human potential is limitless, he knows that very well. It's just that a person's talent and aptitude limit his potential and limit his room for improvement. Without sufficient talent and qualifications, a person's potential cannot be developed. Talent and aptitude determine a person's future height. The better your talent, the higher your potential for development, the stronger your strength, and the stronger your improvement in other aspects. Just like those who are Nen, when a person with strong talent and aptitude practices Nen, the improvement of Nen Chi will gradually increase, and there is no limit at all. In this regard, Killua and Gon are typical representatives. The two people's gains from 1 year's practice are stronger than those of those men with weak natural aptitude who have practiced for several years. This is because the natural aptitude of the two is stronger than others. Those people with weak talents and aptitudes can improve their thoughts at a speed like a turtle, which cannot be compared with those with strong talents and aptitudes. The grace of God is to develop the potential of human beings. Fighting against a powerful existence, thereby drawing out the potential of the individual. After the battle is over, update the value in time, and this potential will be solidified, and then turned into its own strength. It is because of this that they can improve their strength so quickly. The grace of God draws out their potential when they fight against the strong, and transforms it into their strength. Of course I know this, but it doesn't stop me from being envious of you. Killua pouted and said. Yes, yes. Gon chimed in. Kurapika choked on these words and didn't know what to say. Fischer is here. At this moment, Shizuku, who had been watching the battlefield with binoculars, suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, the jitters pointed their telescopes at the battlefield where Netero was. Sure enough, there was an extra figure not far from the battlefield. It was Fischer. At this time, Fischer was standing on a rocky mountain, quietly looking at the two players who were playing volleyball. Not long after Wang watched it, Fischer noticed something that surprised Fischer but made sense. That is, the Ant King is constantly growing during the battle. Netero, as the party concerned, is very clear about this point. Although the Ant King seems to be being attacked by himself all the time, and he can't dodge every blow, his action chart has gradually changed from a messy beast without any fighting intelligence at the beginning. Did you see the flaws in the old man's 100 styles of Avalokitesvara so quickly? And calmed down, and started to fight back against my 100 style of Avalokitesvara. The fighting instinct is really terrifying, and the intelligence is very high. You really deserve to be an Ant King. Looking at the Ant King who is jumping up and down, constantly changing the attacking direction, and constantly trying to find his own tiny flaws, Netero expressed respect. In other words, the disappointment just now is gone. At this time, Netero is full of expectations for the Ant King. Of course. Among the three guards, apart from Yuppie, who has no human genes, the other two guards are all extremely intelligent and very powerful. As their king, how could the Ant King be inferior in this respect, completely surpassing the two guards? It's just that it didn't show at the beginning. Now it has been gradually revealed in the battle. When Netero had a sense of anticipation for the battle with the Ant King, Fischer standing on the distant rocky mountain was also thinking about it at this time. The Ant King, Neferpitu, and Shiapoof, one of the three guards, these three existences with human genes are all powerful human genes gathered. There is no ordinary person, no matter in body or spirit. Even now as an enemy, Fischer admires him. Although the Ant King looks like he still has a cruel personality, he has already shown the powerful wisdom possessed by the human genes in his body. If one wants to find flaws in Netero's 100 style of Avalokitesvara, which has been tempered for decades, chimeric ants with only beast genes can't do it. At least when Menthuthweopi fought Netero before, he would just go on a rampage and get beaten all the time. Although Neferpitu was fighting Netero, he was always looking for the flaws in Netero, but he was obviously weaker than the Ant King, so he couldn't find it. Not even some of the most intelligent people in the human race can do it. But now, the Ant King has found it, and is constantly attacking Netero's loopholes. Like the original book, the current Netero and the Ant King have completely entered into a fierce battle, entering a battle of life and death. Of course, it's Netero's battle to the death. As long as there is a slight mistake in the moves played by Netero, then what awaits Netero is death. Because the current Ant King is extremely cruel, he will not be the same as the Ant King in the original book, holding the idea of defeating Netero and not killing Dintra. Now the Ant King just wants to defeat Netero and devour Netero, a delicious food. As for the Netero attacking the Ant King, don't think about it, that is, the Ant King has not yet devoured the human mind, and the mind energy has become stronger, but its physical strength alone is very terrifying. A strong body is combined with a powerful mind energy. Wrapped around the body, the current Netero is completely scraping the King of Ants. Unless the Zeroth form of Avalokitesvara is used, it may be able to cause some considerable damage to the Ant King. As for other moves, it can only be scraping. However, under the current situation, Netero should not use the Zeroth form, because he is not fighting alone now and has other powerful companions in his shop. That's Fischer in action. Since I am here, I can't let Netero be killed by the Ant King. When things go wrong, Fischer steps in immediately. That's what Fischer thinks. However, a whistling sound made Cyeerdeo change his mind. Let Dad replace that old Netero guy. Chapter 182. Fischer, has that guy been subdued by you? The galloping figure roared towards him. Silva landed lightly in front of Fischer, and asked about Yuppie's situation as soon as he opened his mouth. When Yuppie appeared just now, he and his father Gino were taken aback, thinking that something happened to Fischer. Because Yuppie was taken over by Fischer. Now that he appeared on their battlefield, there was a great possibility that Fischer didn't restrain this guy. If there is no limit, then they don't need to guess what the result will be. He almost had to start another battle, leaving Neferpitou to his father Gino to deal with, and himself to deal with no match. Fortunately, Yuppie explained the situation in time, so he stopped the attack in time. Afterwards, he came here full of doubts. Well, I have conquered it, just like Paknatan and Maki. Fischer was slightly taken aback, then nodded and explained. Twisting power. Your power is really terrifying. For a strong man of this level, you can change his mind at will, and you will become a follower. Hearing Fischer's explanation, Silva took a breath. Before he heard Fischer talk about how Paknatan and Maki, the two original Phantom Troop members, were subdued, he didn't think much about it at the time. But he didn't expect that even Yuppie's level of power could be turned around by Fischer and taken under him. Of course, as long as he is defeated and his mental state is not good, then the turning force can have a very good effect. Fischer said with a faint smile, but he did hide the fact that he was black. Unfortunately, the power of twisting, this kind of power can only be used on the enemy. Only when it is used on an enemy can it be reversed into one of its own. On the other hand, if it is used on a friend, it will directly become an enemy and cannot be reversed at all. Fischer, if you have a chance, go and visit V5 and reverse the thinking of those high-level people. Suddenly, Silva spoke and suggested to Fischer. Hiss. Hearing Silva's proposal, Fischer suddenly gasped. He really hadn't thought about this kind of thing. The power of twisting can only be used on the enemy, but Fischer did not regard those high-level people in V5 as enemies at all, because except for a few people in V5, most of the high-level people in V5 are ordinary people in power. Moreover, the strength of those remaining people is not strong. In this case, Fischer didn't regard them as enemies at all, because Fischer felt that they were not worthy, so he subconsciously didn't associate the turning force with these guys. Now that Dad Silva brought it up, Fischer remembered it. I don't regard them as enemies, but the height of M5 has always regarded the Zoldyck family as a thorn in the side. Because the assassination technique of the Zoldyck family is too strong, the influence is very huge, and it has infiltrated into the V5 world, so they dare not do anything to the Zoldyck family at all. But even so, it doesn't prevent them from being hostile to the Zoldyck family. Is the enemy? Dad, you want to catch V5 all at once. After taking a breath, Fischer looked at Silva in shock. The Zoldycks aren't interested in ruling a human kingdom or anything, but they also don't want to guard against thieves. Since there is a solution that can be done once and for all, it is natural to have a try. As long as you turn everyone in V5 into your own, then our Zoldyck family will have no enemies in this world. Seeing Fischer, Silva explained lightly. Yes, the enemy. The Zoldyck family's enemies all the time are only V5 International, and the others are not really enemies. And the Zoldyck family has never been interested in ruling anything, and the reason why they invaded the V5 International is just to protect themselves. On this point, the patriarchs of all dynasties have the same idea. Dad, since you have such an idea, why did you say it now? Suddenly, Fischer realized something was wrong, and asked. As the V5 International high level, those who are really in power will lay down a lot of heavy defenses on themselves, and the same is true in terms of spirit. Do you think I'm the only one who thinks this way? Those well-intentioned people with the same ability as you also have this idea and have tried. But no one has succeeded, because these people in power have very powerful guardians. Before you reversed Maki and Paknatan and turned them into subordinates. Although there are not many existences in this world who can do this kind of thing, there are still some. So I'm not too surprised. But now, if you can reverse the existence of Yuppie's level and turn it into a subordinate, then this kind of thing is worth talking about. Perhaps, you can get to this point. How, what to do? Silva stared at the battlefield intently, and explained without looking back. That's how it is, indeed, there are people beyond people, and beyond the sky, it is not surprising that there are such non-people. Okay, after this hunt, I will go to V5 International to make this matter go away. Fischer nodded and agreed. This kind of thing will do no harm to the Zoldyck family, and Fischer will naturally not refuse. Turn V5 International into one of our own, and save these guys from stumbling behind. As for whether it will be successful, Fischer is not sure, because his 743 face is too dark. However, black is black, but there are still times of white, as long as you have enough turning power. A conversation that was earth-shattering and enough to change the world pattern ended in a casual exchange between father and son. The father and son stood quietly on the rocky mountain, watching the increasingly fierce battle between Netero and the Ant King. Time passed bit by bit, and at a certain moment, Silva's eyes froze suddenly, and then he said indifferently, "The situation on Netero's side is very bad, the moves are outdated, and there is a high chance of accidents. Now it's my turn gone." After the words fell, Silva kicked one foot, bursting out with terrifying strength, and rushed towards the battlefield in a very violent manner. Boom! Can Dad do it? Fischer frowned as he watched Silva stepping into the battlefield in a violent manner. However, I really didn't expect to control V5 International. With the V5 International under control, it will be very easy to enter the Dark Continent. And you can also directly cooperate with the Kajin Empire, instead of joining in by hitching a ride. It's really a good idea. However, I only have 30 twists left now, and these are reserved for Neferpitu. The twisting force needed by the V5 International high level needs to be refined again. I don't have much time left.